On the inaugural day of the semester at Qingyang University, Su Ming unexpectedly encountered the aloof senior, Si Qingxue, who, upon their first meeting, shockingly retched. Su Ming inquired, "Am I truly that repulsive?" What he presumed would be a mere, fleeting encounter soon revealed itself to be far more significant, as Si Qingxue discovered she was with child. Wow, Si Qingxue, isn't she a first-year graduate student this year? Oh my, she is breathtaking. The surrounding freshmen appeared bewildered, while the upperclassmen began to murmur amongst themselves. Su Ming found himself positioned directly in the center of the school gates, and as Si Qingxue passed by, their eyes inadvertently locked. To his astonishment, Si Qingxue halted her stride upon seeing him, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of irritation, almost as if she were ready to devour him whole. In the next moment, she raised a hand to cover her mouth and turned away, retching violently beside a small flower bed. Did she just vomit? With wide eyes, Su Ming touched his own face, perplexed. Though he might have appeared somewhat disheveled, he hardly thought he was offensive enough to provoke such a reaction. "Miss, are you all right? Would you like to go to the hospital?" Out of courtesy, Su Ming felt compelled to inquire after Si Qingxue's well-being. However, she seemed entirely unappreciative of his concern. After a brief moment of adjustment, her icy demeanor fixed upon him. Were it not for her striking beauty, Su Ming might have questioned whether she intended to lunge at him in anger. "Do you not recognize me?" With her teeth clenched, she coldly uttered those words. Switching the black plastic bag to her other hand, Su Ming awkwardly touched his nose. "Do we know each other?" Si Qingxue appeared vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. Upon hearing his question, Si Qingxue let out a disdainful huff and turned on her heel, striding into the university without a backward glance, leaving Su Ming standing therein. Utter confusion. "Do we know each other? She does seem rather familiar." After pondering for an extended moment, he continued to stand there, trying to deduce where they had crossed paths, but to no avail. Since clarity eluded him, he resolved to dismiss the thought altogether. Carrying his belongings, he ambled along, soon arriving at the registration point for the School of Economic Management. Upon seeing Su Ming, the students responsible for the orientation regarded him with palpable curiosity, their attention wholly fixed upon him. Having assisted numerous new students, they had never encountered someone quite like Su Ming. "Excuse me, are you here to register?" A girl sitting in the central position cautiously inquired. In response, Su Ming nodded, swiftly retrieving his admission notice, examination permit, identification card, and other necessary documents from the black bag. "Could you kindly assist me with the registration?" "Oh, certainly." Of course, after receiving Su Ming's documents, the girl exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby male student, who promptly retrieved an application form from a drawer. "Here, student, please take a seat here. Please fill this out." He stood up and relinquished his seat to Su Ming. Upon glancing at the prominent title on the application form, Su Ming murmured, "Student Financial Aid Application." "Classmate, please fill out honestly. We will submit this application to your counselor shortly. Rest assured, you won't be required to give a speech." As Su Ming hesitated, the classmates nearby assumed he was merely shy and, while explaining, handed him a pen. He truly had not anticipated being asked to complete a financial aid application. "I'm sorry, but I genuinely do not need this. I think it would be better to reserve it for those in need. Thank you for your kindness." It was not mere politeness. He truly had no need, as the funds available were limited. If he took up a spot, what would happen to others who were genuinely in need? Reluctant to fill it out, the registering classmates did not press further, but as he departed, one still slipped him a blank application form. His tuition had already been paid online, and the bedding had arrived at the dormitory. Having completed the enrollment registration, there was little else to do for the moment, so he prepared to head directly to his dorm. The dormitories at Qingyang University were predominantly quadruple occupancy. The environment was quite pleasant. Standing beneath the dormitory, he gazed upward. The building had 6 stories in total, and his room was located on the 2nd floor. As it was the first day of school, his 3 roommates had yet to arrive. He opened his cabinet and neatly folded his change of clothes. After surveying the surroundings, his stomach grumbled. He checked his phone and noted it was nearly noon. Though he was alone, he still needed to have lunch. Just as he was about to step out, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, or he might have been flattened. "Me. Someone's here. I'm so sorry. I pushed too hard. I thought I was the first to arrive. I didn't expect someone else would come earlier. Are you all right?" The newcomer stood around 6 feet tall, his physique defying simple description as robust. His arms were thicker than most people's calves, brimming with muscle. I'm fine, I'm fine." Hearing that Su Ming was unscathed, Titan finally exhaled in relief. "Hey, classmate, are you Su Ming? My last name is Tai, and my name is Titan. You can just call me Xiao Tan." Su Ming's cabinet remained ajar, and his name was prominently displayed on it. "Titan? Hello, Xiao Tan." Truly, he was aptly named. The moniker Titan seemed custom-made for him. "I sincerely apologize for earlier. Have you had lunch yet? If not, let's eat together to make amends. I'll treat you today." He quickly opened his suitcase, arranged his toiletries, and hastily stuffed the remaining clothes into the cabinet. Such a generous roommate. He was quite willing to join me for a meal. Eating alone could indeed be rather dull. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes, Titan finished packing his belongings, and the two of us descended together. Although our heights were comparable, Titan exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. "Little Titan, if we walk together, others might mistakenly think I've hired a bodyguard," Su Ming jested. "Ah, indeed, a bodyguard should present themselves in such a manner." As he spoke, Titan took a small step back, crossing his arms and adopting a lofty demeanor. One could not deny that his physique and posture resembled that of a bodyguard strikingly. Having sunglasses would enhance the resemblance, Su Ming remarked casually, not expecting Titan to take it seriously. "I actually have sunglasses in my suitcase. He'll go fetch them." "Hey, don't. I was merely joking. Let's eat first, and we can discuss it afterward." He promptly halted Titan. If he were donned sunglasses and accompany him, they might very well become the most dashing pair in the entire restaurant. There are numerous dining facilities at Qingyang University. Su Ming and Titan made their way to the one closest to their dormitory en route. They both noticed it, but were yet unaware of what lay within. Given the lunchtime rush and the new semester's commencement, the restaurant was exceptionally lively. Upon entering, the two conducted a brief survey of the first floor before proceeding to the second. There are so many people. Expecting the second floor to be less crowded, they were surprised to find it even more packed than the first. With no other option, they turned back to the ground level. "Little Titan, what do you plan to eat? He'll treat you." No. It's my treat. What do you wish to have?" Shaking his head vigorously, he insisted that he would pay. How could he allow Su Ming to take the bill? "Forget it, let's not treat each other. Once everyone from the dorm arrives, we could go out for a meal together. I'm thinking of getting a portion of fried rice. What about you?" he suggested, gesturing towards the fried rice station. It wasn't so much that he particularly enjoyed fried rice, but rather that the queue there was relatively short. Titan had evidently noticed this as well. Upon hearing Su Ming's choice of fried rice, he decided to order the same. The two approached the counter, and after a 10-minute wait, they finally secured 2 portions of lunch. Turning around, they realized that the seat they had previously scoped out was now occupied. What a miscalculation! Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred to take it back to the dorm. Each held a portion of fried rice, their expressions rife with awkwardness. As Su Ming scanned the area, just when he thought there would be no suitable places to sit, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in a corner. It's her. The girl who had previously made him feel nauseous was also dining here. Beside her, there was but a single girl, while directly opposite lay 4 vacant seats. "There are empty seats over there, let's eat there," suggested one of the girls. Engrossed in her rice noodles, Si Qingxue abruptly sensed someone approaching from the front. She brushed her hair back and slowly lifted her gaze. Upon seeing Su Ming and Titan take a seat with their fried rice, her expression momentarily tightened. Next to her sat another girl, who gazed at Su Ming and Titan with a look of astonishment. "Are you 2 new students? Wow, you look so strong." Bai Ling, with her extroverted personality, stared in fascination at Titan, who was seated diagonally across from her. Having frequented the gym, she could easily discern that the muscular men there were fundamentally different from Titan. The muscles on him were evidently cultivated through rigorous training, undoubtedly devoid of any protein supplements. Otherwise, they wouldn't exhibit such a sun-kissed hue. "Hello, seniors," Titan said with an awkward smile, hastily addressing the 2 girls. Bai Ling was delighted by the term senior, while Si Qingxue remained unresponsive. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Su Ming, her pupils glimmering with indignation. Her hands, gripping the chopsticks, began to turn pale, as if she had suffered some grievance. "Qingxue, what's wrong?" Having shared a dormitory with Si Qingxue for 4 years, and now in their first year of graduate studies, still in the same room, Bai Ling knew her well. Though Si Qingxue had always been somewhat aloof, Bai Ling had never witnessed her anger until now. It's nothing that I am done eating, you should hurry up, Si Qingxue replied, her bowl still half full, yet she seemed to have lost her appetite, placing her chopsticks down in front of Su Ming. Sister, have we met somewhere before? You look somewhat familiar, she said, earnestly regarding Si Qingxue while holding her spoon, and I must admit, Si Qingxue's features and complexion were the most exquisite I had ever encountered among all women. Particularly her innate gentle demeanor, which exuded an air of cultured grace. Titan, wide-eyed and oblivious to the situation, mistakenly thought Su Ming was making a deliberate advance. Who have you met? Pervert. Perhaps overwhelmed by an inner fury, she momentarily lost control of her emotions. The volume of her voice attracted the attention of many around them. Realizing her exclamation had been too loud, Si Qingxue felt a surge of regret, but it was too late. Seeing the situation escalate, Bai Ling quickly grasped Si Qingxue's wrist. Qingxue, let's leave. Without giving Su Ming a chance to respond, the two turned and departed. Phew, Su Ming, that girl is quite fiery. Ha ha ha, but you really are something. I've seen people flirt, but you're the first to be called a pervert for it. After they had left, Titan couldn't help but give Su Ming a thumbs up. With his audacious demeanor, there is no doubt that during his 4 years at university, he will have no shortage of female companionship. Are you a lecherous wolf? When did I become such a lecher? What exactly have I lusted after? Utterly bewildered, he found himself at a loss for words. Titan, do you know that girl from earlier? I think her name is Qing Snow. Reflecting on Bai Ling's earlier address, Su Ming pondered thoughtfully. Titan, already engaged with his meal, mumbled in response to Su Ming's inquiry, I don't know her. After all, it was his first day at Qingyang University. It was hardly plausible for him to be acquainted with her. Unable to comprehend the situation, he opted to focus on his meal instead. On a path adjacent to the dining hall, Si Qing Snow and Bai Ling strolled leisurely. After walking for approximately 100 meters, Bai Ling suddenly turned to face Si Qing Snow. Qing Snow, could that boy from earlier possibly be the same one from our trip to the capital? With her delicate brows arched, Bai Ling's expression turned serious. During their previous visit to the capital for an engagement ceremony, they had shared a room. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Bai Ling had not returned that night. To her astonishment, a young man had appeared in their room the following morning. Since that incident, Si Qingsnow's demeanor had notably shifted. Seeing Si Qingsnow's reaction towards Su Ming today, Bai Ling was instantly reminded of that event. It was inconceivable for Si Qingsnow to casually label a boy as a lecher without a valid reason. That's not the case. Bai Ling, do not overthink, he has nothing to do with this. Though she vehemently denied it, the evasiveness in her beautiful eyes darkened Bai Ling's expression. Indeed, that scoundrel. Qing Snow, wait here while I go teach him a lesson. Having confirmed that Su Ming was indeed the individual from that night, Bai Ling turned to head back to the dining hall. Qing Snow, noticing her intent, quickly grasped Bai Ling's wrist. Knowing Bai Ling's fondness for Taekwondo, if she were to engage in a physical confrontation, Su Ming would undoubtedly be unable to defend himself. In such a scenario, the school would undoubtedly impose severe consequences on both of them. Chapter 3. You bullied her, humph. Is it to be left at that? No, I must inquire about their names. Bai Ling insisted on returning, and Si Qingxue, feeling quite helpless, could only establish some ground rules. Upon returning, they would only ask for names and refrain from any further inquiries. If you act recklessly, I shall truly be upset. Si Qingxue's demeanor was earnest, her beautiful eyes fixated intently, and after a deep breath, Bai Ling finally nodded in agreement. In the restaurant, Su Ming and Titan consumed their meal with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, a plate of fried rice was nearly empty. Just as they were preparing to leave, they were taken aback by the unexpected return of Si Qingxue and Bai Ling. Si Qingxue followed closely behind Bai Ling as they re-entered. Excuse me, junior students, I forgot to ask, what are your names? Although her tone remained relatively unchanged, an unmistakable shift in attitude was palpable. Observing this, Titan instinctively introduced himself, while Bai Ling offered a slight smile in greeting before turning her attention to Su Ming. And you, junior, what is your name, and from which academy do you hail? At that moment, Bai Ling exuded the air of a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. Su Ming hesitated, his gaze drifting to Si Qingxue beside him. Under his scrutiny, Si Qingxue's eyes surprisingly flickered with evasion. Is there a problem, classmate? Senior. His name is Su Ming, and we are from the School of Economic Management, Titan interjected, unable to contain himself as he introduced Su Ming, who remained silent. Su Ming, from the School of Economic Management. Si Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable coincidence it was that Su Ming was also from the same school as she was. However, she was now a first-year graduate student. Oh, so your name is Su Ming. A rather pleasant name, but alas, you are quite the lecher. Humph, Qingxue. Let us depart. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ling's smile transformed, her expression shifting as she linked arms with Si Qingxue and began to exit. Within a single day, being labeled a lecher by two different girls left Su Ming utterly exasperated. Goodness. Su Ming, you don't happen to know these two, do you? Have you bullied them? Titan exclaimed, his mouth agape, reveling in the drama unfolding before him while Su Ming's mind was flooded with thoughts of bewilderment. If only he did know them. Bai Ling had certainly never seen him before, and as for Si Qingxue, she seemed somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered her. On my first day here, who could I possibly have bullied? I truly do not understand this situation. With a resigned sigh, he picked up his empty plate and returned it to the serving window. After returning the dish, the two of them leisurely made their way back to the dormitory. In total, there were 3 days since the start of the semester. On the first day, it was just him and Titan in the dormitory. By the afternoon of the second day, the other two roommates arrived one after the other. Upon seeing Su Ming and Titan in the dorm, their enthusiasm was palpable. As the four of them introduced themselves, Su Ming learned that the two before him were Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai. Zhao Tiantian was slightly shorter than Su Ming, with a chubby and fair complexion that exuded a festive charm. In contrast, Su Zai presented an air of a scholarly figure. His physique was similar to Su Ming's, with the singular distinction of being quite slender, likely weighing just over 100 pounds. Su Ming, Zai, Titan, let us dine together this evening, Zhao Tiantian suggested enthusiastically. Having just embarked on their university journey and met for the first time, a celebration was indeed in order. Su Ming shared this sentiment, and both Titan and Su Zai readily agreed. However, as dinner was still hours away, they settled down for a lively conversation that spanned a multitude of topics. They learned that the welcoming gala would take place after the military training. Just the thought of military training gives me a headache, Su Zai exclaimed, patting his forehead. Naturally delicate in stature, he found even the prospect of high school exercises challenging, and the thought of enduring over half a month of military drills seemed daunting. Well, in all honesty, I'm more intrigued by the gossip, Su Zai continued. I've heard that each department at our university has its own bell. Someone has even created a voting list. I cast my vote yesterday. He produced his laptop, opened the app link from their group chat, and indeed, there it was, a voting poll for the bells of various departments. The bell of the School of Economics and Management is quite lovely, he remarked. Both Titan and Su Zai leaned in closer to Zhao Tiantian, while Su Ming also directed his gaze towards the screen. The belle of the School of Economics and Management appeared to be a rather demure girl, and it was no surprise that her beauty earned her such a title. However, as Zhao Tiantian scrolled through the images, Su Ming stumbled upon a surprising revelation. Wow! Su Ming exclaimed, that's Senior. Titan gasped, pointing at the photograph displayed on the laptop. Isn't this the senior who calls you a lecher? Astonishingly, photos of Si Qingxue appeared in both the graduate school and the School of Economics and Management. A lecher? What lecher? Titan, did you say Si Qingxue referred to Su Ming as a lecher? Zhao Tiantian turned around, her hand resting on the mouse, her face a portrait of astonishment. So her name is Si Qingxue. Su Ming had been pondering over this name since returning from the cafeteria, resolved to inquire about it during their next encounter. Being labeled a lecher without knowing her name felt rather unjust. Su Ming, you actually know Si Qingxue. She is quite the prodigy at our university, having even been featured in the Qingyang City Financial Weekly, Zhao Tiantian declared. To clarify, I've only heard about it. Si Qingxue was a master of various arts, and there were even those who affectionately referred to her as the campus flower of Qingyang University. Her exceptional academic performance had secured her a spot in graduate school, and she was now in her first year of study. Zhao Tiantian's enthusiasm for gossip was evidently well-founded, as she seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Su Ming, did Si Qingxue truly call you a lecher? It cannot be. I have heard that Si Qingxue has not had a boyfriend throughout her 4 years of university. I sense there must be a reason for this. Otherwise, why would she suddenly make such a statement? It is not as if she is mentally unstable, Titan mumbled, and the gazes of Su Zai and the others shifted to Su Ming, rather than continuing to engage in trivial matters. They were far more intrigued by the gossip surrounding their roommate. If Su Ming were truly able to win over Si Qingxue, he would undoubtedly become a renowned figure within the School of Economic Management, even throughout Qingyang University. It would not be an exaggeration to regard him as a master of romance. As the eyes of the group were fixed upon him, Su Ming pulled out a chair beside him. Leaning lazily against the backrest, he sighed, "Gentlemen, would you believe me if I said I have no idea why she calls me that?" Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and Su Zai scoffed derisively. "Believe you? Huh. We trust you as much as we would a tall tale. You must have been bullying her." Zai was right. If he did not know, then surely no one in the world would. Chapter 4. Pregnant. The trio was entirely unconvinced, and Su Ming had long anticipated such skepticism. Were he in their position, he would doubt it as well. As the old saying goes, a mute cannot express the bitterness of eating bitter herbs. What a predicament this is. Since he could not fathom how to explain, he resolved to offer no explanation at all. Titan and the others resumed their gossip in front of the computer, while Su Ming retreated to his bed and laid down. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. When he awoke again, Titan and the others had already packed up the computer and were preparing to go out for dinner. Surrounding Qingyang University, there were several streets lined with eateries. The four chose a restaurant at random, where the owner was exceedingly warm and even prepared a small private room for them. After satisfying their appetites, they returned home. As the following day marked the last day of school, the group had hardly ventured outside until evening when the instructor notified them of a meeting in the group chat, prompting them to head out. After dinner, they arrived at the classroom. In their recollections, they had envisioned their instructor as a young individual. However, their instructor turned out to be a professor in his 60s. With graying hair and dressed in a simple plaid shirt, he resembled a kindly grandmother next door. Yet, what surprised them even more was that just as the class meeting commenced, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Si Qingxue entered gracefully. "What is happening?" Su Ming exclaimed. "It's Si Qingxue. Has she transferred to our class?" Titan murmured to himself. Zhao Tiantian, unable to contain her amusement, nearly burst into laughter. The composed Su Zai supported his forehead with one hand, while gently patting Titan's sturdy arm with the other. "Senior C is a first-year graduate student. How could she possibly transfer to our class? Do you think she is repeating a year?" Upon Si Qingxue's entrance, the astonishment in the classroom was not limited to just their small group. Anyone who knew of Si Qingxue reacted similarly. "Professor Wu, Si Qingxue has arrived. Just as I was about to convene a meeting for this group of children, allow me to say a few words first." "Please, go ahead," replied the elegantly poised Si Qingxue, smiling gently as she stood quietly beside Professor Wu. However, as her gaze swept across the classroom, Si Qingxue's expression changed noticeably. Her hands, which rested awkwardly before her, clasped together in an anxious grip. "Su Ming, it seems that senior sister Si is looking at you. It's not just a semblance. It is quite evident. Based on my years of experience, I mused. This is not merely a stroke of romantic fortune. It appears to be a calamity of love. Regardless of calamities, Su Ming, this is Si Qingxue, a goddess-like senior. You must seize this opportunity." The three companions whispered among themselves while Su Ming's demeanor turned serious. He was solely focused on one matter. Where had he encountered Si Qingxue before, and why did she refer to him as a lecherous wolf? "All right, students, please quiet down. Before we commence our meeting, I have an important question to ask." Professor Wu, with a kind smile, paused for a moment before inquiring, "Have you all had dinner? It is not advisable to attend a meeting on an empty stomach." "Professor, we have already eaten." "Indeed, we all have dined." They had expected something of great significance, only to find the inquiry was about their meal. "Very well, let us begin our meeting. First, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wu. You may call me Professor Wu, Teacher Wu, or even Grandma Wu if you wish. I have an innate fondness for engaging with young people. Being your instructor gives me a feeling of returning to my youthful days." Professor Wu cheerfully introduced himself for 5 minutes before turning to Si Qingxue beside him. "Let me introduce you to Qingxue, your senior sister, and also my assistant." After introducing Si Qingxue, he proceeded to select a class monitor and several class officers. Of course, Su Ming did not participate. Having grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, he had no desire to take on a leadership role. The simple class meeting concluded in about half an hour. As the session adjourned and everyone exited the classroom, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace, signaling to Titan and the others to go ahead. He stood alone in front of the teaching building. Before long, Si Qingxue and Professor Wu emerged together. Observing the cheerful interaction between them, one might think they were a grandmother and granddaughter rather than a student and her instructor. Senior Sister Qingxue. Wait a moment. As soon as Si Qingxue appeared, Su Ming stepped forward. The class meeting had only lasted half an hour, and Professor Wu had little impression of Su Ming. The sudden appearance of Su Ming startled Si Qingxue as well. Qingxue, it seems this student has something to discuss with you. I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your conversation. Although she was unsure of Su Ming's intentions, she understood that young people possess their own ways of handling matters. The elderly lady is not in a position to intervene excessively. Professor, please take care as you depart. As I watched Professor Wu leave, it was already late, and only Su Ming and Si Qingxue remained before the teaching building. Our gazes met, and Si Qingxue instinctively took a small step back, striving to maintain a safe distance from Su Ming. What do you want from me? She asked, her demeanor still frosty. A slight blush tinging her delicate features as she stood poised and composed. It's nothing significant. I merely wish to ascertain whether we have met before. Also, why do you address me in such a manner? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Do you truly remember nothing at all? In her autumn water-like, crystalline eyes, a fierce anger was igniting. Si Qingxue's exquisite visage flushed slightly with rage, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her hands instinctively formed fists. The weight of a past event loomed heavily in her heart, a strange bitterness welling up within her at Su Ming's apparent amnesia. I genuinely cannot recall. Perhaps you could provide a few more hints? I may be pregnant. Fortunately, the surrounding environment was tranquil, otherwise, he might not have comprehended her words. Even upon understanding, Su Ming found it hard to believe his ears. You are pregnant? In seeking merely a clue, Si Qingxue had thrown this revelation at him. What do you mean, sister? Surely you do not intend for me to take on the role of a caretaker? Su Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. He had only come to inquire why she called him a lecher. Observing her demeanor, it was clear she believed he was inextricably linked to the situation. Caretaker, you are a heartless man, a lecher, a scoundrel, a cad. Si Qingxue unleashed every derogatory term she could muster, her eyes brimming with tears, her body trembling slightly. The tears danced in her eyes, threatening to spill over, yet she valiantly held them back. Struggling to control her emotions proved futile. Do you not recall what transpired over a month ago at the Longyao Hotel? After speaking to Su Ming, Si Qingxue gently wiped away the tear marks at the corners of her eyes, turned, and left without looking back. Su Ming stood there, dazed, murmuring to himself. Over a month ago, Longyao Hotel. That night, suddenly enlightened, he recalled being hastily sent away from home due to the incident at Longyao Hotel. He had gone out for a meal, inadvertently overindulging in drink, and subsequently found himself in a room. In a daze, he had seemingly experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. Upon waking the next day, he had noticed bloodstains on the sheets and wondered how a young man could bleed from the nose so profusely at night without any visible injuries. With Si Qingxue's reminder, it dawned on him. That night was no mere dream. The person lying beside him was none other than Si Qingxue. Chapter 5. Friend request denied. He lifted his gaze, hoping to catch up with his superior, Xiang Shui, only to discover that she had already vanished into the distance. Alas, Su Ming, how could you be so reckless? It is no wonder they call you a lecher. You truly have no shame. The bloodstains on the sheets unmistakably indicated it was your first time. And to make matters worse, you could hardly recall the events that transpired. Reflecting on this made him feel quite despicable. As the hour grew late, concerned that Xiang Shui's emotions might be tumultuous, he decided to return to his dormitory, where he could find contact information in the group chat. Upon returning to the dorm, Titan and the others were already sprawled on their beds, each engrossed in their phones, thoroughly entertained. Su Ming, Titan, Ziyi, are you all playing games? Zhao Tiantian suddenly sat up, cheerfully inquiring. Su Ziyi was the first to shake his head. Su Ming approached the balcony door, casually opening it as he said, I am not playing. I will freshen up and then retire for the night. They're not joining you, so I will play with you. What game shall we play? Titan lay across the bed, reasoning that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well accompany Zhao Tiantian for a while to pass the time. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Su Ming returned to his bed. The clock struck 8. Suddenly, a message popped up in the class group chat, a notice from the class monitor announcing a military training mobilization for the following morning. There would be a lengthy meeting before 10 o'clock, during which they would also receive their military training uniforms. Additionally, Everyone was instructed to add Professor Wu and senior sister Shi's contact information. The meeting would commence at the playground at 10 o'clock. Surely, military training would not begin in the afternoon. Su Ziyi set down his phone, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The school had strict requirements that all students, barring exceptional circumstances, must participate in military training. He felt a lack of confidence in himself. Who knows? I suspect it is indeed possible. The group chat is asking for senior sister Shi's contact details. I should add her first. Oh right, I almost forgot. Preoccupied with whether military training would officially commence in the afternoon, Su Ziyi had entirely overlooked the need to add senior sister Shi's contact information. The four of them sent their friend requests almost simultaneously. Within a minute, Titan, Su Ziyi, and Zhao Tiantian received notifications that their requests had been accepted. Xiao Tan. Ziyi, have you all been approved? Yes. What's the matter? Su Ming, why has your friend request not yet been accepted? Zhao Tiantian asked with curiosity as Su Ming glanced at his phone, which remained in a state of pending approval. It appeared that Xiang Shui had no intention of accepting him. Fully aware that she was being deliberately obstinate, he found himself powerless to change the situation, as he was indeed in the wrong. Su Ming, what on earth did you do to offend senior sister Shi? You reached out to her, yet she refuses to accept. TSK, 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 women are quite resentful. If senior sister Shi decides to target you, it could prove quite troublesome indeed. Titan murmured as he continued to play his game. Yet Su Ming could only sigh softly. Disagreement was disagreement. After all, they would meet again tomorrow. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall retire for the night. I am utterly exhausted. During this period spent outdoors, he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. The small apartment was virtually devoid of soundproofing. It was not merely the raucous chatter or card games. Even the neighbors' snoring was crystal clear to him. Closing his eyes, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber in less than 5 minutes. When he awoke once more, it was already 7 in the morning. Sitting up straight, he stretched his arms lazily. He had slept exceedingly well the previous night, nearly uninterrupted until now. Upon opening his eyes, he felt entirely refreshed. The others in Titan were also stirring. Before getting out of bed, Su Ming picked up his phone from beside the pillow. To his surprise, Si Qingxue had yet to accept his friend request. This situation was, for the most part, within his expectations. Shall we rise for breakfast? Yes, let us go together. After swiftly folding his bedding and freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall for breakfast, returning to his dormitory to rest. He waited until 9:30 before the group set out for the playground. All the freshmen throughout the school were divided into different areas according to their departments and classes. Following the instructions, they soon arrived at the School of Economic Management, Class 1 of Business Administration, where the class monitor had already been waiting. The instructors for the other classes had mostly arrived, yet their class had yet to see Professor Wu. Oh, class monitor, is Professor Wu not coming? No. Senior C told me it's just a small motivational meeting, and Professor Wu is too busy to attend. We are to participate on our own. Oh, all right. Su Ming understood the class monitor's explanation clearly. He had intended to apologize to Si Qingxue upon seeing her, and to inquire whether she was truly pregnant. However, he never anticipated that she would not be present at all. Classmates, please stand in line promptly. The instructors responsible for each class stood at the front, ready to introduce themselves. The military training would officially commence this afternoon, and shortly each class's monitor would lead their classmates to the west side to collect their training uniforms and stools. The director announced loudly through a microphone, noting that while other schools at least had a military training opening ceremony, they had omitted such formalities here. Moments later, a tall, slender instructor appeared at the front of the line. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with a serious demeanor that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Our instructor seems quite formidable. Indeed, I share that sentiment. But one cannot judge solely by appearances. What if he possesses a gentle heart? Oh, Ziyi, do you truly believe that? He is an instructor, after all, a representative of iron discipline. While the director announced the precautions for military training, Zhao Tiantian and Su Ziyi exchanged whispers below. As for Su Ming, his entire focus was solely on Si Qingxue. Not only did he fail to notice the precautions announced by the director, but he also disregarded the discussions between Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai. Having said what needed to be said, he followed the class monitor to collect his military training attire and stool. Xiao Tan, could you do me a favor and take these 2 items back to the dormitory? I have something to attend to. Since he could not find Si Qingxue here, he decided to head to the graduate school. It was Monday, and she was undoubtedly in class in the morning. All right, I'll take them back for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Titan reached out and took the items from Su Ming. Thank you. I'll bring you some delicious food tonight. He patted Titan's sturdy shoulder and left without looking back. The graduate school was adjacent to the School of Economics and Management, and without knowledge of which classroom Si Qingxue occupied, he could only wait idly in front of the teaching building. At 11:50, students began to emerge from the building. About 5 minutes later, Si Qingxue appeared. Hand in hand with Bai Ling, Si Qingxue was adorned in a flowing black gown that exuded an air of mystery. The gown gracefully accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her elegant curves. The neckline of her dress was slightly open, revealing a patch of skin as white as snow, radiating an enchanting glow. In contrast, Bai Ling wore a crisp white short dress. While she was attractive, there was a distinct disparity when standing beside Si Qingxue. It would be no exaggeration to say that Si Qingxue's figure and poise rivaled that of some international stars. Senior Si. Upon spotting Si Qingxue, Su Ming swiftly approached the two. His sudden appearance startled them. Su Ming. Si Qingxue stiffened momentarily, her pupils quivering, her fair face a portrait of surprise. Bai Ling, standing beside her, immediately inquired, "What are you doing here?" Ever since learning that Su Ming was the boy who appeared in Si Qingxue's room that night, she had longed to confront him. She never anticipated he would come to her. After bullying Qingxue last time, he dared to come and pester her again. I must stand up for her today. Believing Su Ming intended to harass Si Qingxue, Bai Ling stepped forward, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. Fortunately, Si Qingxue intervened in time, gracefully stepping in front of Su Ming. Bai Ling, don't be impulsive. He isn't bothering me. He must have something to discuss. Chapter 6. Military training begins. Si Qingxue wore an expression of surprise, and Su Ming was equally taken aback that she would suddenly position herself in front of him. I do have something to discuss with her. I assure you, it's not harassment. If you're skeptical, you can wait aside for a moment. I will only take a few minutes. After Su Ming spoke, Bai Ling glanced at Si Qingxue for her reaction. Noticing her lack of objection, she finally stepped aside with a sense of relief. With only the two of them remaining, Si Qingxue turned to him. What do you need to discuss with me? Her tone remained cold, clearly indicating her discontent. I would like to add you to my contacts. You have yet to agree. Apologies, I failed to notice. A light remark. Clearly dismissive. However, Su Ming immediately produced his phone. No worries. I shall resend the verification. You can simply agree in person. Si Qingxue remained motionless. Su Ming, unperturbed, leisurely remarked, Professor Wu has requested that we add you to our contacts. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to consult Professor Wu. Mentioning the esteemed professor caused Si Qingxue's alluring gaze to falter slightly. Are you threatening me? No, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to add you as a contact. As their eyes locked, Si Qingxue seethed with indignation, yet felt helpless. She could not disregard Professor Wu's words. Very well, I shall add you. Retrieving her phone from her bag, she immediately spotted the verification message from Su Ming. With a swift tap, she accepted, but as she modified the contact name, she assigned him a rather unique title. Of course, Su Ming remained oblivious, as his phone only displayed that Si Qingxue had agreed. Additionally, there is one more matter. You mentioned yesterday that you might be pregnant. When you have time, I will take you to the hospital. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. To alleviate any potential misunderstanding on Si Qingxue's part, he hastily added that he would indeed take responsibility. However, it remains a possibility, and I have been quite busy lately. Upon hearing the word pregnancy, Si Qingxue visibly tensed. Her menstrual cycle had been delayed for quite some time. In recent days, she had contemplated taking a test, but had been unable to summon the courage. With no boyfriend in sight, she truly did not know how to handle such a situation if she were indeed pregnant. This matter could not be delayed. After military training concludes, I will take you to the hospital. Will that suffice? Si Qingxue finally responded. Very well. With a succinct reply, she stepped around Su Ming and departed with Bai Ling. Having exchanged contact information and secured her promise to visit the hospital post-training, Su Ming felt his visit had not been in vain. Upon returning to the dormitory, Titan and his companions had already finished lunch. The afternoon arrived swiftly. One must admire the efficiency of Qingyang University. Without any preparation time, they gathered at the designated training grounds and commenced military drills. They were unaware of their instructor's name, only knowing that his surname was Li. The afternoon was primarily consumed by standing at attention. Beneath the scorching sun, Clad in camouflage, they resembled pigs being roasted. Large beads of sweat fell to the ground, as if they were on the verge of being thoroughly cooked. Ziyi, are you all right? I need to use the restroom. Zhao Tiantian, standing behind Su Ziyi, clenched her legs and leaned forward, unable to suppress her murmurs. However, those softly spoken words caught the attention of the patrolling instructor. The student who just spoke stepped forward. The furious voice caused Zhao Tiantian to tremble. Under the gaze of his peers, he stepped forward, inching towards the front of the line. Classmate, did I not make it clear? Standing at attention means standing at attention. Speaking is strictly prohibited. I apologize, instructor, but I simply need to use the restroom. Do you not understand that you must submit a request to use the restroom? Let me make this clear. Military training is no child's play. In my presence, you are all recruits. Whatever you wish to do requires prior approval. Hurry to the restroom, and upon your return, you will run 3 kilometers around the field. Just a moment ago, he felt the urge, but upon hearing the instructor's command to run 3 kilometers, his heart sank, and the urge vanished entirely. What are you standing around for? Are you going to the restroom or not? Instructor, if I skip the restroom, can I avoid the 3-kilometer run? No restroom means you run now. I'm going, I'll go right away. Regardless, he had to run 3 kilometers. So he might as well use the restroom first. At least it would provide a momentary respite. After Zhao Tiantian departed, the others continued to stand at attention. Due to her frail constitution, Su Zai began to sway from side to side. Remembering Zhao Tiantian's punishment of running 3 kilometers, she summoned the last bit of her strength. Instructor, speak. I feel faint. As soon as the 5 words left her lips, she fell back stiffly. Fortunately, Su Ming was quick on his feet, being nearby, and caught Su Zai just in time. Seeing someone faint made the instructor quite anxious. He announced a break and hurried to Su Zai's side. Is it heat stroke? Here, drink this bottle of herbal essence. Concerned that someone might not withstand the training, the school had specifically prepared herbal essence before the military training commenced. In an instant, Su Zai, who had been feeling weak, perked up considerably after taking the remedy. Classmate, your health is quite fragile. Go rest over there for a bit. From now on, you need not stand at attention. No more standing at attention. Instructor, you are too kind. With her head spinning, upon hearing that she need not stand at attention, Su Zai even let out a silly laugh. In your current condition, standing at attention serves no purpose. You must focus on building strength. While others stand at attention, you will run 5 kilometers. While others squat, you will do pull-ups. The instructor spoke earnestly, and the nearby classmates erupted in laughter. As for Su Zai, she simply closed her eyes and lay down on the grass. If anyone was the unluckiest, it was not her. Upon Zhao Tiantian's return, seeing everyone resting, he was about to sit down when the instructor insisted he first complete the 3-kilometer run. After finally finishing the 3 kilometers, before he could catch his breath, they began the next activity, military boxing. From 1:30 in the afternoon until 6, they were put through the ringer. Arriving full of vigor, they departed resembling weary and frail soldiers, needing to support one another to leave. 3 hours of standing at attention and 1 hour of military boxing. This is no mere instructor. It is clearly a living embodiment of a tyrant. Oh dear, such a wretched existence is destined to endure for several more days. I find myself utterly exhausted and sought refuge in the dining hall for a simple dinner. The 4 of us returned to our dormitory. Just as we were preparing to retire for the night, a message popped up in our group chat. Tonight, our bedding would be inspected, and we were required to neatly fold our blankets according to military standards before 7:30, ensuring the dorm was tidy. The instructor would personally oversee the inspection. Should we fail, we would have to reorganize everything. Chapter 7. To the hospital, do not linger. It is already 7 o'clock. Let us hasten to organize our belongings. I returned to my bunk to fold my quilt properly, and once everything was in order, I swept and mopped the floor. At 10 minutes past 7, the instructor arrived ahead of schedule, accompanied by several teachers and 2 dormitory supervisors. At the end of the line stood Si Qingxue. Upon seeing Su Ming, Si Qingxue's expression remained largely unchanged. Upon entering the dormitory, the instructor surveyed the room and proceeded to assist in straightening the corners of the bedding. Very well. It was indeed tidily arranged. After he departed, Si Qingxue stepped in slowly. After a cursory glance around, she gently remarked, "You are all tired. Make sure to rest." "Not yet. We cannot rest for the moment. At 8:30, a unified inspection and photo shoot by the school is scheduled." A bespectacled middle-aged woman appeared behind her. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue slightly inclined her body. Hello, Director Gua. Upon seeing the woman, Si Qingxue offered a brief greeting and continued. Professor Wu mentioned that the school inspection is unnecessary and instructed me to inform everyone to rest. Professor Wu? Very well, everyone should rest well. Without a second thought, Director Gua, the dormitory supervisor, readily acquiesced. Si Qingxue cast a glance at Su Ming before turning to leave. Impressive. To dare assert that the school inspection is unnecessary. Our esteemed Professor Wu truly possesses a commanding presence. Closing the door securely, I hurried to wash up. I swiftly leaped onto my bed and lay down, indulging in a moment of smartphone entertainment. Bored, I sent a small emoticon to Si Qingxue. I had anticipated a direct dismissal, but to my surprise, 10 minutes later, she replied with a succinct message. Is there something? Oh, she actually responded. The usually aloof Si Qingxue deigned to reply to me, which was quite unexpected. I have nothing. Rest early. Staring blankly at the last message on my phone, I began to wonder if I had indeed messaged the correct person. Si Qingxue actually suggested that I rest early. Setting my phone aside, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. After a long day of exertion, the four of us extinguished the lights before 9 o'clock. The following morning, we rose at 6 for morning exercises. After military training concluded at 6 in the evening, we would dine. This routine persisted for many days on end. In the blink of an eye, the day of the military training conclusion arrived, and the school organized a grand closing ceremony. Professor Wu, our instructor, also graced the occasion with her presence. However, her seating arrangement was somewhat peculiar, as she found herself beside several principals and directors. It had been a fortnight since we last saw Professor Wu, apart from the class meeting held earlier. We had not encountered her during this period. To our surprise, she attended the military training closing ceremony. As the ceremony commenced, various teams took to the stage, showcasing performances of military boxing and rhythmic gymnastics. The proceedings occupied the entire morning and only concluded around noon. The first thing I did after the ceremony was not to head to the dining hall, but rather to take out my phone and dial Si Qingxue's number. We had agreed that once the military training was over, I would take her to the hospital. Beep, beep, beep. The phone continued to ring, but no one answered. After hanging up, I prepared to dial again when I received a text from Si Qingxue. Wait for me at the school gate. I replied briefly and turned towards the school entrance. Sitting on a stone bench at the gate, I gazed into the distance, my mind wandering aimlessly. About 10 minutes later, Si Qingxue emerged. Her attire was strikingly different from her usual style. She wore a light, elegant shirt, the soft hues reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, exuding a refreshing and natural aura. Complementing her top were a pair of fitted jeans that perfectly accentuated the graceful lines of her long legs. Suzhou. I heard a voice behind me, prompting me to turn around. Upon seeing Si Qingxue standing gracefully behind me, my mind momentarily faltered. Her appearances always left me in awe. I've called a car. It will arrive shortly. All right. I had initially intended to hail a taxi casually. Within just a few minutes, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the school gate. The driver exited and hurried over to Si Qingxue. Miss Si, I apologize for being late. There was some traffic. No worries. Suzhou, let us get in. Si Qingxue spoke to me before following the driver to the car. As she settled into the back seat, I followed suit. To the intersection of Zhongshan Road and Xinbei Road. Understood. I remained silent as I fastened my seatbelt, and the vehicle set off towards the destination Si Qingxue had indicated. Soon, we arrived at the intersection, and the two of us disembarked while the driver drove away. Why are we getting off here? I inquired. The hospital seems to be ahead according to the navigation. We were still several hundred meters away from the hospital. It's less congested here. The road ahead might be blocked, she replied, offering a vague excuse. The driver, after all, was her family chauffeur. If he were to discover that we were heading to the hospital, she still came over with a boy. It was impossible to explain everything back home. Su Ming had noticed it earlier, yet he refrained from probing further. Accompanying Si Qingxue, they walked ahead. What was your purpose for going to the capital last time? I attended a friend's wedding. After casually replying, she suddenly asked, if I were really pregnant, what would you do? Gripping her bag tightly, Si Qingxue posed the question with a light tone. However, the slight whiteness of her knuckles revealed her deep concern for Su Ming's opinion. I fully respect your thoughts. Of course, I would prefer that you carry the child to term. Expressing his innermost feelings without any reservations, he believed that sincerity was necessary at that moment. Si Qingxue sensed this too. Although still anxious, she felt significantly more at ease than when at school. Over the past few days, Su Ming had been sending her messages, both intentionally and unintentionally. Each time she saw them, she would respond, and it seemed they had developed a subtle understanding, growing much closer than before. Are you really going to raise the child? Yes. Not only will I support the child, but I will also take care of you. I shall not shy away from my responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue chose not to continue the conversation. Before coming to the hospital, she had already used a testing stick that indicated 2 lines. This visit was merely to confirm the results. However, she had not disclosed her prior testing to Su Ming. After about 10 minutes, they arrived outside the Qingyang City First People's Hospital, which is considered the best hospital in the entire city. Once inside, Su Ming asked Si Qingxue to wait in place while he jogged to the registration window. After obtaining a number, he led Si Qingxue to the second-floor consultation room, where they found a considerable crowd. Since they arrived in the afternoon, they ended up being the last in line. Which department did you register for? Gynecology, I inquired. And if it's just for checking pregnancy or in the early stages, gynecology is the right choice. Chapter 8. You must acknowledge it. Lacking experience. I was worried about registering incorrectly. Hence, I specifically went to the window to ask the staff before registering for the gynecology outpatient service. After waiting outside for about an hour, they finally had their turn. Su Ming accompanied Si Qingxue inside, asked a few simple questions, and then handed over a form. He took her to the blood draw window for testing. After a prolonged process, they ultimately confirmed one thing. She was indeed pregnant. It was still in the early stages, and she just needed to be cautious with her diet. There were no significant issues. She should prioritize rest and adhere to the scheduled prenatal checkups. They would return in 2 months. The doctor glanced briefly at the report before advising Si Qingxue. Despite having prepared herself mentally, the affirmative answer left her feeling somewhat unprepared. The doctor's words scarcely registered with her. Once she exited the consultation room, clutching the test results, tears shimmered in her eyes. Standing beside her, Su Ming felt at a loss for how to offer comfort. The die had been cast. Anything he might say now would seem feeble. Child, do you wish to keep it? Si Qingxue gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, fixating on the report in her hand. Of course, she wished to keep the child. Without providing a direct answer, Su Ming could discern the outcome from her demeanor. A matter as significant as a pregnancy would undoubtedly be shared with her family. As for him, he was preparing to call his grandmother, who resided far away in the capital. I want to keep the child, but you need not worry. I can raise it myself. Her lips parted. Her voice choked with emotion. Moreover, the child cannot grow up without a father. You must acknowledge this. She raised her gaze, her eyes resolute. For the sake of the baby in her womb, she needed Su Ming to recognize the child. If he was willing to accept the role of a father, she could personally manage the child-rearing matters. I will certainly acknowledge it. Upon hearing these words, Si Qingxue's body trembled slightly, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She had never cried like this before, especially in front of a boy. They stood in silent companionship for nearly 10 minutes, until Si Qingxue's emotions had calmed somewhat. At which point he suggested they leave the hospital. As they traveled back to school, Su Ming paused just before entering the campus gates. Please wait for me a moment. What are you going to do? Just buying some things. He turned and waved to Si Qingxue, then dashed into the supermarket ahead. Watching him depart, Si Qingxue felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Perhaps it was due to the baby she carried, but she found herself feeling increasingly fond of Su Ming. In less than 5 minutes, Su Ming emerged from the supermarket, carrying 2 large bags of fruit. Did you buy so much fruit? Si Qingxue asked, her surprise evident. Yes. It's for you. The doctor advised that we consume more fruit for nourishment. I can buy what I want to eat. I can't finish all of this. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the hefty bags, likely weighing several dozen pounds. Even if she ate fruit as a meal, it would take her 10 days to finish it all. Eat as much as you can. When it's gone, I'll buy more. Then let me help you carry one. No. It's fine. I can manage. As she declined, she stepped toward the entrance, prompting Si Qingxue to quickly follow suit. Their presence drew the attention of many passers-by. Su Ming, burdened with fruit, was one thing, but Si Qingxue, known as the goddess of Qingyang University, was quite another, and her name was widely recognized. Especially with Su Ming by her side, the inquisitive classmates began to speculate about the nature of their relationship. The allure of beauty can indeed attract considerable attention, even in the simple act of walking. I suppose next time I speak with you, I shall have to don a mask. As they conversed while walking, Si Qingxue had long since grown accustomed to it. Whether intentional or inadvertent, she had diminished the distance between them in the presence of onlookers. What had initially seemed like mere companionship now appeared quite intimate. Su Ming was genuinely taken aback by Si Qingxue's boldness. However, as she was a young lady unfazed by such matters, what could he, as a gentleman, possibly say? The fragrant breeze wafted between them. So close was he that he could sense the subtle scent emanating from Si Qingxue. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory. Place your things here. I shall have Bai Ling come down to assist me. It seemed that due to his presence, she harbored a slight animosity toward him. All right. He promptly set down the items he was carrying. Bai Ling definitely exhibited more than mere hostility towards him. It was rather pronounced. Had Si Qingxue not intervened last time, he might have found himself sprawled on the ground. I shall head back first. Do you wish to join me for dinner tonight? Si Qingxue pointed to herself, incredulous at Su Ming's sudden invitation. Rest assured, it is merely a casual meal. I assure you I shall not engage in anything untoward. He raised his hand in earnestness, a gesture that successfully elicited a laugh from Si Qingxue. Dinner sounds fine, although it may be a bit late as I have some matters to attend to. Very well. No problem. Just call me when you finish. As Bai Ling was about to come down, Su Ming decided it best to take his leave. Upon receiving Si Qingxue's call, Bai Ling descended the stairs. Upon seeing the 2 large bags of fruit, her mouth fell agape. Qingxue, what is going on? Why did you buy so much fruit? Have you raided the fruit store? As she spoke, she casually lifted one of the bags, which must have weighed around 20 pounds. There was a promotion at the supermarket, so I bought a little extra. Besides, did you not mention wanting to indulge in some fruit? Now you can feast to your heart's content. With a gentle smile, Si Qingxue picked up the other bag, and they made their way back to the dormitory. The school had declared a day off tomorrow, with classes commencing the day after. The welcome party would be held tomorrow evening, and this afternoon, the playground had already been marked out for the event. Beginning tomorrow morning, the largest playground would be closed to prepare for the construction of the stage for the welcome party. At 6:30 in the evening, Tai Tan and the others went out for dinner, although Su Ming did not join them as he awaited Si Qingxue's call. Soon, the clock struck 7. After much anticipation, Si Qingxue finally sent a message, once again suggesting they meet at the school gate. As Titan has yet to return, with only the dormitory door casually closed, Su Ming departed directly. Upon arriving at the school's entrance, Si Qingxue was already waiting, with that familiar luxurious vehicle in the distance. You're here. I have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing Su Ming approach, Si Qingxue bit her lip, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. What is it? Speak. She hesitated, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue before she could articulate her thoughts. Already stunning, this added allure left Su Ming momentarily entranced. My mother wants me to come home for dinner. Would you accompany me? Please don't misunderstand. It's merely as ordinary friends. Let us keep the matter of my pregnancy from them for now. It's just a simple meal. Chapter 9. Meeting the parents? The driver took them to the hospital. Within an afternoon, news reached home. Her mother insisted she bring the boy back for a visit, leaving Si Qingxue with little choice. If she didn't bring Su Ming home, her mother would come to the school the next morning to find him. To placate her inquisitive mother, she had to reluctantly agree to take Su Ming home. Upon hearing that Si Qingxue would take him home, Su Ming was at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck. I can go home with you, but I can't arrive empty-handed. Shouldn't I bring a small gift? It would indeed be inappropriate to visit the girl as home without a token of appreciation. However, Si Qingxue had already anticipated this. Having decided to bring Su Ming home, she and Bai Ling made a trip to the city center, well aware of her parents' preferences. I have prepared the gifts for you. They're in the trunk of the car. Just get in with me. With that, she turned and walked towards the luxurious vehicle without looking back. Surprised by the thoughtfulness, Su Ming followed closely behind, and together they approached the car. The driver had been waiting patiently, assisting them into the vehicle before closing the door. Your home is in Qingyang City. Yes. Sitting in the car, Si Qingxue elegantly crossed her long legs, her hands resting naturally upon them. The journey did not exceed 20 minutes. Upon the car coming to a halt, Su Ming and Si Qingxue stepped out simultaneously, revealing a magnificent standalone villa before them. It was unexpected that someone as striking as Si Qingxue was indeed a little heiress. Driver, please help us carry these items. Certainly, Miss Si. As the trunk was opened, the contents startled Su Ming. It was packed to the brim, which explained the need for the driver's assistance. Qingxue, you're back. Just as they began to unload the items, a woman, adorned in opulent attire, approached them with brisk steps. Dressed in a flowing yellow floral gown, she bore a striking resemblance to Si Qingxue in both appearance and demeanor. Softly calling out to her daughter, her gaze swiftly shifted to Su Ming. Upon learning that her daughter had begun associating with a young man, Yun Yonglan could hardly contain her eagerness to meet him. It was not merely curiosity. She was keen to ascertain whether he was indeed a boy. During her daughter's younger years, she had fretted over the possibility of early romance, yet upon entering university, she discovered to her dismay that her daughter had yet to have a boyfriend. This predicament left them, as parents, quite anxious. More than once, she had conversed with her husband, voicing concerns about their daughter's orientation. However, upon encountering Su Ming, a fine young man standing before her, all her worries dissipated entirely. Mom, allow me to introduce my friend, Su Ming. Su Ming, this is my mother, Ms. Yun. You may call her Aunt Yun, Si Qingxue said, placing her belongings down and standing between them for a brief introduction. Concerned that Su Ming might feel awkward, she even shared her mother's surname with him. Hello, Aunt Yun. I almost didn't recognize you. I thought you were her older sister, Su Ming said with a sincere smile, bowing slightly. Si Qingxue was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Su Ming. She had worried that he might be uncomfortable in front of her mother, yet he was surprisingly charming. Yin Yanglan, already in good spirits, felt even more elated upon hearing Su Ming's words. Little Su, had I known you were so close to Qingxue, I would have invited you over sooner. You needn't bring any gifts when you visit. Just come over for meals often. Our home has everything we need. She said warmly. Come, let me help you with your things. Qingxue, little Su, let us head home. Your father is busy in the kitchen. He rushed back to prepare a meal upon hearing you were coming. Ignoring her own daughter, Yun Yonglan enthusiastically ushered Su Ming into their home. Si Qingxue watched in astonishment, the situation unfolding far beyond her expectations. She wondered if Su Ming would be able to withstand her mother's barrage of questions during dinner. Little Su, please have a seat in the living room. I'll prepare some fruit for you. I carefully selected these from the market. You youngsters study hard at school and must eat plenty of fruit at home, she continued, bringing a fruit platter into the living room, completely disregarding Si Qingxue. Mom, why didn't you let me try the fruit? Si Qingxue said as she settled beside Su Ming, taking a small piece of apple and savoring it. The fruit is right here. Feel free to eat as you wish. I'll pour a glass of water for little Su. Your father is still busy in the kitchen. I'll go fetch him so he can meet you, she said, hastening towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Si Qingxue quickly turned and grasped Su Ming's arm. Come here. I wish to share a few words with you. Allowing Si Qingxue to lead him, they came to a halt in the corner of the living room. My mother will undoubtedly inquire when we first met, so simply say it has been a year. If she asks about your family, respond truthfully. However, I must insist that you do not provide her with your parents' contact information. You must also decline any invitation for our parents to meet. As Si Qingxue continued her instructions, in the living room, Yin Yanglan and Si Tianli began searching for someone. Qingxue? Xiao Su. Oh, where have these two children gone? Dear, could it be that your excessive enthusiasm frightened them away? Impossible. Xiao Su is not that timid. During their conversation, Si Qingxue and Su Ming heard the calls from the living room and approached together. Mom, I just asked him to help me fetch something. With a gentle smile, Si Qingxue offered a soft explanation. Hello, uncle. Hello, Xiao Su. It seems our Qingxue has good taste. This child, Xiao Su, appears quite impressive, indeed, a fine young man. Si Tianli exclaimed with a hearty laugh, dressed in an apron and glasses, exuding both elegance and a touch of boisterousness. Feeling a tad bashful from his future father-in-law's praise, Su Ming noticed Yun Yanglan's eye roll directed at Si Tianli. Qingxue's judgment is certainly superior to mine as her mother. Now, hurry to the kitchen and ensure nothing burns. All right, Xiao Su, Qingxue, you two continue to chat. Uncle, may I assist you in the kitchen? No, it's your first visit. You shouldn't be burdened with cooking. Perhaps next time. Insisting that Su Ming remain in the living room, Si Tianli retreated to the kitchen. The three settled down as several aunts and the driver began bringing in prepared gifts. Mom, aren't you going to help Dad in the kitchen? Your father seldom cooks. Let him manage on his own. If not for your grandfather, he would surely be an excellent chef, as he truly enjoys cooking. Only Si Qingxue understood that her mother's words held a grain of truth. With countless matters to attend to, as the chairman of the group, Her father alleviated stress by returning home to cook, and his culinary creations were indeed delectable. Chapter 10. Together for over a year. Wife. Bring the two children to the dining room. Dinner is ready. Si Tianli's voice resonated through the room as Yun Yonglan rose to lead them to the table. With the assistance of two aunts, the dishes were promptly served. Xiaosu, do taste and see if it suits your palate. This is Uncle's specialty, braised lion's head. With a spoon, he sliced a generous portion of the lion's head and placed it directly into Su Ming's bowl. All right, let the child pick whatever he likes. That piece of lion's head should fill him up. Little Su, feel free to take whatever you desire. We are all family here, so do not hold back. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. He was genuinely touched by the warmth of the elders, never having anticipated that Si Qingshua's parents would be so enthusiastic. By the way, Little Su, when did you and Qingxue meet? Aunt, we have been together for over a year. Uffed. Si Qingxue, seated nearby, almost spewed out the food she had just placed in her mouth. She had clearly stated that they had known each other for over a year, yet it had somehow transformed into being together for over a year in Su Ming's words. Hee hee, Yun Yonglan chuckled with delight. After all, Little Su is honest. When I asked Qingxue, she merely referred to him as an ordinary friend. They have been together for over a year and did not even think to inform us. Su Ming turned his head and noticed that Si Qingshua's expression was somewhat off, a mix of shyness and indignation painting her cheeks red. In a moment of distraction, Su Ming felt a sharp pain on the top of his foot. The little girl had stepped directly on it. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, not daring to show his discomfort too overtly, and could only muster a strained smile. Little Su, do your parents know about your relationship? I'm sorry, Aunt, but my parents are no longer with us. Now, it is just my grandmother and me at home. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue immediately lifted her foot. Su Ming. A wave of regret washed over her. In her daze, she suddenly regretted stepping on his foot. I'm sorry, Little Su, I didn't know. Yun Yonglan set down her chopsticks, her expression filled with remorse. In contrast, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. He had grown accustomed to such situations over the years. It's all right, Aunt. Perhaps sensing her previous inquiry had been inappropriate, Yun Yonglan refrained from probing further. After dinner, the clock struck 9. Mom, Su Ming and I might need to leave. Lights out at school is at 10:30, so we must return early. Si Qingshuo prepared to depart with Su Ming, but her mother promptly intercepted them. It's only 9 o'clock, and the lights out is at 10:30. Why return so early? It's a rare occasion for you to be back, and today is Little Su's first visit. After dinner, stay and chat with me and your father. Come, sit down. She gestured towards the sofa, and upon hearing this, Si Qingshuo glanced at Su Ming. Unable to refuse such hospitality, the two ultimately remained seated with patience. Little Su, where are you from? Aunt, my hometown is in the capital. Oh, the capital. Would it be convenient for you to share your grandmother's phone number? I'll make a note of it. When I have the opportunity to visit the capital, I will definitely pay her a visit. No problem, Aunt. My grandmother also loves a lively atmosphere. Let me recite it for you. Please take note. Su Ming readily agreed, causing Si Qingshuo to grow anxious. It was one thing to have miscommunicated before, but now he was daring enough to share his number. Seated beside Su Ming, she seized the opportunity while her parents were distracted and placed her delicate hand directly on Su Ming's thigh. Once again feeling a sharp sting, he would not remain indifferent as he did during mealtime. With decisive intent, he reached out and firmly grasped the delicate, boneless hand of Si Qingshuo. As their fingers intertwined, Si Qingshuo's heart raced like a startled deer. No matter how she struggled, Su Ming was resolute in his grip. Once Yun Yonglan noted down the phone number, Su Ming reluctantly released Si Qingshuo, who had initially planned to reprimand him but found herself at a disadvantage instead. Embarrassment and indignation surged within Si Qingshuo, and the more she pondered, the angrier she became. In the midst of their conversation, she had completely forgotten to exchange contact information. Come, Little Su. Let us exchange our contact details. If we can't find Qingshuo in the future, we'll call you. After sharing their numbers, they continued to chat casually for over half an hour, until they finally departed together at 9:30 in the evening. On the way back, not a single word was exchanged. Once they arrived at the school, Si Qingshuo finally took the initiative to speak. Su Ming, were you doing this on purpose? Doing what on purpose? Stopping in his tracks, Su Ming feigned confusion. Oh, you truly don't know? With her enchanting eyes narrowing playfully, Si Qingshuo replied, It's been over a year. Didn't you ask me to speak? I didn't give Aunt Yun my parents' number, but rather my grandmother S. I don't believe I did anything wrong. With a shrug, he wore an expression of bewilderment, listening intently to Su Ming. Si Qingxue found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Forget it, it's already been done. If my mother tries to call you, just don't answer. Why not? Su Ming replied. Aunt Yin seems quite pleased with me as her future son-in-law. With a cheeky grin, Su Ming elicited a shiver from Si Qingxue. Her cheeks flushing. Pretending she had heard nothing, she continued walking gracefully forward. He accompanied her to the entrance of the female dormitory. The welcome party is tomorrow night. Remember to watch the performances. I'll head back now. With that, Si Qingxue entered the dormitory without looking back. After waiting until her figure had completely vanished, Su Ming turned to leave. Inside the dormitory, Titan and the others were discussing the welcome party. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, all three turned to face him. What are you all talking about? Su Ming inquired. The welcome party, Titan responded. Guess what performances are lined up this time? Before Su Ming could answer, Zhao Tiantian quickly interjected. The performances are not what matters. No, Su Ming, guess who the hosts of this welcome party are? Su Ming, casually rummaging through his wardrobe, replied nonchalantly. Who else could it be? Surely the school cannot invite all the campus beauties to host together? Surprisingly, you guessed it right. There are 6 hosts, all stunningly beautiful. Senior Si Qingxue is one of them, and she is the main host. As Su Ming prepared for bed, the revelation that Si Qingxue was among the hosts compelled him to turn and approach his computer desk. On the electronic poster for the welcome party, the graceful figure of Si Qingxue is indeed present. Clad in an elegant purple evening gown, she stands at the center among the hosts, radiating an aura of nobility that seems almost palpable. It is no wonder that a reminder was issued for her to attend the welcome party tomorrow. To be fair, one cannot fault Si Xuejie for her positioning. Her elegance speaks for itself. Let us arrive early tomorrow, lest we find ourselves without seats. Ah, by the way, Su Ming, have you added Si Xuejie as a friend? Has she accepted your request? Chapter 11. The necessity of being a godmother. Su Zai suddenly recalled that Su Ming had attempted to add Si Qingxue as a friend, yet her approval remained pending. It has been over 10 days since then, and one wonders if she has consented recently. She has indeed accepted. Reclining comfortably on her bed, Su Ming, feeling a touch of boredom, occupies herself by listening to music and watching videos on her phone. The graduate dormitory offers a more pleasant environment than theirs, and it accommodates only 2 residents. Upon returning to her dorm, Bai Ling immediately delved into gossip. Qingxue, how did it go introducing him to your parents today? Was it smooth sailing? Hee, are you really going to comply with his wishes? Before Si Qingxue could settle on the edge of her bed, Bai Ling fluttered over like a delicate butterfly, swiftly wrapping her arm around Si Qingxue's. The motion was fluid and graceful, as if rehearsed countless times. Initially taken aback by the embrace, Si Qingxue quickly regained her composure, a soft smile gracing her lips. Comply? Bai Ling, what are you constantly thinking about? I already told you, it was merely a simple meal. She playfully poked Bai Ling on the head, feeling at ease in her presence. Unlike the flustered reactions she often experienced with Su Ming, where her cheeks would flush and her heart would race. Oh, just a simple meal, is it? I hardly believe that. Given Aunt Yun's personality, it's quite remarkable she didn't insist on you both getting engaged on the spot. Bai Ling continued her musings, releasing Si Qingxue's arm as she moved to the table to fetch a cup of water. Regardless, I've already made up my mind. When you two have children, I absolutely must be their godmother. As Si Qingxue sipped her water, Bai Ling's chattering nearly caused her to choke. Cough, cough. Qingxue, what are you doing? Can you not drink water so hastily? I merely mentioned wanting the child to recognize me as their godmother. You need not be so agitated. Su Ming, would he even refuse? Bai Ling gently patted Si Qingxue's back, tilting her head as she noticed the flush creeping onto Si Qingxue's face. It was unclear whether it was due to the water or the mention of a baby. Bai Ling, it's a matter that hasn't even begun to take shape. Could you refrain from making such assertions? All right, I shall say no more. Let us discuss your hosting duties for tomorrow instead. I heard you are expected to present a program. Is that true? At the mention of the welcome party, Bai Ling appeared particularly animated. From her freshman year to her first year of graduate school, she has experienced the welcome ceremony 5 times, including the one taking place tomorrow. Qingyang University places great importance on this event. Not only does the president attend in person, but they occasionally invite distinguished guests, notable figures from the city, industry elites, prominent entrepreneurs, and perhaps even celebrities may grace the occasion. Fortunately, aside from the invited guests, Only students of the university are permitted to attend. Otherwise, the event would surely attract overwhelming attention. The details of the performances have yet to be confirmed. A teacher from the publicity department informed me that we must wait until the rehearsal concludes tomorrow morning to determine whether an additional performance is necessary. Very well. In any case, you must reserve a good spot for me. Rest assured, I have taken care of it. With that, Si Qingxue walked toward the balcony, opened the bathroom door, and let the hot water run, preparing for a quick shower. The formal classes will commence after the welcome ceremony. Therefore, the following day, Su Ming and his companions had little to occupy their time. I'm starving. Shall we go out for a meal together? His stomach grumbled in agreement. Titan sat up. He had played games with Zhao Tiantian until 1 in the morning. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 9 o'clock. Su Ming and Su Zai were awake, but there was no sign of them in the dormitory. All right, time to get up. Where have Su Ming and Zai run off to this early in the morning? Perhaps they have gone out to enjoy the festivities. The welcome ceremony is tonight. The playground must be quite lively. As they dressed and prepared to leave the bed, the dormitory door swung open. Su Ming and Su Zai entered, each carrying a breakfast, striding confidently inside. Hey Su Ming, what did I say? These two must be awake. Su Zai flashed a grin at Su Ming before placing the breakfast on the table. Hurry up and wash your face. I brought you breakfast. They had risen before 8, eaten in the cafeteria, and even brought back 2 portions for their friends. Breakfast? Wow, this is wonderful. You two are so good to me. Zhao Tiantian, in his usual whimsical manner, referred to Su Ming and Su Zai as his godfathers and quickly approached the table, unable to contain his eagerness to taste the enticing meal. My dear son, you must wash up first. We wouldn't want to upset your 2 fathers. Ha. Su Zai patted Zhao Tiantian on the shoulder. Taken aback, Zhao Tiantian immediately retorted, Who is your dear son? Ha. Not dear son, I misspoke. I meant godson. Come on, let Uncle Titan through. He needs to brush his teeth. The instant Titan was addressed as uncle, several lines of exasperation appeared on Zhao Tiantian's face. After breakfast, the 4 of them left the dormitory together. The playground was now off limits, as rehearsals for tonight's welcome ceremony were underway. They stood at the entrance for a long while, hoping to catch a glimpse of Si Qingxue. Yet she was nowhere to be seen. Taking out his phone, Su Ming casually sent a message to Si Qingxue, inquiring whether she had arrived at the playground for rehearsal. In the next moment, to his astonishment, she sent back a selfie. The angle was perfectly aligned with the audience seats in the distance. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, elegantly twisted into an exquisite bun. A few rebellious strands playfully drifted down, gently brushing against her fair neck, adding a touch of allure and vivacity. Adorned with several delicate hairpieces, her natural beauty shone radiantly without any makeup. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. The selfie clearly showcased the purple haute couture gown she wore, identical to the one on the electronic promotional poster. Just as quickly as it arrived, the selfie was retracted within 3 seconds, followed by a serious reply, I'm at the rehearsal. Gazing at the retracted message on his phone, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. What are you grinning at, Su Ming? Peering over the railing, he strained to see but discerned nothing. Turning back, he found himself alone, chuckling at his phone. It's nothing, he replied, tucking his phone away. He didn't want Zhao Tiantian and the others to glimpse his conversation with Si Qingxue. Their insatiable curiosity would surely lead to relentless inquiries. The playground is inaccessible. We can't just stand around here. How about we go online? Zhao Tiantian suggested. I just topped up 200 for internet at the school cyber CAF yesterday afternoon. Titan immediately shook his head. I played games until 1 last night. I'm not in the mood to continue. I see some people playing basketball over there. I'm going to join them. Never mind. I'll go online with you, Su Zai decided. The 3 of them eventually turned their gaze towards Su Ming. I don't know how to play basketball, and I'm not interested in going online. I'll head back to the dorm, he stated. Chapter 12. A jade must be carved to become a gem. Staying in the dorm is rather dull. Su Ming, why don't you join us online? It's on me, Zhao Tiantian offered, patting her chest, displaying her generosity. It's just a matter of treating you to some internet. It won't cost much. I can manage that. I'm not particularly fond of going online. You two go ahead. Just be mindful of the time. We need to be in by 5. When the playground opens, it won't just be freshmen attending. Students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years will also come to watch the welcome party. It's not an exaggeration to say it will be crowded. If they arrive later, they might not even have standing room. Don't worry. I'll be in line by 4. Haha, great. Zhao Tiantian, we're entrusting you with the task of reserving our spots. After bidding farewell to the group, Su Ming strolled leisurely towards the dormitory building. Just as he approached the entrance, his phone emitted a series of beeps and notifications from his pocket. Grandma Su Ming, have you hardened your wings, you little rascal? After all this time at school, you haven't even thought to give your grandmother a call? Am I to be the one to call you? As soon as the call connected, a distinctly displeased voice resonated from the other end. With a forced chuckle, Su Ming paused in his tracks, hastily explaining, Grandma, I've been occupied with military training lately and completely forgot to call you. Humph, you little scoundrel. You never truly think of your grandmother, came her retort. In a luxurious villa in the capital, reminiscent of a palace, an elderly woman donned in a light gray top held the telephone. Her gaze was gentle and a smile graced her face. Indeed, it was Su Ming's grandmother. Seated on the sofa, she was flanked by a middle-aged man, the butler, who stood stoically, his expression perpetually calm. Grandma, did you suddenly call me for a reason? You guessed correctly. There is indeed a matter at hand. Now that you're in university, it's time for you to help your grandmother a little. There is an auction in Qingyang City soon, and I will have someone send you the materials shortly. Please review them carefully and be sure to call me back after. She instructed. An auction? Grandma, what auction are you referring to? Su Ming inquired, eager for more details, but the call was abruptly terminated on her end. Within the grand estate, a woman of noble bearing approached, her attire reflecting her elevated status. She bore a striking resemblance to Su Ming. Mother, this is the material you asked me to prepare. If you wish to train Su Ming, you could simply have him take on company duties without sending him to such a remote place like Qingyang. Forcing him to go a month in advance without providing for his living expenses, I truly feel for the boy. You, as his aunt, feel for him. Do you think I, as his grandmother, do not? She retorted. Without proper refinement, jade cannot become a gem. Su Ming is intelligent and capable, yet he is still so young. He needs to be polished. The elder accepted the documents, while Song Jinghua took a seat. The capital is vast enough for him to hone his skills. Must it be Qingyang? As an indulgent aunt, she openly defended him. What is wrong with Qingyang? While it may be small, it still offers ample opportunity for him to thrive. If one cannot manage a room, how can they hope to govern the world? The documents are here. Have Qin Zhou deliver them personally. It would also be wise to check on how the boy is doing, whether he has lost weight. The very fact that she intended for her son-in-law, Lin Qinzhou, to visit Su Ming indicated her deep concern for him. Song Jinghua noted this and, as she prepared to leave, turned back to say, Mother, Su Ming is our family's sole pillar. You must not be too harsh. If he learns that his beloved uncle has sent him off to Qingyang, he will surely return and create a fuss. Softly uttering her words, Song Jinghua turned without a glance and departed. Once her daughter had walked far enough away, the elderly grandmother gently brushed her forehead with her hand. Her eyes gradually reddened. Su Ming was her beloved grandson. How could she not feel heartache? At this moment, Su Ming remained entirely oblivious to the circumstances. Since grandmother had sent someone to deliver items, it was likely they would arrive by tomorrow morning. The auction in Qingyang City, could it truly captivate the attention of his grandmother? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not comprehend what was being auctioned or why his grandmother insisted he attend. Upon returning to his dormitory, he washed the clothes he had accumulated over time. After finishing the laundry, he lay down on his bed to rest. He had a light meal at noon, and in the afternoon, feeling utterly bored, he decided to stroll through the university library. The library at Qingyang University was indeed expansive, spanning 5 floors. It was quite populated as well. He remained in the library until 4:30, at which point he felt it was time to leave. Entry commenced at 5 o'clock, and by 4, people began gathering near the playground's main gate. When Su Ming arrived, he was greeted by a sea of faces. Fortunately, there were organizers directing everyone to queue orderly. After searching for a while, without spotting Titan and the others, Su Ming pulled out his phone to call them when he heard distant shouts. Su Ming, over here. Titan's robust figure quickly caught Su Ming's attention as he raised his hand. However, upon reaching them, he discovered that only Su Zai and Zhao Tiantian were in line, while Titan was nowhere to be found in the queue. Little Titan, why aren't you in line? Su Ming inquired. No need to queue. 2 people are sufficient. Titan replied. Haven't you seen the announcements in the group? Concerned about overcrowding and chaos, they declared that each person can occupy 2 seats. So 2 representatives from each dormitory can queue. Having spent the afternoon in the library, Su Ming had indeed overlooked this detail, since only two were required to queue. It made things easier for him and Titan. You two stay here in line. I'll fetch you some milk tea, Su Ming said before turning to leave. In no time, he returned carrying 4 cups of milk tea. Hey, it seems you two have some conscience after all. Go ahead and take a break. Once I secure the seats, I'll give you a call. Feeling a bit awkward to have them wait after they had already enjoyed the milk tea, he added, well, we really should take our leave then. Let us go. It starts at 6:30. I'll call you at 6:20. There's still over an hour. Zhao Tiantian waved her hand dismissively. Su Ming and Titan exchanged glances before turning to depart. After resting in the dormitory for a while, they awaited a phone call before finally heading to the playground. Their efforts were not in vain. Although they did not secure seats in the audience area, they managed to claim a few rows close to the stage. The view from below is hardly inferior to that from the audience seats. It is certainly preferable to standing. Chapter 13. Another tune before long. The clock struck 7 in the evening. The lights converged in the center of the stage, and in the next moment, several dazzling figures appeared. As Shi Qingxue emerged, microphone in hand, and adorned in a resplendent purple evening gown, thunderous applause erupted from the playground. My goodness! Shi is truly a beloved figure. Zai, your words are mere platitudes. Shi is undeniably the goddess of our school. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she is also an academic prodigy. After all these years, she has maintained an unblemished reputation, so how could she not be popular? Zhao Tiantian murmured, while on stage. The hosts commenced their speeches as per the rehearsal schedule. The first step was to introduce the school's dignitaries. Once the introductions concluded, the principal ascended to the stage to officially declare the commencement of the welcome party. The first performance was a song and dance, delighting the audience seated below. The ensuing acts included skits, crosstalk, acrobatics, and martial arts. Each time Shi Qingxue took the stage, she sparked considerable excitement. Approximately 10 minutes later, instead of Shi Qingxue announcing the next performance, another host was called in at the last minute. Where is Sister Shi? I have no idea. Why was there a change? The crowd murmured in confusion. Su Ming was equally perplexed when the host on stage announced the upcoming performance. Next, we shall witness an ancient dance concerto. The Phoenix seeks its mate. Performers, Shi Qingxue. Dancers, Lu Lin, Wang Dan, Jia Yufeng, my duo. As the host continued to announce the list of accompanying dancers, the students in the audience erupted in chatter. The Phoenix seeks its mate. This performance doesn't seem to be on the program. It must have been added at the last moment. Shi Qingxue is performing. The voices of the audience rose and fell, while in the front row, among the school leaders, one remarked, Ms. Shi, your teachings have truly borne fruit. Shi Qingxue's influence nearly surpasses that of this principal. Laughter followed. The principal of Qingyang University wore a broad smile, seated beside none other than Shi Tianli. Under normal circumstances, Shi Tianli would not attend the welcome party, but he could not resist his wife's insistence to come and also invite Su Ming for dinner the following day. Upon arrival, he was immediately engaged in conversation with the principal, without even the chance to meet Su Ming. You are a titan in the field of education. How can a young girl like Qingxue compare to your stature? Ms. Shi, you flatter me excessively. To call you a titan of commerce in Qingyang City is no exaggeration. I am merely a principal at best. As they exchanged pleasantries, Shi Qingxue had already reached the center of the stage. Originally a piano performance, it was unexpectedly replaced by the guzheng, perhaps due to the nature of the dance. The moment the guzheng resonated, the hearts of the audience were instantly captivated. As Shi Qingxue took her seat, the stage transformed into a magnificent canvas. Dressed in purple, paired with the guzheng, she presented an extraordinary visual impact. The melodious tones of the instrument seemed to pluck at the strings of the soul, causing even Su Ming to close his eyes and immerse himself in the experience. Typically, the audience's focus would be on the dance. However, this time, the majority found themselves enraptured by the guzheng's melody. As the 10-minute piece concluded, the spectators gradually returned to reality. The treasures left by our ancestors are indeed remarkable. I recall our school has a guzheng club. I must sign up tomorrow to give it a try. Oh, I would like to try as well. In our village, we often have theatrical troupes performing at celebrations. And if I could play such a piece, I would undoubtedly become a renowned figure across the region. Whispers filled the air below the stage, with an array of comments circulating. One thing is certain. Following today's welcome party, the previously overlooked guzheng club will surely become a popular attraction. Even the local classical instrument shops will likely see a surge in orders. Encore. Can we have another piece? It's beautiful. Please, one more. As some began to chant, the rest joined in, calling for an encore. A few hosts on stage felt awkward and were at a loss as to how to proceed, with several performances still pending. Granting Si Qingxue another piece would undoubtedly delay the conclusion of the welcome party. Without directives from the school authorities, they hesitated to make an independent decision. Moreover, it was uncertain if Si Qingxue would agree. Please remain calm. We understand your desire for another delightful performance, as Si's Guzheng piece was indeed enchanting. However, she has just finished one piece and is not yet prepared for another. The upcoming performances are also quite splendid, so let us enjoy those first. They neither confirmed nor denied the request, instead inviting the next performers to take the stage. Look at that. Si has an esteemed position in our school, her popularity rivaling that of certain celebrity icons. If she could perform again, it would be wonderful. Not necessarily. The host did mention a brief intermission. She may not be ready yet, but once she is, perhaps she will play another piece. After listening to such a beautiful composition, I find myself wanting to learn the Guzheng. Su Ming, do you have any knowledge of musical instruments? Shall we sign up to learn together? Zhao Tian chuckled. It seems like this requires a certain talent. Is it not a bit late for us to start learning now? With a light laugh, she tilted her head, resting against the chair's back, her arm casually draped to the side. Compared to the Guzheng, the Eru and Suona are also commendable. I possess a certain level of expertise in the Eru. Perhaps I could teach you? In the days when my grandfather was alive, he often played the Eru. As an esteemed artist, his skills were renowned nationwide. Through both words and actions, he truly delved deep into the art of Eru playing. Can you play the Eru? Zhao Tian inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, not only can I play the Eru, but I can also play the drums. Upon hearing this, even Titan and Su Zai couldn't help but turn their attention towards him. Su Ming had always projected an air of calmness and nonchalance. It was unexpected that he possessed knowledge of such a variety of instruments. As for the drums, I've only seen them played at fairs in our county. The players are all muscle-bound, with physiques similar to mine. Su Ming, can you even manage to play? It was understandable that Titan was skeptical. Although Su Ming was not as frail as Su Zai, it was still difficult to envision him in conjunction with a drum set. Drums aren't solely large instruments. Moreover, it's all about finesse. If you have the time, you should give it a try. During their conversation, the performance on stage concluded just in time. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the return of Si Qingxue to showcase her Guzheng skills, sensing the audience's yearning. The director responsible for the welcoming evening took a moment to converse with Si Qingxue backstage. She harbored little reluctance regarding the prospect of performing again. She was fully capable of playing a piece from her repertoire. Chapter 14. The Qing Kings Breaking the Formation Music. Classmate Qingxue. It is rare for the students to exhibit such enthusiasm. Our school lacks a music department, hence. How about this? Let us gather some students from the clubs to perform a piece together. If the performance turns out well, we could even feature it on our school's official website. We currently lack quality material for this occasion. The director attempted to use a conciliatory tone, knowing that if Si Qingxue declined, he would not dare to press further. After all, the previous performance was a last-minute addition that he had pushed through. If she agreed to perform again, it would be a significant favor to him. You see, he said, clasping his hands together and addressing Si Qingxue with utmost respect. The students nearby, still in preparation, couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to see their usually stern director exhibit such a side. A collaborative performance sounds fine. Please make a call and gather the students as soon as possible to discuss the piece we will perform. No problem. I will contact them right away. You just sit here and rest for a while, he replied, his face beaming with a smile as he gestured for Si Qingxue to take a seat. Without delay, a few members of the vocal clubs arrived shortly thereafter. Most were amateur enthusiasts with varying specializations. Outside, the welcoming evening was drawing to a close, with only one final program remaining, as several hosts took the stage. Before the commencement of the program, a decision to add an impromptu segment was announced. Among the students present, were there any proficient in classical instruments? Any classical instrument would suffice. Our final performance still required a few participants. The host publicly called for volunteers on stage, while Su Ming sat quietly. Unexpectedly, Titan, that rascal, raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, "We have someone here. Come on. Su Ming, it's time for you to shine." Before Su Ming could fully comprehend the situation, Titan swiftly pulled him to his feet. This student, Please come to the backstage. Are there any others? After the host's inquiry, he continued to seek volunteers among the others on the playground. You little rascal, Titan. You've set me up. I just wanted to see you perform. Hurry up on stage. I'll record the whole thing for you. Titan chuckled, his excitement surpassing even that of being on stage himself. At this point, further protest was futile. Besides Su Ming, there were 4 or 5 other students who joined him at the back of the stage. Si Qingxue and others were discussing the repertoire, and when they spotted Su Ming, their expressions were utterly astonished. Su Ming, what are you doing here? Upon being questioned by Si Qingxue, Su Ming could only awkwardly touch his nose and reply, I didn't want to come. Sister Si, do you know each other? Yes, we do. He nodded slightly, realizing that this wasn't the time for such details. The tentative choice for the piece was the melody of the Qin King breaking the formation, as everyone had practiced it. All instruments were accounted for, except for a drummer. Who among you can play the drums? Can hand drumming suffice? I don't think hand drumming will work, someone remarked. The director had sent someone to fetch a large drum from the equipment room, a sizable cowhide drum, fundamentally different from a regular hand drum. Silence fell over the group. And in an awkward moment, Su Ming hesitantly raised his hand. How about I give it a try? He slowly lifted his hand, and Si Qingxue slightly parted her lips, leaning a bit closer. You can play the drums? I can manage a little. Their eyes met, and Si Qingxue, her gaze slightly evasive, said, Then we have enough people. Let us distribute the instruments according to the rhythm you practiced earlier, centered around the guzheng. Remember not to overshadow each other. The guzheng alternates between soothing and brisk tempos. If the rhythm is interrupted, the performance will become quite chaotic. Once the previously scheduled final performance concluded, the director finally brought the grand drum on stage. An enormous cowhide drum adorned with red flowers. According to the supervising teacher, it hadn't been used in many years. After a brief inspection confirming its condition, the drum was hoisted onto the stage. The upcoming piece was the melody of the Qin King breaking the formation. The performers, Si Qingxue, Su Ming, Li Huanhuan, and Zhao Yuna. With various instruments in hand, Su Ming took his position before the grand drum. The host announced the commencement of the program as the stage curtain slowly parted and the lights gradually turned crimson. At the moment the accompaniment began, the sound of the guzheng emerged first. After a few moments of immersion, a cacophony of instruments surged forth. As the intensity of the music escalated, a thunderous drumbeat reverberated across the entire playground. It seemed effortless, yet the sound was rich and resonant. The drum beats intertwined with various vocal melodies, transporting the audience to an era of valor and warfare. The guzheng's notes were delicate, while 4 eru players evoked a sense of desolation. The pipa's notes mingled within, and the flute sang sweetly, accompanied by the earth-shattering thump of the big drum. The sound waves struck the soul, grand and majestic, shaking the very heavens. In that moment, everyone was swept away, to the extent that Titan forgot about recording the event. Seated behind Su Ming, Si Qingxue, who played the guzheng, silently gazed at his back, her heart brimming with unexpressed astonishment. It was hard to fathom that Su Ming's drumming could be so exceptional. He was undoubtedly well acquainted with the piece Qin Wang Pezhenyu, or else he could not have produced such an effect. Initially, the performance centered around the guzheng, but it had now wholly transformed into a drum-centric experience. In a mere 5 minutes, the performance felt like an immersion that spanned a century. Once the performance concluded, the audience awaited the hostess announcement, slowly returning to their senses. Laughing heartily, Si Tianli remarked, Indeed, Qingyang University is a cradle of talent. This piece was performed remarkably well. Other business magnates from Qingyang echoed their praise. Indeed, in my view, it's not far-fetched to propose the establishment of a classical vocal program. The president, seated centrally, beamed with delight, his smile almost unable to contain itself. Complimenting Qingyang University was undoubtedly a boon to his reputation. This welcoming ceremony had been a resounding success. As Su Ming descended from the stage, he was met with an array of accolades. Even the director regarded him with newfound respect. Today's performance was exceptional. The most formidable drummer I have ever witnessed. Once everyone departed, Si Qingxue noticed the absence of others around and flashed a sweet smile at Su Ming. I'm going to change. You should head back first. Oh, all right. Su Ming felt a touch of shyness at her forthright compliment. Upon learning she was going to change, he circled back to his seat. The school leaders and guests exited first, allowing for their departure afterward. Upon his return, he found Titan and the others in a fervor of excitement. showering him with praise, nearly bowing in homage to learn from him. Chapter 15. Uncle-in-law. With only a few people remaining on the playground, Su Ming and his friends finally stood up. As they stepped outside, a resonant voice suddenly called out from behind, "Little Su." The familiar address made Su Ming instinctively turn around. Upon seeing Si Tianli, he was taken aback and hurried to approach him. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "Hee, nothing much, just came to see your welcome party." Today's performance was quite impressive. With a gentle pat on Su Ming's shoulder, Si Tianli couldn't help but praise him. After years of navigating the business world, his mindset has far surpassed that of the youth. Listening from the audience stirred a fervor within him. "Aunt Yin wishes to invite you for dinner at her home tomorrow evening. I will arrange for the driver to pick you up." Another dinner at home. Just last night, I had been there, and now I find myself invited again. Aunt Yin mentioned that she would be cooking this time and asked me to inquire about your preferences so she could prepare accordingly. "Uncle, I am not picky. I am open to anything." However, leaning closer to Si Tianli, I whispered, "Is this something Qingxue is aware of?" Deep down, I presumed Si Qingxue was unaware. Had she known, she would have certainly mentioned it during our earlier encounter. She is still oblivious that the driver will be picking both of you up. Well, then it's settled. The performance was quite exhausting. You should return to rest early. I shall take my leave first. Before departing, Si Tianli reiterated, "The drumming was excellent. Truly powerful." "Ha. Take care, uncle." As I watched Si Tianli depart, I slowly turned around. Not far away, Titan and the others were still waiting for me. "Su Ming. Who was that gentleman just now?" "A relative." "Oh, a relative. To be invited to the school for the welcome party. Your relative must be quite remarkable." "Hey, Su Ming. Could I ask you for a favor? We lack the conditions for drumming, but I wish to buy an arrow. Could you teach me how to play it?" Su Ming had mentioned before that he could play the arrow. Given his proficiency in drumming, he would surely excel at the arrow as well. Instead of learning in a club, we have a ready-made teacher in our dormitory. Titan wasn't particularly interested in instruments, but Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai had already made up their minds. If Su Ming dared to agree, they would buy an arrow tomorrow. Of course, teaching you is no problem. However, the arrow is not easy to learn. Are you sure you want to pursue this? Absolutely. The two nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grains. Seeing their enthusiasm, Su Ming readily agreed. The group returned to the dormitory, and before sleeping, they sent a message to Si Qingxue. When they opened their eyes, it was already 7 in the morning. Today marked the first official day of classes. After freshening up, they headed straight to the classroom. The first lecture was on macroeconomics, taught by a notably young professor. The first class was quite refreshing, and everyone listened intently. There were 2 classes in the morning. After macroeconomics came advanced mathematics. With both classes concluded, they enjoyed lunch at the cafeteria before resuming classes at 2 in the afternoon. By nearly 4 o'clock, the day's courses came to an end. Exiting the classroom, he bid farewell to Titan and the others, as he was going to have dinner at Si Qingxue's home that evening. At the school gate, after waiting for about 10 minutes, a black business vehicle with a Beijing license plate slowly came to a halt. The driver assisted in opening the car door, and a middle-aged man bent down to exit. He donned a pair of large leather shoes complemented by a black suit. A blue tie adorned his neck, and his robust physique was accentuated by gold-rimmed glasses. A smile graced his face as he carried a briefcase. "Uncle," exclaimed Su Ming, and upon seeing him, the man joyfully quickened his pace, without hesitation, raised his hand to affectionately pat Su Ming's head. "You rascal, I was just about to call you. Your aunt asked me to bring this for you, and check if you've lost any weight." As he spoke, Lin Qingju circled around Su Ming, scrutinizing him before stroking his chin and nodding. "It appears you haven't lost any weight. Uncle, Grandma mentioned sending someone with documents. I truly did not expect it to be you." "Indeed, and it allows me the chance to see you. Here, take this briefcase and examine it carefully over the next few days." After handing the briefcase to Su Ming, Lin Qingju grasped his arm and moved aside, rummaging through his suit pocket for a considerable time until he produced a bank card. "Keep this card safe. The password is your birthday. It's a gift from your aunt. Make sure not to tell your grandmother, or we both might find ourselves in a predicament." Lin Qingju cautiously passed the card to Su Ming, his evident caution suggesting that perhaps only their grandmother could invoke such trepidation. "Uncle, I'll keep the bank card safe." He intended to inquire about the contents of the briefcase when, in a moment of distraction, he caught sight of Si Qingxue's figure appearing behind him. Clad in a stunning dark blue gown, she radiated beauty, albeit her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon hearing her voice, Su Ming turned around, and his heart sank at the sight of her ashen face. Are you feeling unwell? You look rather pale. In front of Lin Qingzhu, Su Ming raised his hand to gently rest it on Si Qingshue's forehead. This gesture caused her heart to race, yet she made no attempt to deter him, standing still as he placed his hand upon her brow. Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened at this scene. The girl's beauty and grace were undeniable. If Su Ming were to bring her home, their grandmother would undoubtedly take a liking to her. As his palm met her forehead, an intense warmth surged through him. So hot. I'm fine. Perhaps I just caught a chill last night. And this gentleman is? This is my uncle. Uncle, could you kindly take us to the hospital? A fever warrants a hospital visit for any individual, let alone Si Qingxue, who was pregnant. There could be no room for negligence. All right, let us hurry. Get in the car. He jogged to the vehicle, opening the doors for Su Ming and Si Qingxue before taking his seat in the front passenger side. Si Qingxue initially planned to refuse, but Su Ming provided no opportunity for her to voice her objections. During the ride to the hospital, an air of silence enveloped Su Ming and Si Qingxue, while Lin Qingzhu refrained from initiating conversation. Upon arrival at the hospital, after a temperature check, it was confirmed that she indeed had a fever, likely caused by the chill she had caught. After the doctor assessed the situation, he advised cooling down the patient, thus administering an intravenous infusion to Si Qingxue. Naturally, certain specialized medications were not available. Only a blend of traditional Chinese herbs could be utilized. Although their effects might manifest more slowly, they were undoubtedly safe. While Si Qingxue received her infusion, Su Ming and Lin Qingzhu stepped outside the ward. Uncle, could you please refrain from informing Auntie about this matter when you return home? Huh. It's not as if you've committed a crime. Having a girlfriend is a good thing. A significant matter such as this? If you don't allow me to tell Auntie, she will surely unleash her wrath upon me. Lin Qingzhu shook his head with a wry smile. Perhaps wrath is an exaggeration, but a reprimand is certainly unavoidable. It's not as dire as you portray. I simply have yet to find the right moment. If you tell Auntie, Grandma will undoubtedly hear of it as well. Please, just help me keep it under wraps. Have you forgotten? Last time you went fishing, I provided you with an alibi. Chapter 16, 200 years old. Are you still human? You rascal. So you were waiting for me here. Well, it's settled then. I shall keep it under wraps for now. But I must inform you that I cannot maintain this charade for long. You must swiftly disclose it to Grandma. All right. No problem. Su Ming readily agreed. Given Si Qingshue's pregnancy, concealing the truth for an extended period was hardly feasible. Approximately half an hour later, the doctor returned to recheck the temperature. After confirming that everything was in order, he presented a prescription. Family members must take note. The prescribed medications are exclusively traditional Chinese herbs. Only this particular concoction may be consumed. Under no circumstances should it be combined with other cold remedies, as this could potentially cause irreversible harm to the fetus. As the doctor handed the prescription to Su Ming, he emphasized this point, perhaps due to his concerns about the youthfulness of the two. However, this statement left Lin Qingzhu, standing behind them, utterly flabbergasted. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might fall from their sockets. Internally, he felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. A fetus? Doctor, what does this mean? Family members are unaware. The patient has been pregnant for over a month. He turned to Su Ming, eyes filled with alarm. Su Ming you. Stuttering like a tractor stuck in gear, Lin Qingzhu's mind echoed the doctor's words. Si Qingshuo grasped Su Ming's sleeve nervously, yet Su Ming remained composed. After exiting the examination room, Si Qingshuo took a seat in the car to rest. Su Ming halted, turning to Lin Qingzhu. Uncle, you promised me just now that you would keep this confidential. I will keep it confidential. Su Ming, this is monumental. The secret I'm keeping pertains to your relationship. But this concerns the child. If Annie finds out, she will surely tear me apart. His tone was as despondent as could be. Had he known it would come to this, he would have insisted on accompanying Su Ming into the examination room. Rest assured, with me here, Auntie won't take any action against you. You cannot do anything to me yet. Are you feeling that my uncle has lived too long? Where can you find such a wonderful uncle? I wouldn't think 200 years is too long. 200 years. Lin Qingzhuo's face darkened as he raised his hand to pat Su Ming's head. You rascal, 200 years? Is that even human? That's a tortoise. Forget it. I'll cover for you this time. However, I must say this up front. You must not disappoint the girl. Otherwise, not only will your aunt and grandmother not forgive you, but I, as your uncle, will also have to teach you a lesson. After delivering the last sentence, Lin Qingzhou strode towards the business vehicle. Seeing the other party agree, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back to Qingyang University, Lin Qingzhao expressed a few words of concern. Unable to shake off his worries, he pulled Su Ming aside for a lengthy admonition upon arrival. After Lin Qingzhao departed in the business car, Si Qingxue, her expression considerably brightened, gently inquired, "What did my uncle say?" "Nothing much. He just asked me to take you back to see Grandma." "What? To meet Grandma?" Si Qingxue, unprepared for the visit, widened her bright eyes in surprise, filled with an unmistakable sense of anxiety. "Don't worry, I assured him we would go back in a while. The driver isn't here yet. Shall we take a taxi?" Originally intending to take Si Qingxue for a casual stroll, Su Ming now deemed it more important for them to rest properly. With her mind occupied by the thought of visiting his grandmother, Si Qingxue instinctively nodded. Once Su Ming hailed a taxi, she finally reacted, "Where are we going?" "To your house." "To my house?" "What? You didn't know?" "Last night. My uncle told me at the playground that we were to return for dinner tonight. They didn't inform me." Si Qingxue looked at Su Ming with wide eyes. She had assumed Su Ming's message was regarding some matter, not realizing it was an invitation to dinner. Just a day later, returning home again, Su Ming frequented his house more than she did. Upon arriving outside the villa, the driver had just returned with Si Tianli, preparing to go to school to pick up Su Ming and Si Qingxue. "Chairman, Miss Si has returned." At this, Si Tianli turned around. Seeing his daughter return with Su Ming, a smile immediately spread across his face. "You two children, didn't we agree to have the driver pick you up? You came by taxi?" "Uncle, Qingxue isn't feeling well, so we came early to let her rest." "Not feeling well? Come, hurry inside." Concerned for his daughter's health, Si Tianli ushered both of them into the house, where Yun Yanglan was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hearing that her daughter and Su Ming had arrived, she hurriedly grabbed a spatula and came out to greet them. "Father, I am quite well. Merely suffering from a slight cold. I have already visited the hospital," explained Si Qingxue hurriedly, her father's face filled with concern. Su Ming, standing nearby, chimed in, "Uncle, please do not worry. The doctor has prescribed medication. Qingxue needs ample rest." Hearing this, Si Tianli finally felt relieved and waved to a maid, requesting, "Please tidy up the room. Qingxue, you shall stay at home tonight. With your parents here, they can take care of you. Your father is right. You should stay at home tonight. Xiao Su, you two shall remain here." Yun Yanglan, holding a spatula, spoke earnestly. When he heard he would be staying over as well, not only was he surprised, but Si Qingxue also became flustered. "Mother, Su Ming has just entered his freshman year. The school has strict regulations, and they check dormitories at night. If you are still concerned, I can stay home and let Su Ming return to the dormitory. Otherwise, he would have to request leave, which is quite troublesome." Her beautiful, captivating eyes gently shifted towards Su Ming's direction, blinking delicately. The gesture was subtle yet intricate. Su Ming immediately understood. "Aunt Yun, Qingxue is correct. Our advisor assistant is exceptionally strict. If we do not return to the dorm, she will definitely report it to the school and might even escalate the matter." Realizing the potential severity of the consequences, and with Si Tianli's agreement, Yun Yanglan finally relented. After the maid cleaned the room, Si Qingxue retreated to her room to rest. In the living room, only Su Ming and Si Tianli remained engaged in light conversation. After chatting for over an hour, dinner was finally ready. "Xiao Su, Auntie and I will serve the dishes. You go to the bedroom and call Qingxue for dinner." "All right," he readily agreed, maneuvering around the sofa as he ascended to the second floor. The first room at the corner was Si Qingxue's bedroom. The door was slightly ajar. After gently knocking twice, Su Ming entered the room. However, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. Clad in a sheer lace nightgown, it subtly outlined her graceful curves. Her calves were exposed, with her delicate feet resting at the edge of the bed. To his astonishment, there was also a piece of white lingerie beside the bed. Having grown accustomed to wearing nightwear, Si Qingxue had changed out of her clothes upon returning to her room, not anticipating Su Ming would unexpectedly enter. In their gaze meeting, time seemed to freeze. A wave of heat surged to her cheeks, transforming her originally fair and delicate face into a vibrant shade of crimson, akin to a ripe apple glistening with allure. She clasped her hands before her chest, her legs retracting swiftly like a startled fawn. "Have you seen enough? Still looking? Step outside and wait for me." Her eyes glistened with indignation and embarrassment. Realizing the situation, Su Ming quickly raised his hand to cover his eyes and swiftly closed the bedroom door. Chapter 17. The video went viral. Standing outside the door, Su Ming's mind lingered on the vivid image he had just witnessed. Although there had been intimate moments in the hotel last time, he had always believed it to be a mere dream or illusion. He couldn't even recall what Si Qingxue looked like. This time, however, he was met with a striking visual impact. After a brief moment of touching his nose, he was relieved to find he wasn't bleeding. Minutes later, the door to the room opened slowly, revealing Si Qingxue, who emerged clad in a fresh outfit, her feet adorned with exquisite sandals. Her previous sleepwear had transformed into a graceful long dress. "Aren't we supposed to go for dinner?" she remarked, not mentioning the earlier incident as she turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, there was a notable tension in Si Qingxue's gaze at that moment. Dinner was served, and this time it was even more sumptuous than their last encounter. Throughout the meal, Yin Yonglan persistently urged him to take more food, and Si Tianli joined in to assist. Su Ming, who had only intended to eat modestly, quickly found himself overindulged by their enthusiastic hospitality. Staring at the remnants in his bowl, he felt utterly unable to consume another bite. "Aren't you worried about overstuffing him? If this continues, he might not return next time," he thought to himself. With a smile in her eyes, Si Qingxue intervened just in time to ease the situation. After her gentle remarks, both Yin Yonglan and Si Tianli finally relented. He persevered through the meal and spent a considerable amount of time chatting with the couple in the living room. Through their conversation, Yin Yonglan and Si Tianli grew increasingly fond of Su Ming, especially Yin Yonglan, whose gaze towards him echoed the saying. A mother-in-law's view of her son-in-law becomes more favorable with each glance. "Yin auntie, uncle, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I'll come visit you both another day," he said, realizing that the clock had surpassed 9. "If I delay any longer, I want to make it back to the dormitory. Little Su, the driver is waiting outside. We'll have him take you back. Remember to text us when you arrive at the dorm," Yin Yonglan instructed, handing him her briefcase. Seeing the briefcase reminded him of his grandmother's request for him to attend the auction. The trio accompanied him to the villa's entrance. Just before departing, Si Qingxue stepped forward. "Send me a message when you get to the dorm." "All right, I understand. I'm leaving now," he replied, waving at Si Qingxue with a slight smile, his gaze appraising her. This gesture left her blushing, and as she watched him open the car door, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What a lecher." The driver turned out to be quite talkative, engaging Su Ming in conversation throughout the journey. He had intended to open the briefcase during the ride, but the lively chat with the driver prevented him from doing so. Eventually, he returned to the dormitory, where the 3 roommates were already in bed. After greeting one another, he casually placed the briefcase on his bed. After washing up, he leaned against the covers and opened it, expecting to find only a few simple sheets of paper. The moment the briefcase was unlatched, the sheer quantity of documents within left him astounded. A thick stack, while claiming to number in the thousands might be an exaggeration. Several hundred was undoubtedly accurate. So many, he was inwardly astonished. The upper third of the files consisted of investigative materials pertaining to the Wanfeng Real Estate Group in Xinjiang City. Merely perusing these documents consumed over an hour of his time. Wanfeng Real Estate Group and Jinling Trading Group. 2 hours had elapsed, and it was now midnight. He meticulously reorganized the files and returned them to the briefcase. Although he had not completed his review, he had grasped the general situation. The auction his grandmother had urged him to attend was set to involve shares of the Wanfeng Real Estate Group, specifically, a total of 180 million shares. This Wanfeng Real Estate Group was formidable, having secured a substantial loan from the bank through high leverage. However, now the financial chain was in jeopardy, prompting the bank to auction off the shares pledged by the group. The Jinling Trading Group was the entity registered to bid, primarily engaged in malls and office buildings, and it held a modest reputation domestically. According to the documents, should Jinling Trading Group emerge victorious in the auction, it would become the largest shareholder of Wanfeng Real Estate Group, thus transferring control of the latter to Jinling Trading Group. He had reviewed only this much for the time being. To avoid disturbing others' rest, he would have to defer the remaining materials until tomorrow. The auction was set to commence in a week, allowing ample time for preparation. Tuesday's schedule was still quite full, with 2 classes in the morning followed by another 2 in the afternoon. Freshmen from certain disciplines were required to attend evening self-study sessions, but fortunately, they were not among them. According to Professor Wu, now that they were in college, there was no need to confine study to classrooms. The library boasted a rich academic atmosphere, not to mention a pleasant environment, remaining open until 10 in the evening. Throughout the day, Si Qingxue was also occupied with classes, and they had not been in contact at all. Later that night, around 11, he finally finished reviewing the documents from the briefcase. The auction would take place on a dedicated platform. Tomorrow, he needed to call his grandmother to inquire about the specifics. Just as he set the briefcase aside and prepared to rest, Titan suddenly sat up straight across from him. Excitement etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Su Ming, you've become famous. Titan, could you refrain from such dramatic outbursts? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought there was an earthquake." Su Ming's rise to prominence was hardly surprising. He had seen posts circulating on social media regarding the welcome gala earlier that day. Zhao Tiantian's words did little to quell Titan's enthusiasm. Instead, they only intensified his fervor as he jumped out of bed, hastening to Su Ming's side. "Look, this is the video shared by the Qingyang City media. It's already made the news." He placed the phone before Su Ming, who scrutinized it with a peculiar expression. Indeed, it was a video reprinted by a state-run media outlet. Over 100,000 likes? What is this? Let me see. I want to take a look too. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai hastily rolled out of bed. They grabbed the phone and began their examination, ultimately concluding, "Su Ming, you have truly become a sensation. With so many performers, it likely has little to do with me." "What do you mean, little to do with you? My friend, you must check the comments. Look, they are either inquiring about you or about senior sister C." Upon reviewing, it became evident that nearly 90% of the comments revolved around you. Su Zai scrolled through the comments while presenting the phone to Su Ming. Faced with these bizarre remarks, he felt overwhelmed. He had merely assisted in playing the drums on stage, yet somehow found himself in the spotlight. Ding! Just as he was intently reading the comments, the phone chimed suddenly. Upon opening it, he discovered a screenshot sent by Si Qingxue, perfectly mirroring the one on the Titan's phone. In this digital age, information spreads swiftly. Chapter 18. Randomly pull. Anything will do the following day. There was only one class in the morning. After class, Su Ming promptly called his grandmother. Once the call connected, he got straight to the point, inquiring about the auction. After learning that his grandson had reviewed the documents, his grandmother indicated that someone would be reaching out to him shortly. Furthermore, she had also seen the video of the performance of King Qin breaking the array. During the call, she couldn't help but praise her grandson, leaving Su Ming momentarily embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. After hanging up, he found himself with some free time in the morning. Having yet to practice on the eru he had purchased, Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai insisted on dragging Su Ming to the playground to practice. Titan, who had initially intended to play basketball, was also forcibly taken to the field. In the morning, the playground was not particularly crowded. They found a corner and sat on a stool, with Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai preparing to begin earnestly. Initially smiling, their expressions froze as soon as the sound emerged. What on earth? What is that noise? Can this thing truly produce beautiful music? After 2 unsuccessful attempts, the sounds were as unpleasant as could be. Unable to bear it any longer, Titan stepped forward, waving his robust arms. "Aren't you two supposed to be learning? Shouldn't Su Ming demonstrate?" "Oh, right. Su Ming. You come. Lost in their own endeavors, they had forgotten the purpose of coming to the playground. After taking the eru, Su Ming made a brief adjustment to the tuning and settled on the stool. "What would you like to hear?" He posed with enthusiasm. "Just play anything," Zhao Tiantian declared. While Su Zai and Titan frowned, "That sounds rather odd." Indeed, it was quite peculiar. "Then I shall begin." Fingers gently poised upon the strings of the eru. The other arm gracefully drew back, sending melodious notes resonating throughout the surroundings. Su Zai and Zhao Tiantian were intently focused on Su Ming's technique. While it appeared challenging, the reality was far from simple. The two of them widened their eyes in concentration for an extended period, yet failed to grasp even a fragment of it. Conversely, Su Ming's enchanting eru performance attracted the attention of several classmates nearby. Some extroverted students moved closer, within 5 or 6 meters of them. Upon the conclusion of the performance, they did not hesitate to applaud. "Beautiful. Impressive. Fellow student, you seem quite familiar. Weren't you the drummer at the welcome party?" A few girls, with keen observation, recognized him after listening to Su Ming's performance, their expressions brightening as they recalled him as the most outstanding drummer from the welcome event. "You play the drums beautifully and the eru exquisitely. Hee. Could you grace us with another piece?" The girls, likely sophomores or juniors, transformed into enthusiastic fans. Standing beside them, Su Zai and the others stared at Su Ming in disbelief. After all, He was there to teach them to play the eru, and the current situation seemed increasingly perplexing. Another piece would be delightful. However, he is here to teach us. Dear seniors, would you also like to learn? We can offer you complimentary lessons on the eru. Su Zai, quick-witted, sought to leverage Su Ming's presence to connect with the older girls. Really? That sounds wonderful. I can't just use your eru for free. Let me get you some drinks. What would you like? I'll take care of it. No, let us handle it. If you don't specify, I shall order randomly. With his phone in hand, he swiftly ordered several cups of milk tea, and under the urging of Zhao Tiantian and the others, Su Ming had no choice but to perform another impromptu piece. When it came time for instruction, due to their complete lack of foundation, he could only proceed slowly. After 2 hours, Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai managed to produce a few simple notes. While the senior girls were hardly any better, their skills nearly at par. As they prepared to depart, a crowd had gathered around them, encircling them in waves. Will you return tomorrow? We should be back. We have no classes in the afternoon, so we might come by then. Su Zai chuckled mischievously, and just as Su Ming intended to retort, he was abruptly pushed away. Su Ming, lunch is on me. Zhao Tiantian, not to be outdone, immediately thumped her chest and declared, dinner is my treat. Su Ming was taken aback, while Titan behind them laughed heartily. Do you two genuinely wish for Su Ming to teach you? I hesitate to state the obvious, but your intentions are clearly not purely about the lessons. The two who had surrounded Su Ming turned in unison. Titan, if you're capable, don't follow us tomorrow. Stunned for a moment. Titan swiftly pulled Zhao Tiantian aside and approached Su Ming. One of them was treating for lunch, while the other was covering dinner. What about breakfast? I'll handle breakfast. Let me know in advance what you wish to eat, and I'll rise early to bring it back for you. Am I allowed to skip a meal? He frowned slightly, as he was not fond of accepting food for free. No. A person is like iron, and meals are like steel. How can one function without nourishment? Come, let us have lunch first. Upon arriving at the dining hall, it was agreed that he would be the one treating. As Su Ming was purchasing the meal, Su Zai readily offered to cover the bill, despite his persistent refusals proving futile. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to relent. With 2 classes scheduled for the afternoon, after the first class, Si Qingxue sent a message in the group. At the conclusion of the second class, she requested everyone to stay behind for a brief meeting. Is something the matter? I have no idea. As the second class concluded swiftly, while the others speculated whether something significant had occurred, Si Qingxue entered the classroom. Dressed in a long dress paired with high-heeled sandals, her appearance left everyone in awe. Upon entering, Si Qingxue set her phone down and gently addressed the class. I apologize for keeping everyone here on such short notice. There are 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, the school has recently discovered that some students have been overspending and have consequently accrued debt. If any of our classmates find themselves in such a situation, please approach me privately. Secondly, in light of the students' lack of awareness regarding spending habits, the school has organized a special event, inviting students from the College of Economics and Management to conduct a live broadcast to educate everyone on proper consumption values. After finishing her announcement, her gaze suddenly turned towards Su Ming. Su Ming, huh? Su Ming was taken aback as Si Qingxue unexpectedly called out to him, and an ominous premonition washed over him. The school has considered your outstanding performance at the welcoming gala and wishes for you to serve as the presenter for this live broadcast. Would that be acceptable? Although her tone was earnest, the glimmer in her eyes suggested a playful mirth. Presenter? The mere mention of her name sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present, including Si Qingxue herself. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and corrected himself. Oh no, I meant Senior Si. It's not that I refuse. I simply lack experience and wouldn't know how to speak effectively. For such a significant matter, could we perhaps enlist someone more capable? Chapter 19. Are you sure you won't reconsider? The school believes that your current popularity is quite considerable. Of course, if you remain unwilling, you may later consult Professor Wu about it. However, I sense she may not be very inclined to agree. Moreover, you will not be alone in this broadcast. I will also be present. Are you really certain you do not wish to think it over? Si Qingxue's lips parted delicately as she spoke in a soft and melodious tone. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, seemingly imbued with boundless tenderness and affection in their glances. Upon the delicate, porcelain-like visage of the charming young lady, a radiant smile blossomed like spring flowers. In front of the entire class, Si Qingxue boldly uttered such words. While she often blushed, this time, it was his turn to feel the heat. Goodness! Su Ming! Are you foolish? Hurry up and agree. This is a splendid opportunity. Why are you hesitating? The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement, joining in with Si Qingshua's enthusiasm. If it were anyone else, who would hesitate? Ahem. Since it is indeed with the senior, there is no issue. Without further contemplation, I accept. Excellent. If there are no other matters at hand, let us disperse. Su Ming, wait for me outside the teaching building. I wish to discuss the details of the live broadcast with you. With those final words, Si Qingxue turned and exited the classroom. Ha! Su Ming, what good fortune you have. Just a few days prior, Senior Si affectionately referred to you as a big pervert, and now she is willing to live stream with you. A mighty slap from Titan nearly knocked Su Ming off his feet. There was an unsettling feeling about the way the senior looked at him. Su Ming, could it be that something is afoot? Zhao Tiantian chuckled, clearly jesting. Yet, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt. His relationship with Si Qingxue was indeed extraordinary, but he dared not reveal this to his companions. Exchanging pleasantries, they departed the classroom, leaving Su Ming to await outside the teaching building. After 5 or 6 minutes, Si Qingxue's silhouette appeared. Upon seeing Su Ming, a flicker of joy crossed her face, an emotional shift she perhaps didn't even realize. Are you planning to visit Professor Wu at the graduate school? They stood merely half a meter apart, and he could distinctly scent her fragrance. What? You're not willing to go? She teased. What if I told you that I am not live streaming with you? Her enchanting eyes twinkled as she deliberately closed the distance between them. Wearing high-heeled sandals, her long, graceful legs seemed to reach nearly to Su Ming's waist. As Si Qingxue drew closer, Su Ming felt his mouth go dry, instinctively taking a small step back. Not live streaming with you. Just as he began to refuse, Si Qingxue chuckled softly. All right, I was just teasing you. It is indeed with me. She retrieved several documents from her bag. Here are the printed materials for the live broadcast. Please take a moment to review them. The timing for the broadcast has yet to be finalized, but you will be informed in advance. Additionally, please accompany me home for dinner. Once again inviting Su Ming, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. No matter how fond she was of him, it felt excessive to invite him for dinner 3 consecutive days. After explaining to her mother, Yin Yonglan, for quite some time, it seemed to have had no effect. If she didn't bring Su Ming back, her mother would personally call him. Going out to eat again, was that really appropriate? Aunt Yun and uncle might think I am somewhat lacking in sophistication. Su Ming's hesitation elicited a smile from Si Qingxue. It was they who urged me to invite you. If you choose not to come, my mother will personally call you. The driver is already waiting at the school gate. Let us depart together. With that, a fragrant breeze brushed against her cheek as Si Qingxue gracefully strolled past Su Ming. Noticing that he remained standing there in a daze, she raised her hand, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster arm. Will you come? Oh, I shall. He hurriedly caught up, and they exited the school in unison. As they drove homeward, upon disembarking, they beheld a brand new BMW parked outside the villa, causing Si Qingxue's heart to skip a beat. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, a middle-aged man approached in the distance, his jovial demeanor and bald head gleaming under the sun. Qingxue, uncle, what brings you here? Si Qingxue expressed her astonishment upon seeing her uncle. If memory serves her right, he should have been in Yundu. How could he suddenly appear in Qingyang City? Oh, silly girl, it seems you are not too keen on my visit, he chuckled. Not at all. I am merely surprised. I came to check on your mother, and, by the way, his gaze shifted to Su Ming. An understanding dawned upon Si Qingxue as she softly introduced, Uncle, this is Su Ming, my friend. Oh, Su Ming. Good to meet you, young man. Are you Qingxue's boyfriend? Uncle Yin teased, raising an eyebrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming nodded affirmatively, yes. Hello, uncle. Impressive, young man. To have won my niece's heart. She has never been in a relationship before, and her capriciousness is to be expected, so please be understanding. With a casual ease, Uncle Yin draped his arm over Su Ming's shoulder, disregarding the fact that Si Qingxue stood by the car and led Su Ming into the villa. Dinner was not yet prepared, but 2 bottles of white wine had already been placed on the dining table. Su Ming, when your uncle offers you a drink later, just say you're on cold medicine and cannot drink, Si Qingxue whispered softly, biting her lip. Uncle Yun, who seldom indulged in alcohol, had surprisingly brought out 2 bottles of aged wine from his cellar, likely due to Su Ming's presence. Su Ming, Qingxue, come to dinner. Uncle Yun called from the dining room, and just as they seated themselves, a bottle of wine was uncorked with a flourish. Without adhering to any customary protocols, He poured a generous glass of white wine for Su Ming without even asking. Su Ming, this is a fine wine I have cherished for 7 or 8 years. I rarely drink, but since you are here, let us savor it together. He then turned to Si Tianli, pouring him a glass as well after filling Su Ming's. The future father-in-law graciously accepted him. As a junior, he had little more to say. Yunjian, considering your limited alcohol tolerance, it would be wise to drink sparingly. Understood. Sister, we shall partake in moderation. Meeting Su Ming brought him immense joy. He. Qing Shui. Would it be all right for Su Ming to join your father and me in a few drinks? Please refrain from making remarks about him. Before raising his glass, he felt compelled to greet Si Qing Shui. Holding her chopsticks, Si Qing Shui hesitated before turning to Su Ming beside her. Are you able to drink? She placed a hand gently on his arm, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. It should be fine. Su Ming nodded reassuringly, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. As dinner commenced, Yunjian took the initiative to propose a toast, mistakenly believing his drinking capacity to be substantial. Yet, after one glass, he reached his limit. Another sip would surely be too much. The bare expanse of his head began to glow a bright red. After the meal, Su Ming and Si Tianli found themselves at leisure, while Yunjian felt dizzy and disoriented. Upon reaching the sofa, Yunyanlan had no choice but to enlist the kitchen staff's assistance in preparing a bowl of hangover soup. Uncle, are you all right? I advised against drinking. Yet you insisted. Do you not know your own limits? Si Qing Shui poured a glass of warm water with an exasperated expression, handing it to her uncle, Yunjian. His tolerance for alcohol has always been this way. It's unavoidable. Fortunately, he didn't consume much today. Su Ming, uncle has plenty of fine wine. When you decide to leave, let him know, and I shall bring you a few bottles. Uncle, I don't often indulge in alcohol. Perhaps it's due to my constitution. I may not drink frequently, yet I handle it well. Abstaining from alcohol is commendable. Excessive drinking results in discomfort, as I can attest to my current state of dizziness. As he spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth and sat upright. Darling, quickly, take Yunjian to the restroom. He is about to be ill. Without waiting for Si Tianli to respond, Su Ming swiftly assisted Yunjian. They remained outside the restroom for quite a while, waiting for him to emerge before returning to the living room together. Su Ming, let me share something with you. Do not be misled by how composed Qing Shui appears now. She was not always so confident. In her youth, she was quite introverted. Take her concern for you just now as an example. It is the first time I have witnessed her so caring towards someone. You are indeed fortunate. Si Qing Shui sat quietly in the living room, listening intently to her uncle's words. Mother, what is uncle saying? She rose with a playful pout, her face blooming like a peach blossom in springtime. In stark contrast, Yunyanlan and Si Tianli remained composed, with a subtle smile gracing Yunyanlan's lips, barely perceptible. Your uncle's words hold some truth, do they not? My dear girl, your concern for Xiaosu far surpasses the care you have shown your parents. Indeed, while your father used to indulge in alcohol, I have never witnessed such attentiveness from you toward him. As Situ Tianli spoke, a hint of jealousy was palpable in his tone. The daughter he had painstakingly raised seemed to be swept away by Su Ming, leaving him with a bitter taste in his heart. With both parents chiming in, Si Qing Shui had no choice but to reluctantly return to the sofa. Her exquisitely beautiful face betrayed a slight flush, rendering her unable to refute their claims. During dinner, she had indeed been overly concerned for Su Ming, but it stemmed from her worry that he could not handle his drink. Yet, voicing this would likely elicit disbelief from her parents. After a brief visit to the restroom to purge, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just then, the hangover remedy was ready. They each sipped a bowl before resuming their conversation. Throughout the evening, Si Qing Shui repeatedly expressed her desire to return to the dormitory. Yet her uncle and father were engrossed in delightful conversation with Su Ming, showing no inclination to let them leave. As the clock struck 10, Si Qing Shui could no longer contain herself and nudged Su Ming's arm. We should be going. She reiterated her point. And only then did Su Ming realize how late it had become. Upon glancing at the time, he quickly rose to his feet. Aunt Yun, Uncle, it's past 10. We truly must leave. Otherwise, the dormitory will close. Is it really past 10? Yunjian exclaimed, looking at his watch. Goodness, it indeed is. Brother-in-law, your driver must have finished work by now, right? How about this? Let Su Ming stay here for the night, and tomorrow morning I will take him and Qingxue back to class. Naturally, Yunyanlan and Situ Tianli were eager for Su Ming to stay the night. However, the two young individuals had their own thoughts and were unlikely to remain at home. As expected, when Uncle Yunjian suggested that Su Ming stay over, Si Qingxue and Su Ming vehemently declined in unison. Uncle, the school rules stipulate that overnight absences require prior notice. Otherwise, one risks a reprimand, Si Qingxue explained, gently squeezing Su Ming's arm. Indeed, we must take a taxi back. The school is not far. With the need to hurry, she added, I'll fetch some fruits from the kitchen for you. Yin Yonglan went to the kitchen and returned with an assortment of fruits, which she handed to Si Qingxue and Su Ming before bidding them farewell. As they strolled out of the villa, despite it being summer, the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. Walking side by side, they soon reached the main road. The villa area was not situated in the city center. Although the road ahead was a main thoroughfare, traffic was sparse. Furthermore, given that the residents were predominantly affluent, the number of those hailing taxis was minimal, making it rare for cabs to venture this way. Will we be able to catch a taxi here? I suppose we should be able to. As we stroll along the roadside, a soft "oh" escapes our lips. The two of us continue forward in silence, harmonizing with the tranquil night sky, as if the entire world had succumbed to quietude. After a 10-minute walk, only a few taxis pass by, each occupied with passengers. With no other options, Su Ming reluctantly pulls out his phone to summon a ride. After several more minutes, the requested vehicle finally arrives, yet it is nearly 11 o'clock at night. Upon reaching the school gates, it is unsurprising to find them closed. The prospect of entering the dormitory is out of the question. In fact, we cannot even access the school grounds. It seems we are stranded. What now? The turmoil in her eyes reveals her deepest fears have come to fruition. We must find a place to rest. We cannot spend the night on the streets. Did you bring your ID? The most suitable refuge would naturally be a hotel, but checking in requires identification, and I am unsure if Si Qingxue has hers. I certainly do not. What are you planning to do? What else can I do? If you have your ID, I can take you to a hotel. A hotel? Si Qingxue gasps, her expression a mix of astonishment and concern as she gazes at Su Ming. In her once clear eyes, a hint of undeniable wariness emerges. After their previous experience in the capital, due to booking a hotel room, Su Ming now proposes the same. Miss, please do not misunderstand. What I mean is, if you possess your ID, we could find a hotel to spend the night. It is certainly preferable to sleeping on the roadside. I assure you, I am a respectable person and pose no threat to you. Hearing Su Ming's reassurances, Si Qingxue feels somewhat at ease and rummages through her small bag. Ultimately, she shakes her head. I did not bring my ID either. With no identification, renting a hotel room is futile. Do you enjoy singing? I can take you to a karaoke place. Hotels require IDs, but surely that would not apply here, and there are places to rest. That sounds fine. Let us go. Si Qingxue readily agrees, and they meander through the vicinity of the school, where a few establishments await. As they pass one, Si Qingxue halts. This place looks decent. Shall we go in? No, this one won't do. We are looking for a karaoke establishment. The navigation indicates one ahead. Let us continue. Su Ming gestures forward. Although Si Qingxue is puzzled by Su Ming's insistence on bypassing the nearby venue, she refrains from questioning further. The two walk in silence for about 5 minutes until they finally spot another venue, prominently labeled with the words karaoke establishment. Chapter 21. A visual feast. Upon entering the lobby, they find a private room available. After delivering a fruit platter to them, the attendant smiles and steps away. The soundproofing within the room is exceptional. The moment the door closes, the outside noise fades away. We have our own fruit. Would you prefer to sing? Or shall we simply lie down and rest? The sofas are upholstered in leather, lacking the grandeur of a hotel king-size bed. Yet reclining for a brief respite is certainly permissible. There is, however, one drawback: the absence of any covering, though the temperature in the private room remains quite pleasant, consistently maintained at a comfortable level. This marks my first visit to such an establishment. Since I am here, it would be a pity not to sing. With a gentle smile, Si Qingxue picked up the microphone from the table, examining it closely before sauntering toward the front of the song selection area. Previously, my singing occurred solely at home. You have yet to visit, but we possess a multimedia hall on the 3rd floor. Not only can one sing, but dance as well. With her back to Su Ming, Si Qingxue busied herself with the song selection, softly murmuring. Living in a villa with a multimedia hall is not a novelty to him. Relaxing on the sofa while savoring fruit, Si Qingxue fiddled with the device for a considerable time, and eventually, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. I seem to struggle with this. Why isn't it singing? After fidgeting for several minutes, the room remained utterly silent, devoid of any sound. Hearing this, Su Ming set down his partially eaten banana and approached Si Qingxue from behind. Leaning down to glance at the screen, he smiled wryly. You haven't turned up the volume. Click here to increase it. With a gentle tap on the screen, melodious tunes filled the room. Upon hearing the music, Si Qingxue turned to the coffee table, seizing 2 microphones, one of which she offered to Su Ming. Shall we sing together? Huh, I cannot sing. This was not mere modesty when it comes to instruments. He possesses knowledge, but as for singing, he is decidedly tone-deaf, and he is scarcely familiar with contemporary songs. He simply cannot sing. Very well. Then you shall listen to me sing. Positioning herself in the center of the private room, Si Qingxue began to softly serenade the screen, while Su Ming listened with evident enjoyment. It must be said, Si Qingxue possesses a truly enchanting voice, far surpassing his own. As the first song concluded, he found himself yearning for more. After a brief pause, she immediately launched into the next song. How about dancing? Concerned that Si Qingxue might find continuous singing tedious, Su Ming suggested she perform a dance. You wish to see me dance? Of course, I would like to see you dance. Initially assuming Si Qingxue was jesting, he was taken aback when she genuinely set down the microphone. Under Su Ming's fervent gaze, Si Qingxue danced gracefully like a delicate butterfly. Each movement was exquisitely beautiful, seemingly melding with the surrounding air. The fluidity of her motions bore no hint of awkwardness, and she surpassed even those trained in the art of dance. Her elegant form resembled a splendid work of art, captivating to behold. Every smile and frown contained a beauty that defied description. Thus, Su Ming sat quietly, entranced by Si Qingxue's ethereal dance. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Si Qingxue gradually came to a halt, silencing the music before approaching the sofa. Shall we take a moment to rest? She inquired softly, nodding gently. She set down the microphone and positioned herself within a meter of Su Ming, leaning against the sofa and beginning to close her eyes in a state of tranquility. Perhaps due to the exhausting dancing, it was not long before Si Qingxue drifted into slumber. Su Ming had initially intended to nap as well. Upon returning from the restroom, he discovered Si Qingxue fully reclined, lacking a pillow and thus resorting to using one arm as support. Qingxue, why not rest your head on my lap? He suggested, gently patting her shoulder. To his surprise, she indeed nestled against his legs. Gazing down, he beheld her profile distinctly. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, surpassing even the beauty of a water lily. With Si Qingxue resting on his lap, he remained seated, and before he knew it, the clock struck 6 in the morning. After 5 hours of remaining still, Su Ming felt as though his thigh had entirely lost sensation. Knock, knock, knock. Good morning, sir, the time is approaching, the attendant announced as she entered, coincidentally prompting Si Qingxue to awaken. Although she had only rested for 5 hours, she felt remarkably refreshed, having not dreamt at all, awakening directly to the present moment. In contrast, Su Ming's eyes were tinged with bloodshot fatigue. As Si Qingxue straightened herself, she suddenly realized that she had been sleeping on Su Ming's lap. Did I really sleep like this all night? She asked softly. She recalled feeling somewhat uncomfortable at first, but subsequently found her rest to be particularly sweet. To her astonishment, she had dozed off atop Su Ming's legs. Now fully awake, she should have risen, yet she found herself unable to stand. The tingling sensation in her thighs caused her to frown. Su Ming, are you all right? Let me massage your legs. She crouched down, extending her hands to assist him. There's no need for that. I just need a moment to recover. I feel much better now. After a brief respite of a minute or two, her legs gradually regained sensation. Phew, all is well now, let us depart. It was just past 6, and he offered to take her for breakfast. Numerous eateries lined the streets outside the school, bustling with activity as the summer sun rose early. Observing that Su Ming seemed relatively unscathed, Si Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. As they walked together, although she was able to walk, she still exhibited a slight limp. Noticing this, a smile crept onto Si Qingxue's face. Next time, may I continue to rest my head? If you wish, of course. Perhaps not. You mentioned wanting to support me and our baby. What if something were to happen? Who would care for us? She joked, yet upon uttering the words, she realized the underlying implications were somewhat amiss. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she decisively halted her steps upon passing a breakfast shop. May I have breakfast here? Certainly. The establishment was modest in size, its decor rather conventional. After they had their meal, the two returned to campus together. Su Ming headed back to the dormitory, while Su Zai was the only one to rise. Titan and Zhao Tiantian were still lost in slumber. Su Ming, where did you go last night? I called you, but you didn't answer. As Su Ming entered the room, Su Zai, who had just come out from the balcony, could not help but inquire curiously. They had attempted to reach him multiple times the previous night, but Su Ming had remained unresponsive. Only after receiving a text message from him did they feel at ease. Otherwise, they would have been worried throughout the night. Sorry, Zai. I was out dining with some friends last night, and by the time we finished, it was quite late. I couldn't find a taxi, so I had to make do. Oh, so it was with friends. We thought you had found a girlfriend. Observing his disheveled appearance, it was evident that he had not rested well the previous night. You have no classes this morning. You should catch up on sleep. His eyes were bloodshot, and his demeanor weary. Anyone could easily discern that Su Ming had not had a proper rest. All right, I'll sleep then. He lay down on the bed and promptly fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 10 o'clock. Su Zai and the others had even brought back lunch, still puzzled as to why these three were so attentive. It was in the afternoon that he discovered their true intention. They wanted him to join them at the playground to teach the Eru. Chapter 22. Teasing. Having consumed half of the meal, it was no longer feasible to regurgitate it. Under the insistence of the trio, he reluctantly accompanied them to the playground. They resumed their prior spot, now with even more attendees, including several classmates who brought their own instruments. After laboriously teaching until noon, Su Ming finally felt liberated as lunchtime approached. However, as he was leaving, his classmates continued to inquire when he would return the next day. In a moment of haze, he experienced an uncanny sense of being at work. As anticipated, lunch was on the trio, and after satisfying their appetites, they proceeded to attend class. When dinner time arrived, Su Ming suddenly received a phone call informing him that someone sent by his grandmother had arrived. He strolled towards the school gate, where a familiar figure came into view. Uncle Quan, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, his tall stature radiated an air of authority. Upon seeing Su Ming, his previously stern expression blossomed into a warm smile. Haha, young master. Uncle Quan, you've forgotten again. The term young master made one wonder if he had stepped out of a time warp. Oh. Look at Uncle Quan's memory. Su Ming, your grandmother asked me to come find you and take you to meet a few people. Come, let us get in the car. He beckoned Su Ming to enter, and they set off towards the city center. Uncle Quan, who are we going to meet? Haha, you'll find out when we get there. Uncle Quan shook his head, declining to provide a direct answer. However, Su Ming remained undeterred. Do you understand what my grandmother means? She inquired. The documents she entrusted to me are detailed investigation reports concerning 2 companies, indicating that shares of one Feng Real Estate Group are to be auctioned. Surely, my grandmother doesn't expect me to bid on them, does she? Her implication is that I should decide for myself. In essence, her message is succinct. Prioritize profitability. Whether you bid or not is inconsequential as long as there is profit to be made. Initially perplexed, Su Ming found himself even more bewildered by Uncle Quan's words. Profit? Whose profit exactly? Why is it that you, like my grandmother, are being so cryptic? After approximately 20 minutes, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. Su Ming and Uncle Quan alighted one after the other, gazing up at the office building before them, where the bold letters read, Lantian Holdings. Uncle Quan, let us proceed inside, Su Ming suggested. We shall converse in the office. Without a backward glance, Uncle Quan moved forward, compelling Su Ming to follow suit. Upon entering Lantian Holdings, they were promptly greeted by professional staff. Soon, the two found themselves in the office of the vice president. Uncle Quan, my sincerest apologies for not being aware of your visit and failing to welcome you in advance, exclaimed a rotund man clad in a black suit. His face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile that exuded an inexplicable charm. Su Ming, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhao, vice president of Lantian Holdings. As Uncle Quan facilitated the introduction, Zhao Bo immediately extended his hand, warmly exclaiming, Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Zhao Bo, the vice president and acting president of Lantian Holdings. After a brief handshake, Uncle Quan finally broached the matter at hand. Lantian Holdings encompasses numerous companies, 2/3 of which are currently operating at a loss. The previous president has been dismissed. Su Ming, my grandmother wishes for you to take the helm, with Mr. Zhao's assistance, hoping you can turn the tide. Zhao Bo, having been informed in advance, maintained an air of calmness, while Su Ming felt a pang of uncertainty, laughing lightly as he held his forehead, turning a profit? My grandmother certainly has faith in me. With that brief exchange, Uncle Quan's task was complete. Mr. Zhao, ever cooperative. Exchanged contact details with Su Ming as they exited Lantian Holdings. Just before getting into the car, Su Ming could not restrain his curiosity. Uncle Quan, doesn't my grandmother worry that I might inadvertently drive the company to ruin? Chuckling, Uncle Quan quipped, would you like to hear my grandmother's exact words? He withdrew his hand from the car door, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Do tell. Coughing lightly for effect, he continued. Lantian Holdings has been in a state of financial distress for years, effectively regarded as a lost cause. Entrusting it to you is merely a means of providing you with some experience. It is best to revitalize the situation. If that proves impossible, a professional team will naturally handle the matter. After uttering this, Uncle Quan does not forget to assist in opening the car door. Once settled in the back seat, his face is marked by an expression of resignation. In the eyes of his grandmother, a company of such magnitude is akin to a parcel, ready to be bundled and dispatched at any moment. Nevertheless, now that it is in his hands, he must devote himself entirely to the endeavor. The question of profitability can be set aside for now. At the very least, he must avoid incurring losses. The auction of Wanfeng real estate shares is a gift from the old lady. Of course, whether he can successfully secure the purchase depends on his capabilities. The competitors are certainly not to be taken lightly. These sentiments need not be articulated by Uncle Quan. He is well aware of them himself. Upon returning to the school entrance, just before disembarking, Su Ming is once again called to a halt. What is it, Uncle Quan? The old lady also asked me to convey a message. Do you have a girlfriend? If so, bring her home to meet us. If not, you should find one promptly. It was indeed a message to relay, and without giving Su Ming a moment to respond, Uncle Quan casually closed the car window, watching the vehicle recede into the distance. Su Ming leisurely made his way back to school. The following days passed in a routine manner, during which he called Zhao Bo to request a detailed investigative report on the auction of Wanfeng real estate shares. The report revealed that the current situation of Wanfeng real estate was even graver than anticipated. Aside from the previous shares, those mortgaged to another bank were also to be auctioned off, albeit in a slightly lower proportion this time. Around 5 in the afternoon, just as the instructor exited the classroom, Si Qingxue entered shortly afterward. Her attire was nearly identical to before, the only distinction being that her lustrous black hair no longer rested in an updo or bun, but cascaded naturally over her shoulders. Upon entering the classroom, Si Qingxue quickly announced an important matter to avoid wasting anyone's time. The live broadcast is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Everyone is required to check in at the broadcast room. I personally recommend that you all take a look at this public welfare live stream. During the broadcast, we will also share some previous cases. Su Ming, would you join me for dinner tonight to discuss the details of the live stream? Do you have the time? Growing increasingly bold, she openly invited him to dinner in front of the entire class. Under the astonished and skeptical gazes of their classmates, Su Ming quickly nodded in agreement. Oh, all right. Without looking back, she left the classroom, prompting Su Ming to hurry after her. Su Zai and Titan exchanged bewildered glances, while Zhao Tiantian rested her chin on her hand, pondering seriously. Why do I feel like senior sister C is teasing Su Ming? How strange. Chapter 23. The couple's themed room. Zhao Tiantian was deep in thought, while Su Zai and Titan regarded him with peculiar expressions. Is senior sister C really teasing Su Ming? Surely, you can't still be asleep? How could this possibly be? I too find it hard to believe. Perhaps I am overthinking it. After Su Zai and Titan's remarks, Zhao Tiantian also felt she might have been imagining things. At this moment, Su Ming had already followed Si Qingxue out of the teaching building. Have you had a chance to review the live broadcast document I sent you? Si Qingxue suddenly inquired about the live broadcast file, causing an awkward expression to manifest on Su Ming's face. You haven't looked at it at all, have you? Stopping in her crystalline sandals, Si Qingxue gazed at Su Ming with astonished eyes. There is a great deal of content for tomorrow night's broadcast. It will last over 3 hours. While those materials do not need to be memorized, familiarity is essential. If you haven't glanced at it, how can you present it? Well, not entirely without having seen it. I've looked at some, although most remains unexamined. In truth, he had not cast a single glance at it. Realizing Su Ming's predicament, the only course of action was to find a way to remedy the situation. Never mind, go back and retrieve the documents. We will meet at the school gate. I will fetch a few things as well. Oh, and bring your ID. Si Qingxue prepared to turn away, suddenly reminding him to take his identification. Why do I need to bring my ID? He queried. What purpose does it serve? However, when he looked up, She had already walked far away, with no other choice. He complied with her request, returning to gather all the materials for the live broadcast and conveniently collecting his identification. Before reaching the school gate, he spotted Si Qingxue waiting by the roadside. To Su Ming's surprise, Si Qingxue had changed into a different outfit, dressed in a black long skirt paired with crystalline sandals. She looked stunning, occasionally glancing back over her shoulder. She was carrying a bag in her hand. Upon noticing Su Ming, Si Qingxue instinctively took a few steps toward him. "Have you got everything?" "Yes, I've got it." He gestured with the briefcase in his hand towards Si Qingxue. This was the briefcase that his grandmother had sent him when delivering documents, perfectly suited for holding the live broadcast materials. "What would you like to eat tonight?" "It's on me." "You're treating me?" Si Qingxue replied with a gentle smile. "Then I must think carefully. There's a nice little restaurant nearby. Shall we go there?" "Sure." Su Ming readily agreed. Not knowing the exact location, he simply followed Si Qingxue, walking alongside the main road of Qingyang University for about 5 minutes. The two stopped in front of a small restaurant. "Here?" "Yes. Don't underestimate the size of this restaurant. The food inside is quite delectable. I come here often." Allowing Si Qingxue to lead him into the restaurant, the exterior appeared ordinary, yet the interior was fairly well decorated and looked clean. "Hello, what would you like to order?" "Could we have a bowl of pig trotter soup and 2 pancakes, please?" "Certainly. 1 bowl of pig trotter soup and 2 pancakes coming right up," the waiter called out. And within 5 minutes, a bowl of white, succulent pig's trotter soup and 2 round pastries were presented at the table. Upon tasting, the soup proved to be exquisite, while the pastries were delightfully crisp. Si Qingxue picked up one of the pastries, not for herself, but directly handed it to Su Ming. After receiving the pastry from her hand, Si Qingxue served him a bowl of the soup. As Su Ming began to eat, Si Qingxue rested her chin in her hand, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity, earnestly inquiring, "How does it taste? Is it delicious?" Indeed, the pastry contained a filling, contrary to his initial expectation of a plain baked treat. Its crispness was remarkable, and within, there lay tender beef. The filling was modest, primarily allowing the pastry's crunchiness to shine. As she spoke, Si Qingxue elegantly took a bite of the pastry, her cherry-like lips parting gracefully. Having finished their dinner, the clock struck 7, and the sky outside grew dim. Once they stepped out, Su Ming suddenly recalled, "Weren't we supposed to discuss the live stream?" "Indeed, let us go." Si Qingxue waved her hand, not glancing back, continuing along the roadside. "Where are we headed?" "To the hotel," Si Qingxue replied gently. "What?" Su Ming was taken aback. The mention of going to a hotel nearly caused him to collide with a lamppost in his astonishment. Upon noticing his awkwardness, Si Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong? I mentioned going to the hotel, not just for 1 room. Don't let your thoughts wander." Her eyes curved in delight, clearly amused by his flustered demeanor. Originally, she and T intended to visit a hotel, but since Su Ming and T reviewed the materials for his live stream, the only viable option to ensure a smooth broadcast tomorrow evening was to discuss the details in a hotel room. The library at school was out of the question, as everyone would be engrossed in their studies, and besides, it would close at night. Thus, after much contemplation, the hotel appeared to be the most reliable choice. There were numerous hotels near Qingyang University. With each stretch of the road, they encountered another. However, to Si Qingxue's surprise, after inquiring at 3 hotels, all were fully booked. Doubting the veracity of this, she asked at a 4th hotel, only to receive the same disheartening response, "Fully booked." Listening to the receptionist's words, Si Qingxue couldn't help but whisper, "Auntie, is the hotel business truly this good? Why is there not a single room available?" Her words succeeded in amusing the receptionist. "Dear girl, the hotel business isn't as thriving as it seems. It's mainly because today is Friday, and most of the bookings come from young people like you. The rooms are in high demand. Moreover, since you need 2 rooms, if it were just 1, I might have been able to make a call to check for you. Alternatively, you could look on your phone to see if there are any available rooms nearby, though I doubt the chances are high," the elderly lady suggested. And Su Ming took out his phone to take a look. Indeed, just as the lady had said, every decent hotel in the vicinity was fully booked. There was, however, 1 hotel with a room available, albeit situated 10 kilometers away from the school. After consulting with Si Qingxue, the two decided to take a taxi there. Upon arriving at the hotel and discovering that there was only 1 room available, Si Qingxue hesitated but ultimately proceeded with the check-in. After all, having 1 room was better than none at all. "What floor is our room on?" "The 3rd floor," the attendant replied. indicating that room 312 was the last one on the left after exiting the elevator. Upon reaching the third floor, they quickly located room 312 as per the attendant's directions. However, the moment the door swung open, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Despite considering himself quite thick-skinned, the scene before him caused his cheeks to flush. The room was adorned with a romantic theme, bathed in soft light, and surrounded by an array of crimson drapes. In the center of the heart-shaped bed, a small hammock was even suspended. Clueless, Si Qingxue entered and instantly felt her face heat up, as if she might burst into tears, and she immediately covered her eyes. Su Ming, you didn't say it was like this. You said it was a standard room. With her eyes covered, she declared that she couldn't see anything. While Su Ming had indeed referred to it as a standard room, trusting that it was true. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a couples-themed room, and the decorations were rather extravagant. Chapter 24. We didn't come here for nothing. Feeling immensely awkward, he took out his phone to check the reservation details. After reading through it, his heart sank. While booking, he had been so focused on the front that he neglected to check the back. There was a special note in parentheses stating, couples-themed king bed, full of fun. I never claimed it was a standard room. I clearly said it was a king bedroom. It's just that the bed is somewhat unique. While he offered a feeble explanation, the lights in the room flickered on, making it feel a tad more normal. Having already checked in, it was not easy to cancel, especially with the current scarcity of rooms, so Si Qingxue reluctantly followed him inside. Su Ming? Upon hearing Si Qingxue call his name, he turned to face her. What is it? Could you please take down the hammock? It's right above me, making it impossible to rest. Standing frozen in place. She pointed to the hammock suspended less than half a meter above the bed, which indeed posed an obstruction to their comfort. Although she had never experienced it before, Si Qingxue was an adult and could deduce the purpose of the item before her. Not a problem. Just sit on the chair for a moment while I figure this out. Dismantling such a large hammock wouldn't be an easy task. While Su Ming pondered over how to take it down, Si Qingxue made her way to the chair and sat down. However, the moment she made contact, the chair began to sway rhythmically beneath her. Su Ming had yet to decipher how to dismantle the hammock when Si Qingxue suddenly exclaimed and sprang up. Startled, Su Ming quickly turned to her, concern etched on his face. What happened? Gripping his arm tightly, Si Qingxue's face turned pale. The chair is moving. The chair is moving? Bewildered, Su Ming stepped in front of the chair and examined it for a while before realizing that it was a rather peculiar piece of furniture, adorned with a disposable chair cover. Unable to explain the intricate details, he decided to let Si Qingxue sit on the sofa to rest for a moment while he switched off the power to the electric chair. Returning to his study of the hammock, perseverance bore fruit as he finally discerned its true nature. It turned out that this contraption could not be disassembled. Rather, it was designed to be remotely elevated into a storage box in the ceiling. The sizable storage box above was encircled by LED light strips, giving the impression of a mere decorative feature to the unknowing observer. Who could have imagined that it was intended for hammock storage? Watching the hammock rise, Si Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come here. Let me explain the specifics of the live broadcast process to you. You can review the detailed materials later. For now, I'll outline the general procedure. Seated on the sofa, Si Qingxue held the live broadcast materials, her long, elegant legs crossed, as she earnestly explained to Su Ming. However, at that moment, a part of Su Ming's attention was captivated by Si Qingxue. He could only blame his normal male instincts. Given her current state, it was difficult not to be drawn in. Did you remember everything I just said? If so, please demonstrate the process for me. With her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Ming's, he found himself at a loss for words. He had never engaged in live broadcasting before, and now, being thrust into it, he felt somewhat ill-equipped. Shouldn't you take a look at the script and the materials? A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Si Qingxue's face as she leaned forward, her head nearly touching Su Ming's chest, and casually picked up the briefcase beside him. The fragrant breeze wafted past, and before he could fully appreciate it, she had already opened the briefcase. Here, read according to the script. Given that he didn't even know the most basic opening lines, she could almost be certain that Su Ming had not glanced at the live broadcast materials at all. With the script in hand, the subsequent tasks became considerably simpler. After several minutes, the process was finally clarified, and Su Ming even managed to memorize the opening lines. Next came the case analysis, which he needed to commit to memory. They sat on the sofa, conversing until the late hours of the night. As midnight approached, after listening to Su Ming recite the process one last time, Si Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. This level of understanding sufficed for now. During the live broadcast, she would be present to provide reminders about the finer details. "I'm so tired," she exclaimed suddenly, stretching her arms high above her head in a languorous yawn right before Su Ming. In this state, her curvaceous figure was undeniably revealed. Despite Si Qingshue's slender frame, she possessed ample curves where it mattered. A tantalizing scene unfolded, nearly causing Su Ming to drool. After stretching lazily, Si Qingxue noticed the peculiar intensity of Su Ming's gaze, prompting her to realize that her earlier actions had been somewhat exaggerated. She quickly lowered her arms and hastily rose to her feet. "I need to use the restroom," she whispered before swiftly retreating into the bathroom. Once the door was securely closed, Si Qingxue touched her cheeks, feeling an intense heat. "Si Qingxue, must you be so careless?" She chided herself. Even though there exists a marital bond, one cannot be so frivolous. What if Su Ming misunderstands? Just wait and see. While Si Qingxue occupied herself in the restroom, Su Ming organized the livestream materials and returned them to his briefcase. Upon completing his tasks and standing up, he inadvertently glanced up, only to be rendered speechless by the scene unfolding in the bathroom. Previously, the bathroom lights had been off, and within the room, the situation had seemed unremarkable. However, when Si Qingxue turned on the lights, the bathroom revealed a semi-transparent state. A narrow strip of frosted glass provided some privacy, but the rest was entirely visible. Fortunately, Si Qingxue had already finished using the restroom. Otherwise, everything would have been on full display. As Si Qingxue emerged from the bathroom, she noticed Su Ming fixated on the glass. "What are you looking at?" she queried, perplexed, following his gaze. Upon realizing the situation in the bathroom, she stood frozen in shock. "Ah, you can see me." A deep blush instantly spread across her face, even reaching her neck, as she trembled slightly, torn between embarrassment and indignation. "No, I didn't see anything," Su Ming replied, his expression urgent. "I was just organizing the livestream materials. By the time I looked over, you had already finished. I truly saw nothing." Despite his frantic explanations, Si Qingxue remained unconvinced. Having just exited the restroom, she found Su Ming staring intently, making it hard for her to believe he had seen nothing. "Do you think I would believe you? You lecher," she exclaimed. Speechless, Su Ming found himself in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. If only he had truly witnessed something. At least he would have had the pleasure of a feast for the eyes. But the reality was that he had not seen anything, leaving him feeling as though he were a mute, unable to articulate his plight. "Fine, it won't be for naught. I watched you in the restroom. Now it's your turn to see me. We can consider it even." With that, she entered the bathroom without looking back. Inside, visibility was restricted to the outside. Yet the exterior could clearly see within due to a single layer of frosted glass. However, to avoid being seen from outside, there was a curtain above the restroom that could be pulled down, effectively concealing both the restroom and the bathing area. Until Su Ming entered the restroom, Si Qingxue remained oblivious to the situation. The moment he began to remove his trousers, she was completely taken aback. Turning around, she couldn't help but exclaim once more, "Pervert." After he had finished his business and emerged from the restroom, Si Qingxue was still facing away. Anticipating that she wouldn't turn to look, Su Ming approached her from behind, hands clasped behind his back, purposefully leaning closer to her face. Surely this would level the playing field. The sudden sound startled Si Qingxue, causing her to almost lose her balance. In the next moment, an arm encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. His palm rested on her slender waist. The sensation was delightful, soft and fragrant against him. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. Otherwise, things could have taken a turn. "Be careful. There's a curtain in the restroom. Next time you use it, just pull the curtain down." As he released the now extremely tense Si Qingxue, Su Ming turned to direct her gaze towards the restroom. Indeed, the curtain was drawn, completely shielding the restroom and shower area. "See, can you let me go?" Held tightly in his arms, Si Qingxue felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She was so close to him that she didn't dare to lift her gaze. Withdrawing his arm, he reached for the bag Si Qingxue had brought. "Is this sleepwear? You brought pajamas?" The two light garments inside the bag were unmistakably sleepwear, discernible by their delicate material. "Yes, they are pajamas. I intended to take a shower here and then sleep. I didn't anticipate that we would only book one room." The bathroom conditions in the dormitory were rather rudimentary. Seizing the opportunity of staying in a hotel, she had hoped to wash up. Yet, fate had other plans, and they ended up with just a single room, no less. In such a peculiar scenario. That's all right. You can still shower now. With the curtain drawn, I cannot see anything. Actually, I suddenly don't feel like showering anymore. Si Qingxue shook her head. With Su Ming still in the room, the thought of bathing was out of the question. Hee, you're not afraid of me, are you? Rest assured, though I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am a decent person. I won't bully you. With a light laugh, he shook his head and extended her pajamas. Both the bathroom and restroom have locks. You can lock the door while you shower. Take your time. Although she had resolved not to bathe, Su Ming's words began to sway her resolve. Reaching out, she accepted the pajamas he offered, ultimately deciding she would indeed take a shower. The summer heat was oppressive, and a refreshing wash would surely be more comfortable. Then I really will go shower. No peeking. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a playful threat. I promise not to peek. Even if I wanted to. I wouldn't be able to see anything if you locked the door. Reassured, Si Qingxue finally felt at ease to take her shower. Su Ming quietly waited outside. As the seconds ticked by, he couldn't help but reflect on the common belief that women take longer in the shower, something he had previously doubted but now found to be undeniably true. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Si Qingxue entered the bathroom, and still, there was no sign of her. After another 10 minutes of waiting, he heard the bathroom door creak open, and Si Qingxue emerged, now donned in her sleepwear. I wash my hair. Could you please call the front desk to have a hairdryer sent up? The one in the bathroom is broken. She held her hair with one hand, her modest sleepwear doing little to conceal her enchanting figure. The hairdryer is broken? Let me check, Su Ming replied, entering the bathroom. He picked up the hairdryer and tested it, but it remained unresponsive. It must not be plugged in. Qingxue, could you turn on the power at the door? The first switch on the left. Following his instructions, Si Qingxue flipped the switch, and the hairdryer immediately sprang to life. The bathroom has a separate power source. You hadn't turned it on before. All right, now you can use it. Handing the hairdryer over to Si Qingxue, Su Ming retreated to the room. As the clock struck midnight, fatigue settled upon him. After Si Qingxue dried her hair, they both faced the large bed before them, contemplating their sleeping arrangements. Aside from the expansive bed, the only other option was a limited sofa, which promised a night of discomfort and potential aches. After much deliberation, Si Qingxue finally resolved. Why don't you join me in the bed? With such a large space, we should be fine squeezing in together. Su Ming was genuinely taken aback by her suggestion. Sensing her underlying tension, he shook his head. I'll take the sofa. I just cleared it to have room for myself. You might not sleep well on the sofa. She countered, biting her lip in concern. Yet Su Ming smiled reassuringly. It's all right. It's certainly more comfortable than trying to sleep sitting up. At least I can lie down for a bit. It's getting late. We should rest. With that, he moved directly to the sofa. Seeing his determination, Si Qingxue ceased to press the matter. She carefully climbed into bed, pulling the covers around herself. As the main lights dimmed, only the faint glow of the corridor light remained. Si Qingxue lay tossing and turning in bed, sleep eluding her, while Su Ming faced a similar struggle on the sofa. Curling up was far from comfortable, and any slight movement risked him tumbling to the floor. Are you asleep? Si Qingxue's voice, barely above a whisper, reached Su Ming. Perhaps you should come to the bed after all. With his back to her, he sensed her discomfort on the sofa and, this time, chose not to resist her invitation. Embracing the pillow, I contentedly arrived at the bedside. Lifting the covers, I slipped beneath them with ease. Lying in close proximity, merely 20 centimeters apart, I could even hear the soft sound of Si Qingxue's breathing. After 10 minutes, perhaps by design, Si Qingxue's foot unexpectedly brushed against my leg, sending a chill coursing through me. Just as I was about to speak, I realized she had already succumbed to slumber. No wonder her foot was so near. It was merely an unconscious act of a deep sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, I groggily opened my eyes, sensing something was amiss. Lowering my gaze, I discovered that Si Qingxue had somehow nestled into my embrace. More astonishingly, she had discarded her pillow, resting directly upon me. With great effort, I freed my other hand to check the time, discovering it was just 7 in the morning, having only fallen asleep around 1 or 2. It was no wonder Si Qingxue was still in a deep slumber. While glancing at the time, I noticed 2 unread messages. Upon opening them, I found inquiries from Titan and Su Zai, asking if I would return that evening. Realizing a prompt reply was futile, I set my phone back on the nightstand. Perhaps due to my movements, the previously tranquil Si Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Have you awakened? Her voice, almost a whisper, barely reached my ears. I initially thought she was still in a dream, but it wasn't until her foot, which had been resting on my leg, withdrew that I realized she was truly awake. Why am I here? She gasped, suddenly alarmed. Sitting up quickly, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. How did I end up in your arms? If not for her nightgown still adorning her form, she might have burst into tears. I have no idea. You were already in my embrace when I opened my eyes, I replied, my expression one of helplessness. Si Qingshua's presence in my arms had little to do with me. Before we fell asleep, there had been a clear distance of 20 centimeters between us. Realizing it might have been my restless sleep that caused this situation, Si Qingxue appeared somewhat uneasy. Taking a moment to steady herself, she gently lowered the blanket from around her. It was time to rise. She couldn't remain in her nightgown forever. Su Ming, could you please step into the bathroom while I change? As she spoke, she retrieved the dress she had worn yesterday from her bag. Ahem, could you please wait a moment? I asked. Why? Women possess an uncanny intuition, and Si Qingxue could evidently sense something was amiss as she remained seated on the bed, motionless. I just woke up. My body feels a bit off, she said, trying to calm her nerves. How can one elucidate this matter to Si Qingxue? Even if an explanation is given, the other party may not comprehend it and might even suspect him of impropriety. The initial reaction earlier in the morning was already significant, compounded by Si Qingxue lying in his embrace, with an entire leg draped over him. Maintaining composure was quite commendable. Expecting an absence of reaction altogether was rather unreasonable. What is the matter? Did I inadvertently hurt you last night? With a tone laced with curiosity and a hint of remorse, Si Qingxue set aside her dress and made her way around the foot of the bed to Su Ming's side. The atmosphere had somewhat eased, but Si Qingxue's sudden intrusion added a layer of awkwardness. I wasn't hurt. This pertains to physiological issues. I shall head to the restroom, he replied, swiftly throwing back the covers and exiting the bed with the speed of the wind. Though his movements were brisk, Si Qingxue discerned something from the shape of his trousers and his gait. Her clear eyes widened, her delicate brows arched, and her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. With a look of naive bewilderment, she silently returned to the bedside to retrieve her dress and change. Once she had donned her attire, she knocked on the bathroom door, and it was only then that Su Ming emerged. Are you feeling better? Her gaze remained strictly above the waist, for she dared not look lower. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he felt considerably more at ease. Much improved. Please tidy yourself. We shall have breakfast. Nodding in tacit agreement, Si Qingxue entered the bathroom. 10 minutes later, the two departed the hotel, having checked out. The location was quite distant from the school, so to save time, they opted to have breakfast at the hotel. The breakfast service concluded at 8:30, and they arrived at the dining area just before 8. The hotel was reasonably sized, and the breakfast was satisfactory. Having satiated their hunger, they returned to school. As it was Saturday, the campus was nearly deserted in the morning. Su Ming accompanied Si Qingxue to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, where they came to a halt. I will contact you again at 6 this evening. We will broadcast from the administrative building's classroom, while the other staff will arrive beforehand. The tentative time is set for 8. I cannot ascertain if this will change. The school had merely suggested a time. Whether the actual implementation would be earlier or later was something she could not guarantee. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Su Ming watched Si Qingxue enter the dormitory. As her silhouette faded from view, he returned to his own residence, once again spending the night away. He felt reassured with Si Qingxue around, but how would he explain this to his roommates? Surely, he could not say he was out dining with friends. Lost in thought, he unconsciously approached the dormitory door. Cautiously pushing it open, he was immediately greeted by a chorus of snores. The three roommates, sprawled out and sleeping soundly, resembled slumbering pigs. The sound of his entrance was barely audible above the cacophony of Titan and Zhao Tiantian's snores. In contrast, the slender Su Zai was notably quieter. These three had certainly been restless the previous night. He had been sleeping soundly until now, without a care, knowing that the three of them were undoubtedly up all night. As for what they had been doing, he didn't need to guess. It was a certainty that they had been engrossed in gaming. Stealthily climbing into bed, Su Ming followed suit and lay down obediently. After settling in, he let out a sigh of relief, given the current situation. He at least did not need to provide any explanations. With his eyes closed, he drifted off to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, it was midday, and Su Zai was sitting cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Meanwhile, Titan and Zhao Tiantian were still fast asleep. Were they not awake yet? Suddenly hearing a voice, Su Zai looked up in surprise. Su Ming, You little rascal, you're awake. Hey, you weren't here last night again. Did you go out for dinner with friends? Before Su Ming could offer an explanation, Su Zai raised an eyebrow and joked, well, that's the only reason I can think of. Zhao Tiantian speculated that he had been spending time with Sister C, to which both he and Titan found it unlikely. Su Zai continued talking, his gaze returning to his phone. By the way, when's the live stream today? Hee, Su Ming. Do you need us to support you a bit and send some gifts? From across the room, Titan stirred groggily. Gifts? What gifts? Oh, Su Ming, you're back. He scratched his head, still dazed from an all-nighter spent gaming, feeling quite uncomfortable. Wasn't the live stream last night with Sister C? I thought about sending them some gifts. What? Sending hearts? Titan chuckled, still in a sleepy state, deciding to contribute. $10 is fine. Maybe I'll just go for 20. Still in a haze, Titan took out his phone and sent 20 coins on the live streaming platform. I say, tonight's live stream theme is promoting rational consumption. Sending gifts might not be the best idea, Su Ming remarked. We're being rational. Titan replied cheerfully. It's just a few tens of dollars, not hundreds or thousands. It's all good. After Titan finished speaking, Su Zai nodded in agreement. With their minds made up, Su Ming felt it would be futile to argue further. They agreed to contact him at 6 in the evening. It wasn't until 6:30 that he received a call from Si Qingxue. The message conveyed a minor issue had arisen, but it wasn't significant. She instructed him to head to the live stream classroom. After hanging up, Su Ming grabbed his live streaming materials and exited the dormitory. Meanwhile, Titan, Su Zai, and Zhao Tiantian each took out their phones and sent a notification in their group chat. The school did not impose a strict requirement to watch this live stream. Their concern stemmed mainly from wanting to support Su Ming. Chapter 27, Blocking the Mother-in-Law? The live stream classroom was located in the administrative building. After 5 minutes of walking, Su Ming suddenly realized he had never been to the administrative building and had no idea where it was. Consequently, he had no choice but to ask for directions as he walked. Fortunately, the classmates were quite enthusiastic and eagerly guided him along the way. After 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the live streaming classroom mentioned by Si Qingxue. Upon entering, the arrangement inside was astonishing. What he had anticipated to be a simple setup with 2 individuals streaming from their phones turned out to be exceptionally well equipped, complete with backlighting. Besides Si Qingxue, there were also 5 or 6 other students present, likely seniors from the 2nd or 3rd year. Su Ming, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you to these students from the new media operation program. Everyone, this is Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming, Si Qingxue set down her belongings and hurried over to him, simultaneously introducing everyone. Hello, Su Ming. Greetings to you, seniors. He smiled and greeted them as the equipment was nearly ready. With Su Ming's arrival, the live stream was tentatively set to commence in 10 minutes. A mobile phone was placed on the table, and Su Ming and Si Qingxue took their seats at the forefront. Senior C, you and Su Ming will only need to speak. We will handle the rest. All right. Si Qingxue replied in a soft voice. It was her first time live streaming, and it felt quite different from performing on stage. Facing so many people through the phone made her slightly anxious. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Senior C, Su Ming, prepare yourselves. We will begin shortly. With that, the fixed mobile phone was activated, revealing an empty live stream room. Both remained silent as they waited a few minutes until the viewer count gradually began to rise, eventually reaching several hundred. The promotional explanation officially began. Si Qingxue sat silently beside him, with Su Ming primarily speaking. As time progressed, the number of viewers continued to increase, stabilizing at over 1,000. Of course, some viewers sent gifts, albeit just a few small hearts and the like. This was inconsequential, and both Su Ming and Si Qingxue paid it little mind. Midway through the live stream, Si Qingxue stood up and exited, leaving Su Ming alone. Following the live streaming protocol patiently, the next moment, a massive carnival erupted in the live stream. Dear classmates, please consume rationally. Keep in mind the importance of rational consumption. The sudden animated effect startled Su Ming, reminding the audience to be prudent in their spending. However, it seemed that this individual grew increasingly enthusiastic, sending another wave of gifts. In the dormitory, Zhao Tiantian and others, who had only sent a few small hearts, were utterly astonished by the carnival that erupted in the live stream. My goodness, what is happening? This carnival is relentless. Who is this person? I have no idea. It's outrageous. They've already sent 3 carnivals in a row. The 3 were left in shock, eager to discover the identity of the individual, but alas, the live stream did not allow access to viewer profiles. The school finds itself in a state of confusion. As the live broadcast is not exclusively for the students of Qingyang University, outsiders are equally permitted to join, just as everyone is still in a state of bewilderment. 10 consecutive groups of carnival performers take the stage. Various dazzling special effects and gifts flash back and forth, leaving Su Ming agape, staring blankly at the screen. Having never been particularly adept at this, his mind goes completely blank, and he forgets what he was supposed to say, advocating for rational consumption. The current situation hardly seems rational at all. Following the mysterious person's intervention, his live stream skyrockets to become one of the top in Qingyang City. And it continues to ascend. Upon returning from outside, Si Qingxue senses something amiss. She gently smooths her long dress and sits back down beside Su Ming. The gifts in the live stream are frantically jumping, appearing every 2 seconds, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Her beautiful eyes glance at her phone and, upon seeing the mysterious person's name, her exquisite face transforms into one of astonishment. Could it be my mother? She murmurs, and realizing she is facing the live stream. She quickly raises her delicate hand to cover her mouth. Aunt Yun. Su Ming's mouth drops open, his eyes widening in disbelief. Internally astonished, he is grateful that he refrained from uttering those 3 words. He never imagined that the wealthy benefactor showering gifts in his live stream would turn out to be his future mother-in-law. Cough, cough. Classmates, let us take a brief pause for 1 minute, and we shall continue shortly. Motioning to the seniors behind him to mute the live stream, Su Ming pulls Si Qingshua's arm and rises. Is it really Aunt Yun? He wonders aloud. It must be. The name is identical. Please check the details. Cautiously reviewing the mysterious person's information, Si Qingxue is 100% certain that this individual is indeed her mother. Aunt Yun is still sending gifts. It appears they are on the brink of becoming the top live stream in Qingyang City. What should they do? The ranking continues to rise, and the number of viewers increases exponentially. What was once a gathering of 1,000 has now swelled to 10,000. Despite his mental preparation, sitting before the live stream, he feels a surge of anxiety. Perhaps we should block her, Si Qingxue cautiously suggests. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face turns a deep shade of gray, his expression darkening as he retorts, Block her? Are you joking? How could I block my future mother-in-law? I dare not. He shakes his head resolutely. The thought of blocking his future mother-in-law is unimaginable. After the live stream concludes, how would he explain this at home? Moreover, Yin Yonglan has been exceptionally kind to him. He cannot simply block a senior in the live stream. Who is your mother-in-law? Si Qingshue's face flushes crimson. Thankfully, their conversation is quiet. Otherwise, if a few classmates overheard, it would surely spread like wildfire. You go on with the live stream. I will see if there is another way. If all else fails, I will have to call my mother and ask her to stop sending gifts. First, let Su Ming return to the live broadcasting room. Si Qingxue then turned to inquire with the other classmates. Sister Si, the gift and reward feature in the live room can be disabled. However, the school has not provided us with any notification. Shall we temporarily disable it for a while? Upon learning that they could indeed pause the gift feature, Si Qingxue nodded in agreement without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the villa, Yun Yonglan was engrossed in her scrolling when she suddenly realized that the gift feature had been turned off. Oh, why have these 2 children disabled the gift feature? After fiddling with her device for quite some time, she was continually reminded that the live reward function was inactive. Si Tianli, seated on the sofa, chuckled softly as he set his book aside. Could the children not have disabled it? The topic of discussion is rational consumption, aimed at helping the classmates develop a sound financial perspective. Yet here you are, spending over 100,000 with such abandon. Aren't you undermining the purpose? He laughed heartily, lifting his teacup to savor a sip. He had previously warned when gifts were about to be sent, but alas, his wife had paid no heed. It was indeed a rare occasion for the 2 kids to broadcast together, and he wanted to show his support. Well, if we can't send gifts, we can't. At least I can still watch the live stream. Chapter 28. New beginnings and familiarity with the gift feature disabled. The live room finally enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. After the commotion stirred by his mother-in-law, the viewer count remained above 10,000. Su Ming, feeling rather apprehensive, managed to conclude the day's broadcast. As he rose to end the session, a wave of relief washed over him. Finally done. Phew, that was exhausting. He exhaled deeply, standing up as several classmates exchanged wide-eyed glances. Sister Si, your earnings from the live stream amount to a staggering 130,000. Staring at the 2 in disbelief. They marveled at how 2 hours of broadcasting had generated such an astonishing sum, with 99 of it contributed by a mysterious benefactor. I will speak to the director tomorrow to inquire about how to proceed. Let's hold off on cashing out the earnings for now. That will be all for today. Everyone should head home and rest early. After Si Qingxue finished speaking, she turned and exited the live classroom, with Su Ming following suit. There was another broadcast scheduled for tomorrow, and nothing in the classroom needed rearranging. They merely needed to pack away the live streaming phone. Upon leaving the administrative building, Si Qingxue did not pause her steps as she continued forward. As they reached the vicinity of the school playground, Su Ming could no longer contain himself and took a couple of steps to catch up with Si Qingxue. "Where are you headed?" "Home," she replied. "Do you want to go back together?" Si Qingxue halted, looking at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. She had assumed he was merely heading back to the dormitory along the same route. Just then, a sudden chime rang from Su Ming's pocket. Taking out his phone in front of Si Qingxue, he was taken aback upon seeing the caller ID. "Aunt Yin? My mother?" Upon hearing that it was her mother calling, Si Qingxue was momentarily taken aback and leaned closer to Su Ming to glance at the phone screen. Indeed, it was her mother. "You should answer it," she suggested. After Su Ming pressed the answer button and exchanged a few brief words, he ended the call. "Aunt Yin asked me to return home with you, stating that she has prepared a late-night snack for us. Could it be that she intends to confront me about the live stream incident?" A sense of caution crept into her mind, and she wore an expression of utmost grievance. After all, it was Si Qingxue's decision to discontinue the live stream and request that he block Yin Yanglan. Fortunately, she had not followed her advice to block her future mother-in-law. Otherwise, their meeting that evening would surely have been fraught with tension. "Confront you about what? What are you thinking? My mother would never hold you accountable." With a charming smile, Si Qingxue spoke softly. "I haven't had dinner yet. Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together when we get back. Uncle isn't home. And if you wish to stay over for the night, Auntie can prepare a room for you. It is Saturday, so the dormitory 1T check." Su Ming was agreeable to staying the night, and she had no objections. Had this been earlier, she might have hesitated, but after spending some time together, she had grown increasingly at ease with him. "I haven't eaten either. In that case, let's go." However, before they departed, she stated, "I need to make a quick phone call." As they walked towards the school gate, she took out her phone and dialed Titan. She intended to inform her friends that she wouldn't be returning that night, but before she could speak, Titan interjected, "Su Ming, we're heading to the Internet CAF for an all-nighter. Are you coming? If not, we'll leave without you." I won't be going. Enjoy yourselves," she replied, promptly ending the call. With the group planning to stay out all night, there was no need for further announcements. Upon stepping outside, she effortlessly hailed a taxi. Knowing that Su Ming was returning with her daughter, Yin Yanglan had long arranged for the late-night snack to be prepared. Half an hour later, Si Qingxue and Su Ming arrived home. Yin Yanglan eagerly welcomed them, and even Si Tianli, who was seated on the sofa, stood to greet them. "Little Su Qingxue, you're back. The late-night snack is just ready. Take a moment to rest before we eat. I've already had Auntie prepare a room for little Su, so you can rest there after dinner," she said with a cordial smile, her warm demeanor providing Su Ming with considerable reassurance. At the very least, Aunt Yun had not brought up the matter of the live stream. "Mom, why did you go into the live stream room to send gifts today?" Si Qingxue lamented, and Yin Yanglan was momentarily taken aback. "You little rascal, how did you know it was me?" "I recognized your name," Si Qingxue replied, with her cherry lips slightly puckered. Si Qingxue stepped forward to gently link her arm with Yin Yanglan's. "I must inform you that the money you have spent is unlikely to be reclaimed. As for the school's allocation, I am yet to ascertain the specifics, but I suspect it will predominantly be utilized to support students from financially disadvantaged backgrounds. Supporting fellow students is commendable. Thus, one could argue that, in a sense, Mother has done a good deed, wouldn't you agree? While good deeds are indeed noble, it is Su Ming who suffers. Did you not observe during the live stream? He appeared utterly lost, unsure of what to do." Si Qingxue, playfully holding onto Yin Yanglan's arm, made light of the situation, while Su Ming could only stand awkwardly in silence. The live stream this evening certainly took a toll on him. The influx of gifts in the stream caused him to forget the entire sequence of the broadcast, as he was too captivated by the dazzling effects of the gifts to recall what he was supposed to say. With experience comes familiarity. Little Su simply needs time to adjust, and I am certain that his next live stream will proceed smoothly. Come, let's go for a late-night snack," Yin Yanglan chuckled, leading Si Qingxue and Su Ming to the restaurant. What was presented as a simple late-night meal was, in fact, quite the opposite: 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a small plate of sliced fruits, a clear indication of meticulous planning. "Mother," Si Qingxue began, but was interrupted by a sudden churn in her stomach, prompting her to swiftly withdraw her arm and dash towards the bathroom in the living room. "Qingxue, what is wrong with this child? Is she unwell, or is the food disagreeable? Why is she feeling nauseous?" Yunyang Lan urged Su Ming to sit and attended to the bathroom herself. At this moment, Su Ming dared not take a seat, fully aware that Si Qingshue's nausea was likely due to her pregnancy. He followed closely behind Yunyang Lan, waiting outside the bathroom for her. After a 5-minute interval, Si Qingxue finally emerged. "Dear, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, your father and I can take you to the hospital." The mere mention of a hospital visit sent Si Qingxue into a state of panic, hastily refusing. "There's no need for a hospital visit. I simply have a slight discomfort in my stomach. I feel much better now." She understood that if her parents took her to the hospital, her pregnancy would surely be revealed. She was not yet prepared to disclose this information to them. The consequences of them learning of her pregnancy unexpectedly were unfathomable. "It's quite late. Skipping meals will naturally lead to discomfort. My dear, could you please try to eat on time next time? Hurry and have your late-night snack. Su Ming, you should join her as well." With a slightly more relaxed demeanor, Si Qingxue returned to the dining area with Su Ming. After satisfying their appetites, they settled back onto the sofa. Yunyang Lan and Si Tianli sat side by side, their gazes fixed intently on the two. Perhaps it was the guilt of deceit that caused Su Ming to feel a sudden chill down his spine. Chapter 29. Sleeping together? "Qingxue, Xiaosu, please take a seat. Your aunt has some personal matters she wishes to discuss with you." As Situ Tianli held his teacup and was about to rise, he was abruptly pulled back by Yunyang Lan. "Where do you think you're going?" I was just going to pour some water." "Pour what water?" "Sit down first." Situ Tianli, his face flushed with embarrassment, found himself once again drawn back by Yunyang Lan. Su Ming and Situ Qingxue exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that their recent morning sickness had been noticed? Cautiously, they took their seats opposite the elderly couple. Su Ming was stiff, and Situ Qingxue was not much better. "Xiaosu, Qingxue," Yunyang Lan began, "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to inquire if you two are cohabiting." Upon hearing this, while Su Ming and Situ Qingxue were momentarily taken aback, Situ Tianli, as their father, was already mortified to the point of nearly sinking into the floor. He held his empty teacup, blowing into it nervously. "Mom, what are you thinking?" Situ Qingxue, struggling to suppress her anxiety, retorted with a flushed face. Noticing her daughter's tension, Yunyang Lan felt compelled to clarify her intentions. "Silly girl, what I mean is, you both are of a considerable age. I do not oppose cohabitation. Just be mindful not to touch upon sensitive topics," she added, her voice trailing off awkwardly. "Of course, if anything were to happen, you must inform me. Everything is negotiable, but you cannot make decisions unilaterally." At this point, the implication was unmistakable, and even the most obtuse of individuals, Su Ming and Situ Qingxue, could comprehend it. "Dear, they are not children anymore. They understand your meaning." "Xiaosu, please do not take offense," Situ Tianli interjected. Su Ming glanced at Situ Qingxue. "Uncle, he began to confess. But Situ Qingxue suddenly stood up. "Dad, Mom, it's getting late. We should call it a night." Grasping Su Ming's arm, her heart racing, she hurriedly led him upstairs without looking back. Yunyang Lan and Situ Tianli remained seated on the sofa, waiting until the two figures disappeared from view before they turned to each other. "Qingshue's recent morning sickness closely resembles my experience when I was pregnant with her. Moreover, have you noticed how particular she has been with her diet lately? She hardly touches seafood or anything of the sort. There's definitely something unusual," Yunyang Lan stated earnestly. Situ Tianli furrowed his brow at her words. "Dear, do you think you might be overthinking this? Whether I am overthinking it is beside the point. What if it is true? Qingxue is your biological daughter, and what she carries is your grandchild. If the young ones choose not to keep it, it could vanish in an instant. You won't even have a place to weep." Yunyang Lan's heart brimmed with a hint of indignation. She sensed something amiss. "Never mind. I will probe a little further during breakfast tomorrow. My dear, I believe that even if we ascertain the truth, it is crucial that you do not exhibit overt signs. We must allow our children some time to adjust. This I understand." In the living room, Si Qingxue grasped Su Ming's arm and led him directly to her chamber. "Isn't this your bedroom? It would be inappropriate for me to sleep here," he remarked. Si Qingshua's boudoir was adorned with a few particularly festive plush toys. She had initially intended to have a serious conversation with Su Ming, but his comment elicited an eye roll from her. How naive. Who said you could sleep here? I have something serious to discuss. Mother is testing us. Were you not thinking of confessing just now? Given the circumstances tonight, do you not fear repercussions if you were to be honest? Si Qingshua's expression was earnest. Her concern was for Su Ming's well-being. To suddenly admit to being pregnant would surely provoke her parents, regardless of their amiable nature. She had previously contemplated finding an appropriate moment to explain the situation to her parents first, and only after that would she confront them with Su Ming. This way, at least Su Ming would not face the brunt of their wrath. I hadn't considered it so thoroughly, Su Ming replied, realizing now the gravity of the situation. Feeling a chill in his calves. If punishment is to be meted out, I cannot allow you to face it alone. That would be utterly irresponsible. A mere beating is trivial, but what if it leads to something more serious? The child is yet unborn, and her father is already in the hospital? Si Qingxue raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling gratified by Su Ming's words. She understood her parents' disposition well. If she were to speak up, there would be no issue whatsoever. After idling in the room for over half an hour, Su Ming stepped out to find the living room dimmed, likely indicating that Si Tianli and Yun Yonglan had retired for the night. Wait, which room do I occupy? So engrossed in conversation with Si Qingxue, he had forgotten to inquire about his accommodations. It's the room next door. It's all tidy, with fresh toiletries prepared for you. Here, take this plush toy. Si Qingxue opened her door and stuffed a soft toy from her bed into Su Ming's arms. She raised her slender fingers and waved gently, saying, "Good night," before gracefully closing the door. Gazing down at the plush toy, which still bore traces of Si Qingshue's unique fragrance, he approached the door of the adjacent bedroom and pushed it open. The room had been meticulously cleaned by the maid, with even slippers laid out ready for him. He placed the plush toy on the bedside, then made his way to the bathroom for a comforting hot shower. After bathing, Su Ming lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Before 5 o'clock the next morning, he awoke, tidied the room, and rested for a while longer. It was not until 6:30 that he finally emerged from the bedroom, clutching the plush toy. The door to Si Qingshue's bedroom remained closed, while the lights in the living room had already been turned on, likely due to the aunt's tidying up. Raising her hand, she gently knocked on the door, and moments later, it swung open. Si Qingshuo, now dressed in a loose denim dress, stood at the threshold, her shoes still not changed. "I'm here to return this," she said, gesturing towards the plush toy. "Oh, you're up so early? Come in," she invited, allowing Su Ming to enter the bedroom with the toy, as she prepared to change her shoes before heading downstairs. Coincidentally, Yun Yonglan and 2 aunts approached at that moment. She knocked on Su Ming's door, calling little Su. "Time to get up and tidy up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Not hearing a response, Yun Yonglan's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as she reached for the doorknob. The bedroom door opened with a creak. Inside, everything was neatly arranged. The bed made as if it had never been disturbed. "Hey, where did everyone go?" At that moment, hearing the noise, Si Qingshuo and Su Ming emerged from the adjacent room. "Mom, we're here," they called out. Yun Yonglan stood in shock. Her daughter and Su Ming emerging from the same room early in the morning. Even the 2 aunts behind her lowered their heads awkwardly. Si Qingshuo, oblivious to her mother's overthinking, approached her. "Didn't you just say breakfast was ready? Let us go eat." "Oh right, let us eat. Little Su, come. Let us have breakfast together," Yun Yonglan replied, allowing her daughter to link arms with her as they made their way downstairs. Yet, her curiosity could not be contained. "Qingshuo, last night did you sleep together with little Su?" Chapter 30. Is it true? Caught off guard, Yun Yonglan stumbled slightly, but managed to steady herself on the last step. Otherwise, she might have fallen. "Slow down, you startled me," she said, grasping Si Qingshue's arm, still shaken. "Mom, what are you thinking? How could we possibly sleep together?" Si Qingshuo retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment as she glanced back at Su Ming, who stood behind the 2 aunts, seemingly unaware of her mother's earlier comment. "Sweet girl, if you didn't sleep together, then why so flustered? Just now, I saw you and little Su coming out of the same room, and I thought you 2 had spent the night together. Although you are a couple, you must still be a bit cautious at home. Your father and I are fine with it, but it wouldn't look good if others were to see." Yun Yonglan continued to ramble on, prompting Si Qingshuo to quickly release her arm and head straight for the dining room, eager to escape her mother's incessant chatter. Su Ming, following behind the two ants, felt the awkwardness of the situation, and though he had not heard the earlier exchange, he sensed something was amiss from Si Qingshua's demeanor. Upon arriving at the dining room, Si Tianli's expression was equally peculiar. Yin Yonglan warmly invited Si Qingxue and Su Ming to take a seat, and then turned back to the kitchen to bring out a plate of hawthorn cake. Qingxue, Xiao Su, do try this, she urged. It's something my mother asked the aunt to buy early this morning. Their hawthorn cake is absolutely delightful, a time-honored brand. Come, savor it. After placing the hawthorn cake on the table, she enthusiastically served each of them a piece. You know, Qingxue, when my mother was pregnant with you, she had a craving for hawthorn cake. The doctor advised against it, saying that the cake could be too stimulating and dangerous for pregnant women. So she forbade me from eating it. As Yun Yonglan spoke, she keenly observed the expressions of Si Qingxue and Su Ming. Su Ming acted quickly. Before Yun Yonglan could finish her sentence, the hawthorn cake was already in his mouth. However, upon hearing that pregnant women should avoid it, his demeanor changed instantly, and he turned to look at Si Qingxue with concern. At that moment, Si Qingxue had just paused her actions, with a quick glance at her mother. She then fixed her gaze on the hawthorn cake before her. Mom, I'm not particularly fond of hawthorn cake. I think I'll pass. As she spoke, she placed the piece of cake from her chopsticks onto Su Ming's plate. He, naturally, complied and unhesitatingly took the piece she offered and popped it into his mouth. This scene captured Yun Yonglan's attention. Qingxue, didn't you used to enjoy hawthorn cake? What has come over you today? She inquired. I'm just not in the mood for it today. Since Su Ming likes it, I thought I'd let him have it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming quickly nodded in agreement. Aunt Yun, I really like it. The flavor of this hawthorn cake is exceptional. With the cake still unchewed in his mouth, he could only mumble. Yun Yonglan exchanged glances with Si Tianli. If they couldn't decipher the situation before them, they might as well have been blind. If you don't want the hawthorn cake, we can have something else. I've made some pig trotter soup for you. Just have a little. It's packed with nutrition. I enjoyed it myself when I was pregnant with you. She then scooped a spoonful of the white, fragrant soup from the small bowl in front of Si Qingxue and placed it before her. Su Ming was not exempt either, receiving a spoonful of the pig trotter soup as well. In just a few exchanges, the topic of pregnancy had been brought up multiple times. After satisfying their appetites, the two prepared to leave. Despite it being Sunday, their schedules were quite full. Su Ming had a live stream in the evening, while Si Qingxue needed to head to the laboratory early to submit her experimental report to Professor Wu. As they watched the two depart, Yin Yonglan turned back. Si Tianli gazed at his wife with a troubled expression and asked, Qingxue, could it be that she is really pregnant? Last night I was skeptical, but this morning's subtle probing felt off. Given the circumstances, it's hard not to suspect. It's quite likely. These two kids. How could they attempt to conceal such a significant matter from us? What should we do now? They do not bring it up themselves. Should we too directly confront the matter? After much hesitation, Si Tianli ultimately decided that it would be prudent to deliberate further. What if the pregnancy were not genuine? That would indeed be a grave misunderstanding. Sitting in the car in silence, they awaited their entrance through the school gates. Su Ming expressed his uncertainty. Do you think Aunt Yin has noticed anything? She seemed rather odd this morning, insisting you try the hawthorn cake and cautioning that it's not suitable for pregnant women. After patiently analyzing the situation, he grew increasingly convinced that matters were not as simple as they appeared. It was likely just suspicion. I shall find an opportunity to discuss this with them. The truth cannot remain hidden forever, rather than having our parents uncover it. It would be better for her to admit it herself. Before that, you and I must return to the capital. The National Day holiday is approaching, and it would be ideal to go back together. In response to Su Ming's suggestion, Si Qingxue did not decline this time, but instead nodded in agreement. A daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Visiting her grandmother in the capital, despite the anxiety it may invoke, is an unavoidable obligation. After bidding farewell to Si Qingxue, Su Ming returned to the dormitory, expecting that Zhao Tiantian and the others would have already returned. To his surprise, the dormitory remained empty. It was unusual for them to be out at this hour after an all-nighter. Out of concern, he took out his phone and dialed Titan's number, but after several rings, no one answered. With no other option, he turned to Suzai. After a series of rings, the call was finally answered. Hello, who is this? The voice was groggy. Clearly someone still awakening. Zai, it's me, Su Ming. Where are you guys? You want to stay up all night at the Internet CAF, and it's already so late. Meanwhile, at the Internet CAF, Zhao Tiantian and the others were sprawled across their chairs, fast asleep. Last night had been manageable, But by 4 or 5 in the morning, Suzai was the first to succumb to sleep, leaning back in her chair. Seeing her, Zhao Tiantian and Titan played for a while longer before fatigue overtook them, and they too laid down. Unbeknownst to them, they had slept until now. Upon receiving Su Ming's call, the three groggily arose, gathered their belongings, and returned to the dormitory. Once back, they skipped breakfast, exchanged casual greetings, and retreated to their beds to continue their slumber, feeling rather bored alone. Su Ming recalled the online auction taking place in a few days and decided to visit Lantian Holdings. After receiving the information from Zhao Bo days ago, they had not been in touch since. He needed to finalize details regarding the auction of Wanfeng real estate shares, which could not be adequately conveyed over a brief phone call. Without even a word of farewell, he carefully exited the dormitory before heading to Lantian Holdings. He specifically called Zhao Bo to confirm whether he would be at the office on this Sunday. As the taxi came to a stop at the roadside, Su Ming alighted and prepared to enter Lantian Holdings when he noticed a rotund man approaching, swaying as he jogged toward him. Behind him followed a secretary clad in professional attire. "President Su, you have arrived. Next time you plan to come, please give me a heads up so I can arrange for a car to pick you up. Otherwise, the group can assign a driver specifically for your daily travels." The flesh on his face quivered slightly, and upon seeing Su Ming, Zhao Bo's expression radiated genuine delight. Chapter 31. The favorable voyage. His facial expressions betrayed his inner thoughts. He was eager for advancement. As for the car arrangement, it's quite all right. I find it quite convenient to take a taxi on most days. Let us head to your office first. Of course, President Su. After you, he respectfully stepped aside, guiding Su Ming into Lantian Holdings. It was Sunday, and the office was not particularly busy. Zhao Bo led Su Ming into the elevator. "President Zhao, working overtime on a Sunday?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Zhao Bo's eyes. "To be honest, President Su, there are numerous matters at the company, and my capabilities are somewhat limited. Working overtime is somewhat unavoidable. However, now that you are here to provide guidance, I finally feel I have found direction amidst the chaos." "Haha, President Zhao, you flatter me too much." Although fully aware that Zhao Bo was merely buttering him up, Su Ming could only chuckle lightly. To have risen to his current position within the group, it would be a jest to claim Zhao Bo lacked ability. As the elevator ascended, they quickly arrived at Zhao Bo's office. Once seated, Zhao Bo personally served tea and water, and after a brief flurry of activity, they finally sat across from one another. "The auction for Wanfeng Real Estate Group's shares is on Wednesday, correct?" "Yes, Wednesday. Currently, we are still in the registration phase. Out of the 1.8 billion shares up for bid, only 2 companies have signed up, Jinling Commercial Group and Jiuzhou Real Estate." As Zhao Bo spoke, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "Jiuzhou Real Estate. I recall from the documents that there had been prior collaborations between Wanfeng Real Estate Group and Jiuzhou Real Estate. Indeed, there has been a partnership. Jiuzhou Real Estate's participation in the bidding is likely tied to Wanfeng Real Estate's major shareholders. 1.8 billion shares, if acquired by Jinling Commercial, would make them the largest shareholder of Wanfeng Real Estate Group. Naturally, the control of the company would then rest in their hands. It seems Wanfeng Real Estate, in conjunction with Jiuzhou Real Estate, is attempting to have them acquire the shares, with the intention of repurchasing them later. This way, they can retain control of the group." Zhao Bo's analysis was thorough, prompting Su Ming to reflect momentarily. "President Zhao, in your opinion, which company stands a greater chance of succeeding in the bidding? Jinling Commercial or Jiuzhou Real Estate?" "Without a doubt, it is Jinling Commercial," Zhao Bo replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Wanfeng Real Estate Group and Jiuzhou Real Estate are both local enterprises in Xinjiang, with rather average strength. Jinling Commercial Group, on the other hand, is a different story. In terms of market capitalization and financial resources, the combined might of the two pales in comparison. If they are indeed resolute in acquiring the 1.8 billion shares of Wanfeng Real Estate Group, Jiuzhou Real Estate simply cannot compete. Beyond the 180 million shares, there are an additional 25 million shares being auctioned simultaneously. "General Zhao, what do you think about acquiring these 25 million shares?" Su Cheng deftly shifted the conversation from the auction of the 180 million shares to the 25 million shares. Zhao Bo was taken aback momentarily, and then quietly reminded. "President Su, the 25 million shares represent a negligible stake. We won't be able to gain actual control over Wanfeng Real Estate." "I am aware," Su Cheng replied. "Given the current conditions of Lantian Holdings, pursuing the 180 million shares seems somewhat far-fetched. Even if we were to succeed in the auction, Zhao, do you truly believe you can revitalize the Wanfeng Real Estate Group? Su Cheng's words struck a nerve, rendering Zhao Bo momentarily speechless. Under the present circumstances of Wanfeng Real Estate, revitalizing the company was indeed no small feat, and frankly, he lacked the confidence to do so. I have reviewed the information on Jinling Commercial Group. Once they take over Wanfeng Real Estate, with their capabilities, there is a 90% chance they will successfully revive it. Why not adopt a more stable approach and ride the wave instead? Stunned, Zhao Bo remained silent, gazing at Su Cheng. Although he outwardly showed respect to Su Cheng, serving tea and flattering him, internally he still harbored doubts due to Su Cheng's youth. However, this conversation compelled him to reevaluate the young man before him. Rather than being recklessly ambitious, Su Cheng emphasized stability, a mindset that is certainly advantageous in the business realm. President Su, I understand your perspective now. Henceforth, we shall concentrate on the 25 million shares. Rest assured, while I lack confidence in bidding for the 180 million shares, the 25 million shares are certainly within our grasp. Zhao Bo assured. Su Cheng raised his teacup, subtly nodding in agreement. At that moment, the secretary suddenly knocked and entered. General Zhao, President Li from Dingfeng Advertising has arrived. Show President Li to the meeting room next door. I will join shortly, Su Cheng instructed. You handle the meeting. I need to step out for a moment. As he spoke, Su Cheng rose and exited the office. Zhao Bo glanced at the secretary and coldly remarked, next time President Su comes, all work must be postponed. Apologies. General Zhao, I was negligent, the secretary replied, her face tense as she quickly offered an apology. It's fine, just be mindful next time. Let President Li in. After leaving Zhao Bo's office, the secretary headed to the restroom located at the far left. Upon returning to the office, a young man jogged over, dressed casually. His stature modest yet spirited. Phew, I'm exhausted. Hey, where's General Zhao? The young man asked, grinning at Su Cheng. He's in the office discussing work, Su Cheng replied. Hearing that his father was engaged in a work conversation, the cautious Zhao Lei hesitated to intrude, his gaze fixed on Su Cheng. Hey there, are you free at the moment? Could you lend me a hand? I've just started my job, and I need assistance moving some items. Su Cheng hesitated, but Zhao Lei promptly retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing 5 crisp red bills and thrusting them into Su Cheng's hand. As Su Cheng gazed down at the cash, his mind momentarily short-circuited. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Lei seized his arm and led him directly toward the elevator. At that moment, Zhao Bo's secretary happened to return with a stack of documents, halting in her tracks upon seeing Zhao Lei escorting Su Cheng away. Young Master Zhao, what is this about? She inquired. Nothing much, it's my first day at the job. I'm just having this guy help me move some things. Make sure to inform my father that I successfully passed the interview. Zhao Lei responded enthusiastically, continuing to pull Su Cheng along as the elevator doors opened. Once inside, he finally released Su Cheng's arm. The secretary stood dumbfounded, watching the two depart. Successfully passed the interview? Moving things, realizing the implications. The secretary's face drained of color as she rushed to the elevator, only to find it already descending. Anxious, she hurried to pace outside Zhao Bo's office. At that moment, Zhao Bo was engaged in a discussion with General Manager Li from Dingfeng Advertising regarding a potential collaboration. The secretary hesitated to interrupt, instead walking back and forth outside the office, her expression flustered, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Chapter 32. Different Perspectives Inside the Elevator. As comprehension dawned upon Su Cheng, he casually tucked the 500 yuan into his pocket. I just heard the secretary refer to you as young Master Zhao. Are you Zhao Bo's son? He chuckled, finding this fellow rather intriguing. You pay someone to help move things, and then give them 500 yuan. Indeed. Wait, hold on. Why do you address my father by his full name? Be mindful, this is the company. You should refer to him as Director Zhao. Even I must call him Director Zhao, Zhao Lei admonished. As they spoke, the elevator door slid open. Zhao Lei led the way, with Su Cheng following closely. I heard you mention it's your first day. Which department are you in? Su Cheng inquired, curious as to why Zhao Bo would assign his son to the company, assuming he would be placed in a pivotal position. However, upon asking, Zhao Lei wore a rather dismal expression. Do you think I work in the surveillance room? Can you believe it? The surveillance room? What kind of work is that? Su Cheng pondered. Having considered all departments, but failing to anticipate Zhao Lei would blurt out surveillance room, Zhao Lei rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, of course, the surveillance room means being security. Director Zhao had me come in for an interview, And here I am, successful. It's an 8-hour shift in the surveillance room, easy and stress-free. His tone was so lighthearted that Su Cheng was nearly rendered speechless. He never imagined that the individual referred to as young Master Zhao by the secretary would be applying for a security position. If Zhao Bo were to find out, his nose would surely be bent out of shape. A father as a president, and his son as a security guard. Who would ever believe such a tale? Here we are. My dear friend, this object is rather large. Let us carry it together. Before us lies an enormous box, adorned with a shipping label. I lifted it slightly, discovering that while it was not particularly heavy, its size was indeed imposing. What lies within? Who can say? On my very first day at work, I find myself tasked with moving such a colossal package. As I arrived, I was taken aback by its sheer magnitude. Zhao Lei, grumbling, struggled alongside Su Ming to transport it to the surveillance room. After much effort, they finally reached their destination, and upon examining the delivery slip, it appeared to be some sort of equipment destined for the monitoring room. I am utterly exhausted. Let us take a moment to rest, Zhao Lei declared, pulling a chair for Su Ming before seating himself. The two engaged in light conversation within the surveillance room, just as Zhao Bo emerged from a meeting with Mr. Li. Exchanging pleasantries. It was only after Mr. Li departed that the secretary hurriedly approached. Mr. Zhao, there is a problem. Young Zhao, what has happened to Zhao Lei? Zhao Bo inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. He had little influence over his rebellious son, and even the mention of him caused him distress. Mr. Zhao has asked Su Ming to assist him in moving items. It seems he even offered Su Ming a tip. The secretary's voice dwindled, and Zhao Bo's expression transformed from ashen to crimson, his demeanor becoming utterly uncontainable. Moving items. You allowed Mr. Su to carry things for him. With a deep breath, he managed to suppress his rising fury, gritting his teeth as he demanded, where is he? He should be in the surveillance room. How could he be there? I just inquired with the HR department. Young Zhao applied as you requested, but his desired position is that of a security guard. As the secretary concluded, Zhao Bo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly overwhelming him. Call this ungrateful child and instruct him to come to me. Wait, I shall find him. Su Ming must be with my son, and even in my anger, I must consider his presence. Storming into the surveillance room, Zhao Bo found Su Ming and Zhao Lei engaged in lively conversation. Zhao Lei, how could you possibly ask Mr. Su to assist you in moving items? And to offer him a tip, how audacious. He seized a nearby security baton, preparing to reprimand Zhao Lei, but Su Ming intervened just in time. Mr. Su, please do not restrain me. I must teach this boy a lesson. Mr. Su? What Mr. Su? I know not of any such person. Cowering behind Su Ming, Zhao Lei felt utterly aggrieved, having merely sought someone to help with the lifting, and he had even compensated them. As for breaking a leg, is that truly necessary? Mr. Zhao, please calm your temper. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. It is merely a matter of moving an object. I am not at all upset. To be perfectly frank, your son is quite amiable. We had a very engaging conversation just moments ago. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo's anger began to abate somewhat. My apologies for the trouble, Mr. Su. It is of no inconvenience at all. It is not as if I am working for free. After all, I was given 500 yuan. Considering my position, how about we let him off this time? After conversing for quite a while, it was evident that he was about to face retribution, and one cannot simply stand by and watch. As Su Ming spoke, Zhao Lei did not forget to give him a thumbs up from behind. Zhao Bo, upon hearing this, finally set down the security baton in his hand. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my failure as a parent. Su Ming merely smiled indifferently at the sincere apology. Zhao Lei was indeed a good fellow. At the very least, he was genuine. You two should have a good discussion regarding the auction. I shall leave it in your capable hands. Please ensure it is handled well. With no further matters to address, Su Ming prepared to depart after issuing a few instructions. Mr. Su, allow me to see you off. No need, he replied casually, waving his hand as he exited the monitoring room without a backward glance. Chapter 33. Gratitude turned to resentment. Zhao Bo turned to glare at Zhao Lei, his anger unabated. You really are something. Coming to the company to apply for a security position is one thing, but you had Mr. Su come to help you with your belongings. From now on, don't claim to be my son. You are my father, my real father. In his exasperation, Zhao Bo was unable to choose his words. However, Zhao Lei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as he cautiously approached the door, peering out and asking, Dad, do you mean we each have our own roles? You call me father, and I call you dad? What? Zhao Lei, you stand right there. His fury ignited in an instant. He picked up the security baton again, but fortunately, Zhao Lei was quick on his feet. Otherwise, he would have surely faced severe consequences. On Su Ming's side, after leaving Lantian Holdings, he returned to the dormitory once more. As noon approached, he sent a message to Si Qingxue, who quickly replied that she would continue working on the report in the laboratory that afternoon, likely finishing around 5. Bored, Su Ming passed by the dining hall. Knowing that Titan and the others had probably not yet had lunch, he decided to grab a few packed lunches for them. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found, as expected, the three of them still fast asleep. Lunch is here. Are you not getting up to eat with me? As he opened the packaging, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, stirring the three slumbering friends one by one. It smells so good. I'm starving. Su Ming, did you bring us lunch? As they awoke, each was still in a daze, unable to believe their good fortune. Indeed, each of you has a portion. If you don't get up now, it will be cold soon. Saying this, Su Ming began to eat. Seeing this, the three of them wasted no time in jumping out of bed. After a quick brush of their teeth and splash of water, they gathered around the table to indulge in their feast. How blissful it is to wake up and find lunch waiting. Su Ming, I love you. Titan chuckled with delight, even as he continued to eat, expressing his affection for Su Ming. The sensation was reminiscent of a Barbie doll, causing Su Ming to shiver, nearly covered in goosebumps. Titan, I suggest you focus on your meal. Su Ming has specially brought us lunch, and you must not repay kindness with malice. Hee. Su Zai, while savoring rice, couldn't help but turn around and jest with Titan. How can this be repayment of kindness? I speak from the heart. It would have been better not to explain, but as Titan did, Su Ming suddenly felt nauseous. By the time the three of them got out of bed, he had nearly finished his lunch. He set down his chopsticks, preparing to discard the lunchbox. Just leave it here. I'll throw it away for you once I finish. Oh, that's fine, thank you. Titan was eager to assist in disposing of the lunchbox, and he was pleased to have the task taken off his hands. He had a live stream to prepare for that evening, and it seemed there was little else to do. He was just about to lie down for a bit. Zhao Tiantian, however, stood up with the lunchbox in hand. Su Ming, do you have plans this afternoon? Let us head to the playground together. Again to the playground? Can we not? He wore an expression of reluctance. While Zhao Tiantian and the others were delighted at the prospect of being surrounded by beautiful girls, he felt like a donkey in a production team, toiling away without a moment's rest. Merely lecturing was not enough. He had to demonstrate as well. Su Ming, perhaps we should go after all. Wei already boasted about it in the group. Only after Titan spoke did he realize he might have let something slip, hastily covering his mouth, still chewing his food. Su Ming had heard every word clearly. A scrutinizing gaze swept across the three as he leaned against the headboard. Group? What group? Titan, your mouth truly knows no bounds. Su Zai smiled wryly, offering no explanation, while Zhao Tiantian quietly retreated to the side. The weight of scrutiny fell entirely upon Titan. With no way to remedy the situation, he could only brace himself and respond. It's the group for your teaching. Everyone suggested establishing a group. I thought it would be more convenient. So I created a small chat group. Raising an eyebrow, Su Ming scoffed. A small group? How small? Fewer than 200 people. Upon hearing Titan say fewer than 200, Su Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. 200 people. You three really are something. Do you intend to wear me out? I haven't even graduated yet, and you're already preparing me for work life, right? In the face of Su Ming's inquiry, the three exchanged glances before launching into a barrage of sweet talk. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were just the beginning. They even took charge of cleaning. Zhao Tiantian even suggested washing his socks and underwear. I'm genuinely terrified of you all. All right, I'll go, but it's only for 2 hours. I have things to do tonight, you know that. There's a live stream this evening, and I can't afford to waste too much time at the playground. No problem. 2 hours is 2 hours. I'll notify the group right now. After much persuasion, Su Ming finally agreed, much to the delight of the three companions. Following a notification in their group, they arranged to meet at the playground between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, lying in bed until 1:30. With only half an hour remaining until 2 o'clock, Zhao Tiantian and the others could hardly contain their excitement. They urged him to hurry to the playground. Upon arrival, Su Ming was once again taken aback by the scene before him. His eyes widened in astonishment, and Zhao Tiantian and the others gaped in disbelief. In one corner of the vast playground, several hundred people had gathered, and a large crowd was even seated in the distant stands. Little Tan, Is this what you meant by 200 people? Indeed, my group only has 200 members. The rest must be from Tian Tian and Zai's groups. His straightforwardness immediately attracted the piercing glares of Su Zai and Zhao Tiantian. Once again, he realized he had misspoken. Titan offered an awkward smile to the two and ducked behind Su Ming. How many people are actually in your group? Did you bring all these people here to scare me to death? He paused, momentarily contemplating hiring bodyguards. The sheer number of people was intimidating. If they charged at him en masse, he could easily be trampled. It's not that many, fewer than 1,000, perhaps. They are all students from the club, united by a keen interest in classical instruments. Su Ming, now that you're here, we agreed on 2 hours, and I've even prepared to wash my socks. You can't back out now. Having reached the entrance of the playground, if Su Ming dared to refuse today, they would surely carry him inside. Fewer than 1,000? What a remarkable understatement. Back in the dormitory, there were fewer than 200, and now, before noon, it has swelled by 800. This is utterly absurd. However, as Zhao Tiantian had pointed out, turning back was no longer an option. If he abandoned so many people, how would he survive at school in the future? Gritting his teeth, Su Ming could only press onward. As he navigated through the crowd to the center, he was struck by the theatricality of the ensemble. A variety of instruments were being played, and a large drum was prominently displayed in the middle, recognizably the very one he had performed with at the welcome party. Su Ming, you've arrived. A senior, impeccably dressed, approached him with a warm smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guotao, and I am the president of the Classical Instrument Society. He guided Su Ming to the large drum. Most of us have some familiarity with various instruments, but none in our club can play the drum. Would you kindly teach us today? His posture was sufficiently humble, and his tone was earnest in addressing Su Ming. With so many peers watching and the senior's request so sincere, Su Ming could only nod in agreement. Standing before the drum, he began by explaining its structure, followed by a demonstration of how to play. This endeavor is indeed exhausting. For 2 hours, he spent over an hour drumming. By the time it came to an end, both of his arms felt sore and numb. Lifting them became a challenge. Su Ming, I extend my gratitude to you. You have imparted much knowledge to us today. May I take a photograph with you? Guotao expressed his appreciation, noting that in the past, few classmates showed interest in their society. Ever since the welcome party, the membership has surged dramatically. Previously, there were only a dozen members, and now the society boasts hundreds. This count is still controlled. Otherwise, it would have exceeded 1,000. Of course, came the reply. A simple photo op seemed trivial, requiring no deep consideration. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. After Guotao finished taking his picture, other classmates clamored for a photo as well. His popularity rivaled that of an international superstar. For half an hour, from 4 to 4:30, Su Ming stood in place, maintaining a single pose and a smile. After enduring this silent trial, he finally managed to leave the playground. Phew, it's finally over. You all head back to the dormitory. I will find Senior Sister C. The live broadcast is scheduled for 7. Without following the few who left, Su Ming made his way towards the graduate school. Upon reaching the experimental building, after about 10 minutes, Si Qingshue's figure quietly appeared behind him. Dressed in a simple khaki shirt and slightly loose flared pants, her figure was splendidly showcased. Noticing Su Ming's silhouette, she deliberately slowed her pace. Unaware, Su Ming was suddenly startled by her voice. Have you been waiting long? Turning around, he saw Si Qingshue's joyful smile. It wasn't a long wait. The broadcast is in a little while. Shall we grab a bite first? Chapter 34. Feeding time. All right, let's go. We'll head to the school cafeteria. After dinner, I need to speak with the director. The earnings from the last live broadcast still need to be addressed. It's imperative to resolve this before tonight's broadcast. Time was of the essence, so they could only dine at the campus cafeteria. As they walked and chatted, they quickly arrived at the cafeteria, which was not very crowded at that moment. After purchasing their meals at the window, the two took a seat together, ready to eat. Si Qingxue keenly observed that something was amiss with Su Ming's arm. What happened to your arm? As Su Ming attempted to eat with a spoon, his arm trembled. I just drummed for over an hour on the playground. It's quite tiring. When he left the playground, he only felt a bit of soreness. Now, even eating had become a challenge. It seems that a lack of regular exercise truly takes its toll. Suddenly engaging in such an activity proved to be quite overwhelming. You drummed for an hour on the playground. Astonished, she had always assumed Su Ming would be resting in the dormitory, but never considered he would be in the playground drumming. Why the playground for drumming? The explanation is rather lengthy, with a bitter smile. It was not that he did not wish to clarify things for Si Qingxue, but the matter was too intricate to convey in mere words. Pausing her actions, she silently observed Su Ming. After a considerable time, Si Qingxue rose and walked towards the distant window. By the time Su Ming registered her movement, she had already returned with 2 takeout boxes. What were the takeout boxes for? Let us dine in a different location. Casually placing the boxes on the dining table, she proceeded to pack Su Ming's dinner, along with her own meal. Exiting the dining hall, the two made their way towards the live streaming classroom. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Even now, Su Ming was somewhat perplexed about Si Qingxue's intentions in bringing him here. Please have a seat. Indicating for Su Ming to sit, Si Qingxue opened the 2 takeout boxes in succession. She took a small spoon, scooped up a serving of fried rice, and directly offered it to Su Ming's mouth. Open wide, with delicate fingers holding the spoon, Si Qingxue was actually feeding him. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and a generous scoop of fried rice was placed within. After swallowing a mouthful, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This is pure bliss." Open wide. Before he could finish his sentence, Si Qingxue offered another spoonful of fried rice. After several bites, a faint blush appeared on Su Ming's face. Being so intimately fed by Si Qingxue made him feel somewhat embarrassed. In contrast, Si Qingxue maintained her calm demeanor. Upon noticing Su Ming's blush, she couldn't resist teasing. "What are you blushing for? Am I making you shy by feeding you?" With his mouth full of fried rice, he could only nod emphatically. Si Qingxue's charming face radiated joy, delighted by the rare sight of Su Ming's flushed cheeks. Her feeding pace quickened, and in no time, Su Ming had devoured every last morsel from the takeout box. Finally, he could catch his breath. "I have another portion here. Would you like to continue eating?" She pointed to her own dinner, still not feeling very hungry. If Su Ming wished to eat more, she was willing to share. No, I'm full." "Oh, then I shall eat it myself." Having finished his meal, Si Qingxue opened her own takeout box and began to eat delicately. Once she finished her dinner and tidied up briefly, the two departed the classroom. With less than an hour remaining before the live stream commenced, they hurried to find the director. Regarding the streaming revenue, the school leaders had convened a meeting that day to devise a solution. In the corner of the first floor of the administrative building, in the office of the publicity director, Director Bai of Qingyang University was organizing documents when a knock on the door interrupted him. "Come in." He brushed his neat short hair back and sat down in his chair, looking up just in time to see Si Qingxue and Su Ming enter. "Director Bai, Qingxue. Su Ming, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Allow me to pour you a glass of water." As the school principal, Bai Na exhibited no trace of formality. Upon seeing Su Ming and Si Qingxue enter, she stood up to pour water from the side. "Principal, we are not thirsty." "Not to worry, drinking more water is beneficial." With a smile, she handed the cups to Su Ming and Si Qingxue, choosing not to remain seated but instead guiding them to the sofa. Regarding the earnings from the live stream, I had a discussion with the principal and others. The school believes that although it is an official accounts live stream, the earnings should not be retained by the school. If you have no objections, the funds can be withdrawn by the school, and you may allocate them as you see fit. Bai Na's words took both Su Ming and Si Qingxue by surprise. They had not anticipated that the school would actually withdraw the earnings for them. "Principal Bai, it seems inappropriate for us to receive the earnings." Su Ming hesitated. Upon hearing this, Bai Na shrugged and smiled slightly. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are conducting a charitable live stream. When you agreed with the school, no conditions were stipulated. Now that there are earnings, how could the school dare to claim them all for itself?" The principal and several leaders share this sentiment. I was quite astonished at first, but upon reflection, it does make sense. "Principal, I propose this. The school has always had a scholarship fund, so perhaps we could donate this income in our names to the school scholarship fund. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation?" The scholarship fund at Qingyang University differs from those at other institutions. It is a modest fund contributed by the school's leaders and teachers aimed at assisting exceptionally disadvantaged students in completing their studies. Every summer, a dedicated fundraising event is held, where the entire faculty and student body contribute. The utilization of this fund is also remarkably transparent, with detailed accounts displayed weekly on the school bulletin board, even accounting for mere cents in profit, thanks to the diligent efforts of the accounting students. "Donation? Ha ha, you two really are impressive," Bai Na exclaimed. "If you genuinely wish to donate, I will certainly ensure that you receive the recognition you deserve." A substantial sum donated to the school's scholarship fund warrants the school's proper acknowledgement. Principal, let's skip the publicity. We are already quite well known. If the school promotes it further, what will happen to Si Qingxue and me? That will not do. I will discuss with the school how to provide you with some form of moral compensation. For now, let's leave it at this. I will communicate with the school further, and we can stay in touch at any time. Qingxue has my number. Su Ming. Please take note as well. Taking out her phone, she noted down Principal Bai's number, and the two departed the office together. For them, the amount earned from the live stream was indeed trivial. Rather than awkwardly accepting it, they preferred to donate it to the school, provided, of course, that the usage of the scholarship fund remained completely transparent. If there were any underhanded tactics involved, Si Qingxue would undoubtedly refrain from making this decision. Rather than allowing certain individuals to benefit at her expense, she would prefer to keep the money firmly in her grasp. As the time for the live broadcast approached, the two returned to the studio. Their classmates had already assembled, as the broadcast required a 10-minute warm-up in advance. Having been informed beforehand that Aunt Yun would certainly not be sending gifts today, Su Ming felt relatively at ease. Seated in the studio during these 10 minutes of preparation, all he needed to do was sit and occasionally respond to the barrage of comments. At that moment, in a lavish penthouse in the capital, Lin Qingju sat on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone when he stumbled upon a live stream. Initially indifferent, his demeanor shifted to one of surprise upon seeing a familiar face. Su Ming. Just then, Song Jinghua emerged from the bathroom, her face adorned with a mask. What's the matter, dear? Look quickly. Am I seeing things? Or is that really Su Ming? In his astonishment, he urged Song Jinghua to glance at his phone. When she saw Su Ming seated in the live stream, she too was taken aback. The next moment, Si Qingxue's figure appeared on screen, and after they both settled in, they prepared to commence the live broadcast. It truly is Su Ming. But who is that girl beside him? Quite attractive, indeed. As she gazed at Su Ming for a moment, Song Jinghua quickly shifted her attention to Si Qingxue. Lin Qingju chuckled and remarked, "Who else could it be but his girlfriend? We met her last time." The mention of their previous encounter instantly reminded him of Su Ming's request for discretion, and without time to ponder, he quickly fell silent. Nevertheless, his words were clearly heard by Song Jinghua. Chapter 35. On the pirate ship Girlfriend. What girlfriend? You met her last time. In an instant, Song Jinghua ripped off her facial mask, her eyes wide with shock. Realizing the situation was dire, Lin Qingju set down his phone, preparing to make a hasty retreat, only to be caught by Song Jinghua. Where do you think you're going? My dear, I need to use the restroom, he replied with a forced laugh, regretting his impulsive slip of the tongue. Had he not just thrown himself into the fire? Restroom? You need to explain yourself. When did you meet this girl? You knew about Su Ming's girlfriend and didn't tell me, did you? Her tone was icy, her gaze filled with menace. Although he had promised Su Ming to keep it a secret, he now found himself trapped. My love, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but Su Ming asked me not to say anything. He probably wanted to surprise you. With this explanation, Song Jinghua's expression softened slightly. Releasing Lin Qingju, she extended her hand. Give me your phone. Oh, he obediently handed over the phone, opening the live stream to scrutinize Su Ming and Si Qingxue closely. Is this girl truly Su Ming's girlfriend? With a look of astonishment directed at Lin Qingju, the latter promptly nodded in agreement. This impudent lad, Su Ming, does have quite an eye. These two children indeed bear a striking resemblance to a couple. Weren't you heading to the restroom? Make haste. I shall watch the live stream for a while, Song Jinghua remarked, smiling as she settled comfortably in the living room. Her gaze fixated on Si Qingxue, growing increasingly fond of her. Having narrowly escaped from a precarious situation, Lin Qingju turned back toward the bedroom, anxious that Song Jinghua might hold him accountable later. Phew, Su Ming, you have truly put me in a predicament. Is this matter of a girlfriend so trivial? If your aunt discovers that I have concealed the news of the pregnancy, I might as well be done for. He silently grumbled, realizing that, given the current circumstances, he would not dare to speak up, feeling entirely at the mercy of the situation, akin to boarding a ship of thieves. In the living room, Song Jinghua continued to watch the live stream while chuckling to herself. Upon noticing gifts being sent, she felt compelled to participate. Little did she anticipate that it would spiral out of control. Su Ming, in the live stream classroom, found his head buzzing as an array of gifts flooded the screen. No way. Here it comes again. Si Qingxue sat beside him, certain that this time the gift giver was definitely not her mother. What should I do? Perhaps I should block them. Since it was not Yun Yongwan, To prevent any unnecessary expenditure, Su Ming suggested blocking the user. Si Qingxue quickly shook her head. They are sending you gifts. Blocking them seems rather ungracious. How about we simply disable the gifting feature? Last time, they had to resort to this tactic halfway through the broadcast, and it appeared they would have to do so again. With the gifting feature disabled, the livestream room fell silent once more. On Song Jinghua's end, upon finding her gifts going unreceived, she began to bombard the chat with messages. Su Ming, you have a girlfriend, but Haven T informed your aunt, have you? Given the numerous gifts she had sent, her messages stood out prominently, and with just a cursory glance, Su Ming could ascertain that it was indeed his aunt. Beside him, Si Qingshue's face had turned a deep crimson. Song Jinghua attempted to send a few more messages, but soon discovered that she had been muted. What? I've been muted. In disbelief, she tried to post another message, only to be met with the same muted notification. Despite her astonishment, she remained exceedingly pleased. Throughout her life, though referred to as an aunt, she had practically been a second mother. How could she not feel joy at Su Ming's blossoming romance? She gazed at the live stream for a full 20 minutes. Honey, come out for a moment. Lin Qingzhu, hearing the call from the bedroom, cautiously opened the door. What is it, dear? Accompany me to see my mother. I wish to share this joyous news with her. Now, but it's almost 8. She must be preparing to rest. Lin Qingzhu hesitated. Yes, now. Bring your phone along. Returning the phone to Lin Qingzhu, Song Jinghua turned to change her clothes. A few minutes later, the two departed together. Would our mother be able to sleep tonight if she knew Su Ming was dating? I don't know. Have you met the girl? What do you think? Taking advantage of their dissent, Song Jinghua curiously inquired of Lin Qingzhu. She had only caught a glimpse of Si Qingxue in the live stream, and the girl had hardly spoken. Through the screen, it was difficult to ascertain her personality. However, based on her appearance and demeanor, she was undoubtedly satisfied. The girl is quite lovely, very composed. She is well-mannered and polite. We hardly exchanged words when we met. We went straight to the hospital as she had a cold. As the mention of the hospital arose, Lin Qingzhu, fearing he might inadvertently reveal too much, chose to remain silent. Song Jinghua did not press further, and once the driver brought the car around, they headed straight for the villa. Meanwhile, Su Ming continued his live stream, unaware that due to his recent broadcast, his aunt had already rushed to find his grandmother. The elderly woman had yet to retire for the night. She was seated in the living room, engrossed in a book, while several housekeepers were resting nearby. As anxious footsteps approached, Song Jinghua and Lin Qingzhu entered. Mother. Upon hearing the call, the elderly lady looked up. Upon recognizing her daughter and son-in-law, she propped herself up, exclaiming, Qingzhu is here. Come, sit down. Have you eaten, children? Mother, we ate long ago. Have you had your meal? Lin Qingzhu replied, his face filled with respect. His mother-in-law treated him with utmost kindness. Truthfully, it was no exaggeration to say she regarded him as her own son. Thus, he held genuine reverence for her. I have eaten. You and Jinghua coming over so late must be for a reason. I can tell there is something urgent. The two exchanged glances, ultimately deciding that Song Jinghua would explain. Mother, Su Ming has been studying in Qingyang City for some time now. Has he called you? Yes, he calls every couple of days, not overly frequent. But he hasn't missed a call. Jinghua, you both rushed over. Is something wrong with Su Ming? Upon hearing Su Ming's name, the elderly woman's anxiety was palpable. Having lost her son and daughter-in-law, her eldest grandson was her heart and soul. There could be no room for error. Quite frankly, should anything happen to Su Ming, she, as his grandmother, would surely struggle to carry on. There is something, but it is good news. Your grandson has a girlfriend. She is beautiful and gentle, a truly wonderful girl. Upon hearing these words, the elderly lady stumbled to her feet, grasping Song Jinghua's arm with both hands, her expression brimming with excitement. He has a girlfriend? Is this true? Of course it is true, mother. Would I deceive you about such matters? Qingzhu happened to witness it during his last visit to Qingyang City. I am contemplating a long holiday soon. If you wish to meet, I can have Su Ming bring you over. It would be delightful to see you. Oh dear, are you planning to keep me awake tonight? Su Ming, my dear child, has surprisingly begun dating. How amusing. The lines of my face are filled with excitement as Song Jinghua supports me back to the sofa. It is quite late. I shall call Su Ming tomorrow. Mother, do try to remain composed. One must still rest at night. The family is discussing the possibility of him bringing Si Qingxue home, while Su Ming remains blissfully unaware. The live broadcast has concluded. What was originally scheduled as 3 sessions has now been reduced to 2. This will be the final one. after tidying up with classmates. The two of them exited side by side, escorting Si Qingxue to the entrance of her dormitory. Not turning back immediately, she clasped her hands together, feeling as anxious as a little rabbit. After a moment, she hesitantly inquired, "Is the person in the live stream your aunt?" Chapter 36, An Unfathomable Sense of Fashion. Indeed, while her name does not reveal it, the situation regarding the gifts and the comments in the chat suggests it must be her. Do not worry. My aunt's personality is quite similar to Aunt Yan's. She likely will not contact me tonight. By noon tomorrow, she will surely call. Having known her Aunt Song Jinghua since childhood, he was well aware of her ways. Such a significant event as having a girlfriend would not escape her notice. Why would she call you? Si Qingxue was still processing this information. Su Ming raised his hand to touch his nose, feeling a bit awkward. What else could it be? Of course, she will call to ask me to bring you home to meet her. With that statement, Si Qingxue was rendered speechless. After a brief silence, she gently nodded in silent agreement. Does your aunt know about the pregnancy? She pondered, her delicate hands instinctively resting on her stomach. Upon hearing this, Su Ming decisively shook his head. She definitely does not. If she were aware of Si Qingxue's pregnancy, she would have arrived in Qingyang City tonight. The fact that Su Ming's family was still unaware of the pregnancy brought Si Qingxue a slight sense of relief. I shall return now. If we are indeed going to your home, I should buy some things in advance. All right, he replied, nodding at Si Qingxue as he watched her depart. Upon returning to the dorm, he washed his face and then promptly climbed into bed. As expected, the following day at noon, while dining with Titan and others, he received a call from his aunt. The message was straightforward. During this small holiday, she wanted him to bring Si Qingxue home, concerned that their return might be inconvenient. She even suggested sending someone to fetch them, but Su Ming refused the offer. The courses on Monday and Tuesday were quite numerous, nearly filling his schedule. It was not until Wednesday morning that Zhao Bo called, regarding the 25 million shares of Wanfeng Real Estate Group up for auction. They had now entered the bidding phase. However, their company was the only one registered. Ultimately, 25 million shares were acquired by Lantian Holdings at a transaction price of 50 million. As for Jinling Trading, there was no suspense. They successfully secured 180 million shares of Wantong Real Estate, thus becoming the largest shareholder of the company, with Lantian Holdings positioned as the second largest shareholder. The actual control of Wantong Real Estate now unequivocally rested in the hands of the Jinling Trading Group. All of this was anticipated by Su Ming and Zhao Bo. With the 25 million shares in hand, they were merely waiting to observe how Jinling Trading would revitalize Wantong Real Estate. After familiarizing himself with the auction proceedings, Su Ming casually inquired about Zhao Lei. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Lei's security job lasted barely 2 days before Zhao Bo assigned him to the asset management department as an ordinary employee, a decision made solely for the purpose of honing his skills. As for the ultimate outcome, even Zhao Bo, as a father, could not guarantee it. He knew his son all too well. Zhao Lei's rebellious nature was at its peak, and merely settling down to earn a living was already a considerable favor to him. Time swiftly progressed to Friday. Tomorrow marked Saturday, the first day of a short holiday, and Su Ming was discussing with Si Qingxue about returning to the capital together. However, before that, they needed to purchase a few items. It would be inappropriate to visit his elders empty-handed for the first time. On campus, Si Qingxue, adorned in a snow-white dress, resembled a lotus flower blooming amidst the mundane world. The hem of her dress swayed gently with the breeze, seemingly merging with the surrounding air. Sporting a pair of stylish yet minimalist white sneakers, devoid of excessive embellishments, she perfectly showcased her youthful vitality. Tall and graceful, she walked quietly beside Su Ming, the two of them walking in tandem. They soon arrived at the school gate. Aunt Yun called me this morning, inquiring about our plans for the short holiday. She wouldn't have guessed that I'm bringing you home, would she? They paused at the roadside. I don't know. I didn't tell her. You mustn't say anything either. We'll go secretly. She halted, gazing earnestly at Su Ming, her eyes resolute. All right. Su Ming had anticipated Si Qingxue's decision. During their phone conversation that morning, they had meandered through various topics without mentioning their return home. Soon, a taxi approached. The two of them hailed it and headed towards the city center, preparing to select some gifts to bring back for Grandma and Aunt. The gifts didn't need to be extravagant. Sincerity was what mattered most. Upon entering the largest mall in Qingyang City, they found it quite crowded. After browsing the first floor for a couple of rounds, Si Qingxue remained uncertain about what gifts to choose. What is Grandma like? Does enjoying vegetarian food and reciting Buddha count? Grandma often held a string of prayer beads and occasionally visited the temple to light incense. Su Ming's mention of vegetarian food and reciting Buddha truly left Si Qingxue in a quandary. Completely ignorant of the matters concerning the Buddha, I sought to present my grandmother with a meaningful gift, yet I feared I might inadvertently embarrass myself. In the end, it was Su Ming who gently reminded me that it was not necessary to offer anything overly extravagant. My grandmother appreciates simplicity. In my opinion, purchasing 2 garments would be most appropriate. With this suggestion, Si Qingxue suddenly realized that clothing could indeed be a suitable gift. The elderly garments were located on the 5th floor. Let us proceed there directly. Turning towards the escalator, we ascended to the 5th floor. This entire level was dedicated to apparel for middle-aged and older individuals, with the garments for the elderly particularly striking in their vibrant hues. After browsing through 2 or 3 shops, we finally settled on a delightful outfit in the 3rd store. The style was appealing, though I wondered if my grandmother would appreciate it. The ensemble consisted of a bright red blouse and a matching outer garment, both adorned with golden accents. To gauge how it might look, it was simple enough. Why not try it on? I could do that. Si Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she assessed the size of the garments in her hands, and with the assistance of a sales associate, she found a fitting outfit. Clutching the clothes, she made her way to the fitting room. When she emerged, both Su Ming and the sales associate were taken aback. The same outfit, when worn by Si Qingxue, exuded an inexplicable sense of fashion. Perhaps the designer of the garment never anticipated that their creation could be worn with such flair. Su Ming, what do you think of this outfit? Do I look all right? Without immediately checking the mirror, Si Qingxue inquired, casting a glance at her reflection. Not look good. If only there were more grandmothers like you. I dare say all the elderly men in the world would go wild. Su Ming chuckled. Si Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at his exaggeration. Turning to view herself in the mirror, she noted the attention to detail and the commendable effect of the outfit. Her grandmother would surely adore it. Do you know my grandmother's height and weight? Yes. Are we certain this is the right outfit? Indeed, this is it. Having chosen the attire, Su Ming turned to the sales associate and provided the necessary measurements. After a brief search, they quickly located the same style in the appropriate size. As expected of the largest department store in Qingyang City, the prices were not modest. The blouse and outer garment totaled nearly 3,000 yuan. With the purchase of her grandmother's clothing completed, they proceeded to select gifts for her aunt and uncle. For her uncle, a fine tie was chosen, while for her aunt, Si Qingxue selected a lovely bracelet. With all the gifts finally selected, Su Ming prepared to escort Si Qingxue out of the mall. However, the other party expressed a desire to purchase a few more items. Reluctantly, he followed Si Qingxue to the 3rd floor, carrying a multitude of bags. As they ambled along, they paused outside a lingerie boutique. Chapter 37. Shall I help you choose? I will go in and buy a couple of pieces. Would you care to join me? Her graceful figure approached, her gaze flowing like water towards Su Ming. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of elegance, intertwined with a touch of mischief. This blend of contrasting yet harmonious qualities bestowed upon Si Qingxue a unique charm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her inquiry, Su Ming's eyes wandered into the store, where a dazzling array of women's lingerie left him momentarily dazed. Notably, many couples were browsing together inside. Sensing Su Ming's hesitation, Si Qingxue smiled sweetly. If you choose not to enter, you can wait for me here. I will be out shortly. Who said I wouldn't go in? I'm coming with you, he replied. After all, there were men inside, and since Si Qingxue didn't mind, why should he, a grown man, be so conflicted? When Su Ming suddenly decided to accompany her, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Si Qingxue's eyes. However, she said nothing further and turned to lead him into the lingerie store. There were only 2 female staff members present, and most customers were self-service. As lingerie differs from ordinary clothing in that selections must be based on body measurements, with no fitting rooms available, thus saving considerable time. Honey, what color do you prefer? How about this style? A couple in their 30s stood nearby, the woman consulting her husband while selecting lingerie. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he stealthily approached Si Qingxue. Ahem, would you like me to help you choose? That could work. He had intended to tease Si Qingxue, yet was taken aback when she readily accepted. Stunned, he stood there, gazing at Si Qingxue's enchanting face, suddenly feeling that he was the one being teased. I seem to be unaware of your size. That's all right. You can choose the color and style. and I will select the size. Does that sound good? Her delicate, fair hands naturally fell in front of her, her voice as melodious as a lark. Si Qingxue appeared genuinely focused and attentive, seemingly devoid of jest. Assisting a girl in selecting lingerie was a first for him, and he lacked any experience. However, as a man of honor, he realized that words once spoken could not be taken back. He had no choice but to forge ahead. The garments at the front were rather ordinary, their styles quite monotonous. As they ventured further back, the designs became increasingly novel. After a thoughtful selection, Su Ming's gaze landed on a cream-colored bra. Unlike other lingerie pieces adorned with lace trimmings, this one exudes a unique aesthetic. What do you think? Si Qingxue had already noticed Su Ming's gaze. Upon hearing his inquiry, she nodded in agreement, remarking, "It's quite nice. I intend to purchase 2 sets in total. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in selecting another piece." With bags in hand, Su Ming pondered for a considerable time before ultimately choosing a plain black bra. This design featured lace accents, though they were not overly conspicuous. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Qingxue readily agreed. When it came to selecting the lower half, Su Ming suddenly spotted a particularly distinctive piece of lingerie, designed similarly to swimwear, with ties on either side. "What do you think of this one?" he asked, grinning at Si Qingxue. In a heartbeat, the previously composed Si Qingxue felt her cheeks flush, her gaze darting away. She had not anticipated Su Ming's audacity in suggesting such a type of lingerie. "This won't do," she declared. "Oh, very well. Let me take another look." Ultimately, she decided against further selection since the previous items were already coordinated. Su Ming's subtle calculations did not escape her notice. Summoning a sales associate, she communicated her size, and the attendant promptly retrieved 2 sets of lingerie. After a smooth transaction, Si Qingxue left with Su Ming, carrying the neatly packaged items. With the shopping complete, it was now time to return to school. "What time shall we depart tomorrow morning? Are we taking the train?" "Not by train," Su Ming replied. "We will drive back." Si Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Her surprise was not due to doubt in Su Ming's driving ability, but rather curiosity about his means of transportation. "Do you have a car?" she inquired. "No," he replied decisively, prompting her to question further. "Then how can you say we will drive back? My lack of a car does not imply that you do not possess one. We shall take your vehicle." During a previous conversation at home, Si Tianli had mentioned that Si Qingxue's family had gifted her a car for her university years. However, she had grown accustomed to hailing taxis, leaving the car parked in the underground garage, rarely driven except for routine maintenance. "Using my car is fine, but you must take it out tonight." "Are we having dinner at home tonight?" she asked. When Aunt Yun inquires, what should I say? His eyes filled with discomfort, as he found himself in a dilemma. Having never been adept at lying, he felt uneasy at the thought of fabricating such a grand falsehood. "Just tell her we are going on a short trip," Si Qingxue suggested. "If my mother asks anything else, I will handle it." As they walked from the square to the roadside, Si Qingxue continued to quietly remind him of various matters. Throughout the entire process, Su Ming retained only a single phrase in his memory, choosing to remain silent while leaving the remainder of the matters to Si Qingxue. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and, in no time, arrived outside Qingyang University. After escorting Si Qingxue back to her dormitory, he leisurely made his way home. Upon opening the dormitory door, he found only Su Zai remaining. The beds of Titan and Zhao Tiantian were impeccably tidy, with even their suitcases vanished from beneath the beds. "Zai, have they both gone home?" he inquired. "Yes, they have returned home. I too am taking the train tonight," Su Zai replied. "When will you be heading back?" Having packed all her belongings, Su Zai sat on her bed, awaiting the opportune moment to hail a taxi to the train station. It was her first return home since the semester began, and the thought alone filled her with excitement. "I will return tomorrow morning. The capital is not very far from Qingyang City. I'll leave in the morning and arrive by noon." "Zai, how long will your journey take?" To his knowledge, Su Zai hailed from the southern regions, a considerable distance from Qingyang City. "If I leave tonight, I should arrive tomorrow evening. I booked a sleeper ticket, so after a couple of naps, I'll be there. It's a 24-hour train ride." "Indeed, there's no other choice," she said with a wry smile, shrugging her shoulders. "That's how I came here at the beginning of the semester. If it weren't for this short holiday, I might not have even gone home. The journey is too cumbersome, taking 2 days just for travel alone." He spent the afternoon chatting with Su Zai in the dormitory. By 5 o'clock, she had gathered her suitcase and made her way downstairs. Su Ming followed suit, watching Su Zai depart before he turned and headed towards Si Qingshua's dormitory. Having given prior notice, Yun Yonglan and Si Tianli had begun preparing dinner in the afternoon, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon meeting Si Qingxue, the driver was already waiting at the school gate. Upon returning to the villa, Yun Yonglan greeted them with her usual warmth, one hand clasping Si Qingshue's and the other holding Su Ming's, leading them to the sofa. After seating them, she rose to fetch the prepared fruit platter from the dining room. "You two youngsters, it's been several days since you've returned. Are you so busy with your studies that you have no time even on weekends?" "Mom, there really has been a lot going on at school," Si Qingxue replied sweetly, picking up an apple with a smile. However, her response was met with an indifferent eye roll from Yun Yonglan. "You girl, what do you mean by a lot going on? That's merely an excuse. You simply don't want to come back to see your father and me. If you don't wish to return, that's one thing, but you shouldn't prevent little Su from coming back." Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue turned to Su Ming, gently asking, "Did I ever say you couldn't come?" She then busied herself with a banana, peeling it and taking a bite, seemingly ignoring the exchange. It was perhaps best for him to refrain from involving himself in the debate between the two women. Offending either party would yield no favorable outcome. "Qingxue, how could you threaten little Su? Xiao Su, does she often bully you? If she does, come back and tell Aunt Yun, and I will teach her a lesson." With a haughty snort, Yun Yonglan declared, picking up a banana and extending it once more to Su Ming. "Here, have another." Si Qingxue glanced down at the apple in her hand, momentarily bewildered, unable to discern whether the woman before her was indeed her mother. "My dear, please pour the children some water and let them rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly," came the voice of Si Tianli from the dining room. Yun Yonglan personally went to serve them both a glass of water. As they transitioned to the dining phase, a lavish spread adorned the table. According to Si Tianli, he had labored over this meal for an entire afternoon. Notably, the slow-simmered pork trotter soup had been stewing for 3 hours. The meat, tender beyond compare, had rendered the collagen within the trotter exquisitely soft. "Qingxue, your favorite trotter soup. And this, your father made the steamed fish. This is blanched vegetable hearts, very light." As her mother continued to serve herself dishes, Si Qingxue wore an expression of astonished delight. Nearby, Su Ming, sensing the abundance, was about to pick up his chopsticks when Yun Yonglan interjected, "Xiao Su, you should try some too." He knew Aunt Yun would not let him off easily. As the dishes piled up in his bowl, he quickly lifted it, exclaiming, "Aunt Yun, that's enough. I truly cannot eat so much. My dear, Xiao Su has been here before. He should serve himself what he desires, preparing a bowl for him. What does that signify? Xiao Su, listen to your uncle. Take what you wish. The more you eat, the happier we are. A chef loves to see others enjoy their creations. It brings a sense of accomplishment. Ha ha ha." This was a sensible remark, and Su Ming did not hesitate. After finishing the food in his bowl, he began to join Si Qingxue in selecting dishes. After dinner, as he had anticipated, Aunt Yun inquired about the plans for their short holiday. At Si Qingxue's urging, Su Ming remained silent, allowing her to respond. This peculiar scene quickly aroused the suspicions of Yun Yonglan and Si Tianli. "Xiao Su, Qingxue mentioned you two are going out to play. Is that true?" "Mom, of course it's true. Do you not trust my words?" Si Qingxue placed a hand on Su Ming's thigh, subtly signaling him to refrain from speaking. "It's not that I don't trust you. I am merely concerned for your safety. At the very least, you ought to inform us of your destination." "Xiao Su, where are you and Qingxue planning to go?" "Auntie, we are going to the capital." "The capital?" Upon hearing their destination, Yun Yonglan swiftly glanced at Si Tianli. Si Qingxue, taken aback by Su Ming's sudden response, had no time for further explanations as she stood and grasped Su Ming's arm. "Mom and Dad, it's getting late. We must return to school. We have plans for tomorrow." "Indeed, I have taken the car." With a casual greeting, and without waiting for Yun Yonglan and Si Tianli to respond, she grasped Su Ming's arm and exited the living room. In the villa's underground garage, a brand new Porsche was parked in its designated spot. Handing the car keys to Su Ming, Si Qingxue opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. As they started the vehicle and departed, Yun Yonglan and Si Tianli stood at the entrance of the villa. "Darling, little Su mentioned they're heading to the capital. Surely they wouldn't be taking Qingxue to meet her grandmother, would they? If that is the case, it would be rather inappropriate for us not to bring gifts for the elder. Oh well, let us pretend we are oblivious. The timing is not yet right. Since our daughter is not divulging anything, they cannot be compelled to inquire further. We shall leave it at that for now." Upon hitting the road, Si Qingxue who had been quietly seated in the passenger seat, suddenly turned around with a pout after waiting at a traffic light. "Why did you say we are going to the capital?" "Huh?" With one hand casually gripping the steering wheel, Su Ming opened his mouth in a wry smile. It had been over 10 minutes since they had arrived, and he had thought Si Qingxue would no longer dwell on it. He did not anticipate that her reflexes would be so prolonged. "Aunt Yin asked us where we were going. I couldn't possibly deceive her. Besides, heading to the capital does not necessarily mean we are going to my home. The reason for my honesty is primarily to consider the future. Should my future mother-in-law discover that I had deceived her, it could lead to repercussions later on. Furthermore, Yin Yonglan has been so kind to me. I truly cannot bear to lie to her. But by saying that, they will undoubtedly grow suspicious. My greatest concern is not my parents. But what if my grandmother senses something? What should we do then? Every time the baby in my belly is mentioned, she instinctively places her hand on her abdomen. Do not worry, your grandmother is not a divine healer. You are only 2 months pregnant. As long as you do not bring it up, she will not notice. I have researched extensively and found that pregnant mothers can feel the baby moving. But why do I feel nothing at all? Aside from occasional nausea, everything feels just as it did before. Si Qingxue mumbled to herself, while Su Ming could only chuckle in disbelief. At this stage, the baby is likely just beginning to take shape. If your research indicates that one can feel the baby moving, that typically occurs around 6 or 7 months. While they chatted, they returned to campus. Due to the afternoon break, the usually bustling school gates were eerily quiet. The campus itself mirrored this stillness. After parking the car, Su Ming and Si Qingxue both alighted. Is Bai Ling still in the dormitory? No, she went home this afternoon. Then it seems you are alone in the dorm? Yes. With a slight nod, she acknowledged that the graduate dormitories were double occupancy, and now, with Bai Ling gone, she was left by herself. Can you manage living alone? Perhaps we should go to a hotel tonight. As Su Ming spoke, Si Qingxue suddenly halted in her tracks. Standing gracefully, she was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief. She never anticipated that Su Ming would so brazenly suggest heading to a hotel. A hotel? To book a room, perhaps? Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Su Ming. Sensing Si Qingxue's misunderstanding, Su Ming hastily waved his hands. No, 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 do not misinterpret. I am merely concerned for your safety alone in the dormitory. Going to a hotel means, of course, booking 2 rooms. Let us gather our belongings. Departing from the hotel in the morning would be more convenient. Chapter 39. I am a decent person. She could not agree with the notion that the dormitory was unsafe. However, it was indeed true that staying at a hotel would facilitate an easier departure in the morning. Due to the management policies of Qingyang University, vehicles were prohibited from entering the campus, which would render the transfer of items time-consuming. Then you book the rooms. If we can secure 2, we shall stay at the hotel. The last time they had a couple-themed room had left her with quite a psychological scar, particularly due to the semi-open transparent bathroom. Just recalling it now was embarrassing. Si Qingxue acquiesced, and Su Ming quickly retrieved his phone, soon locating a hotel of higher standards. After confirming the reservation, he made sure Si Qingxue glanced at the booking information. After thoroughly checking to ensure it was not a couple's room, they each returned to their respective dormitories. He possessed very few belongings, merely a few articles of clothing and toiletries. Without a backpack, he had a black plastic bag in his wardrobe, neatly folding his clothes into it. He did not take his toiletries, as he had his own at home. Additionally, he was bringing gifts for his grandmother and aunt. From packing upstairs to heading down, the entire process took no more than 5 minutes. Arriving at Si Qingxue's building with the black plastic bag, he waited 20 minutes before spotting her emerging with a small suitcase. Su Ming hurried to greet her. Do you have everything? No, Si Qingxue replied, her cheeks flushed. Shaking her head, bringing the suitcase down from upstairs was not an easy task for her. Su Ming wished to assist, but alas, he was at a girl's dormitory. And as a male, he could not enter. Shall we go? Wait, where are your things? Su Ming held only the gifts he had purchased today and a black plastic garbage bag. Si Qingxue hesitated, pointing at the black bag in Su Ming's hand. Is that your luggage? Yes, just a few pieces of clothing. I came here with only this when the semester began. Everything else is at home, he explained nonchalantly, leaving Si Qingxue utterly astonished. Moving from the capital to Qingyang to attend university, and yet his luggage consisted of merely a few garments. However, Su Ming remained unfazed. Transferring the black plastic bag to his left hand, he extended his right to take the suitcase from Si Qingxue. I shall help you carry some. No need. It is not heavy at all. They are merely clothes. It may seem like a lot, but in reality, they bear little weight. Load all these items into the car. The hotel we reserved is nearby. Su Ming drove into the hotel's parking lot. After completing the check-in process, the two ascended to their room with the key card. Their rooms were conveniently adjacent. Yet rather than retreating to his own quarters, Su Ming followed Si Qingxue into her room. Are you not going back to sleep? What brings you here? It's too early to sleep. I came to chat. Chat? Why do I sense ulterior motives? Si Qingxue stood beside the bed, casting a glance at Su Ming before retrieving her prepared nightwear. Although she verbally expressed her suspicion, deep down, she harbored a profound trust in him. Otherwise, she would not have so readily allowed him to enter. Where's the ulterior motive? I am a respectable individual. I do not believe you. With her nightgown neatly folded, Si Qingxue turned towards the bathroom. After arranging her toiletries, she switched on the television. Just as the screen flickered to life, the sudden ring of Su Ming's phone interrupted the moment. Checking the caller ID, he discovered it was Zhao Bo. Given the late hour, such an unexpected call surely indicated an urgent matter. His expression shifted as he gripped the phone, prompting Si Qingxue to lower the television volume. Hello? Mr. Su. Do you have a moment? What's the matter? There's an urgent issue that requires your attention. If you're available, could you come to the office? I will send someone to pick you up. Zhao Bo's voice was laced with urgency, suggesting he was in a hurry. The brevity of the conversation left Su Ming with no time for questions. He hung up and stood up immediately. Do you have to go out? Si Qingxue inquired before he could speak. Yes, something has come up. Then you should go. Be careful on the road and return early. Her lack of probing questions and her simple concern for his safety surprised Su Ming. All right, I may be back late. Rest well. With that, he departed swiftly, still uncertain of the situation at hand. To save time, he drove Si Qingxue's Porsche directly to Lantian Holdings. Inside the conference room of Lantian Holdings, the atmosphere turned exceedingly tense with Zhao Bo's arrival. Has anyone received any news about Chengshi Construction's collapse? Mr. Zhao, the incident was too sudden. We were utterly unprepared. Not just us. The other shareholders have received no information either. All assets of Chengshi Construction have been judicially frozen. What shall we do? The expressions of the senior executives in the room darkened considerably. Hearing this, Zhao Bo felt a wave of despair wash over him. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Lantian Holdings was the second largest shareholder of Chengshi Construction. With the company's sudden downfall, the funds they had previously invested were likely lost without a trace. Mr. Zhao, given the current circumstances, there are only two courses of action. One is to passively witness the bankruptcy liquidation of Chengshi Jianye, and the other is to significantly increase our investment. Together with other shareholders of Chengshi Jianye, we can strive to extricate it from its predicament. The middle-aged man on the left calmly analyzed the situation, prompting someone to voice their concerns. There has already been a considerable investment in Chengshi Jianye. Further financial commitment could lead to even greater losses. I suggest we cut our losses promptly. Mr. Li, are you suggesting we simply watch Chengshi Jianye be liquidated? That is utterly unacceptable. The losses would be far too great. The current state of the group cannot withstand such a significant setback. Mr. Wang, what else can we do if we do not want to witness its bankruptcy? Shall we risk the entire Lantian Holdings in the process? The room was rife with heated debate. It was the first time Zhao Bo felt utterly exhausted since taking over Lantian Holdings. Everyone, please be quiet. At this juncture, losses are unavoidable. Mr. Wang, promptly reach out to the other shareholders of Chengshi Jianye to gauge their stance. Mr. Li, you are to head to the headquarters of Chengshi Jianye and arrange a meeting with Chairman Chen. Mr. Su will arrive shortly. I shall speak with him afterward. Thank you all for your hard work this evening. With that, Zhao Bo stood and left the conference room without a backward glance. Minutes later, Su Ming arrived at the base of Lantian Holdings and took the elevator directly to Zhao Bo's office. Upon seeing Su Ming, Zhao Bo displayed none of his usual warmth. After inviting him to sit, he succinctly explained the sudden crisis at Chengshi Jianye. Su Ming appeared utterly bewildered after hearing the report. Such a significant issue. And you had no forewarning? Anticipating Su Ming's question, Zhao Bo could only awkwardly shake his head. Mr. Su, this matter is entirely my responsibility. I admit my oversight and am willing to bear full accountability. The most pressing concern now is how to mitigate our losses. Our investment in Chengshi Jianye has already surpassed 300 million. If we allow it to collapse without intervention, the losses would be catastrophic. The tension was palpable as Zhao Bo rubbed his hands together in agitation. Please, do not rush. What is the cause of Chengshi Jianya's predicament? Insolvency. Initially, everything appeared sound. However, the real estate sector has been in a downward spiral this year, leading to insufficient capital recovery for Chengshi Jianya's properties. After explaining for several minutes, Zhao Bo found himself at a loss for solutions. Should the decision-making falter, the entire Lantian Holdings would suffer the consequences. In this critical juncture of survival, all hope rested upon Su Ming. Chengshi Jianya is one of the largest investments for Lantian Holdings, with total investments exceeding 300 million, holding a 21% stake. It is simply inconceivable to abandon it. Even if bankruptcy liquidation is inevitable, it will not occur overnight. Allow me some time. I will handle this matter. Mr. Su, are you suggesting that you wish to lend a hand to Honest Construction? It remains uncertain. Please compile a dossier on Honest Construction and print it out for me to take along. During this upcoming holiday, I shall travel to the capital, and upon my return, assist me in arranging a meeting with Chairman Chun of Honest Construction. Very well. A smile finally broke through Zhao Bo's tense expression. Su Ming readily agreed, as if he had suddenly discovered a steadfast ally. In Zhao Bo's perspective, given Su Ming's status and background, any commitment he made was undoubtedly resolvable. After 2 hours of meticulous assembly, the staff managed to compile an exhaustive dossier on Honest Construction. The substantial stack of documents consisted of over 100 pages, weighing heavily in his hands. So much? Su Ming inquired. I instructed my team to prepare a detailed report, with everything categorized. This should facilitate your review. Zhao Bo replied with a sheepish smile. Su Ming had proactively requested the information, and Zhao Bo had ensured that the staff prepared it thoroughly. The more detailed the report, the lesser the chances of error. Upon leaving Lantian Holdings, Su Ming returned to the hotel, only to find that it was already past 11 at night. He assumed Si Qingxue had already retired for the evening and was about to return to his room when, unexpectedly, the door to Si Qingxue's room swung open. Clad in her nightgown, Si Qingxue peered out, and upon spotting Su Ming, a flicker of joy crossed her face. You're back. You haven't gone to bed yet? Su Ming was taken aback. It was nearly midnight, and she was still awake. I'll be going to sleep soon. You should rest early as well. Good night. With a delicate gesture of her fingers, reminiscent of snowflakes, Si Qingxue bid him farewell and promptly closed her door. Watching the door close, Su Ming murmured to himself, could it be that she has been waiting for my return? In truth, his speculation was spot on. After finishing her shower, Si Qingxue had prepared for bed, but, upon not seeing Su Ming return, left a small gap in her door, sitting on the edge of her bed and watching television while waiting. She had contemplated calling or messaging him multiple times, but, fearing she might disturb him, ultimately refrained. As for why she acted thus, she herself could not explain. Now that he had finally returned, she could rest easy and lie down to sleep. Returning to his room, Su Ming, with an early drive back to the capital the following morning, did not even bother to shower, opting instead to lie down and rest. The next morning at 5 o'clock, he had yet to rise when a soft knock echoed from outside his door. Being a light sleeper, Su Ming immediately opened his eyes. Sitting up, he listened attentively and confirmed that it was indeed a knock. Groggily, he got out of bed, unsure of who was at the door, and instinctively opened it. Si Qingxue stood there, adorned in a flowing dress, her dark hair elegantly styled into a bow at the back of her head, with soft strands cascading over her shoulders. Her typically cool demeanor was softened, now radiating a touch of innocent charm. Su Ming, why are you not dressed? Just emerging from beneath the covers. Su Ming was clad only in a simple pair of boxers. Although Si Qingxue was taken aback, she did not cover her eyes. Instead, it was Su Ming, realizing the situation, who quickly turned to hide behind the door. Sister, what time is it? What are you doing? Peeking out with half his head visible. His drowsy mind instantly cleared, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It's just past 5. Aren't we supposed to set off early? Get ready, and we'll go have breakfast. I'll wait for you in my room. After speaking to Su Ming, Si Qingxue left without looking back, leaving behind a faint trail of fragrance. Exhaling softly, Su Ming glanced at his phone. It was 5:11. This was his homecoming, and if one were unaware, they might think Si Qingxue was the one returning. Given her enthusiasm, after securely shutting the door, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while still in his underwear. Once dressed, he knocked again on Si Qingxue's door. There were numerous breakfast spots downstairs in the hotel, though not many patrons had arrived at that early hour. After a casual breakfast, Su Ming and Si Qingxue proceeded to the front desk to check out. It will take 3 to 4 hours on the road. I'll buy you some fruit for the journey. But the fruit shops aren't open yet, are they? Si Qingxue's sparkling eyes gazed at Su Ming. While they had breakfast, only the breakfast eateries had opened their doors. The supermarkets and fruit stores remained shut tight. There's a morning market nearby. Wait for me at the hotel for a bit. After saying this to Si Qingxue, Su Ming left without a backward glance. About 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a large bag of fruit. The morning market had a wide array of goods. In addition to fruit, he had also picked up some pastries. If Si Qingxue felt hungry on the way, she could snack on them at her leisure. Placing the items in the passenger seat, he started the car after Si Qingxue settled in. With the roar of the engine, they officially embarked on their journey back to the capital. Seated beside him, Si Qingxue gazed out the window, engaging in conversation with Su Ming from time to time. Approximately an hour into their drive, while they had covered less than a third of the distance, Su Ming's grandmother's call unexpectedly came through. Unable to answer while driving, he gestured for Si Qingxue to take the call. Upon realizing she was to answer, Si Qingxue felt a surge of nerves. However, she could not ignore it. Carefully picking up the phone, she parted her lips slightly and took a deep breath. Hello, Grandma. Su Ming is driving. When the call intended for her grandson was suddenly answered by a girl, the grandmother immediately understood the situation. Her demeanor shifted 180 degrees. Her expression turning warm and amiable. Lin Qingzhu and Song Jinghua, seated beside her, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Qingxue, I thought you hadn't set off yet. Are you already on the road? Tell Su Ming to drive slowly and be careful. Grandma is waiting for you both to return home. The tone was as amiable as it could be, with Song Jinghua and Lin Qingzhao tilting their heads, their eyes wide open in surprise. No wonder the elder had changed her demeanor. It turned out she was conversing with her prospective granddaughter-in-law. My dear, your attitude is truly a stark contrast, they remarked, chuckling. The elder, unfazed by the teasing from her daughter and son-in-law, boldly replied, What's wrong with my attitude? Is it not entirely normal to be kinder to a future granddaughter-in-law? She insisted that when Qing Snow arrived later, they must treat her with the utmost respect. Did you hear me? It's not enough to simply be polite. You must ensure that Song Jinghua and Lin Qingzhao understand. With their nods of agreement, the elder finally settled back on the sofa, satisfied with her instructions. After hanging up the phone, Si Qing quickly set her device down. In that brief moment, her palms had begun to perspire. Thankfully, her grandmother had refrained from idle chatter during the call. It was the first time Su Ming had encountered Si Qing in such a state. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, prompting him to stifle a laugh. Noticing the smile on his face, Si Qing's cheeks puffed up in indignation. With her arms crossed, she muttered softly, You're laughing at me. Chapter 41. Attentiveness in her beautiful eyes, there flickered a fleeting hint of resentment, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. Su Ming, sensing this, hastily shook his head. No, how could I dare to mock you? I simply find you a bit tense. Despite his words, a smile lingered on his face, betraying his attempt at seriousness. Si Qing, biting her silver teeth in frustration, turned her body away in a clear display of disinterest. As she seemed on the verge of anger, Su Ming struggled to suppress his laughter. After over half an hour of silence, Si Qing's curiosity reignited, her gaze drifting to the window as she inquired about the places they passed. Approximately 3 hours later, they finally entered the capital city. Following the navigation's guidance through traffic, they spent an additional hour before reaching the vicinity of the villa. Upon arriving at the villa district, they were promptly stopped by security, as they were not authorized internal vehicles. After a brief verification process, they were allowed entry into the lavish enclave. The grandeur of the villa area was astonishing, even eliciting admiration from Si Qing. Simultaneously, doubts about Su Ming's background began to form in her mind. She had never probed into his family circumstances, having assumed he hailed from a modest, or perhaps even struggling household. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that this was not the case. In a city where every inch is precious, residing in such a spacious villa area in a central location could hardly be the domain of ordinary individuals. After winding through the area for a while, they finally parked outside one of the villas. Just as the car came to a halt, 2 security personnel approached. But upon recognizing Su Ming, they promptly retreated to their posts. Upon our arrival, let us disembark. Oh, with a gentle nod. I followed Su Ming and opened the car door. Just as we stepped out, several familiar figures approached us. Song Jinghua and Lin Qingzhao hurriedly accompanied their grandmother, completely overlooking Su Ming, and rushed to stand before Si Qingxue. Caught unprepared, Si Qingxue was suddenly surrounded by the three elders. Her delicate form stiffened, yet she endeavored to muster a smile. "Hello, Grandma. Hello, Aunt. Hello, Uncle. Qingxue, you must be weary from the journey. I have prepared some snacks for you. Come, let us go inside and rest," the grandmother said, gently grasping Si Qingxue's wrist and leading her indoors, never casting a glance at Su Ming. As for the aunt, she was even more preoccupied, maintaining a smile and attending to the two of them, occasionally inquiring after Si Qingxue's well-being. Ultimately, only Uncle Lin Qingzhao seemed to notice Su Ming. "What are you standing there for, Su Ming? Come inside. It's rather warm out here." "Uncle, there are still things in the car." "Oh, things left in the car? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let me help you." Upon learning that there were still items in the vehicle, Lin Qingzhao turned to retrieve them. Su Ming carried Si Qingxue's suitcase and his own belongings, while the remaining items were entrusted to Uncle Lin Qingzhao. The two entered the living room, laden with bags. In the distance, on the guest sofa, the grandmother was already engaged in casual conversation with Si Qingxue. Meanwhile, the aunt busied herself with serving snacks and fruits, even preparing a bottle of honey nearby. Concerned that Si Qingxue might not be accustomed to the fare, "Isn't my grandmother and aunt a tad too enthusiastic?" Su Ming murmured softly, standing still as he observed the scene before him. Lin Qingzhao, bemused, shook his head. "Look at your aunt's state. After over a decade of marriage, I have yet to witness such fervor from her." Their hushed conversation went unnoticed by the trio on the sofa. After placing Si Qingxue's suitcase in her designated room, Su Ming and Lin Qingzhao joined them by the sofa. "Aunt, Grandma, this is a gift from Qingxue for both of you." In the presence of Si Qingxue, Su Ming handed the two bags to his aunt and grandmother. He then turned and presented the final bag to Uncle Lin Qingzhao. "Uncle, this is for you." "Another gift for me," Lin Qingzhao exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he opened the bag to find a tie, instantly beaming with joy. "Qingxue, you need not bring gifts just for visiting," the aunt interjected. "I have prepared a little something for you as well. Just a moment, let me fetch it." Gently patting Si Qingxue's hand, Aunt Song Jinghua turned and left. In a short while, she returned with a beautifully wrapped box. "Qingxue, do open it and see," she said, handing the box to Si Qingxue, who found herself at a loss for words. Clutching the gift box, she could only look up and seek assistance from Su Ming. Noticing the subtle glimmer in Si Qingxue's eyes, Su Ming promptly circled around the sofa to her side. With a cheerful smile, he took the gift box from her and jested, "This is a present from your aunt. It must be something splendid. Allow me to assist you in unwrapping it." Aware of Si Qingxue's shyness, he decided to take charge. As he opened the box before her, they were greeted by a beautifully designed bracelet, resplendent in silver, with two star-shaped pendants dangling from its end. This item was clearly of considerable value. "Qingxue, try it on," he urged. "Aunt, Si Qingxue began to decline. But Song Jinghua would not give her the chance. She reached into the box and, taking Si Qingxue's delicate hand, fastened the bracelet onto her wrist. "Oh, it looks lovely. Truly, any beautiful girl looks enchanting adorned with such treasures." As she complimented the bracelet, Si Qingxue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Qingxue, accept this gift from your aunt with gratitude. Your grandmother has prepared something for you as well." As she spoke, grandmother bent down to retrieve a box from beneath the coffee table. Upon opening it, they discovered a translucent jade bracelet, a thoughtful gift from grandmother, intended as a welcoming present. "You must accept it. After all, the gift you gave to grandmother has been graciously received. It is only fitting for us as grandmother and granddaughter to engage in this exchange." With her deft words, grandmother left Si Qingxue utterly speechless, unable to muster any excuse for refusal. With the bracelet already adorning her wrist, the jade bracelet would have to wait for now. Reluctantly, Si Qingxue acquiesced. "Thank you, grandmother. And I must thank you, dear, for your thoughtfulness in purchasing me new clothes. Just a moment, and I shall change into them," grandmother replied gently before rising with the bag in hand and departing. Aunt Song Jinghua sat beside Si Qingxue, silently observing the elder's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Qingxue, your grandmother truly dotes on you. I often buy her clothes, yet I have never seen her this eager." Lin Qingzhou, standing nearby, seemed to have prepared no gifts of his own as the weight of the tie in his hand felt burdensome. "Su Ming, come here." Your uncle is stepping out for a bit. The ants are preparing lunch, so if I return late, do not wait for me, he instructed, not bothering to elaborate on his destination. Where are you going? She inquired. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just help me keep things in order, he replied, handing the bag containing the tie to Su Ming before leaving without a backward glance. Left in a daze, Su Ming stood bewildered, entirely unaware of his uncle's intentions. Soon after, grandmother emerged in her new attire, and upon seeing her, both Su Ming and Si Qingxue were momentarily taken aback. The elder looked exceptionally festive in her new outfit. The vibrant crimson hue, adorned with golden threads, not only exudes festivity, but also imparts an air of sophistication. Mother, your attire is absolutely stunning. Oh, I share the same sentiment. Just look at the discerning taste in clothing displayed by Qing Snow. The garments you purchased for me are either black or gray. It is no wonder I find them unappealing. In the future, please select colors akin to this one for me. Grandmother expressed her unwavering approval, and a joyful smile illuminated the delicate features of Si Qing Snow. As they settled down to continue their conversation, it was only when the lunch hour approached that grandmother and aunt noticed the absence of Uncle Lin Qingju. Su Ming, where is your uncle? Chapter 42. It is natural to feel tired. Song Jinghua stood at the center of the dining room, scanning the living room. Yet she could not spot Lin Qingju. At that moment, grandmother also recognized that her son-in-law was missing. Aunt, my uncle mentioned he had to step out for a moment and asked us to start eating. For what matter? I shall call him. Never mind, Jinghua. If Qingju has something to attend to, let him be. We shall eat first. It is likely a work-related matter, grandmother said, turning to grasp Si King Snow's wrist. Qing Snow, I had a few ants prepare lunch. I hope it suits your taste. I am not old, dear. Were I a few years younger, I would certainly cook for you myself, so you could savor my culinary skills. Grandmother, you are not old at all. I perceive you as remarkably youthful. Si Qing Snow replied earnestly, following grandmother's lead. Given grandmother's current vigor, she indeed appeared quite sprightly, walking with a lively gait, devoid of any semblance of elderly demeanor. While grandmother might merely smile at compliments regarding her youthfulness, the praise from her future granddaughter-in-law elicited a delightful reaction, her face beaming with joy as she gently patted Si Qing Snow's hand. Mother, look how delighted you are. Quickly, let Qing Snow sit down and enjoy her meal. There is nothing pressing this afternoon, allowing the two children a moment to rest. After a morning of travel, they must be quite exhausted. Song Jinghua also wore a smile. Originally, Si Qing Snow was supposed to sit beside him, but after the compliments, the elder insisted on pulling her to her side. As the three settled in, several aunts busied themselves serving dishes on the table. Su Ming had previously remarked on how grandmother's personality mirrored that of his mother. Si Qing Snow initially found this hard to believe until the moment the elder picked up the serving chopsticks to offer her food. She truly felt the connection. When a large chicken leg was placed into her bowl, Si Qing Snow was taken aback and quickly lifted her small bowl. Grandmother, please allow me to serve myself. Indeed, mother. Let Qing Snow choose for herself. She should take what she desires. After you finish that chicken leg, she may not have room for anything else. Song Jinghua chimed in as grandmother, who had originally picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, promptly transferred it to Su Ming's bowl. In this tranquil abode, dear Qing Snow, you may indulge in whatever your heart desires. Please, do not hesitate. Understood, Grandma, Qing Snow replied with a subtle nod, her gaze drifting towards the chicken leg before her, delicately savoring the meat. As lunch concluded, Uncle had yet to return. After some gentle persuasion from Grandma, the two retreated to their respective rooms for a respite. Approximately half an hour later, Su Ming emerged from his room and made his way to Qing Snow's door. Upon entering, he found her peacefully asleep on the bed, her slumber surprisingly deep. Noticing her tranquil state, Su Ming carefully closed the door behind him. In the living room, Grandma and Aunt were engaged in light conversation. With nothing pressing on his mind, he strolled leisurely towards them. Aunt, Grandma, what delightful conversation are you having? He inquired. Su Ming, weren't you told to rest? After driving all morning, are you not fatigued? Aunt Song, leaning against the sofa, regarded him with a puzzled expression. Not at all. A brief drive hardly tires me, he replied. You still haven't shared what you and Grandma were discussing. You seem to be in high spirits. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Su Ming wore a cheerful expression, casually enjoying a piece of pastry as he spoke. Did you not just have lunch? Why are you eating again? Aunt questioned. Ah, Aunt, that seems rather biased, doesn't it? Qing Snow had just eaten lunch as well, And you were encouraging her to try everything, Su Ming countered, leaving Aunt Song momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Grandma beamed with delight. I was chatting with your aunt about your fortunate circumstance, my dear boy, finding such a beautiful girl like Ching Snow, Grandma remarked. Never having imagined her granddaughter-in-law would possess such beauty and understanding. She was genuinely pleased, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After a considerable effort to swallow the morsel in his mouth, he took a few hearty gulps from the cup on the coffee table. In all my years, I've never witnessed you so openly praise someone, he noted. Grandma chuckled softly. It is not mere flattery. I speak the truth. Ching Snow possesses no shortcomings whatsoever. To have her as a daughter-in-law is indeed a blessing for our Su family. Though Aunt Song remained silent, her expression clearly conveyed her approval of Ching Snow. By the way, I was just speaking with your grandmother about Ching Snow. Her hometown is in Qingyang City. Have you met her parents? Indeed, I have. Not just once. I often dine at their home, he confessed. In all honesty, had it not been for him and Ching Snow seeking excuses, Aunt Yun would have relished the opportunity for them to visit daily. Oh, you dine there as well. What impression do they have of you? Are they satisfied? Aunt Song straightened her posture unconsciously, while Grandma turned her gaze towards Su Ming, eager for his response. They are exceedingly pleased with Si Qingxue. However, given that it involves two families, if Qingshua's parents are not satisfied with Su Ming, the situation could become quite complicated. Satisfied. Especially satisfied. Aunt, have you considered that if they were dissatisfied, would I be able to visit and dine at their home so frequently? Murmuring softly, Song Jinghua reconsidered and realized that indeed, if they were truly displeased, a single meeting would suffice, and it would be unlikely for them to invite him over for meals every day. Satisfaction aside, Su Ming, you must also learn to be more considerate. When visiting their home, you should contribute and assist where necessary. After spending over an hour on the sofa, conversing with his grandmother and aunt, he found that nearly 2/3 of the time was spent listening to their admonitions. Fortunately, his uncle returned just in time. Otherwise, it could have gone on for much longer. Dear, where have you been? Oh, what is that you are holding? Lin Qingju returned, carrying 2 shopping bags. It appeared they contained cosmetics. Nothing much, just a gift for Qingxue. He casually placed the bags beside the sofa and sat down. By the way, where is Qingxue? The child was a bit tired, so Mom let her return to her room to rest. Song Jinghua replied nonchalantly. Tired? Oh, being tired is quite normal. I remember you were particularly exhausted at that time. His words slipped out before he could think, leaving both Lin Qingju and Su Ming momentarily stunned. Su Ming straightened in his seat, casting furtive glances at his uncle. What? When was I particularly tired? Song Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, and seeing this, Lin Qingju hastily changed the subject. Never mind, never mind. What I meant was that shopping for cosmetics for you women is exhausting. I asked the sales assistant for some cosmetics, and she questioned me for ages. When I mentioned they were for my daughter, she recommended this serum and that serum, leaving me utterly bewildered. Upon hearing this, Song Jinghua's gaze wandered to the 2 shopping bags. You went out to buy cosmetics for Qingxue? Her surprise was tinged with amusement, as she had not anticipated Lin Qingju would make a special trip for such items. In response, Lin Qingju could only manage an awkward smile. Since Qingxue gifted me something as her uncle, I couldn't possibly arrive empty-handed. After deliberating with the driver for quite some time, I ended up with these 2 sets of items, though I'm uncertain if the child will even like them. A grown man, especially one of my age, truly feels lost in a cosmetics store. If it weren't for the sales assistant's guidance, I wouldn't have had a clue what the products on the shelves were for. Well, at least you are aware of your own awkwardness. Dear, what you say is amusing. Lin Qingju chuckled bitterly at the jest. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have prepared the gift in advance to avoid the midday hassle. Qingju, haven't you eaten lunch yet? Shall I have the aunt prepare a bowl of noodles for you? No need, mother. I have already dined with the driver outside. It is only reasonable for the driver to accompany him for errands and for me, as the employer, to treat him to a meal. Su Ming, once Qingxue awakens, please present her with the items. They were all packed by the sales assistants, and I am unaware of their contents. I had initially intended to gift some electronic products but reconsidered, thinking that a young lady might not be particularly fond of such items. Very well, uncle. I shall convey my gratitude to you on behalf of Qingxue. You rascal, we are all family. There is no need for thanks. Moreover, did you not also bring gifts for your uncle? The color of the tie is splendid, and it must have been quite costly, having been carefully chosen. By the way, grandmother, why have I not seen Uncle Quan? Where has he gone? He arrived home this morning, yet it is now afternoon, and I have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Uncle Quan has been the steward of our household since grandfather's time, and after all these years, I have grown accustomed to his presence. Suddenly not seeing him feels rather odd. He has gone to Shanghai. He should return tomorrow. Your grandmother sent him to attend to some matters there. After my aunt's gentle explanation, Su Ming nodded. Speaking of Uncle Quan, Song Jing was suddenly recalled Lantian Holdings. Su Ming, your grandmother wishes to know how the management of Lantian Holdings has been going lately. Have you encountered any challenges? Challenges? Well, there are no significant challenges. It is simply on the brink of collapse. Lin Qinzhu, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked upon hearing Su Ming's words, promptly spitting the water back into the cup. Grandmother, upon hearing this, wore a look of astonishment. Although Lantian Holdings has been incurring losses in recent years, it should not be on the verge of bankruptcy, should it? Su Ming, are you jesting? How could it suddenly face such dire straits? Grandmother appeared perplexed, and Su Ming had no choice but to patiently recount the events of the previous evening. Upon learning of the collapse of Chengshi Jianya, the elder finally understood the situation. Grandmother, your grandson is not a miracle worker. Given the current circumstances, attempting to turn the tide is no simple task. At present, I have yet to devise any effective strategies. Leaning back on the sofa, he still had hundreds of pages of documents to review. Whether it is worthwhile to further invest in Chengshi Jianya and whether Lantian Holdings can be preserved remains uncertain. Regardless, grandmother entrusted Lantian Holdings to you. Xiaoming, how you decide is entirely your prerogative. The decision to allow Su Ming to manage Lantian Holdings was made with the worst-case scenario already in mind. Chapter 43, The Catastrophe Begins. Anticipating that grandmother would respond this way, Su Ming leaned against the sofa. He had often heard the phrase "the sky is falling," and this was indeed the case. It seemed quite unfortunate that after so many years without incident, he encounters such significant problems just after taking the reins. Su Ming, do not burden yourself too heavily. I am aware of Lantian Holdings, which has been poorly managed, resulting in a complete overhaul of its upper management. You should simply do your utmost. I worry that Su Ming may be under immense pressure, and Song Jinghua, as his aunt, cannot refrain from offering words of comfort. Regarding Lantian Holdings, Su Ming does not wish to dwell on it too much for now. Everything must await his review of the materials from Chengshi Jianya. Speaking of which, tomorrow, Grandma plans to take Qingxue out for a stroll. Do you have any delightful places to recommend? Returning to the topic of the granddaughter-in-law, Grandma's spirits immediately lifted. Prior to Qingxue's arrival, she had already discussed with her daughter, Song Jinghua, that since Qingxue had come all this way, they ought to show her around the capital. Grandma, having lived in the capital for so many years, surely you know the best spots? Of course I do. But you young people think differently than us. Places that appeal to me may not resonate with you. Otherwise, why would I need to seek your opinion? The elder spoke quite candidly, and Su Ming pondered for a long while. How about you take Qingxue to the museum? I recall there being a large pedestrian street nearby, bustling with activity. The museum. Now that is indeed a splendid choice, Grandma nodded thoughtfully. It is said that to truly understand a city's history, one must first visit its museum. Thus, tomorrow, Grandma shall take Qingxue to the museum and meander through the pedestrian street. After conversing for a while, evening approached swiftly. Qingxue had begun her slumber at noon and did not awaken until 5 in the afternoon. Had it not been for Grandma prompting her to check on her, she might have continued sleeping. Upon opening her eyes, Qingxue glanced at the time on her phone, astonished at how long she had slept. The rest had been deeply rejuvenating, filling her body with energy. She rose to prepare for dinner. Tomorrow, Grandma will take you to the museum, so I will not accompany you. Seated beside Qingxue's bed, Su Ming rested his head on his hand, intending to review the hundreds of documents from Chengshi Jianya the next day. Aren't you coming with us? I'll manage on my own, Qingxue replied, gently biting her soft lip. Without Su Ming by her side, she felt a sense of insecurity. Naturally, this sentiment would never escape her lips in his presence. It's all right. Grandma and Aunt will accompany you. Don't worry, they are not ferocious beasts and won't bite you. Grandma treats you, her granddaughter-in-law, with more affection than me, her grandson. In all my life, I have never witnessed her express such excitement. With tomorrow's museum visit approaching, preparations began for what she would wear, and she specifically asked her aunt to select a few pieces of jewelry for her. She was determined to look more vibrant than before. Speaking of dressing up, Su Ming suddenly recalled something. Please wait a moment. I will step out to fetch something. Oh, Having already washed her face, Si Qingxue sat at the vanity, arranging her bangs, while Su Ming turned to leave the bedroom. Before long, he returned, carrying 2 tote bags. "What is this?" Si Qingxue inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity upon seeing the bags in Su Ming's hands. "A gift from your uncle. We bought him a tie." And feeling somewhat embarrassed, he went out at noon to purchase cosmetics for you. "Really?" Startled, she retrieved a gift box from one of the bags, revealing an exquisite set of cosmetics. "How can I accept this?" "Su Ming, perhaps you should return it." Given that her aunt had already gifted her a rather valuable bracelet, she felt it improper to accept another present from her uncle. Ignoring Si Qingxue's suggestion, Su Ming took the box from her hands and placed it back into the bag. "Just a small token from your uncle. You should graciously accept it. If I were to return it now, do you believe your uncle wouldn't think you disliked it? He might even insist on buying you something else." Su Ming smiled lightly. It was indeed plausible that her uncle Lin Qingzhu would act in such a manner. "Are you ready?" "Yes, let's go." After casting one last glance at her reflection in the mirror, Si Qingxue obediently followed Su Ming out of the bedroom. In the living room, her uncle and grandmother were engaged in conversation, while her aunt had dashed into the kitchen to lend a hand. Upon seeing Si Qingxue emerge from her slumber, her grandmother turned and beckoned. "Qingxue, come here." "My dear, did you rest well this afternoon?" Though the question was posed, her grandmother's expression revealed satisfaction as she scrutinized Si Qingxue's face, which glowed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with vitality. "Grandma, did you not take a rest this afternoon?" Si Qingxue gently inquired, allowing her grandmother to hold her hand. The elder's concern warmed her heart. At her age, sleep came infrequently, not only during the day, but even at night. She scarcely managed to rest for long. Sometimes, she would rise before dawn. "Tomorrow evening, I have reserved a table at a restaurant, and I will take you out for dinner." Originally intended for tonight, the plan was postponed due to concerns that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law might be too fatigued. After a few casual exchanges while seated on the sofa, the clock soon struck 6. Song Jinghua and several aunts brought dinner to the table, and everyone gathered in the dining room to eat. This time, her grandmother did not proactively serve food to Si Qingxue as she had at lunch. Instead, she persistently gestured for her to serve herself. Once dinner concluded, her aunt and uncle returned home. Aside from a few aunts, only the 3 of them remained in the house. Due to her advanced age and diminished sleep, her grandmother stayed seated in the living room, while Su Ming and Si Qingxue kept her company. Once seated on the sofa, Grandma engaged in an animated conversation with Si Qingxue, while Su Ming sat quietly beside them, unable to interject even a single word. Bored, he decided to meander to the side and turned on the television to watch in the living room. Meanwhile, Grandma regaled Si Qingxue with amusing tales from her youth, punctuated by their joyful laughter. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was 11 o'clock in the evening. A distant aunt approached to gently remind, "Dear matriarch, it is getting late. You should retire for the night." Typically, Grandma would retire by 10:30, yet tonight had already surpassed 11. The aunts, seeing her so delightfully engaged, hesitated to interrupt until the hour was well past. "Oh dear, it is indeed past 11. Grandma exclaimed, surprised at how engrossed they had become. Time, which often seemed to drag, had flown by unexpectedly. "It feels like we just started chatting. How has it already become so late?" "Grandma, your health is of utmost importance. Let us pause our conversation for tonight, and we shall resume tomorrow. I will share with you the joyful happenings from school," Si Qingxue said with a smile, causing Grandma's eyes to brighten. "Very well, my dear, we shall continue our discussion tomorrow evening. Indeed, tomorrow night it shall be. Allow me to assist you." Si Qingxue gently helped Grandma to her feet and watched her return to her room, just as Su Ming switched off the television. "Ah, you truly enjoyed your chat with Grandma. I dare say she will sleep soundly tonight." The doctor who frequently visits has mentioned that one's mood significantly affects sleep, particularly for the elderly. A cheerful heart leads to restful sleep, while a troubled mind can diminish sleep quality, even leading to sleepless nights. Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy for Grandma. She had confided in him that she often sat alone on the sofa at night, longing for a family member to converse with, yet everyone was occupied. Si Qingxue's words struck a chord within him, and his gaze instinctively drifted towards Grandma's bedroom. Ever since Grandpa's passing, her spirits had seldom lifted. However, this evening had genuinely brought her joy. "Hee, Grandma and I truly connect well. You had better not offend me, for I have someone to report to," Si Qingxue teased, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. After offering Su Ming a sweet smile, she turned and walked towards her room. "Sleep early tonight. Good night," she said over her shoulder before disappearing behind her bedroom door. The following morning, with aunt and uncle absent, breakfast was once again shared among the three of them. Around 9 o'clock, Uncle Quan returned from the bustling metropolis and, upon seeing Su Ming and Si Qingxue, approached them. "Qingxue, allow me to introduce you to Uncle Quan." One of our elders stood before Uncle Quan and Miss Si Qingxue as Su Ming offered a brief introduction. "Hello, Uncle Quan. Greetings to you, Miss Qingxue." He continued, "Uncle, could you arrange a few cars for Andy and Grandma to take Miss Qingxue to the museum later?" "Oh, I shall take care of that right away," he replied. Si Qingxue changed into another outfit, while Grandma also prepared to set out. Once Annie arrived, the three of them left the living room together. Bored, Su Ming could only pick up a thick stack of documents to peruse slowly. Lunch was merely a simple bowl of egg noodles. After more than 5 hours, he finally finished reviewing the materials on Chengshi Jianye. By 3 in the afternoon, Grandma and Si Qingxue had yet to return. Uncle Lin Qingju, having learned that they would be dining out that night, arrived home early, just in time to catch Su Ming completing the documents on Chengshi Jianye. "Su Ming, how are you? Is there anything I can assist you with?" he inquired, cheerfully patting Su Ming's shoulder. Lin Qingju was merely being polite, but to his surprise, Su Ming responded directly, nodding. "Would you be willing to help, Uncle? That would be splendid. May I discuss something with you?" "Ah, you really are quite direct. Go ahead, what is it? Could you consider making an investment?" "An investment in Lantian Holdings?" Lin Qingju raised an eyebrow. However, Su Ming simply shook his head. "Not in Lantian Holdings, but in Chengshi Jianye. I have reviewed the materials, and it merely involves a slightly higher leverage. If sufficient funds are injected, I assure you I can revive it. Of course, you will not be investing without return. I will offer you corresponding shares." Sitting face to face, Lin Qingju was taken aback that this young lad was discussing investments with him. In truth, investing in a small entity like Chengshi Jianye was hardly a challenge for him. Yet, given the elderly matriarch's desire for training, it felt somewhat inappropriate to intervene hastily. "It is not that uncle is unwilling to assist you, Su Ming. You know that businessmen prioritize profit. Investing in Chengshi Jianye not only lacks profit, but also carries significant risk. This venture does not seem worthwhile to me," he remarked, casually crossing his legs. "Indeed, it may not seem profitable, but what if I guarantee there will be profits?" "Ha ha ha, you cheeky lad. How do you propose to guarantee that?" "Let us sign a bet agreement. You invest in Chengshi Jianye, and I assure you that its profits will exceed 300 million next year. Would that suffice?" At this declaration, Lin Qingju was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Su Ming would possess such audacity to propose a bet agreement directly. "In that case, very well. How much do you require?" "This amount. I will offer you 21% of the shares." Raising 5 fingers, Lin Qingzhao readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. With an effortless promise of 500 million in investment, in conjunction with Lantian Holdings' existing assets, acquiring 70 to 80% of Chengshi Jianye shares should prove quite manageable. Securing decision-making authority over Chengshi Jianye would render subsequent matters considerably simpler. "When will the investment funds be required?" "Perhaps we should wait. I will discuss it with Chairman Chun of Chengshi Jianye upon my return." "What a clever lad. You haven't even consulted with your side. Yet you come to me for investment?" Lin Qingzhao widened his eyes, nearly laughing in exasperation. In contrast, Su Ming wore an expression of indifference. "Uncle, given our relationship, I am merely preparing for the future. It is prudent to discuss the investment with you first, providing me with greater confidence when approaching Chairman Chen." At this moment, Chairman Chun was akin to an ant on a hot pan, trapped in a dire predicament. Acquiescing was almost a foregone conclusion. Refusing his demands would thrust Chengshi Jianye into bankruptcy and liquidation. Agreeing, even if it meant dilution of shares, would at least allow for preservation of some equity. For now, matters concerning the investment would remain as such. Su Ming and Lin Qingzhao continued to wait at home, growing increasingly anxious as they awaited the return of their grandmother and Si Qingxue. Just as Su Ming was about to make a phone call to inquire about their whereabouts, Uncle Quan entered from outside. "Qingzhao, Ming, the old lady has sent me to fetch you both to the restaurant." After a day of leisure, she was too tired to return home, so she had the driver take her directly to the restaurant. Uncle Quan had been dispatched to collect Lin Qingzhao and Su Ming. Upon learning that their grandmother and the others had arrived at the restaurant, Lin Qingzhao and Su Ming followed Uncle Quan out. Uncle Quan occupied the front passenger seat, while Su Ming settled into the back with Lin Qingzhao. Uncle Quan, which restaurant did Grandma reserve? Ding Li Xian. Ding Li Xian? Merely asking, upon hearing the name. Both Su Ming and Lin Qingzhao became visibly unsettled. They exchanged glances, and Su Ming lowered his voice, saying, Uncle, isn't Ding Li Xian a seafood restaurant? Indeed. It specializes in seafood. But Qingxue is pregnant. She shouldn't consume anything too cold. I am aware, but your grandmother is not. Lin Qingzhao's expression was one of inner turmoil. The restaurant was already booked, and they found themselves at a loss. After a brief drive of 10 minutes, the car came to a halt. Aunt and Si Qingxue had already entered the private room. Under Uncle Quan's guidance, the two followed suit. Their grandmother occupied the place of honor. Flanked by Aunt and Si Qingxue, the three engaged in delightful conversation. Once Lin Qingzhao and Su Ming arrived, Uncle Quan took a seat as well. Grandmother, this is a seafood restaurant, is it not? Given your discomfort, did the doctor not advise you to limit your intake of cold foods? Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Su Ming spoke earnestly in a hushed tone to his grandmother. Limiting does not equate to abstaining entirely. This restaurant is quite splendid. It's rare for Qingxue to be here. So let us allow her to savor it. Now that everyone is present, shall we proceed to order? Upon grandmother's command, Uncle Quan promptly summoned the waiter. The signature seafood dishes were ordered in abundance. Si Qingxue sat beside Su Ming, utterly at a loss for what to do. She sampled a little of the shrimp and fish, but resolutely abstained from the crab and sea conch. Leaning close to Si Qingxue's ear, whispers ensued, to which she silently nodded in response. As fate would have it, the first dish to arrive was the steamed 8-treasure crab. This so-called 8-treasure crab was, in truth, a king crab, accompanied by 8 different garnishes. Come, Qingxue, do try the crab legs. This dish is a specialty here, renowned for its exquisite flavor, perfectly preserving the crab's natural sweetness. Grandmother deftly used her public chopsticks to place a piece of crab leg into Si Qingxue's bowl. Seizing the moment while the elder was distracted, Su Ming quickly transferred it into his own bowl. Believing Si Qingxue had swiftly devoured the crab leg, grandmother proceeded to offer her a spoonful of crab roe, this time switching bowls entirely. This maneuver left Si Qingxue momentarily dumbfounded, her exquisite features reflecting a delightful bewilderment. Chapter 46. Sister not wanting to chat though grandmother remained oblivious. Si Qingxue's aunt and uncle observed the scene with keen eyes, particularly Uncle Lin Qingzhao, who stifled his laughter, having witnessed the 2 instances of clever subterfuge. The dinner, meant to be a delightful affair, saw Si Qingxue consume little. Upon returning home that evening, Su Ming feigned hunger, heading to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of plain noodles, adding 2 poached eggs for good measure. Here is your noodle soup, prepared just for you, he said. Entering Si Qingxue's bedroom with the bowl, as she looked up in surprise, her gaze filled with affection. She was aware of his endeavor in the kitchen but had not anticipated he would prepare it for her. Grandmother, Qingxue has a matter to attend to, so I'll keep you company for now, he said, casting a knowing glance at Si Qingxue before happily taking a seat beside his aunt. As Si Qingxue carefully rose, she felt a sense of secretive excitement, akin to an undercover operation. Once she departed, Song Jinhua could no longer contain her curiosity. Su Ming, what on earth are you up to? You wouldn't let Qingxue eat during dinner, yet you come back to cook her noodles? Aunt, it's just that Qingxue has a seafood allergy, he explained, struggling to articulate a suitable reason. Seafood allergy? Why didn't you mention it to your grandmother? Song Jinhua exclaimed. Taken aback, grandmother had already booked the restaurant. I didn't have the chance. You. She playfully poked Su Ming's forehead, at a loss for words. The dinner had been to celebrate Si Qingxue, yet she hadn't partaken much in the meal. What are you and Xiao Ming whispering about? Their mother inquired. Nothing, Mom. They replied in unison. Mother, please take Qingxue shopping tomorrow, and let Su Ming accompany you as well. I have some matters to attend to and may not be able to join you. The company has a plethora of tasks, and she cannot remain oblivious to them all the time. All right, you tend to your business. Let the girl accompany me. About half an hour later, Si Qingxue emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl after finishing her noodles. Upon seeing this, Grandma wore a rather puzzled expression. Why is Qingxue carrying a bowl? I don't know. Perhaps it's coffee, came the reply. Coffee? What coffee is served in a bowl? You silly boy, your grandmother is not senile yet. Grandma retorted with a glare at Su Ming. Though perplexed, she did not press further. After a brief conversation, Aunt Song Jinghua took her husband and left. The scene mirrored that of the previous night. Si Qingxue and Grandma chatted animatedly until nearly 11 o'clock, while Su Ming was practically falling asleep. The two ladies seemed thoroughly engrossed in their conversation, showing no inclination to retire for the night. Grandma, it's getting late. Shall we call it a night? Qingxue suggested, stifling a yawn. I'm not tired, she declared, raising her beautiful eyes to Su Ming, her tone serious. Su Ming had intended to devise a casual excuse for them to rest, but was taken aback by Qingxue's unexpected defiance. It's 11 o'clock. You and Grandma can chat a bit longer, but you should head back to rest, Su Ming said, waving his hand dismissively. The two continued their cheerful discourse. Left with no choice, Su Ming obediently returned to the sofa. An hour later, as the clock approached midnight, he rose once more. This time, before he could utter a word, both Grandma and Si Qingxue stood up as well. Qingxue, sleep well tonight. Wake up whenever you wish tomorrow. We will have our meal at your convenience. There's no rush for shopping, Grandma instructed. Yes, I understand, Grandma. Let me assist you back to your room, Qingxue replied, gently supporting her grandmother's arm. Even during this short distance back to the room, they continued to chat amiably. Su Ming felt overwhelmed with thoughts. Given this situation, how would Grandma adapt when Qingxue returned to Qingyang City? It would indeed be lively if he had to follow them there, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. After escorting Grandma back to her room, Su Ming and Si Qingxue stood side by side before her bedroom door. As Qingxue opened the door, Su Ming inadvertently walked in. What are you doing in here? It's late. Aren't you going to sleep? She asked, standing at the doorway with a bewildered look and a hint of a wry smile on her face. After chatting with Grandma for so long, are you not going to converse with me? Chat with you? What would you like to discuss? With a light scoff, Su Ming had no intention of leaving, and she chose not to close the door, quietly moving toward the bedside to retrieve her bag. She had put on a light makeup before heading out, and needed to remove it before bed. Of course, let us discuss topics befitting adults. Gazing at the alluring curves of Si Qingxue's figure, Su Ming felt an irresistible urge to tease her once more. Under normal circumstances, Si Qingxue would likely blush and shoo him away. However, she remained remarkably composed, setting down her handbag and gracefully approaching Su Ming. With her enchanting gaze, she declared, I don't wish to converse with you today. I am off to bed. If you linger any longer, I shall inform Grandmother. Leaning forward deliberately, their eyes locked in a captivating stare, her exquisite visage and delicately contoured lips exuded a fatal allure. Caught in Si Qingxue's spell, Su Ming's heart began to race uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, Si Qingxue was oblivious to the extent of her charm. Yet he could palpably feel its effect. He swallowed awkwardly and scratched his head. I just came in to ask if you've had a decent meal tonight. Are you still hungry? If so, I could prepare a midnight snack for you. Although he had added 2 eggs to the noodles, the portion was rather small, and Si Qingxue might not find it sufficient. Her hunger, previously unnoticed, became evident upon his mention. Standing upright, she caressed her petite belly. What shall you prepare for this late-night feast? What do you feel like eating? I wonder if we have any dumplings at home? Yes, but they were pre-made. I see. How about we boil a few dumplings then? Si Qingxue suggested, and without another word, Su Ming gestured with his hand and turned to leave. Before boiling the dumplings, he took a moment to split one open to check the filling, relieved to confirm it was cabbage. After removing her makeup, Si Qingxue seized the opportunity to change into her nightwear. She stealthily exited her room, the living room dimly lit while the dining area was quite bright. Carefully traversing the dining room to the kitchen, she found Su Ming busily engaged at the stove, utterly unaware of her presence. Quietly approaching from behind, she lifted her delicate hand and gently covered Su Ming's eyes. Guess who I am? The cool touch of her hand, always at this temperature, was laced with a hint of a familiar fragrance. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming set down the ladle and gently pulled her hand away. Why aren't you waiting in the bedroom like a good girl? Lowering her arm, Si Qingxue's smile deepened. I came out for a midnight snack. If you're not in the dining room, I might as well bring the dumplings to the bedroom. Go back to the bedroom and wait patiently. It will be ready soon. Despite the dumplings being handmade, they had been frozen, requiring a bit longer to cook. I'll stay here with you, she said, standing beside Su Ming as they awaited the dumplings to be ready. Approximately 5 minutes later, feeling the time was right, Su Ming retrieved the dumplings from the pot, presenting 2 large plates brimming with them. That's a lot. How could I possibly finish all this? She exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment at the sight of over 30 dumplings. Given her appetite, she could hardly finish her meal. It wasn't just yours, mine was there too. I am quite hungry as well. Would you like some vinegar? Yes, please. She not only wanted vinegar, but requested more. Certainly. Grasping the vinegar bottle, I poured a small half bowl of vinegar into a small dish on the plate, and with the dumplings in hand, the two of us stealthily returned to the bedroom. The steaming dumplings ignited Si Qingshua's appetite, and she was eager to taste them. She picked up a dumpling, cautiously bit into it, and in front of Su Ming, directly dipped it into the vinegar bowl. Dumplings soaked in vinegar. Isn't that too sour? With a penchant for sour flavors. Could it be that she is expecting a son? Her gaze fell on Si Qingshua's lower abdomen, yet there was no visible sign. I have an innate fondness for vinegar. What of it? If you enjoy vinegar, I must be mindful in the future. Murmuring softly, Su Ming also picked up a dumpling. Watching him, Si Qingxue hastily clarified. When I said I love vinegar, I merely meant in the culinary sense. It has nothing to do with anything else. I understand. I will take care to add more vinegar when we have dumplings. Did you misinterpret my words? Su Ming chuckled mischievously, prompting Si Qingxue to bite her silver teeth in annoyance. She had inadvertently allowed him to tease her. You are deliberately provoking me. Ignoring Su Ming to avoid further teasing, Si Qingxue began to eat her dumplings in small bites. Her fondness for vinegar was genuine. She had only consumed 7 or 8 dumplings. Yet the small bowl of vinegar was entirely depleted. In contrast, Su Ming had barely finished a third of his meal, having devoured over 20 dumplings. The two of them were satiated and took a moment to rest. Please wait here, I'll wash the dishes. Si Qingxue stood up, ready to carry 2 plates outside. It was only right that she wash the dishes after he cooked. Allow me. Without letting her protest, Su Ming took the tray from her hands and exited the bedroom, leaving Si Qingxue no choice but to follow obediently. Washing the dishes was a simple task, completed in no time at all. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, it was time to sleep before dawn broke. Arriving at the bedroom door, Si Qingxue stood at the threshold. Good night. Thank you for the late night meal. Was that merely a verbal expression of gratitude? What would you like then? Don't you want to show some appreciation? He pointed to his face with a playful smile. Confused, Si Qingxue hesitated for a moment before lifting her hand and gently tapping Su Ming's face. This request was rather unprecedented. Good night. With a stunning smile barely held back, she closed the door before Su Ming could respond. Chapter 47. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Standing outside, Su Ming reached up to touch his face. Si Qingxue had indeed slapped him. Is that what she meant? Desiring nothing more than a gentle kiss from Si Qingxue, he was taken aback when she unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap instead. The adage to strike is to show affection may have originated from such encounters. Though it was a slap, it felt more akin to a caress. With one hand pressed against his face, Su Ming leisurely returned to his room. Si Qingxue, leaning against the doorframe, sensed the silence outside and cautiously opened the door just a crack, confirming that Su Ming had indeed retreated to his quarters. A subtle sweetness graced her stunning visage. She reclined back onto her bed, closing her eyes in peaceful slumber as the late hour enveloped her. Even in sleep, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Having drifted into slumber around 1 or 2 in the morning, it was no surprise that neither of them stirred until after 9 o'clock. Their grandmother, unperturbed, had risen early and settled on the sofa, patiently awaiting their awakening. Fortunately, a few aunts had prepared some breakfast in advance, allowing her to partake in a meal. Madam, should I go and wake them? One aunt inquired. No need. The grandmother replied. Sleep is vital for the young. They stayed up late last night. Let them rest a while longer. Very well. With the grandmother's insistence, the aunt reluctantly acquiesced. Around 9:30, Si Qingxue emerged from her room, adorned in a resplendent azure dress and delicately stepping into a pair of silvery crystal sandals. Her raven locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, unconfined. Knowing she would accompany her grandmother on a shopping excursion, she had applied a light touch of makeup upon rising. Upon exiting, Si Qingxue approached the sofa. Grandmother, Qingxue, you're awake. The grandmother beamed upon hearing Si Qingxue's voice and rose to greet her. My apologies for waking up late today, Si Qingxue said. Dear child, there's no need for apologies, her grandmother gently reassured her, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Didn't I mention? This is your home. You may sleep as long as you wish. Nodding slightly at her grandmother's words, Si Qingxue's gaze wandered around. But she failed to spot Su Ming. Grandmother, is Su Ming still asleep? She inquired. Not yet, her grandmother chuckled, shaking her head. In our household, we have no rigid rules. When he returns from school, he often finds himself too weary to rise early. He eats breakfast whenever he wakes. Shouldn't I check on him? Si Qingxue suggested. After her grandmother's encouragement, Si Qingxue turned toward Su Ming's room, nodding gently. All right, I will. As she released her hand, her grandmother watched her walk toward her grandson's room with a smile, reflecting on the worries that accompany young love. Approaching the threshold of Su Ming's room, Si Qingxue initially intended to knock, but found herself inexplicably twisting the doorknob. To her surprise, the door opened effortlessly. Cautiously, she tiptoed to the bedside, where Su Ming lay in a deep slumber. After returning home the previous night, he had unexpectedly found himself unable to sleep. In the early hours, around 3 or 4 o'clock, I finally succumbed to slumber just as dawn began to break outside. At that moment, I was lost in a delightful dream, entirely oblivious to the enchanting beauty standing beside my bed. You lazybones, are you not getting up? A gentle nudge on Su Ming's shoulder stirred her from her sleep. Confused and disoriented, she opened her eyes, still half convinced she was dreaming. In a moment of impulse, she pulled Si Qingxue onto the bed with her. You really think you can escape from me in a dream? She murmured, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around Si Qingxue's waist, who was now sprawled atop her. The sudden shift in balance caused Si Qingxue to gasp in surprise. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ming's hand landed on her rear, playfully squeezing it twice. Su Ming, let me go, she protested, her voice laced with indignation. Strangely, being held in Su Ming's embrace rendered her powerless, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within her. It was only when Si Qingxue spoke again that Su Ming became fully alert. Realization dawned upon her. This was not a mere dream. She was indeed holding the real Si Qingxue. How did you end up in my room? Su Ming's eyes widened with disbelief. The warmth of Si Qingxue's body palpable through the embrace. Si Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Her earlier amusement at teasing Su Ming now replaced by acute anxiety in the face of such intimacy. Could you please let me go? There was a hint of pleading in Si Qingxue's tone, which Su Ming couldn't ignore. All right. Su Ming hastily released Si Qingxue, rising to her feet, flustered as she attempted to adjust her disheveled attire. I apologize, I thought I was dreaming. She scratched her head awkwardly. By the way, how did you get into my room? She had been dreaming of playful banter with Si Qingxue, still not fully awake, leading her to confuse reality with fantasy. Si Qingxue, however, was not entirely convinced by Su Ming's explanation. The door was unlocked, so I just came in. Grandma asked me to wake you. With her heart rate gradually stabilizing, Si Qingxue softly clarified as she stood by the bed. I'm used to leaving the door unlocked when I sleep at home. Perhaps you should step outside while I get dressed? Su Ming, clad only in her undergarments, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her with Si Qingxue present. Having taken advantage of the situation moments ago, it felt rather inappropriate to ask her to leave now. The intensity of Si Qingxue's gaze made Su Ming acutely aware of her own vulnerability. Didn't I just explain that I thought it was a dream? She retorted, a hint of mischief in her smile. How about this? You reclaim what was lost. As she spoke, she feigned emotion to lift the covers. Ultimately, Si Qingxue surrendered. You lecher, she muttered softly, her face aflame, before stepping out of Su Ming's room. Outside, Grandma had already asked several ladies to prepare breakfast anew, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Su Ming and Si Qingxue to join her for the meal. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su Ming, freshly tidied, arrived at the dining room. Despite having already dined, Grandma insisted on sitting down with the two of them. Qingxue, your aunt is unable to join us today. Will you accompany Grandma for a shopping excursion? Are there any places you wish to visit? Si Qingxue set down her bowl of millet porridge. Grandma, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Very well then, let us first head to the Guamao area, where there is a wide array of goods. Indeed, with Grandma's decision made, Si Qingxue promptly nodded in agreement. At 10 o'clock in the morning, having finished their breakfast, the group set out together. Uncle Quan had arranged for a vehicle. Grandma took Si Qingxue by the hand to the back seat, leaving Su Ming with no choice but to occupy the front passenger seat. Uncle Quan, meanwhile, was relegated to a different car ahead. Chapter 48. The scheme Guamao is divided into 3 distinct areas: Guamao Shopping Mall, Guamao Office Building, and Guamao Tower, all situated in the bustling heart of the imperial city. Today, their destination was the Guamao Shopping Mall. Throughout the journey, Grandma and Si Qingxue engaged in lively conversation, leaving Su Ming to sit idly in the front seat. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a smooth halt outside the Guamao shopping mall. Upon exiting the car, Su Ming opened the door for Si Qingxue and Grandma. Before them stood the majestic Guamao shopping mall, a 32-story edifice towering in the vibrant center of the city, offering a panoramic view of its surroundings. To the east lay the Guamao office building, an impressive arrangement of 6 buildings lined up in 2 rows, exuding grandeur. Guamao Tower, on the other hand, was situated to the north, creating a tripod of architectural splendor. Lady, shall we proceed inside? Indeed. Uncle Quan led the way, with Su Ming and Si Qingxue flanking Grandma. Entering through the splendid third door of Guamao Tower, they were immediately greeted by the dazzling array of gold and silver jewelry displays on the first floor. This place harbored renowned international brands from around the globe. Linking arms with Si Qingxue, they stepped into an unimaginably vast jewelry store. As soon as they entered, Grandma's attention was captivated by the meticulously arranged counters before her. Slowly approaching the display, she peered closely through the brilliant glass windows. Qingxue, do you see anything you fancy? This piece seems quite lovely. Could you help me take a closer look? Grandma had brought her granddaughter out shopping with the intention of purchasing something special for her. The store staff respectfully retrieved a necklace, which Grandma held up, gesturing towards Si Qingxue. Qingxue, try this on. Grandma, I have many necklaces already. There's no need. Having many is no issue. They can be alternated, Grandma insisted. Come now, be a dear and give it a try. Su Ming, standing nearby, echoed her encouragement. Do give it a try. I also find it quite beautiful. Unable to resist, Si Qingxue obediently accepted the necklace from her grandmother's hands. A mirror stood nearby, as she adorned herself with the necklace and approached the mirror for a closer inspection. She acknowledged that her grandmother indeed had an exquisite eye for such things. The design of the necklace, though simple, looked splendid when worn. The effect was quite remarkable. Primarily because our dear Qingxue is exceptionally lovely, the necklace merely served to enhance her beauty. With the necklace secured, her grandmother insisted on selecting more jewelry for her. Her grandmother's purchasing power was truly remarkable, leaving no room for Si Qingxue to decline as she swiftly gathered a plethora of accessories. Bystanders in the jewelry store were left astonished. While many had witnessed jewelry purchases, none had seen such an extravagant display in which the buyers swiftly instructed the sales staff to wrap items without a second glance. In the blink of an eye, a dozen pieces of jewelry were in Uncle Quan's hands. Grandma, isn't this a bit excessive? I rarely wear jewelry. Perhaps we should return some? Si Qingxue said, her eyes fixed on the bags in Uncle Quan's hands as she urged her grandmother. Silly girl, we've already bought them. There's no turning back now. You're too practical. If it were anyone else, they would be hoping for me to buy even more. The more Si Qingxue protested, the more her grandmother cherished her. The first floor was quite expansive, and after a leisurely stroll, they hadn't bought much. Ascending a few levels brought them to clothing stores, prepared in advance. Si Qingxue instinctively guided her grandmother toward the side upon spotting a women's clothing store. Fearing that her grandmother might pack away a multitude of outfits just as she had with the jewelry. Despite her careful planning, as they passed a branded women's clothing shop, her efforts were thwarted. In a moment of distraction, she found herself being led by her grandmother right to the entrance of the store. Grandma, what are we doing? With her beautiful eyes wide with caution, Si Qingxue stood her ground, refusing to take another step forward. Qingxue, let us just take a look around. Grandma, I have plenty of clothes. We really don't need to buy more. All right, we won't buy anything. Just a look and perhaps a try-on. Is that acceptable? Her grandmother replied with a smile, which relieved Si Qingxue enough to follow her inside. Compared to other stores, this shop was noticeably smaller. Yet the garments displayed were exceptionally beautiful. Similar to the previous jewelry store, the brand bore the Guamao trademark, indicating it was a self-operated store of the Guamao shopping mall. Hello, welcome. Hello. The sales assistant greeted them, and her grandmother responded warmly. I would like to choose a few outfits for my granddaughter. Could you recommend something suitable? She publicly declared that Si Qingxue was her granddaughter. Certainly, this way please. The sales assistant pointed to a stunning black dress displayed prominently at the front of the shop, which was this year's latest design, featuring innovative cuts and a layered lace hem. Qingxue, do you like it? We want to buy it, but how about trying it on? Trying it on is fine, but remember, no buying. All right, let us seal our promise with a high five, declared the grandmother. She raised her hand and exchanged a playful clap with Si Qingxue, who obediently took the clothes and made her way to the fitting room. Seizing the moment while Si Qingxue tried on the garments, Su Ming personally selected a few more outfits. Moments later, the fitting room door swung open, revealing Si Qingxue in a stunning black gown. In that fleeting instant, even the sales attendants were momentarily rendered speechless. The dress was exquisite, but its effect on Si Qingxue was utterly breathtaking, elevating her beauty to ethereal heights. Her graceful silhouette, accentuated by the dark fabric, appeared even more elongated. Notably, the subtle glimpse of her collarbone was irresistible, drawing the gaze of all around. Indeed, it is lovely. Qingxue, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Obeying her grandmother's words, she approached the mirror and had to admit that the dress was indeed flattering. However, her closet was already brimming with clothes, and the prospect of purchasing more seemed imprudent. Qingxue, there are still a few more outfits here. Do try them on. I personally selected these for you. Su Ming pointed to the nearby rack, adorned with various styles of women's attire that he had just chosen. For most girls, the experience of trying on clothes seldom breeds discontent, and Si Qingxue was no exception. With a cheerful agreement, she turned and picked up another dress before retreating to the fitting room once more. After half an hour of trying on various outfits, Su Ming exchanged a knowing glance with the nearby sales attendant. Understanding the cue, she promptly packed the dresses Si Qingxue had just tried into bags and brought them to the front desk. Su Ming retrieved his aunt's bank card and proceeded to settle the bill. Grandma, didn't we agree not to buy any clothes? Si Qingxue questioned. My dear, I assure you, I did not deceive you. I have not purchased these garments. They are gifts from your boyfriend, the grandmother replied with a twinkle in her eye. Si Qingxue was taken aback, never imagining that her grandmother, at such an advanced age, would engage in such playful scheming. They had clasped hands in agreement not to buy anything, yet the plan for Su Ming to settle the bill had evidently been premeditated. Qingxue, consider this a valuable lesson. I recall when I was a child and made mistakes. Your grandmother encouraged me to take responsibility, promising not to punish me. Little did I know, upon my admission, Grandpa emerged from the bedroom wielding a ruler. Su Ming lamented, carrying the garments as he recounted his childhood tales. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle softly, unable to contain her amusement. It was no wonder her grandmother and Su Ming shared such an unspoken understanding. There was indeed a history behind their dynamic. Grandma, was Su Ming particularly mischievous as a child? Extremely so. He was forever getting into trouble. Your aunt would often be exasperated by his antics. Every time there was a parent-teacher meeting at school, your aunt would be left behind for a private conversation with the teachers, eventually leading her to send your uncle to attend in her place. Nearly giving him a psychological trauma, she replied, as they strolled and reminisced about their childhoods. This topic was irresistibly captivating for both the grandmother and Si Qingxue, while Su Ming merely furrowed his brow in silent contemplation. Chapter 49. Not really jealous as noon approached, the prospect of dining beckoned. Shall I take you out for a meal, dear? Grandmother inquired. Hand in hand, the pair of them set forth from home, the clock already past 10. After meandering for a while, they found themselves nearing 12 o'clock. Accompanying her grandmother to the elevator, Uncle Quan casually pressed the button for the 32nd floor. Grandmother, the floor plan indicates that the dining area is on the basement level. Have we taken the wrong elevator? Staring blankly at the illuminated 32nd floor button, Si Qingxue felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Not at all. We are indeed headed to the 32nd floor for our meal. There is a restaurant there with a pleasant dining atmosphere, perfect for lunch, grandmother replied with a casual smile. The elevator chimed, arriving at the 32nd floor. Stepping out, Si Qingxue suddenly noticed a stark contrast in the ambience compared to the lower levels. While the other floors bustled with activity and shops, the 32nd floor exuded tranquility. She had observed Uncle Quan swiping his card upon entering the elevator, and it seemed the floor plan had not indicated the 32nd floor at all. Uncle Quan. Ah, madam. You have arrived. Two formally attired men approached, clad in suits and ties, their demeanor respectful as they greeted grandmother with warm smiles. Manager Zhao, we have come for a simple meal. Please make the necessary arrangements, Uncle Quan stated as he moved closer to one of the men, who promptly nodded in agreement and personally ushered them to an opulent private dining room. Uncle Quan, please ensure the esteemed lady is seated comfortably. I will attend to the arrangements right away. Very well, Uncle Quan replied with a nod, and Manager Zhao hurriedly departed. Grandmother's sudden visit to the 32nd floor had caught him off guard, as he had only just received notification and had not yet prepared. Once Manager Zhao left, Si Qingxue settled into her seat beside her grandmother, surveying the surroundings. Even the worldly wise Si Qingxue could not help but be awestruck by the grandeur before her. The private room spanned nearly 100 square meters, featuring a round table near the floor-to-ceiling windows, accompanied by a lengthy conference table. In the distance, a stage could even be seen, resembling the layout of a small banquet hall. The expansive windows offered a breathtaking view, allowing one to gaze over half of the capital city. Qingxue, the cuisine here is absolutely delightful. When the manager brings the menu, feel free to order whatever you desire. Grandmother encouraged. Grandmother, dining here must be rather expensive, no? Over the past 2 days, Si Qingxue had grown increasingly familiar with her grandmother, even sharing light-hearted banter. At this inquiry, grandmother chuckled lightly. Oh, it's not expensive at all. She offered no specifics on the cost, simply assuring her that it was reasonable. Manager Zhao was remarkably swift. Within 2 minutes, he returned, pushing a thick stack of menus before him. Behind him followed 6 professional service staff. Madam, what cuisine do you prefer? There was no immediate response from Manager Zhao, as the elderly lady turned to the young woman beside her, Si Qingxue. Dear, what would you like to eat? At that moment, Manager Zhao also noticed Si Qingxue sitting next to the old lady, a hint of respect flickering in his gaze. In all this time, he had only seen Su Ming, the only grandchild accompanying the elderly lady for a meal. Si Qingxue's presence beside the old lady, receiving such attentive care, sufficiently indicated her remarkable status. Grandma, I'm not particular about food. Home-cooked dishes will suffice. All right, then home-cooked it is. Manager Zhao, we want to look at the menu. Please serve us some home-style dishes. And do prepare a bowl of pig trotter soup. We are in no rush, so the kitchen can take its time. Certainly. Manager Zhao promptly agreed, signaling the staff behind him to set aside the menus. Grandma, how did you know I like pig trotter soup? Si Qingxue gazed at her grandmother in surprise, although they had chatted throughout the evening. She had never mentioned her food preferences. Su Ming sat silently beside her, and as Si Qingxue pondered, she gradually understood. Did you tell Grandma? I didn't bring it up, Grandma asked me. Sitting upright, Su Ming feigned innocence, resting his hands on the round table. Qingxue, Su Ming is correct. It was indeed Grandma who asked him. The last time we went to the seafood restaurant, I noticed you didn't eat much, so I thought you might not enjoy it. Today, I asked Su Ming, and he mentioned you like pig trotter soup. Oh, and he also said you enjoy vinegar. Grandma stated seriously, causing Si Qingxue's cheeks to flush with surprise, her eyes narrowing in indignation as she shot a glare at Su Ming. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat a few times to ease the awkwardness. The revelation that Si Qingxue liked vinegar had been a jest he shared with Grandma, and he hadn't expected her to take it seriously. Grandma, I don't genuinely like vinegar. Silly girl, Grandma knows you don't truly like vinegar. Such feelings are hard to control, I understand that. Moreover, I believe that when young couples feel jealous, it's a good sign, as it shows they care for one another, right? The more she explained, the more tangled the situation became, and Su Ming was already unable to contain his laughter. Si Qingxue stammered for a while, and upon seeing Su Ming still chuckling beside her, she lifted her foot and stepped on his instep. Once again, in front of Grandma and Uncle Quan, Su Ming yelped. Ouch! Oh, what is wrong with you? She blinked her large, sparkling eyes. With her delicate hand propping up her chin, she looked at Su Ming with a playful smile, clearly feigning concern while having intentionally stepped on him. It's nothing. Just a cramp. The more beautiful the woman, the more one hesitates to offend her. It was evident that Si Qingxue was someone who held grudges. As Su Ming faced a setback, a joyous smile immediately spread across Si Qingxue's face. It turned out that he had merely suffered from a cramp. I was genuinely concerned for his well-being. With an air of proud defiance, Su Ming's companion, Uncle Quan, clearly discerned the situation. He suppressed his laughter and remained silent, allowing Si Qingxue to reprimand Su Ming. Having been a pivotal figure for so many years, Uncle Quan had watched Su Ming grow up, witnessing his mischievous antics as a child. It was rather delightful to see someone finally put him in his place. Due to the lengthy preparation time for the pig trotter soup, it took over half an hour for the staff to serve lunch. The moment the soup was presented, Grandma picked up a small bowl and ladled a serving for Si Qingxue. Qingxue, do taste the pig trotter soup they've prepared. I hope it suits your palate. Thank you, Grandma, Si Qingxue replied, accepting the bowl with both hands and sweetly expressing her gratitude. The elderly lady felt a wave of happiness each time Si Qingxue affectionately called her grandma. I would like a bowl as well, Su Ming said, extending his own bowl towards her, hoping for a serving. However, Grandma seemed to overlook his request entirely. Let me help you with that, Si Qingxue said, taking the bowl from Su Ming's hands and carefully filling it to the brim. Drink plenty. It's beneficial for preventing cramps, she advised. Chapter 50. The Deceiver Qingxue. Feeling helpless, accepted the pig trotter soup. Just moments ago, she had been all smiles, yet now she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was rather disheartening that a full-grown man was being so easily manipulated by a girl. The predicament was made worse by the fact that he could not afford to offend her. Not only was Si Qingxue notoriously difficult to provoke, but Grandma's favoritism towards her added an additional layer of complexity. If Si Qingxue were to lodge a complaint, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. How was the home-cooked meal today? Grandma inquired after taking a few bites and putting down her chopsticks. Delicious, Si Qingxue replied. The dishes here are truly wonderful. I haven't encountered such delightful food in Qingyang City. Is that so? If it's tasty, make sure to eat a bit more. Feel free to help yourself. Grandma encouraged, her spirits lifted by Si Qingxue's praise. After a short while, everyone was satisfied and content. Si Qingxue and Grandma planned to continue their shopping spree in the afternoon. Having explored less than a third of the area, their determination suggested they intended to traverse the entirety of the Guimao shopping center. Su Ming, on the other hand, felt quite apprehensive about shopping. He could not fathom how Grandma and Si Qingxue possessed such boundless energy. Transitioning from the 32nd to the 31st floor, they entered the entertainment zone, primarily filled with children's play areas and roller skating rinks. After a brief stroll, they prepared to take the escalator to the 30th floor. However, as Si Qingxue accompanied Grandma to the escalator, the elderly lady suddenly lost her footing. Grandma, Si Qingxue exclaimed, quickly steadying her. In her haste, she forgot her own position near the escalator, and as it descended, her balance faltered. She stumbled, inadvertently beginning to slide down the escalator. Fortunately, Su Ming was right beside her. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly stepped forward and pulled her back. In the throes of inertia, he inadvertently collided with the handrail of the escalator, disregarding the sharp pain in his waist as his primary concern shifted to Si Qingxue's condition. Are you all right? He had just witnessed her slightly twist her left ankle. The pain in her ankle was so intense that Si Qingxue bit her soft lip, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Upon seeing this, her grandmother instantly panicked and hurried to support Si Qingxue, guiding her aside. Dear child, did you sprain it? It's all my fault. The elderly woman, neglecting her own well-being, crouched down to examine Si Qingxue's ankle before Su Ming could react. Instinctively, Si Qingxue wanted to assist her grandmother, but the agony in her ankle rendered her immobile. It had already begun to swell and redden. Uncle Quan, go fetch some ice packs. Yes, madam. Uncle Quan turned and departed, while the grandmother and Su Ming helped Si Qingxue to a nearby chair. Silly girl, you hurt yourself while trying to help me. My heart aches for you. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Ming stood nearby, fully aware of his grandmother's nature. Though she was quite formidable, she was also easily brought to tears. He recalled a time in his childhood when he had accidentally fractured his arm, causing her to shed many tears. Grandma, I'm fine, I just twisted it a bit. At your age, a fall would surely be more serious for you. Silly child, my fall would be just a minor tumble, had you truly fallen. The injuries could have been far more severe. Reflecting on the earlier incident, the grandmother still felt a tremor of fear, yet her gaze was filled with concern. Madam, the ice has arrived. Nearby, a cold drink shop had provided a generous bag of ice after hearing the situation. Grandma, let me apply the cold compress for Qingxue. All right, just be gentle. Understood. Su Ming squatted down, and as the ice touched the swollen ankle, Si Qingxue felt a refreshing chill that alleviated much of her pain. What is happening over there at the escalator? Madam, I just checked. It appears that a child accidentally spilled some soapy water on the floor, Uncle Quan explained softly. The grandmother's expression darkened noticeably. Contact the mall manager and ensure that the water is cleaned up promptly. Understood. Si Qingxue sat in the chair, while Su Ming remained squatted beside her. As she gazed at him, a smile unexpectedly brightened Si Qingxue's face. Injured like this? And you still smile? Supporting the ice pack with one hand, Su Ming looked up at her. What's wrong with smiling? You can't expect me to cry, can you? Why were you so anxious just now? Lifting one foot, Si Qingxue engaged in casual conversation with Su Ming. How could I not be anxious? This is an escalator. If you were to fall, it would be disastrous. Ah, so it was merely my nerves. A feigned expression of surprise accompanied by a nod. Though her ankle throbbed with pain, the sight of Su Ming crouched before her filled Si Qingxue's heart with sweetness. The two exchanged hushed whispers until a call from Uncle Quan prompted the mall manager to hastily arrive. He instructed the staff to clean up the water stains in front of the escalator and subsequently approached the elderly lady to offer his apologies. Although she was quite upset, the grandmother understood that the staff had not acted out of malice. After a few casual remarks, she returned to Si Qingxue's side. Dear, let us apply a cold compress for a while before we head to the hospital. We should have a doctor examine it to ensure there is no damage to the bone. The suggestion of a hospital visit was not met with rejection. Si Qingxue knew that if they did not go, the elder would remain anxious. After approximately 10 minutes of cold treatment, Su Ming took the ice pack to Uncle Quan for disposal. Su Ming, help me up, Si Qingxue said, bracing herself to rise. Can you manage to walk like this? I'll carry you downstairs, he replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he bent down. Without waiting for Si Qingxue's response, he swiftly lifted her by the waist. The grandmother's eyes brightened at the sight, and without uttering a word, she followed Uncle Quan ahead, suddenly enveloped in Su Ming's embrace. Si Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and in the next moment, she buried her head against him. They took the elevator down to the first floor. With her slender physique, Si Qingxue felt weightless in his arms. Are we there yet? She murmured timidly, audible only to the two of them. They still had some distance to the mall's entrance, and Su Ming, with a playful smirk, quipped, "We've arrived." Really? Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue cautiously lifted her head. The first floor was bustling with people, and as Su Ming held her, curious glances were cast in their direction. When she noticed the multitude of eyes upon her, Si Qingxue's already flushed face turned even more crimson. Without hesitation, she buried her head once more, simultaneously delivering playful punches to Su Ming's chest. You deceiver! You tricked me, you rascal! Despite Si Qingxue's playful assault, Su Ming was thoroughly amused. Having been teased by her during their meal, he considered this a fitting form of retribution. Chapter 51. Medication must not be misused. Carried like a princess. They exited the China International Trade Center and approached the car. We've arrived, Su Ming announced, glancing down at Si Qingxue, whose hair cascaded to one side, revealing only her flushed ear and a portion of her face. I don't believe you. Having learned from her earlier experience, she was not easily swayed by Su Ming's playful banter. This time it's the truth. With no other choice, Su Ming persisted, as he never anticipated that Si Qingxue would refuse to leave his embrace. Su Ming placed Qingxue on the seat. Be gentle, the grandmother interjected, standing nearby. Witnessing the affection between her grandson and future granddaughter-in-law filled her heart with immense joy. Hearing her grandmother's voice, Si Qingxue slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes first darted to Su Ming above her, then shifted forward. Put me down. I can get into the car by myself. Put you down? When I just asked you to get down, you refused. Now you wish to descend. It seems a tad late. Chuckling, Su Ming feigned the intention to carry Si Qingxue into the car. I can manage, you should. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming had already lifted her, gently placing her in the back seat. As he released her, Si Qingxue stared vacantly at Su Ming, momentarily yearning for the warmth of his embrace. Grandma, please get in the car. We must hurry to the hospital. All right. Her grandmother hurried to the other side, assisting the elderly lady into the vehicle before Su Ming closed the door. He then took his place in the passenger seat, following the car driven by Uncle Quan. And soon they arrived at the nearby hospital. An appointment had been secured with an orthopedic specialist. The urgency of bringing Si Qingxue to the hospital stemmed from concerns about potential bone injuries. Standing nearby, her grandmother inquired anxiously after the doctor examined her ankle. Doctor, is the injury serious? Is there any bone damage? It is indeed quite serious, but fortunately, there is no bone injury. Do not worry too much, elderly lady. The emergency measures taken were excellent. Applying ice immediately alleviated some pain. I will prescribe some medication to invigorate the blood and reduce bruising. Apply it a few times daily, and she will recover in due time. Also, after 24 hours, do not continue with the ice treatment to prevent exacerbating the injury. Grandma, you and Qingxue should step outside for a moment. I will wait here for the doctor to issue the prescription. All right. When they arrived at the hospital, Uncle Quan had thoughtfully prepared a wheelchair. Her grandmother, standing behind it, personally pushed Si Qingxue out of the consultation room. Once her grandmother had departed, Su Ming promptly closed the door. "Doctor, my wife is currently pregnant. Should she avoid the invigorating medication?" "Wife? Pregnant?" The doctor was taken aback, surprised that such a young couple was already married. Upon understanding the situation, he nodded. "Indeed, pregnant women should refrain from using such medications. However, your spouse's sprain is rather severe. Pain is unavoidable. Let us do this. I will prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for pain relief, which you can apply to the injured area. For the next week, she should avoid movement and rest in bed. After 24 hours, you may apply a warm towel to alleviate swelling. Without medication, recovery might be somewhat slower, so as her husband, you must be diligent in your care." Su Ming etched the doctor's words into his memory, and after the prescription for Si Qingshua's medicine was completed, he recalled the discomfort in his own back. "Doctor, I was also struck in the back earlier. Could you prescribe something for me as well?" Saying this, he lifted his shirt for the doctor to examine. After assessing Su Ming's back injury, the doctor furrowed his brow. "Young man, you truly possess a sense of humor. Your injuries are far more severe than your beloved's. We need to conduct an X-ray to ascertain whether any bones in your lower back are affected. Please re-register. I shall issue you a referral for immediate examination." While cradling Si Qingxue, he had only felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his back, which had since alleviated considerably. He had not anticipated the severity of the matter. Complying with the doctor's instructions, he exited the consultation room. Outside, his grandmother and Si Qingxue awaited in the corridor. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, Si Qingxue placed her hands on the wheelchair and softly inquired, "Are you finished?" His grandmother and Uncle Quan were puzzled, yet her heart was as clear as a mirror. "Not yet. The doctor has asked me to queue for medication. Grandmother, please assist Uncle Quan in taking Qingxue to the car. Wait for me there." "All right, Qingxue. I shall accompany you to the car. It will be more comfortable to sit." As his grandmother wheeled her out of the hospital, Su Ming proceeded to the registration desk to obtain a consultation with an orthopedic specialist. The doctor issued a series of examination orders, and Su Ming went for the X-ray. After a thorough assessment, fortunately, there were no fractures. The impact was merely severe. In addition to the traditional medicine ointment for Si Qingxue, the doctor prescribed various medications to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. Leaving the hospital with a large assortment of medications, he found his grandmother conversing with Si Qingxue in the car. "Have you collected all the medications?" "Yes, grandmother, I have everything. Let us hurry and get in the car. We must return home. Your aunt has just arrived." "My aunt?" Pulling open the passenger door, Su Ming fastened his seatbelt and exclaimed in surprise. "How does my aunt know that Qingxue has sprained her ankle?" "She doesn't know yet." After his grandmother replied, she turned to Si Qingxue. "Child, I just noticed that your ankle is swelling significantly. Is it particularly painful?" "Grandmother, it's actually not very painful." She feigned nonchalance, brushing back her hair. Yet the pain was indeed quite severe. While at the mall, perhaps due to the ice pack, the discomfort had been minimal. Now, without the cooling relief, the swelling and pain intensified within such a short span. With such a serious sprain, how could it not hurt? As they spoke, the vehicle commenced its journey homeward. Upon arriving, Su Ming gently placed Si Qingxue into her wheelchair, and before they could step through the door, Aunt Song Jinghua hurriedly emerged. "Oh my goodness! Mother, Qingxue! Su Ming, what has happened? You were perfectly fine when you left. Why is she in a wheelchair now? What happened to Qingxue?" In shock, her gaze fell upon Si Qingxue's severely swollen ankle. "What transpired? Did she sprain it? It's so serious. Did you go to the hospital?" A barrage of questions ensued, leaving not only Su Ming, but even his grandmother at a loss for which to answer first. "Aunt, I accidentally slipped and fell. I have already been to the hospital. The doctor has assured that it is merely a minor issue, with no damage to the bones. A few days of rest will lead to full recovery." Indeed, it is Si Qingxue, whose reasoning is impeccable, explaining the situation with clarity. Such severity must entail considerable pain. "Come, let us return indoors swiftly." Amidst her concern, she tended to a few individuals as they made their way back to the living room. Upon arriving at the sofa, Grandma immediately tore open the medication packaging, eager to personally apply the treatment to Si Qingxue. Grandma, wait. This medicine cannot be applied indiscriminately. I am aware of the doctor's instructions. Allow me to administer the medication to Qingxue." "Goodness, There is even a potion for promoting blood circulation and dispelling bruises, along with some oral medication. If all of this is applied to Si Qingxue, what misfortune would befall her and the baby in her womb? Mother, let Su Ming handle this. It will ease Qingshue's discomfort a bit. You haven't told me exactly what happened, have you? Auntie pressed Grandma for details. While Su Ming seized the opportunity to gather the medicines and wheeled Si Qingxue into his room. As the bedroom door closed, he could not help but exhale in relief. Chapter 52. The injury is worth it. Here, let me apply the medicine for you. The doctor has stated that you cannot use the potion for promoting blood circulation. Only some herbal liquid has been prescribed to alleviate the pain. Sit still and do not move. While speaking to Si Qingxue, he gently held her calf. To facilitate the application, Su Ming prepared to remove her shoes. As a boy touched her foot for the first time, Si Qingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her gaze averted, unable to meet his eyes. Her fair, snow-like calves boasted graceful, flowing lines, akin to the delicate sheen of mutton-fat jade. However, on her exquisitely beautiful feet, an area of redness and swelling was conspicuously present at the ankle. I will apply the medicine to you. This requires a gentle dab. If it hurts, you must tell me. A soft sound escaped Si Qingxue's lips as she lightly bit her teeth. As he gently grasped her delicate foot, she noticeably trembled. Hee, you're not afraid of having your soles tickled, are you? To distract her, Su Ming asked with a playful smile while applying the ointment. Humph, are you not afraid? Me? I'm not particularly afraid. People say that beautiful girls have lovely feet. I must say, they are absolutely correct. During their conversation, the herbal medicine was applied with a cotton swab, and Si Qingxue hardly noticed as Su Ming stood up. Do you have slippers in your room? Yes. Wait for me. I will fetch you a pair. Walking barefoot for too long might lead to catching a chill. After a brief moment, he returned with a pair of slippers in hand. Squatting down again, he gently removed the shoe from her other foot and promptly slipped slippers onto both feet. Once everything was in order, Si Qingxue prepared to maneuver her wheelchair away. To her astonishment, Su Ming unexpectedly lifted his shirt in front of her. What are you doing? She asked. It's nothing. I just need your assistance. I accidentally bumped into something at the back, and the medicine is nearby. Could you help me apply it while I wear gloves? As she spoke, Su Ming lay down on the bed, having felt a sharp pain in his lower back upon rising. It seemed the doctor's words were indeed accurate. His injury was quite serious. You're hurt. Where? Her expression turned tense as her beautiful eyes swept over Su Ming's back. Upon seeing the large area of dark bruising around his waist, Si Qingxue's heart sank. Su Ming, why didn't you mention your injury earlier? Shocked. Tears began to well up uncontrollably. Though her ankle was hurt, it was clear his condition was far worse. Yet he had carried her out of the mall without a word. Sister, I've been waiting for ages. She turned, supporting herself with one arm, while Si Qingxue donned her gloves and prepared the medicine. What's wrong? Noticing her distress, Su Ming hesitated, swallowing back his words. Si Qingxue merely shook her head slightly in response to his inquiry. Just lie still, she instructed gently. Okay, he replied and repositioned himself, gazing at the extensive bruise on his waist as Si Qingxue poured some medicine into her palm. The next moment, she applied it softly to the bruised area. Instantly, a cool sensation enveloped him. Although she was wearing disposable gloves, he could still feel the warmth of her palm. After a brief hesitation, she began to gently dab at the bruise with the utmost care. You should stay like that for a while. The instructions say the medicine needs time to absorb. Sure. Si Qingxue, seated in her wheelchair, watched him lying on the bed. This injury has its merits, allowing such a beautiful lady to personally tend to my wounds. Huh. Even injured, you still have the cheek to joke. You clearly have no idea how much it hurts. With a playful pout, Si Qingxue's fingers lightly brushed against Su Ming's waist. Is it particularly painful? This extensive bruise is almost seeping blood. It's bearable, not too painful, he replied after a moment of contemplation. Feeling reassured, Su Ming slowly sat up, instinctively pulling his shirt back down. Why did you carry me in the mall even though you're hurt? Don't you realize that could exacerbate your injury? What if you had seriously harmed your spine? Gazing intently at Su Ming, Si Qingxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She couldn't quite comprehend why. Despite her own pain, she felt no sense of grievance. Yet, upon seeing the bruises on Su Ming's back, she inexplicably felt the urge to cry. Her emotions surged, utterly uncontrollable. At that moment, I didn't feel much. It was only at the hospital that I realized my back was a bit sore. The doctor has examined her and found no significant issues. With timely medication over the next few days, she will recover. Alas, she must take her medicine once more before retiring for the night. Come to my room, she softly murmured to Su Ming. With her hands resting on the rims of her wheelchair, Si Qingxue prepared to exit the room. Su Ming, noticing her intent, readily replied, "All right, I will come to your room tonight." With that, he placed his hands on the handles of the wheelchair and gently pushed Si Qingxue out of the bedroom. In the living room, grandmother recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning that Si Qingxue had been injured while trying to save her, Song Jinghua felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was such a rare occasion for Qingxue to visit. How could they allow her to be treated in such a manner? Indeed, mother felt both heartbroken and remorseful. Grandmother sighed softly, wishing that it had been her who had fallen and sprained her ankle instead. As they conversed, Su Ming wheeled Si Qingxue into the living room, where grandmother's sigh happened to reach Si Qingxue's ears. Arriving at the sofa, Si Qingxue had yet to speak when grandmother suddenly noticed something amiss. "Child, why are your eyes so red? Is your ankle in great pain? Has Su Ming been too rough with the medication?" Observing the slight redness around Si Qingxue's eyes, grandmother inquired, prompting aunt to rise and closely examine Si Qingxue's ankle, which appeared nearly twice its normal size. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was exceedingly painful. "I'm fine, grandmother. After taking the medicine, I feel much better. However, I may not be able to accompany you for shopping in the coming days. Qingxue, you must rest at home for the next few days. Aunt has arranged for 2 caregivers to attend to you. Focus on healing your ankle first." After speaking, Song Jinghua took the wheelchair from Su Ming's hands and slowly maneuvered Si Qingxue to the side. After a brief chat, for reasons unknown, a sudden wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over her. "Qingxue, are you feeling tired? Su Ming, please take care of Qingxue and help her rest in her room. I will attend to you both during dinner." Chapter 53. Somnolence. Noticing Si Qingxue's fatigue, Song Jinghua promptly decided that Su Ming should escort her back to the bedroom for rest. As her pregnancy progressed, Si Qingxue had been inexplicably drowsy lately. Despite sleeping well at night, she still felt weary during the day. After wheeling Si Qingxue back to the bedroom, Su Ming lifted the covers and prepared to assist her into bed. "Wait, have you forgotten about your injuries? Just help me up," she insisted, refusing to be carried. With no other option, Su Ming gently supported her as she made her way to the bed, ensuring that at least one of her feet touched the ground. After successfully helping Si Qingxue onto the bed, Su Ming sat at the head of the bed for a moment's respite. "Are you staying here? I am going to sleep now. Just lie down properly," she said, pulling the covers up with her hand. From head to toe, only her arms and head were exposed. In October, the weather outside was not particularly cold, and with such a thick quilt enveloping her, it was uncertain whether she felt warm or not. "Let us sleep. I'll just rest here for a while," she thought. "I'll leave shortly." With a simple sigh, Si Qingxue closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In a couple of days, we will return to Qingyang City, and it remains to be seen how much her foot will recover. The doctor mentioned that she should remain bedridden for at least a week. In my opinion, it would be prudent to take a few days off to recuperate properly here. What do you think? He murmured to himself while sitting by the bed, yet he received no response from Si Qingxue. Turning to face her, he was surprised to see that the enchanting woman who had been conversing with him just moments ago was now peacefully asleep. The blush on her exquisite face had faded, revealing a porcelain complexion imbued with delicate beauty, particularly her long, captivating lashes. Has she fallen asleep already? Was she truly that exhausted? He mused inwardly. Since Si Qingxue was asleep, he felt it inappropriate to linger, fearing he might disturb her rest. He quietly rose and gently closed the door behind him. "Su Ming, come here." He beckoned Su Ming over. "When do you plan to leave? With Qingxue's ankle not yet healed, are you able to depart?" He inquired about whether they could negotiate a couple of days off with the school, allowing her some time to recuperate before they set off. His aunt expressed concern regarding their journey, fearing that any aggravation of her injury would hinder recovery. Her words resonated deeply with Su Ming, who had also intended to discuss this matter with Si Qingxue before she fell asleep. "Aunt, I understand your concern. I will discuss it with Qingxue, and if feasible, we will extend our stay in the capital for a few more days. The school should not pose any issues." As her advisor, Professor Wu held merely a nominal title. As long as Si Qingxue consented, he would have no objections to her taking a few days off. That is good to hear. Please confer with her, as both your grandmother and I recommend that you stay a bit longer, especially since the injury is to her ankle. After her aunt finished speaking, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Throughout the afternoon, Si Qingxue remained in deep slumber in the bedroom, while Su Ming, feeling somewhat idle, tended to the flowers in the garden outside the villa. Although his waist throbbed with pain, it did not impede his movements. Pruning the plants also provided a soothing distraction. Xiaoming, it has been some time since Qingxue fell asleep. Do you not wish to check on her? His grandmother, carefully trimming a pod of gardenias, looked up playfully after adjusting her reading glasses. Let her sleep a while longer, Su Ming replied. His grandmother chuckled. Indeed, it is rather peculiar that she is so drowsy. Standing beside the flower bed, Su Ming paused, holding a watering can. The drowsiness of Si Qingxue was attributed to her pregnancy. Could it be that her grandmother had discerned something? As he lingered in thought, his grandmother turned slowly, picking up scissors to continue trimming the nearby greenery. He concocted a casual excuse, suggesting it was merely the sudden arrival in the capital that caused some discomfort. It was absurd. The capital and Qingyang City shared the same northern climate, making it impossible to suffer from such ailments. His grandmother casually rebutted but did not dwell on the matter further. Su Ming felt a sigh of relief within. After all, having experienced similar circumstances, he truly wondered if his grandmother would eventually arrive at the notion of pregnancy. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, having finished tending to the plants, Su Ming was about to accompany his grandmother back to the living room when suddenly his phone rang. Grandma, I need to take this call. All right, I'll head back first. The elderly lady made her way back to the living room while Su Ming remained by the flower bed, retrieving his phone to answer a call from Zhao Bo. Upon answering, Zhao Bo's familiar voice resonated through the line. Mr. Su, is this a convenient time for you? As per usual, he initiated the conversation with that query, to which Su Ming readily responded, Mr. Zhao, would I be able to answer if it weren't convenient? Please. Go ahead. Haha, indeed. You mentioned wanting to meet with Chairman Chen of Chengshi Construction, correct? He has learned of your presence in the capital and happens to be here this evening. If you have time, might you be able to meet? The current situation of Chengshi Construction was far from optimistic. Zhao Bo, seated in his office chair, awkwardly chuckled. Having initially agreed to arrange the meeting upon returning to Qingyang City, yet Chairman Chen had persistently called him one after another, leaving him no choice but to reach out to Su Ming to explain. This evening? That works. How shall I contact him? The matter with Chengshi Construction was pressing, and he and Si Qingxue might need to extend their stay in the capital. Since Chairman Chen was already there, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity for a meeting. I'll have him reach out to you. Very well. After concluding the call with Zhao Bo, Su Ming returned to the living room. In less than 5 minutes, an unfamiliar call came through. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Su? A woman's voice came through the line. I am the secretary of Chairman Chen. He wishes to meet with you this evening. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Chairman Chen certainly had a grand sense of self-importance, having his secretary make the call. Where shall we meet? We are located on Jinlong Road. Is it far for you? Indeed. Never mind. I will find a place. I will send you the location via text shortly. With that, Su Ming promptly ended the call. Jinlong Road lies on the opposite side of the capital. To reach it, one must traverse a considerable distance across the city, requiring at least an hour, even under the most favorable traffic conditions. Previously, his grandmother had taken him to Dingli Xian, which was much closer to home. Therefore, Su Ming decided to set the location at this establishment. After sitting across from his grandmother for over half an hour, he stood up to explain his situation and then turned to leave. Driving one of the family's cars, he set off towards Dingli Xian. Upon arrival, he arranged for a private room and simultaneously sent the room number to Secretary Chen, who worked for Chairman Chen. As time passed, Su Ming waited in the private room for a full 30 minutes before Chairman Chen finally made his entrance. He was a corpulent man, with a protruding belly and a height of around 1.7 meters, but with thick, dark hair. Following him was a secretary clad in professional attire, exuding an alluring presence. If he was not mistaken, this was the woman who had called him. At the first sight of Su Ming, Chairman Chen appeared momentarily perplexed, as though he had entered the wrong room. With an awkward smile, he quietly inquired, Are you Mr. Su? Chairman Chen, please take a seat, Su Ming responded, without rising from his own chair, simply gesturing for the chairman to sit down. Greetings, I am Chen Zhengshan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Su. He extended his hand towards Su Ming, who, recognizing the gesture, stood up briefly to shake hands. Hello, Chairman Chen. Chairman Chen, you truly possess a refined taste. It is commendable that you bring such a beautiful secretary with you for business in the capital, Su Ming remarked, causing Chun Jingshan to feel a flush of embarrassment. Not addressing the compliment directly, he took a seat and began to flatter Su Ming instead. I did not expect Mr. Su to be so youthful. It truly makes us older generations feel a sense of shame. Youth may lack experience, but there are still many lessons to learn from veterans like you, Chairman. Waitstaff, please serve the dishes, Su Ming called out, and the prearranged meals began to arrive at the table in succession. They were all signature dishes, though it was uncertain if they would suit Chairman Chen's palate. Mr. Su, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor for me to be your guest, Chairman Chen replied, picking up his chopsticks and casually sampling the food before getting straight to the point. Chairman Chen, regarding the current situation of Chengshi Jianya, do you have any viable plans? Upon mentioning Chengshi Jianya, Chairman Chen set down his chopsticks, his expression growing increasingly grave. Mr. Su, to speak candidly, Chengshi Jianya is at a critical juncture. I truly find myself at a loss. I have reached out to several shareholders, and you are the only one willing to offer assistance. If we can preserve Chengshi Jianya, I am open to any terms. Since Chairman Chen has stated it so plainly, I shall be forthright. I seek control over Chengshi Jianya. I require you to relinquish your shares, allowing Lantian Holdings to become the largest shareholder of Chengshi Jianya. Upon hearing this, the expression on Chun Jingshan's face turned profoundly grim. He had anticipated such an outcome during his journey. Rest assured, I shall retain a portion of the shares for you, ensuring your voice in the affairs of honest construction. However, let me be candid, it will merely be a small fraction. Whether you agree or not is entirely your decision. The shares in Chun Jingshan's possession will not solely benefit him, but will also allocate a portion to the venture capital firm in the Magic City. Given the substantial investment from Uncle Lin Qingju, it is only fitting that he receives an appropriate share, while also guaranteeing that Lantian Holdings maintains actual control over honest construction. This necessitates a sacrifice of Chun Jingshan's shares. Mr. Su, I am willing to relinquish a portion of my shares. Yet I wish to retain the actual control of honest construction. Upon hearing Chun Jingshan's statement, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. Mr. Chun, to be frank, the actual control of honest construction cannot possibly be in your hands. Lantian Holdings possesses 21% of the shares, while you hold 51%. If honest construction were to collapse, I trust you are aware of who would bear the greatest loss. Before Chun Jingshan could respond, Su Ming continued. I now propose to reduce your shares to 6%. Lantian Holdings will control 51%, while 21% will be allocated to the Magic City Venture Capital. The remaining shareholders will also see a dilution of their stakes. The final distribution will be as follows: Lantian Holdings at 51%, Magic City Venture Capital at 21%, you at 6%, and the other shareholders at 22%. The predicament facing honest construction is largely attributable to Chairman Chun Jingshan himself. Diluting his shares to 6% is not unjust in the least. After a profound internal struggle and 3 minutes of silence, Chun Jingshan ultimately nodded in agreement. As Su Ming had articulated, he would still retain 6% of the shares. Refusal would lead to the bankruptcy of honest construction, resulting in unimaginable calamity for him. Mr. Su, let us conclude our meal here. I must return to Qingyang City post-haste. Please make the necessary arrangements promptly. The urgency in Qingyang City was palpable, and he had to return that very night. Very well, the funds from Magic City Venture Capital will arrive shortly. You will liaise directly with Mr. Zhao from now on. As Chun Jingshan departed, Su Ming leisurely took out his phone, sent a text to Zhao Bo, and drove back to the villa. Although he had claimed to be out for dinner, the entire affair lasted less than 20 minutes. In the living room, his grandmother and a few others had already finished dinner. Si Qingxue, seated in her wheelchair, was engaged in conversation with his grandmother. Notably, his usually busy aunt had also stayed to keep them company. Grandmother, Aunt Qingxue, I am back. Su Ming, your timing is impeccable. My aunt has just discussed with Qingxue and agreed to stay at home a few more days. You have no objections, I trust? His aunt turned, smiling warmly at Su Ming. During the discussion with Si Qingxue, I was initially apprehensive about whether she would agree. To my surprise, she readily consented, much to the delight of the elder nearby. Si Qingxue has agreed. Su Chen glanced at Si Qingxue, who coincidentally met his gaze. In their mutual stare, a flicker of peculiarity flashed in her eyes before she quickly averted her gaze. Since Qingxue has acquiesced, I harbor no objections. As I spoke, I approached Si Qingxue and squatted down to examine her ankle, which was still notably swollen. Just as the doctor had indicated, it would indeed take time to heal. How does it feel? Still painful? Not painful anymore, just a bit swollen. You should sit and rest for a while. Extending my arm, I gently assisted Su Cheng to his feet, guiding him to a sofa near his aunt. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were imbued with a sweetness that did not go unnoticed by their grandmother and aunt, who exchanged amused glances. Su Cheng, shouldn't you apply the medicine now? Perhaps you should tend to Qingxue first. All right, I will help you with that. I maneuvered to the back of the wheelchair, pushing Si Qingxue back to her room. Wait for me a moment. I will fetch the medicine. After retrieving the medication, I found Si Qingxue patiently seated in her wheelchair, ready for assistance. To facilitate the application of the medicine, I carefully helped her to the bedside, allowing her to lean against the headboard, her foot resting on the edge of the bed. While I took a seat on the wheelchair, the doctor remarked that the traditional medicine could only alleviate the pain, with limited efficacy in reducing swelling. Thus, it was imperative for her to rest and recuperate diligently. Be sure to take care, I advised, pouring the medicinal liquid into my palm, gently rubbing it before applying it to Si Qingxue's ankle. Whether intentional or not, after my hands enveloped her foot, her delicate toes playfully curled. What's wrong? Is it itchy? A little. Even with previous experience, Si Qingxue felt a wave of nervousness as I held her foot. Chapter 55, Taking Advantage of Me Again. I thought you might be shy, I teased, my hands gliding gently over her delicate skin. Si Qingxue promptly turned towards me, declaring, "Who is shy? I'm just a bit unaccustomed to this." Her words were resolute, yet her body betrayed her. Her flushed cheeks and tense demeanor revealed just how nervous and bashful she truly was. After evenly applying the traditional medicine, I placed her elegant foot on my lap, waiting for the liquid to dry naturally. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and while Si Qingxue felt it was about time, I showed no intention of setting her foot down. "It should be ready now," I murmured, bending down to inspect her ankle. Si Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. The medicinal liquid still bore a faint scent. "Should we wait a bit longer?" I inquired, my hand resting lightly on her calf, a mischievous smile gracing my lips. As Su Ming's gaze fell upon her, Si Qingxue was taken aback. With her injured foot resting on Su Ming, the other leg dangled off the edge of the bed, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the view beneath her skirt. "You, Su Ming, how dare you take advantage of me?" She had initially thought he was merely waiting for the medicine to dry, only to discover he was, in fact, watching her. Embarrassed and indignant, she quickly withdrew her calf and tugged her skirt downwards. "You lecher, what did you see?" Curling up at the head of the bed, she cast an angry glare at Su Ming. "By all that is good, I truly saw nothing. Honestly, I saw nothing at all." Just as Si Qingxue was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Ming muttered, "You're wearing leggings. It would be strange if I didn't see anything." "Ah, Su Ming, didn't you say you saw nothing?" Her previously calmed emotions were thrown into turmoil once more by his words, and Si Qingxue wished she could sink into the ground. Calm down. I only saw a little bit. Just a tiny bit of the leggings. I swear, I'm not lying." Standing to explain, she raised her hand. "I swear, I only saw the leggings, nothing else." Su Ming's comical demeanor, coupled with his mention of leggings again, made Si Qingxue feel a mix of anger and amusement. Thankfully, she was accustomed to wearing leggings under her skirts. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been fully exposed to Su Ming's gaze. "Don't be angry. I initially intended to say it was unintentional, but it didn't feel right to say it that way. All right, no more talking about it. You are indeed a big lecher. I've grown used to it." After expressing her indignation, Si Qingxue didn't forget to pull her other leg back as well. "Just lie still. I'll apply the medicine for you." "So, do you believe me now?" All right, I believe. Can you please lie down here for a moment?" Indicating for Su Ming to lay in front of her. Si Qingxue donned the prepared gloves. Pouring the medicine into her palm, she gently applied it above Su Ming's waist. The injury appeared worse than in the afternoon. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asked, biting her soft lip, filled with concern. The last time she applied the medicine, there were hints of blood within the bruising. And this time, the bruises looked even more severe, with blood visibly more pronounced. "It's fine. It might just be the medicine. Then bear with it a bit." As her palm lightly rested on Su Ming's waist, feeling the medicine was insufficient, Si Qingxue poured another dose. "Let me massage the area. Perhaps the bruising will dissipate more quickly?" "I don't know. It should, right?" He wasn't a doctor, after all, and had no idea if it would help. After saying this, Si Qingxue removed her gloves, lacking experience, and began to press haphazardly around Su Ming's waist. What she called a massage resembled more of a gentle caress. Lying on the bed, Su Ming felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body due to Si Qingxue's playful antics. Perhaps it would be best to call it a day. What's wrong? Am I not doing it correctly? Si Qingxue paused her movements, looking bewildered. She had only seen someone perform this technique on television and had never practiced it herself. So it was understandable that there were some discrepancies. It's not that you're doing it wrong. It's just that I'm having a hard time tolerating it. Su Ming replied with an awkward smile. Si Qingxue glanced down at their current state and seemed to grasp the situation. It's all right, just hang in there. I'll be gentler. With a playful arch of her brows, Si Qingxue's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she deliberately pressed her hands lightly along Su Ming's waist. A playful retaliation for the teasing she had endured earlier. After approximately 3 minutes, Su Ming could no longer withstand the sensation, feeling uncomfortable even while lying on the bed. Sister, please spare me. I truly can't take it anymore, she pleaded, prompting Si Qingxue to gradually cease her actions. How is it? Is it comfortable? Isn't it far more enjoyable than just feasting your eyes? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, and it dawned on Su Ming that this sister had been intentionally playful. Rising from the bed, Su Ming swiftly turned away. At the tender age of 20, how could she resist such temptation? Though her movements were quick, Si Qingxue still caught sight of her sudden retreat, and upon witnessing the unexpected scene, her face flushed crimson. All you do is think wildly. Think wildly. You were clearly the one teasing me, Su Ming retorted, adopting a demeanor akin to a coy bride, which only delighted Si Qingxue further. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at Su Ming with an alluring look. Faced with the temptation of such a stunning beauty, it would be unnatural for him to remain unaffected. Who teased you? I certainly did not. All right then, the medicine is applied. Grandmother and aunt are still waiting outside. Let us head out. She felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. Even she could not fathom the reason. As she leaned to return to her wheelchair, Su Ming stepped forward and gently lifted Si Qingxue into his arms. Si Qingxue instinctively placed her hands on Su Ming's shoulders, momentarily taken aback. Isn't this tiring? You should put me down in the wheelchair. Her lips parted slightly, exhaling like an orchid, her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Ming. Gazing at Si Qingxue's delicate and tempting soft lips, memories of their earlier teasing flashed through his mind. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Su Ming leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. The contact was brief, and they quickly parted. It was merely a soft sensation, nothing more. As for Si Qingxue, she was utterly stunned. Her eyelashes fluttered, her body tense. She truly had not anticipated that Su Ming would suddenly kiss her. Su Ming, you rogue, she playfully scolded, burying her head into his embrace. One hand wrapped around him, while the other ventured to the soft flesh at his waist. Just as she was about to pinch him, she recalled his injury and reluctantly withdrew her arm. As time passed, her cheeks flushed to the point of appearing as if they could bleed. Will you not put me down? She exclaimed. Oh, very well. He bent down to place Si Qingxue onto the wheelchair. Soon, I shall go tell Grandma about your mischief. You bullied me. Chapter 56. Sister, you are playing me. Telling on me. Surely, that is excessive, he replied with a bitter expression, awkwardly touching the tip of his nose. He merely kissed Si Qingxue once. It hardly warranted a complaint to Grandma. As for that, she retorted with a resolute tone, her attitude leaving no room for negotiation. If Si Qingxue intended to report him, Su Ming felt utterly helpless, for he had just impulsively kissed her. You wish to tell Grandma that I stole a kiss? I doubt she would concern herself with such trivial matters. Couples often engage in playful banter, and though Grandma is quite aged, she must be aware of that to a large extent. She will definitely care. Care? I find that hard to believe. Surely you jest? A flicker of caution ignited within him. While admitting to a kiss might be inconsequential, anything beyond that was uncertain. I would never deceive Grandma. She shot him a sidelong glance before directing her gaze towards the bedroom door. Push me out. Then you must promise not to exaggerate. Very well, I shall not exaggerate. That is all I need to hear. With her assurance, Su Ming felt relieved as he wheeled Si Qingxue out of the bedroom. They approached the sofa, where his aunt first noticed them. Upon seeing them, Grandma turned around. Qingxue, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt from the application of medicine? Faced with Grandma's inquiry, Si Qingxue remained silent, merely shaking her head. What is the matter? After applying the medicine, why do you seem so downcast? If you are unwell, do let Grandma know. The elder's tone was filled with concern, yet Si Qingxue continued to remain mute. Su Ming, what is going on? Noticing Si Qingxue's evident unhappiness, Grandma immediately turned her scrutiny towards him. I have no idea. She seemed fine just a moment ago. To appear more genuine, Su Ming bent down to closely observe Si Qingxue's face. Whether out of fear of breaking into laughter or for some other reason, Si Qingxue turned her head away, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Seeing this, Aunt Song Jinghua's expression darkened slightly. Su Ming, have you been bullying Qingxue? What? No, I have done nothing. He continued to feign ignorance. At this moment, saying anything amiss would invoke not just Grandma's wrath, but also Aunt's. Qingxue, did Su Ming bully you? If he did, tell Aunt, and I shall teach him a lesson. Aunt Song gently inquired of Si Qingxue, while Grandma sat nearby, her presence looming with impatience. The air was thick with tension, and it was evident that if Si Qingxue dared to nod, it would lead to Su Ming's darkest hour. Having promised not to speak recklessly, Si Qingxue truly adhered to her word, uttering not a single syllable. The ability to convey such an impactful message without a word is nothing short of miraculous. When faced with her aunt's inquiries, Si Qingxue cast a fleeting glance at Su Ming, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. In the next instant, she shook her head once more. Her silence spoke volumes. Goodness, this precious grandson of yours, discipline is absolutely necessary. I never imagined he could be such a scoundrel, daring to bully such a wonderful daughter as Qingxue. Song Jinghua exhaled a breath of frustration, her face betraying an unmistakable anger. Not only the grandmother, but also her aunt cherished Si Qingxue deeply. Especially after learning the cause of her ankle injury, her affection intensified. Su Ming's audacity to bully her was undoubtedly a recipe for trouble. Qingxue, do not fear. Your grandmother is here, no one dares to bully you. Gently patting Si Qingxue's head, the grandmother silently turned and departed. Aunt, where did my grandmother go? Su Ming stood there, a foolish grin plastered on his face, a sense of unease beginning to gnaw at him as he instinctively inched closer to Si Qingxue. If his grandmother truly became enraged, the only person capable of saving him would be Si Qingxue. No one else would suffice. Fear not. Your grandmother has gone to fetch you some delicious treats. Song Jinghua reassured him, just as the grandmother emerged from the kitchen wielding a rolling pin, followed by several anxious aunts. Even Uncle Quan was alerted, hurrying over from a distance. Old lady, what is the matter? This little rascal is disobedient, and I shall teach him a lesson. With the rolling pin in hand, she strode towards Su Ming with an imposing demeanor. Oh no, sister, ancestor, you must help me. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Si Qingxue's hand, seeking refuge, while his aunt observed coolly from the side. Expecting her assistance seemed unlikely, given the current situation. It was already a blessing that she had not joined in the fray. Si Qingxue was taken aback by her grandmother's directness, not even inquiring about the incident before charging at Su Ming. Concerned for Su Ming's safety, she promptly raised her hands to shield him. Grandmother, you misunderstand. Su Ming did not bully me. He merely caused me some discomfort while applying medicine. He did not bully me. Si Qingxue anxiously explained, fearing that any delay might result in her grandmother truly striking Su Ming. Child, do not be afraid. Your grandmother is right here. Did he truly bully you? Just nod, and I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Gripping the rolling pin tightly, she was prepared to deliver a few strikes, certain that they would leave marks. The critical matter was that he dared not resist. If he provoked her grandmother, his aunt would undoubtedly join in as well. I assure you, he did not. It was merely a minor misunderstanding, and it has been resolved, Grandma. Do you still not trust my words? Hiding behind Si Qingxue, he was prepared to flee in case Grandma refused to listen to reason. Qingxue, he truly did not bully you? I, your aunt, am here to support you. So speak freely, it's all right. Song Jinghua took Si Qingxue's other hand, her tone comforting while her gaze remained coldly fixed on Su Ming. Aunt, it really was nothing. Just a small misunderstanding, and it's all right now. Si Qingxue's eyes were resolute, her face bearing a hint of sorrow. Mom, it might indeed be a misunderstanding. Please hand me the rolling pin. Aunt Song Jinghua stepped forward to take the rolling pin from her hand, though her heart still held doubts. Despite her age, she retained her basic perceptiveness. Si Qingxue's demeanor had clearly shown signs of distress. Aunt, please take the rolling pin back to the kitchen. Oh, certainly. Several aunts hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the rolling pin. Uncle Quan also let out a sigh of relief. If the old lady truly intended to reprimand Su Ming, they might not be able to intervene. Su Ming, come and sit here. Grandma gestured toward the sofa opposite, indicating for Su Ming to take a seat. Fearing a sudden outburst from the elderly lady, he sat down while pulling Si Qingxue along with him. Chapter 57. Grandma has no objections. Noticing Su Ming's anxious demeanor, Si Qingxue suddenly felt an impulse to laugh with joy. However, in front of Grandma, she dared not display her amusement too openly, forcing herself to suppress her laughter. This only made her appear even more aggrieved. Grandma's gaze remained fixed on Su Ming, serious and stern. Despite Si Qingxue's explanation, the elderly lady was still convinced that Su Ming had done something improper. After all, how could the usually well-behaved and sensible Si Qingxue be in such a state otherwise? Grandma wished to chat with Qingxue, so if you have nothing pressing, you should return to your room to rest. Grandma, it's still early. I won't be able to sleep if I return now. You and Qingxue can chat. I promise not to disturb you too. He had already addressed Grandma with respect, and even referred to Si Qingxue with honorifics. There was no choice, after all. He could hardly afford to provoke them. It was irrelevant whether he would disturb them or not. Grandma wanted to share a few intimate words with Qingxue, and it would be inconvenient for you to stay here. If you're unwilling to return to your room, you may take a stroll outside. Pointing toward the door, Su Ming was about to shake his head in refusal when his aunt suddenly cleared her throat, discreetly glancing at him. Sensing something amiss, Su Ming promptly replied, "All right, I'll go for a walk. Qingxue, I'll take a stroll. You and Grandma can chat at your leisure. I was wrong. Please don't speak ill of me, or I will truly get punished." In the final whispered words near Si Qingxue's ear, even her grandmother and aunt seated on the sofa remained oblivious. Si Qingxue lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes turning towards Su Ming, sparkling like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a clear and enchanting brilliance. In the next moment, she softly uttered, "Understood." With Si Qingxue's affirmative response, Su Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He raised his hand in a gesture to his aunt and grandmother, saying, "Grandma, Aunt, I'll take my leave now. Please remember to call me after your conversation." With that, he exited the living room without a backward glance, unaware of what his grandmother and Si Qingxue were discussing. As he stepped out of the estate, he looked up at the sky. The urban night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars, and the moon was scarcely visible. He walked eastward along the road. The expanse of the villa area was vast, each path illuminated by street lamps. After walking approximately 500 or 600 meters, feeling a slight chill, Su Ming decided to return. The elapsed time from his departure to his return to the living room was hardly an hour. His grandmother and aunt were still engaged in lively conversation with Si Qingxue, their laughter echoing joyfully. He contemplated joining the merriment, but hesitated, concerned that his grandmother might still be in a foul mood. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to return to his room instead. Lying on his bed, he idly played with his phone until drowsiness overtook him. Without even changing out of his clothes, he succumbed to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, it was already the early hours of the morning, and the lights in the living room had long since been extinguished. The group that had been chatting earlier had retired to their rooms for the night. In the following days, Si Qingxue remained largely in the living room, with her aunt hiring 2 caretakers to attend to her closely. They accompanied her wherever she went, except for bathroom breaks and sleep. Initially, she found this arrangement somewhat uncomfortable, but gradually she adapted. As the start of school approached, due to her leave of absence, both Su Ming and Si Qingxue did not return to Qingyang City. Consequently, Titan and the others made a phone call to inquire about the situation. Naturally, Su Ming could not divulge the true circumstances and concocted a vague excuse about family matters to placate them. As time passed, the swelling around Si Qingxue's ankle began to subside. Therefore, at the insistence of her aunt and grandmother, they took her for a follow-up examination. The doctor concluded that she was recovering well. She could walk a bit, but vigorous activities were still off limits. "Qingxue, you will be returning to school tomorrow. Your aunt and I have discussed it, and we plan to send some gifts for your parents with you," Song Jinghua said earnestly, knowing that the two would be heading back to Qingyang University the next day. It was merely a small gesture, without ulterior motives. "Aunt, there's no need to bring gifts for my parents. They have everything they need." Si Qingxue gently shook her head. Mother Lan in Yunyang was oblivious to her visit to the Su family. With aunt and grandma presenting gifts, wouldn't that reveal everything? Aunt was aware that, although we were not lacking, it was merely a token of our family's sentiments. The items were neither particularly extravagant nor numerous. You and Su Ming could simply guide us. Given Grandma's age, Aunt truly could not spare the time. Otherwise, we would have certainly delivered them ourselves. Song Jinghua insisted. And at that moment, Si Qingxue found herself at a loss, ultimately turning to Su Ming for guidance. As Si Qingxue glanced at Su Ming, both Aunt Song Jinghua and Grandma followed suit, directing their gazes towards him. Why are you all looking at me? I'm open to anything. Given the stark disparity in family status, he lacked the authority to make decisions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Si Qingxue ultimately nodded in agreement. With the decision made to bring gifts back, Aunt departed the villa in the morning and returned only in the evening. It was evident that she had spent the entire day preparing the gifts. Before long, the second day arrived, marking the time to depart. Grandma, reluctant to part, stood at the villa's entrance, accompanied by Aunt, bidding farewell to Su Ming and Si Qingxue. Grandma, we are leaving now. I will visit you again in a while. Please take good care of yourself at home, especially your health, and try not to stay up too late at night, Si Qingxue said, standing before Grandma. Their days of companionship and conversation had fostered a close bond, akin to that of a beloved granddaughter. The sudden departure left an emptiness in both their hearts. Dear child, you still think of Grandma. After you return, be sure to rest well and call me often. If you encounter any difficulties, don't fret, just tell me, and I will help you resolve them. Moreover, turning her gaze to Su Ming, Grandma unexpectedly took Si Qingxue's hand and slowly walked aside. If that rascal Su Ming dares to bully you or make you feel wronged, you call Grandma. I will take care of him. Her eyes were resolute, and the tone she employed was devoid of jest. Consequently, Si Qingxue shot a glance back at Su Ming, who, sensing her look, felt an uneasy premonition brewing within him. I understand, Grandma, Si Qingxue replied obediently, a sweet smile gracing her face. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare bully me. It's I who bullies him. Grandma has no objections if you bully him, she replied with utmost seriousness, causing Si Qingxue to regard Su Ming with a hint of sympathy. Chapter 58. To the esteemed in-laws at this moment, Su Ming remained unaware of the reason behind Si Qingxue's gaze fixed upon him, his expression displaying a subtle smile. Had he known the reason for her scrutiny, he might not have been able to maintain his mirth. Aunt, didn't you say you would send someone to accompany us back? Where are they? Before the entrance stood only Si Qingxue's Porsche, with no other vehicles in sight. Upon Su Ming's inquiry, Song Jinghua glanced at her watch and then surveyed the surroundings. They should be arriving soon. Please wait a moment. Following her aunt's instruction, she remained in place. After about another 10 minutes, a familiar business vehicle slowly approached the horizon. The moment Lin Qingzhao stepped out, both Su Ming and Si Qingxue widened their eyes. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded vitality. He had exited from the driver's seat. Could it be that the gift-bearer was actually their uncle? My dear, I apologize for being late. The traffic in the capital is quite congested, Lin Qingzhao chuckled awkwardly, addressing Song Jinghua, and did not forget to greet his mother-in-law, Mom. Ah, Jinghua, it's getting late. Now that Qingzhao has arrived, let us hasten our departure. Qingzhao, please drive safely. If you find it too late tonight, consider staying in Qingyang City and returning to the capital tomorrow morning. Understood, Mom. Su Ming assisted Si Qingxue into the car. With a grand wave, Song Jinghua turned and took her seat in the driver's position of the business vehicle. Si Qingxue followed Su Ming into the car, and before setting off, she pressed down the window to wave goodbye to her grandmother and aunt. Grandma, Aunt, we are leaving. Be safe on the road. Dear, remember to give Grandma a call when you reach Qingyang City. Feeling increasingly reluctant, Grandma seemed poised to step forward, but was gently restrained by Aunt Song Jinghua. As the vehicle gradually pulled away, the figures of Grandma and Aunt faded from the rearview mirror. Sighing, Su Ming thought to himself, Grandma will surely have a restless night. Though his face bore no expression, concern for her filled his heart. Si Qingxue sat silently in the passenger seat. After passing through 2 intersections, she clasped her hands gently. I'll video call Grandma tonight. Chatting with her should help her sleep better. Since the elderly lady enjoyed their conversations, a video call would suffice. Oh, haha, that is a splendid idea. Su Ming's eyes sparkled at Si Qingxue's suggestion. Indeed, accompanying Grandma in a video call was a wonderful notion. Rest a bit if you're tired. Recline the seat a little. Once we reach Qingyang City, I'll wake you. Though he remained focused on the road ahead, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Si Qingxue appeared somewhat drowsy. During this period, her sleep quality had been remarkably good. She would sleep through the night and continue to doze during the day, often for several hours, prompting Grandma to worry about her health. Su Ming's suggestion was met with Si Qingshua's acquiescence. After adjusting her seat slightly backward, she leaned her head against it and began to close her eyes, seeking a moment of tranquility. After 3 to 5 minutes, the gradual increase in breathing sounds made it clear that she had fallen into a deep slumber. Approximately 2 hours later, the vehicle steadily approached Qingyang City. With the long holiday now concluded, the roads were relatively clear. The speed remained swift, and within a little over 2 hours, they had entered the city limits. Have we arrived? Are you awake? I was just about to call you. With one hand resting on the steering wheel, Su Ming glanced at Si Qingxue, who had just awakened, her face still laden with confusion. As she peered through the car window, the familiar streets came into view, and Si Qingxue realized they had indeed entered Qingyang City. Shouldn't we head home first? Yes, home. After Su Ming nodded, Si Qingxue straightened her posture and took out her phone to call her mother, Yin Yonglan. She had forgotten to inform her family that her uncle, Lin Qinjiao, was accompanying them. Once the call connected, the initial pleasantries flowed normally. But upon hearing that Su Ming's family had brought gifts, personally delivered by her uncle, Yin Yonglan abruptly sprang up from the sofa. The water her husband, Si Tianli, was about to drink spilled entirely onto his pants, startling him. Dear, what is going on? You scared me. Is something wrong? At that moment, Yin Yonglan had no time to respond. Qingxue, you little rascal. Such significant news, and you only tell your parents now? We are completely unprepared. How long until you arrive? It's too late for dinner at home. I'll have your father hurry and book a restaurant. Upon learning they would arrive in less than half an hour, Yin Yonglan promptly hung up the phone. What is the matter? What happened? Was it Qingxue? Si Tianli inquired, bewildered. Yin Yonglan turned to him. Qingxue said that Su's grandmother brought us some gifts, specially delivered by her uncle from the capital. They'll be here in half an hour. Half an hour? Si Tianli exclaimed, suddenly understanding Yin Yonglan's reaction. They had no preparations for the arrival of Su Ming's family. Not only was lunch unarranged, but even fruit had not been prepared. Dear, quickly go buy some fruit. I'll call to reserve a restaurant. We'll go out for lunch today. Yin Yonglan departed with an aunt, while Si Tianli took out his phone to find a suitable restaurant to book. In what felt like an instant, half an hour passed. As the car slowly entered the villa gates, Su Ming and Si Qingxue disembarked, followed closely by Lin Qinjiao from the business vehicle. Have we arrived? Yes, uncle, we have. After Su Ming spoke, he suddenly recalled something as he looked at Lin Qinjiao. Aunt Yun and uncle are still unaware of Qingshue's pregnancy, so please keep it under wraps for now. He emphasized this point several times, anxious that his uncle might inadvertently reveal the news. Rest assured, your uncle's lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? Su Ming struggled to contain his laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. This is undoubtedly the most amusing joke I've heard this year. In an instant, Lin Qinjiao's expression morphed into one of dismay. He found himself at a loss for words. He considered himself quite discreet, though he occasionally spoke thoughtlessly, unwittingly letting information slip, particularly in the presence of his wife, Song Jinghua. A moment's inattention could lead to a verbal misstep. Fear not, your uncle is, after all, an adult and will not speak recklessly. Patting Su Ming on the shoulder, Lin Qinjiao exuded confidence. Shue, little Su, oh dear, why didn't you two come inside when you returned? Noticing something amiss outside, Auntie proactively went to inform Yin Yonglan and Si Tianli, who emerged one after the other. Upon recognizing their daughter, they hurried forward. Mom and Dad, Aunt Yun, Uncle. After Su Ming and Si Qingxue exchanged greetings, Si Qingxue gracefully linked her arm with her mother's. Aunt Yun, Uncle, allow me to introduce this gentleman, my uncle. Uncle, this is Aunt Yun and this is Uncle Si. Su Ming stood in the middle, facilitating the introductions. Ha ha, greetings to both in-laws. Lin Qinjiao laughed heartily, nodding at Yin Yonglan before shaking hands with Si Tianli. The mention of in-laws left Su Ming and Si Qingxue momentarily stunned. Chapter 59, A Sight Not to Behold Uncle. Didn't we agree to refrain from speaking carelessly? With a smile that resembled a grimace, Su Ming spoke without parting his lips. This is hardly careless talk. It is simply the truth. Lin Qinjiao countered, prompting Su Ming to close his eyes in exasperation. Seeing this, Si Qingxue pondered whether she should intervene. But before she could voice her thoughts, her mother, Yin Yonglan, abruptly released her arm. Little Su, your uncle is correct. We are indeed in-laws. In-laws. We've made a reservation for lunch at a restaurant. Let us dine together. I apologize for the oversight. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhao shook his head. In-laws, I must confess, I have matters to attend to in the capital this afternoon, so I cannot stay for lunch. How can we not eat? We must dine together. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back this afternoon. Si Tianli stepped forward, firmly grasping Uncle Lin Qingzhao's arm. No, really, I have obligations. Dining is unnecessary. No, you simply must stay for a meal. Prepare yourself, and we shall set off shortly. It won't take long. Si Tianli remained resolute, with Yun Yonglan echoing his sentiments. Taken aback by their enthusiasm, Lin Qingzhao glanced at Su Ming, finding it difficult to decline after much internal conflict. Very well, then, I shall impose on you, dear in-laws. Ha ha ha. We are all family here. What does it matter about imposing? There is no need for formality. Before dining, one must certainly invite guests to sit at home. Si Tianli pulled Lin Qingzhao towards the entrance. Upon noticing this, Su Cheng promptly interjected, Uncle, have you forgotten that there are items in the car? This reminder jolted Lin Qingzhao's memory. Indeed, there are gifts in the vehicle. If it weren't for this cheeky boy's intervention, I would have almost overlooked them. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Qingzhao turned back towards the car, while Su Cheng wore a look of exasperation. His elder uncle was rather unreliable. If these gifts were to be taken back to the capital untouched, he would likely find himself sleeping in the hallway tonight. These were gifts his aunt and grandmother had asked him to bring along. Though not numerous, they carried the elderly's heartfelt sentiments. Grandma Su was overly gracious. Traditionally, as juniors, we ought to present gifts to her instead. The gifts were indeed prepared, yet the daughter insisted they not visit Su Cheng's home, leaving the elderly couple at a loss for a suitable excuse to bring the items. As Yun Yonglan spoke, Lin Qingzhao opened the trunk. To his astonishment, the trunk was brimming with items, the last row of seats completely folded down. Goodness, this is an excessive amount of gifts. Even Si Tianli, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but swallow hard. He had witnessed gift-giving before, but never on such a grand scale. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Why so many gifts? Approaching Lin Qingzhao, Su Cheng whispered in a tone only the two could hear. He hadn't anticipated such a sight, and it indeed startled him. I truly do not know what the in-laws prefer, so the elderly prepared in abundance. Come, Su Cheng, let's unload the items. Lin Qingzhao began to retrieve the gifts from the car, with Si Tianli and Yun Yonglan assisting in receiving them. Although Si Qingxue initially intended to help, Su Cheng declined, instead bringing her into the living room as they carried the gifts inside. I will handle the items outside. You stay here and rest. Have some fruit. Gently pressing on Si Qingxue's shoulder to encourage her to sit. He did not forget to gently pat her head before turning away. Si Qingxue looked up, her face filled with disbelief. It was surprising that Su Cheng would touch her head so naturally. The group worked diligently to transport the items from the trunk, taking 3 trips in total. Little Su, your grandmother is indeed gracious, bringing so many items. Si Tianli wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. They had also prepared gifts for the elderly. But upon seeing such an abundance, they suddenly felt their offerings were rather meager. After finally bringing everything inside, they invited Lin Qingzhao to take a seat on the sofa. Approximately half an hour later, Sixiangli summoned the driver to pick up a few individuals, and together they headed to a nearby restaurant. At the dining table, a bottle of aged liquor appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Su Ming and Si Qingxue sat together, watching as Sixiangli and Lin Qingzhao engaged in conversation and began to drink. Approximately an hour later, the entire bottle was consumed. Both Lin Qingzhao and Sixiangli appeared to be somewhat inebriated. Dear in-laws, let us settle the matter of our children, Lin Qingzhao declared with a hearty laugh. Once Qingxue's child is born, I, as the grandfather, must prepare a generous red envelope. Sixiangli paused, momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to process the implication. Grandfather? Indeed, a son-in-law is also a son, Lin Qingzhao affirmed. I see now. As the grandfather, I must not fall short either. A substantial red envelope is a must. Upon the mention of children, Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart. Si Qingxue gently bit her lip, one hand resting on the table while the other found its way to Su Ming's thigh. Unconsciously, her fingers gradually tightened their grip, making Su Ming the ultimate victim of her playful hold. Qingxue, that hurts, he murmured, pointing to his thigh. Looking down, Si Qingxue finally realized she had been squeezing Su Ming's leg. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Are you all right? She whispered, hastily retracting her arm. It's fine. Thankfully, you were squeezing my thigh. Had it been elsewhere, it would have been quite a disaster. Su Mingyu, she scolded playfully, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. Their conversation had seamlessly transitioned from children to engagements and marriage. When shall we hold the engagement ceremony? They pondered, treating the matter as a family discussion, for everything is negotiable among kin. As the two chatted animatedly, Yin Yonglan rested her forehead in her palm, utterly unable to bear the sight. The awkwardness was palpable for Su Ming and Si Qingxue. Qingxue, Xiaosu, it seems your father and uncle have had a bit too much to drink. Given the situation, it appears we want to be returning to the capital this afternoon. Perhaps we should book a hotel? Yin Yonglan suggested softly. Su Ming glanced at his uncle opposite him and nodded in agreement. Aunt Yun, I'll take care of the booking. Chapter 60. Heartless with his phone in hand. He arranged a hotel for Uncle Lin Qinzhao while also sending a text to his aunt. He planned to call later to explain the situation in detail when he returned his uncle to the hotel, ensuring that at least his aunt and grandmother wouldn't have to wait indefinitely. After another half-hour of aimless chatter, Su Ming and the others sat in their chairs, their expressions vacant. Even Si Qingxue seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The tedium was unbearable. Uncle, today perhaps we should draw this to a close? He suggested, mustering the courage to speak on behalf of Yin Yonglan and Si Qingxue, who were too bashful to voice their thoughts. Oh, indeed, it is getting quite late. In-laws, shall we conclude for today? As Si Tianli glanced at the time, Lin Qinzhu, without further ado, nodded and rose unsteadily, saying, all right, we'll conclude for today. Xiaosu, you take care of your uncle while I assist your father. With that, he reminded Si Qingxue to wait in the car, outside the private room. Si Qingxue paused her steps. Please send me the hotel's location. I shall come find you shortly. Concerned that Su Ming might struggle to manage alone, she inquired about the hotel's whereabouts before departing. The driver was tasked with taking Si Qingxue and the others home, while Su Ming drove his uncle directly to the reserved hotel, conveniently situated close to Qingyang University. Throughout the journey, Lin Qinzhu sat drowsily in the passenger seat, leaving Su Ming to attentively monitor his uncle's condition as he navigated the road. At the slightest sign of distress, he would pull over to offer a plastic bag, dreading the thought of having to clean the car should his uncle vomit inside. Yet, fate often plays cruel tricks. The more one worries, the more likely it is that misfortune will strike. As they approached a red light, with only a few hundred meters remaining to the hotel, Lin Qinzhu suddenly straightened in his seat and, in the next instant, covered his mouth with his hand. Dear uncle, please hold on just a moment. In a panic, a strong stench of alcohol filled the air, and to Su Ming's dismay, his uncle had indeed lost control, covering himself in vomit. With his hands gripping the steering wheel and his legs marred by the mess, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. I'm so sorry, Su Ming. Lin Qinzhu managed to utter before again clasping his mouth. Drawing from the recent experience, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. No, not again. With less than 500 meters to the hotel, he could no longer endure and had to pull over, ignoring the filth on himself. He hurried around to the passenger side, wiping Lin Qinzhu with tissues. After a Herculean effort to clean up, he turned to address the driver's seat. In the midst of this chaos, Su Ming felt his own stomach churn violently. In the next moment, he too found himself hunched over, retching by the roadside. Thankfully, Si Qingxue had not followed them. Otherwise, given her condition, all three would have been ill together. Coincidentally, a few traffic police were stationed nearby at the traffic light and quickly noticed Su Ming's exaggerated actions. Hello there. Are you feeling better? We need you to take a breathalyzer test. As Su Ming continued to dry heave, two officers approached, holding a breathalyzer. Officer, I assure you, this is a parking space, and I am not parked illegally. Comrade, we understand that you are not parked illegally, but the smell of alcohol emanating from your vehicle is quite strong. We kindly request that you blow into the breathalyzer. The pungent odor of alcohol combined with Su Ming's position on the roadside, retching, certainly warranted the officer's suspicion of him driving under the influence. I swear, I truly haven't been drinking, he said, not forgetting to clarify before taking the test. It has been confirmed that he indeed had not consumed any alcohol. As the breathalyzer showed no response whatsoever, I apologize for the disturbance. Please exercise caution on the road. Do you require any assistance? No, I should be fine, thank you. After a brief exchange with the two traffic officers, and once they departed, Su Ming turned back to the driver's seat. It took a considerable effort to return his uncle to the room. Uncle, It's time for you to lose some weight. You are quite heavy. He murmured gently as he laid Lin Qingzhu on the bed. Little did he know that such a seemingly light-hearted comment was clearly heard by Lin Qingzhu. You ungrateful little rascal. Who do you think your uncle is working so hard for, if not for you? I have never consumed so much alcohol in my life. Leaning against the headboard, after a tumultuous journey, he finally felt a sense of relief. Not to mention, given the circumstances of today, your happiness with Qingxue is as certain as the sun rising. He chuckled. Well, I suppose I have a proper explanation to provide to your aunt when I return. Mentioning his aunt reminded Su Ming that he had yet to call her. Please rest against the headboard. I will call aunt. Huh? What do you need to call for? Upon hearing that a call was to be made to his wife, Lin Qingzhu instantly perked up. At that moment, Su Ming had just pressed the dial button. What else could he possibly be calling for, if not to inform her that he wouldn't be returning tonight? No. Hang up. I'm not ready yet. Anxiously exclaiming, the voice of his aunt, Song Jinghua, came through on the other end. Hello? Aunt. The signal is rather poor. I will call you back shortly. After feigning a few calls under Lin Qingzhu's watchful gaze, Su Ming hastily hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the living room of the villa, Song Jinghua sat on the sofa, holding the phone, still unaware of what had transpired. What does that mean? Calling to say the signal is bad, and then hanging up? Grandma sat quietly on the sofa, gazing at her daughter, and said, Qingxue just called me. They have already arrived in Qingyang City, and Qingxue's parents are planning to take Qingzhu out for a meal. Upon mentioning her husband, Lin Qingzhu, Song Jinghua promptly redialed his number. Just a moment ago, she had been grateful for Su Ming's cleverness, and now, her wife's call was ringing directly to him. This string of numbers proved to be far more effective than any hangover remedy. He raised a finger to Su Ming, signaling him to remain silent. Hello, my dear. I'm dining with Qingxue's parents. I may not return tonight. I've had a bit to drink. His tongue felt heavy, and Lin Qingzhu feigned calmness. Are you still eating? No. Oh, how does Qingxue's parents feel about Su Ming? Song Jinghua lowered her voice, and upon hearing this, Grandma, who was sitting opposite her on the sofa, immediately looked up. Rest assured, my dear, they hold a very favorable impression. I have already laid a solid foundation. This meal is certainly not in vain. You should inform my mother and reassure her completely. Lin Qingzhu brimmed with confidence, and a smile gradually appeared on Song Jinghua's face. All right, I understand. Please hand the phone to Su Ming. Su Ming? Well, he is not with me. Stop feigning ignorance. He is undoubtedly by your side. Hand the phone to him. Song Jinghua rolled her eyes. After so many years of marriage, she knew her husband well. From Lin Qingzhu's hesitant demeanor, it was evident that Su Ming was indeed nearby. Unable to refuse any longer, Lin Qingzhu reluctantly surrendered the phone. Su Ming, your aunt wants to speak with you. As he passed the phone, Su Ming picked it up, but before he could utter a word, his aunt was already teasing him. What is this? Has the signal been restored? Her remark nearly left him speechless. Cough. Aunt, it was all Uncle's doing. Otherwise, how would I dare to hang up on you? Lin Qingzhu never anticipated that his nephew would be so disloyal. In an instant, he had betrayed him without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 61. A second bloom, all right. Regardless of who prompted whom, you haven't been drinking, have you? No, Su Ming replied truthfully. That's good. Take care of your uncle. Call me anytime if you need anything. Lin Qingzhu seldom drank, so it was no wonder she was concerned. Understood. Su Ming acknowledged before hanging up and promptly returning the phone to Lin Qingzhu. You disloyal rascal. Lin Qingzhu said, his expression dark. Where's the disloyalty in this? Uncle. I know Aunt wants to be angry, which is why I said that. You stay put in the hotel. By the way, don't take a shower just yet. I'll step out to wash the car and prepare you a fresh set of clothes. Covered in vomit. He planned to have the hotel staff assist in cleaning his clothes for the evening. He would buy himself a new outfit as a replacement. Stepping out of the room, he looked down at himself and furrowed his brow. Forget it. I should return to the dormitory and change first. The stench from his clothes was no less potent than his uncle's. It was truly unpleasant to stroll around in such a state. And since the hotel was not far from Qingyang University, he decided to change clothes at the dormitory first. As he walked back to the school, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Si Qingxue, who was accompanying her mother to take her father home and was now on her way to find Su Ming. After informing her to wait at the school gate, he quickened his pace. The afternoon was during class hours, and the dormitory was empty. He quickly changed into a clean outfit and dashed to the school gate. From a distance, he spotted Si Qingxue, dressed in casual attire. despite facing away from him. Her stature and demeanor were instantly recognizable. The curious glances from passing classmates confirmed her notoriety. It was unlikely anyone at Qingyang University was unfamiliar with Si Qingxue, especially after the impression she left during the orientation gala, which even the freshmen vividly remembered. "Qingxue, I apologize for my tardiness. I had to change my attire in the dormitory," she said, stepping closer to Su Ming. "Where's my uncle?" "He has been taken to the hotel. I am heading to get the car washed, and will also purchase him some clothing," he replied. As he spoke to Si Qingxue, he noticed her cheeks were flushed, causing her to shy away from meeting his gaze. "Why do you seem so peculiar? Your face is so red. What has transpired?" Su Ming inquired, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing his question, Si Qingxue instinctively touched her face and quickly shook her head. "It's nothing. Aren't you going to wash the car? I will accompany you." With her soft-spoken words, she turned and briskly departed, leaving no room for further inquiry. In truth, her embarrassment stemmed primarily from a conversation with her father. On the way home, her drowsy father had been mumbling about intentions for their engagement. He even seemed prepared for grandfatherhood. Had it not been for her mother Yun Yanglan's formidable authority, he would have already been shopping for garments for his future grandchild. Si Qingxue was reluctant to elaborate, and Su Ming, respecting her silence, chose not to press further. Rubbing the back of his neck, he hastily matched her pace. "I can go wash the car on my own. The odor inside is rather strong, and I worry it may be overwhelming for you." "It should be fine." Si Qingxue insisted on accompanying him, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Su Ming opened the passenger door for her, and she swiftly entered the vehicle. As soon as she settled in, her fair complexion creased in discomfort. "Is the smell particularly strong? There is a car wash nearby. Perhaps you should wait here for a moment while I return promptly." He intended to drop the car off at the wash and purchase clothing for his uncle Lin Qingzhao nearby. Before he could finish his sentence, Si Qingxue, covering her mouth, unexpectedly experienced another wave of nausea. The freshly donned attire was now soiled. Without a moment to spare, he quickly assisted her out of the car. The symptoms of morning sickness were unmistakably severe. After purchasing the clothing for his uncle, he planned to take Si Qingxue to the hospital for a checkup. With such intense nausea, it raised concerns about possible nutritional deficiencies. "I am truly sorry," he stammered, though his own stomach was churning, rendering him nearly speechless. "There is no need for apologies. Your health is of utmost importance. Just take a moment. I will inquire if the hotel has any available rooms to secure one for you. Shortly, I will take you to the hospital." After a considerable time spent calming down in front of the hotel, Su Ming finally rose to enter the establishment once he noticed that Si Qingxue's morning sickness had slightly alleviated. Fortuitously, there remained one last room available, albeit a double standard room. Without hesitation, he assisted Si Qingxue in checking in, ensuring she could rest comfortably. After tidying himself up briefly, Su Ming drove to the nearest car wash. He had anticipated a smooth experience, but to his surprise, he encountered an obstacle. "I sincerely apologize, sir. Your vehicle is too expensive. I'm afraid our small shop cannot accommodate it." The attendant glanced at the luxury business vehicle before him. Knowing that its starting price was in the millions, their washing service typically cost only a few dozen yuan, and they could not take such a risk. "We accidentally soiled the interior. You could simply tidy it up a bit. Please do us a favor." "How about this? I will take responsibility for any issues that arise during the wash." With obligations to purchase clothing for his uncle and care for Si Qingxue, he had little time to squander on car maintenance. Seeing Su Ming's earnestness, the attendant reluctantly sought the owner's approval. The owner, also hesitant, ultimately consented to wash the vehicle after Su Ming's cordial conversation. After purchasing several garments from a nearby clothing store, both for his uncle Lin Qingzhu and himself, Su Ming returned to the room, where he found Lin Qingzhu sound asleep on the bed. Carefully placing the newly acquired clothes on the bedside table, Su Ming took the elevator to the second floor. Upon entering the room, Si Qingxue's face was etched with regret. "Are you all right?" She spoke softly, her delicate lips parting as she gazed at Su Ming. Silly girl. What could possibly be wrong with me?" His endearing term left Si Qingxue momentarily speechless. Standing by the door, she playfully tapped Su Ming's forehead, admonishing him. "You should be more respectful. Call me sister." "All right, sister. Please wait a moment while I take a shower and change before we head to the hospital." The scent of alcohol lingered on him, and he was concerned it might distress Si Qingxue. "But isn't your morning sickness quite severe? Shouldn't we avoid the hospital?" She leaned against the wall, her hands clasped behind her back, her voice timid. Given that she was not yet 3 months along, and following the doctor's previous advice, she was not due for another checkup until around the 3-month mark. I need to ensure you're not lacking in any nutrients. A simple visit to the hospital will suffice. Rest assured, no intricate examinations will be performed. With a gentle smile, Su Ming opened the bathroom door. Sister, I'm going to take a shower now. Would you care to join me? He teased, not expecting her to actually step inside. Her graceful figure moved with an enchanting allure, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What are you doing? You can't possibly be suggesting we take a bath together. Su Ming's heart raced as he gazed at her exquisite and delicate features. A bath together? Humph, dream on. Please take off your clothes and place them here. I shall wash them for you. With delicate fingers pointing to the nearby sink. She had only intended to seize the opportunity while Su Ming bathed to cleanse his garments. However, she had no intention of sharing a romantic bath. Are you going to wash my clothes? Perhaps it is best not to. I shall manage it myself once I return from the hospital. Su Ming replied. You are a treasure. How could I allow you to do such labor? Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue stood still, breaking into a delighted laugh. Whose treasure am I? My treasure. Her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. She truly did not expect Su Ming to be so forthright. With a bashful glance downward, she couldn't help but teasingly retort, who wishes to be your treasure? Quickly, take your bath. Despite her words, her playful demeanor clearly conveyed her happiness. Closing the bathroom door, Si Qingxue quietly sat at the edge of the bed, her mind occasionally drifting back to the conversation she had just shared with Su Ming. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks began to warm slightly. After about 5 minutes in the bathroom, Su Ming suddenly realized he had forgotten to grab a towel. Qingxue, is the towel outside? Responding to Su Ming's call, Si Qingxue rose to survey her surroundings, but found no towel in sight. I did not see a towel. Is there none in the bathroom or restroom? Indeed, there is none. Embarrassed, she stood before the mirror, lifting her gaze to the empty rack where the towel was usually stored. Could it be that the cleaning lady forgot to place it back after tidying the room? Wait a moment, I shall call the front desk. Si Qingxue whispered, moving to the bedside to pick up the telephone. Inside the bathroom, Su Ming did not hear her voice, and without a towel, he could not linger in the bathroom indefinitely. He simply donned a pair of underpants and peeked out of the restroom. Once the call connected, and she explained the situation to the front desk, she suddenly heard a noise. Curiously, she turned towards the restroom and happened to spot Su Ming. Why did you come out dressed like that? I was calling the front desk to have them send a towel up. Oh, all right. Since Si Qingxue had already made the call, Su Ming dutifully retreated back inside. Such a lecher, emerging in such attire without a care for catching a cold. Standing outside the restroom, Si Qingxue's beautiful eyes gradually curved into a crescent shape. Facing Su Ming, clad only in his underpants, she felt merely shy, devoid of any disgust or aversion. Before long, a knock echoed from outside the hotel room. The cleaning lady, having received the front desk's call, arrived to deliver a fresh towel. My apologies, young lady. I regret my oversight. After cleaning the bathroom, I forgot to leave the towel. The lady stood at the door, her demeanor exceedingly polite, handing Si Qingxue the towel along with 2 bottles of mineral water. It is quite all right, ma'am. Please hand me the towel. Ah, very well. Young lady, I am truly sorry. It matters not. It was not your intention. Extend your hand and accept the towel from your aunt. Once the door is closed, place the bottled water on the bedside table and promptly knock on the bathroom door. Su Ming, the towel has arrived. Upon hearing Si Qingxue's voice, the bathroom door creaks open slightly, and Su Ming extends a hand. After waiting for so long, he has finally received the towel. If he had delayed any longer, the water on his body would have dried. He quickly dries himself and changes his clothes before stepping out. Phew, let us go to the hospital. Time has slipped away, and it is now 3:30 in the afternoon. Do we really have to go to the hospital? Si Qingxue gazes at Su Ming with a look of reluctance. Apart from her severe morning sickness, she feels just as she did before, without any significant differences. Indeed, we must hurry. We will be back shortly. Without further ado, he seizes Si Qingxue's wrist and pulls her out of the room. Allowing him to guide her hand, they arrive before the hotel entrance. The car is at the car wash, and he is unsure if it has been cleaned. Please wait here for a moment, he instructs as he goes to check. Outside the car wash, the vehicle is indeed ready. However, the mats have been cleaned but not yet dried. He must return and, together with Si Qingxue, take a taxi to the First People's Hospital of Qingyang City. After obtaining an appointment for a specialist, they find that the afternoon crowd is relatively sparse, and they are quickly called in. Learning about Si Qingshue's pronounced morning sickness, the doctor asks a few questions before recommending an ultrasound. An hour later, Su Ming returns with the test results. Si Qingxue heads to the restroom, while Su Ming enters the consultation room alone. After reviewing the ultrasound, the doctor suddenly displays a knowing smile. "Young man, congratulations." Huh. The doctor's unexpected cheerful proclamation leaves Su Ming bewildered. "Doctor, what do you mean?" "Oh. Do you know why your partner experiences such severe morning sickness?" It is somewhat related to her constitution, but not significantly. The doctor's cryptic words leave Su Ming utterly perplexed, prompting him to instinctively shake his head. The ultrasound reveals 2 gestational sacs, each containing visible embryos and cardiovascular pulsations. This means your partner is expecting a pair of twins. As for whether they are boys or girls, I must advise you not to inquire. As a doctor, we cannot disclose that information. It is a matter of respecting the little lives. Chapter 63. Overcome with joy, the doctor wears a gentle smile, stating that twins are quite normal. However, revealing the gender of the unborn children is strictly prohibited by hospital regulations, and no one dares to contravene such an edict. It matters not. The gender of the children is unimportant. Boys and girls, we all hold a fondness for them. There is also a matter I wish to consult you about. When shall we return for the next examination? Su Ming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his voice trembling as he attempted to feign composure, only to find it utterly beyond his grasp. "It will be approximately 3 months before we come back. This time, we only conducted an ultrasound. The other examinations remain pending. When we return in over 3 months, it is advisable to come in the morning and refrain from eating beforehand, as blood tests will be required." The severity of the pregnancy-related nausea can largely be attributed to the presence of twins. While ensuring adequate nutrition, she should also be encouraged to consume more vegetables and maintain a lighter diet. Taking her out for walks to relax her mind would significantly aid in alleviating the nausea. The doctor patiently provided a plethora of advice, which Su Ming committed to memory. Even after exiting the consultation room, he found himself reflecting on the doctor's words, occasionally murmuring them under his breath. As Si Qingxue had yet to return from the restroom, he was seated in a chair just outside the consultation room, taking a moment to rest. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, with his head leaning against his hand, Su Ming suddenly heard someone call his name, and an enchanting figure appeared before him. "Have you seen the ultrasound report? What did it say?" a gentle voice inquired. As Si Qingxue stood with her hands clasped in front of her, her eyes filled with curiosity, staring blankly at Si Qingxue, whose stunning visage bore a hint of adorableness. With a few strands of hair playfully framing her forehead, he replied, "I have seen it." Unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, he impulsively enveloped her in an embrace. The unexpected hug caused Si Qingxue to shudder slightly. "Su Ming, what is the matter?" she asked, remaining still in his arms for nearly a minute. Though her heart raced, she did not pull away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her delicate teeth biting gently into her lower lip, her hands tightly clasped together. "What is happening? Is there something wrong with the baby?" Si Qingxue's heart raced with anxiety at Su Ming's unusual behavior. She momentarily feared that something was amiss with the child within her. For such a strong reaction from Su Ming seemed out of the ordinary. "The baby is fine." "Phew, I truly do not know how to explain this to you. You should prepare yourself mentally." With his hands resting on Si Qingxue's delicate shoulders, their gazes locked, and she did not shy away. The doctor examined the ultrasound and said there are 2 gestational sacs. 2 gestational sacs? What does that mean? A sense of realization flickered within her. Yet she hesitated to believe it. "It means you are expecting a pair of twins." Su Ming's words struck Si Qingxue like a clap of thunder. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite face a canvas of confusion. "Twins? Su Ming, you are not deceiving me, are you?" She looked earnestly at Su Ming, struggling to grasp the reality of his words. "How could I jest about such a matter? It is indeed twins." Upon receiving a confirmation from Su Ming, Si Qingxue covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Qingxue, why are you crying?" Su Ming's smile faltered as he hastily raised his hand to wipe away the tears from her face. She was expecting twins. She should be elated. Yet here she was in tears. "It's nothing. I'm just overwhelmed with joy." The phrase "weeping for joy," which she had always considered a mere expression, was now a sentiment she truly understood for the first time. Her heart was filled with happiness, yet she couldn't help but shed tears. She was a stunning beauty. Yet now she resembled a tear-streaked cat. If the two little ones inside her knew, they would surely tease her. As he wiped Si Qingshua's tears, Su Ming continued to explain. The doctor mentioned that your pronounced morning sickness is largely due to the twins, along with a portion being attributed to your individual constitution. You should consume more vegetables and maintain a light yet nutritious diet. Additionally, I should take you out more often to lift your spirits and ensure a positive mindset. Reiterating the doctor's advice, Su Ming conveyed it to Si Qingxue once more. So when is our next checkup? About 3 months from now, as usual. Oh, then let us return to the hotel. Although her eyes were slightly red, Si Qingshue's face radiated happiness. Noticing this, Su Ming couldn't help but reach out to caress her cheek, to which Si Qingxue showed no resistance. In fact, she even took the initiative to link her arm with his. This sudden gesture momentarily caught Su Ming off guard. Looking down at Si Qingxue, he observed a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, her gaze shyly fixed ahead. The touch was soft, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. With Si Qingxue entwined in his arm, Su Ming was lost in thoughts of her, so much so that he didn't even realize when they exited the hospital. It was only when Si Qingxue released his arm that he came to his senses, finding himself at the roadside. Uncle is still at the hotel. We should check on him. Mom asked Uncle to join us for dinner tonight. Si Qingxue softly remarked as Su Ming waved for a taxi. When she left home, her mother, Yin Yonglan, had specifically emphasized that she should bring Su Ming and Uncle back for dinner. All right, come, let us get in the car. Agreeing casually. Just as a taxi arrived, he opened the back door for Si Qingxue to enter first, following suit shortly after. Upon returning to the hotel, they arrived outside Uncle's room. Su Ming held the room card, noticing that an identification card was plugged into the power outlet inside. Using the room card to unlock the door, they found Uncle Lin Qingju fast asleep on the bed, with the clothes he had purchased resting on the bedside. It seemed he had heard the sound of the door opening. In the fleeting moment, Lin Qingju, who had been snoring just a second ago, suddenly sat upright. Su Ming. Oh, little Qingxue, you have arrived as well. He greeted the two with a warm smile, feeling much better after an unknown duration of slumber. Uncle, are you all right? If you wish, I could return home and ask Annie to prepare some hangover soup for you. Si Qingxue inquired respectfully, standing beside Su Ming. Uncle is fine. You two need not fuss. Initially, I felt quite disoriented, but I am much improved now. His expression shifted as he noticed the slight redness around Si Qingxue's eyes, indicative of tears shed. Qingxue, what happened to your eyes? Have you been crying? Lin Qingju's demeanor turned grave as his gaze shifted to Su Ming. You rascal. What is the meaning of this? Have you been bullying her? You must understand, Si Qingxue is with child, and I, as her uncle, am well aware of this. If Su Ming had truly dared to mistreat her, Lin Qingju would not hesitate to report him to the matriarch of the family. Bullying? No, uncle, you misunderstand. I would never bully Qingxue. Absolutely not. Su Ming fervently defended himself, shaking his head vigorously. Given past experiences, he dared not cross Si Qingxue. If the grandmother were to find out, he would be in dire straits. The redness of her eyes stemmed from the joy of learning about her twin pregnancy at the hospital, a matter that concerned him but was not an act of bullying. Uncle, Su Ming did not bully me. You are truly mistaken, Si Qingxue joined in to clarify. Lin Qingju paused for a few seconds, his skeptical expression softening as he pondered their words. Little Qingxue, then what is troubling you? Have you encountered some difficulties? You two young ones, do not hesitate to share your troubles with your uncle. It is only fitting that I assist you in overcoming them. Uncle, we are fine. Are you truly all right? Absolutely fine. Once assured that the two were indeed untroubled, Lin Qingju ceased his inquiries. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Ming escorted Si Qingxue out of the room, while Lin Qingju took the opportunity to bathe and change into clean clothes. He then contacted the hotel front desk, requesting that his dirty laundry be sent for dry cleaning. Upon returning to his room with Su Ming, Si Qingxue gazed at his retreating figure, her face glowing with delight. Why didn't you inform Uncle? Lin Qingju was already aware of her pregnancy, yet Su Ming had chosen not to mention the fact that it was twins. What should I tell him? Twins? Si Qingxue responded, prompting a wry smile and a shake of Su Ming's head. It is perhaps best if Uncle remains unaware of this. Why? Si Qingxue rested her chin on her hand, a hint of confusion in her expression. He is certainly not the type to keep secrets. If he discovers that you are expecting twins, he will undoubtedly let it slip upon returning home. You wouldn't want your grandmother to know just yet. After Su Ming's explanation, Si Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Lin Qingju, freshly bathed and dressed, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. A simple shower, and yet he has caught a cold? Rubbing his nose, he bore a perplexed expression. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Su Ming and Si Qingxue received a call from Yun Yonglan. After making a phone call to their uncle Lin Qingju, the two arrived at the hotel entrance to wait. A few minutes later, Lin Qingju appeared, dressed in clean, tidy attire. Qingxue, your uncle is fine with a light dinner tonight. I feel quite embarrassed to impose on your family again. Uncle, my parents just called and insisted that you must come. Dinner has already been prepared, Si Qingxue replied, casting a meaningful glance at Su Ming. Prompted by her signal, Su Ming quickly chimed in. Uncle, Qingxue is right. Please do not decline the invitation for a simple meal at home tonight. Just wait a moment. I'll go fetch the car. It has been washed for nearly the entire afternoon, and it should be sufficiently dried by now. Leaving Si Qingxue and Uncle Lin Qingju to wait, Su Ming went off on his own to retrieve the vehicle. Watching Su Ming's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lin Qingju turned to Si Qingxue and asked, Child, how does Su Ming treat you? He is not bullying you, is he? If he does, please tell your uncle, and I will inform your grandmother and aunt upon my return. I assure you, he will regret it. They are unaware of your pregnancy. If they knew, they would certainly give him a proper lesson. Even now, Si Qingxue's eyes seemed slightly reddened. Otherwise, he would not have brought up old matters. Though aware of her uncle's good intentions, she hesitated to speak the truth, remembering Su Ming's words that Uncle Lin Qingju was not one to keep secrets. No, uncle. He has not bullied me. I just have some discomfort in my eyes. Ah, it's just your eyes. You startle me there. Well, that's a relief, Lin Qingju chuckled, reassured that Su Ming was treating her well. Upon arriving at the car, Uncle Lin took a seat in the back, leaving the front passenger seat for Si Qingxue. During the journey home, aboard Lin Qingju engaged the two in conversation. As they chatted, the topic inevitably shifted to the baby in Si Qingxue's womb. When do you two plan to inform the family about this momentous news? I must remind you, this is a significant matter. Both families are still unaware, and that is rather inappropriate. Su Ming, especially your grandmother, she has a weak heart and high blood pressure. You must refrain from any sudden actions. Should you inadvertently startle the elderly lady, your aunt would undoubtedly hold you accountable. This is not merely an idle warning, considering the health of my mother-in-law. Should Su Ming truly attempt a surprise, it could very well result in her hospitalization. Sitting in the passenger seat, Si Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing intently at Su Ming. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at her. Noticing her gaze, he could only scratch his nose with his other hand. It won't be too late. I shall seek an opportunity to discuss this with my aunt in due time. As for my grandmother, I shall take a moment to deliberate. I need to consult my aunt first, given her youth and good health. Even upon learning of Si Qingxue's pregnancy, she would likely only be momentarily taken aback, posing no significant concern. Like my uncle, his foremost worry remains with grandmother's well-being. Qingxue, how have you been feeling lately? Pregnancy is no trivial matter. Take good care of yourself and allow Su Ming to attend to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform him. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Si Qingxue replied softly, and Lin Qingju did not press further. As an uncle, he was genuinely worried, balancing his care for Su Ming and Si Qingxue while also concealing matters from his wife and mother-in-law. Certain topics were not ones he felt at liberty to broach. Maintaining a swift speed, they soon arrived at the villa. Yun Yonglan awaited them with Si Tianli at the entrance. Beside them lay a plethora of gift boxes. What is going on? Surely they aren't planning to return these? Lin Qingju's heart sank. He had boasted to his wife with utmost confidence. If Si Qingxue's parents insisted on returning the gifts, it would be disastrous, and he would inevitably face severe repercussions when he returned home. Uncle, you misunderstand. We are not returning anything. These are gifts prepared by my parents for grandmother and aunt. Si Qingxue softly explained to Lin Qingju before they entered. Upon hearing that the gifts were meant for the elderly lady at home, Lin Qingju instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you startled me. I thought I might not return home tomorrow. He patted his chest, still somewhat shaken. Uncle, what do you mean by not returning home tomorrow? Lin Qingju's murmured words were too faint, compounded by the noise of the car door opening. So Su Ming did not catch them clearly. It's nothing. I was merely jesting. After casually responding to Su Ming, Lin Qingzhu stepped forward to shake hands with Si Tianli. How was your afternoon rest, my dear-in-law? Ha ha, it was quite pleasant. I truly apologize for the disturbance this evening. There's no need for apologies. We are all family. Si Tianli replied. Then Lin Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the gifts nearby. My dear-in-law, what is all this? These gifts are for Grandma Su Ming and Annie. Yang Lan and I took them out early, just in time to load them into the car. Come on, Xiao Su, let us put them in together. As Si Tianli spoke, he bent down to lift 2 gift boxes, with Yun Yanglan following suit. Before Lin Qingzhu could utter a polite word, Si Qingxue had already taken the car keys from Su Ming's hand and opened the trunk. We must hurry and load everything into the car. She nudged Su Ming's arm, her cherry lips parting as her gaze urged him to assist. With no time for pleasantries, Su Ming and Lin Qingzhu had no choice but to join in. Once the gifts were transferred to the vehicle, Si Tianli beckoned Lin Qingzhu to enter the living room. In-laws, let us just have a simple meal tonight. My tolerance for alcohol is quite limited. I truly cannot drink anymore. If I have any more tonight, I might not be able to leave tomorrow, he chuckled. Lin Qingzhu waved his hand. Indeed, his capacity for alcohol was not impressive. He had only indulged at lunch for the sake of his nephew. Now that the matter of his nephew's lifelong happiness was settled, this trip had not been in vain. I also cannot hold my liquor, so let us just have a casual dinner tonight. Afterward, we can share some tea and chat for a while. That should work, Si Tianli suggested. Lin Qingzhu readily agreed. Sounds good. Tea and conversation, no problem at all. There were still several minutes before dinner would be ready, so Si Tianli and Lin Qingzhu settled on the sofa for a leisurely chat. Si Qingxue went to the dining room to assist her mother, Yun Yanglan, in tidying up the dishes. Su Ming found himself alone, glancing at his uncle and future father-in-law on the sofa, then towards Si Qingxue in the dining room. Hesitating, he made his way toward the dining area. I'll help you. The dishes were already cleared, and she instructed him to go to the kitchen to help Annie serve the food. All right. Following Si Qingxue's request, he entered the kitchen to assist in bringing the dinner to the table. Since neither of them were drinking, the atmosphere during dinner was considerably quieter than at lunch. After the meal, Lin Qingzhu and Si Tianli sat on the sofa sipping tea for over an hour. After an hour, Lin Qingzhu finally rose. In-laws, let us gather again sometime. Let us call it a day for now. You've had quite a bit to drink at lunch. Make sure to rest early tonight. Take care of yourself. Shall we not chat a little longer? No. I must return to the capital early tomorrow. Next time I come to Qingyang City, we will definitely have a good long talk. Accompanying Lin Qingzhu out of the living room, Su Ming and his uncle got into the car, while Si Qingxue decided to stay home for the night. Before Su Ming drove away, she reminded him to rest early. After receiving his acknowledgement, she slowly stepped back. As Su Ming drove off, Si Qingxue stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Daughter, is it hard for you to bid farewell to Xiao Su? You young folks will see each other again tomorrow anyway. Yun Yanglan teased, playfully patting Si Qingxue on the head, flustered by her mother's jest. Si Qingxue turned a deep shade of red. Mom, what are you talking about? I have no such feelings. Oh really? That look in your eyes tells a different story. Her mother replied. If your father and I weren't standing here, you'd probably leave with Xiao Su without a second thought. Dear daughter, your mother speaks the truth. You show far more concern for Xiao Su than for your old dad here. You even know to serve him food during meals. But I've never seen you show such care for me. Si Tianli's words dripped with jealousy, and Yun Yanglan nodded in agreement. Si Qingxue, unable to contain herself, raised a hand to her forehead. How could I not care for you two? After playfully pouting, she gracefully turned and returned to the living room. Fortunately, Su Ming was not present. Otherwise, he might have thought that his penchant for jealousy was inherited from his parents. After driving her uncle back to the hotel, they exchanged little conversation before she canceled her room at the front desk and returned to Qingyang University. This time, to her relief, all 3 roommates were present in the dormitory. The moment Su Ming pushed the door open, Zhao Tiantian and Titan, engrossed in their game, turned their gazes toward him, even abandoning their phones to rush to greet him. Su Ming, you're back. What happened? You've been on leave for several days. Are you all right? Do you need any help? Just say the word. Surrounded by the 3 of them, he wanted to respond but found it hard to get a word in. Once Zhao Tiantian and the others finished voicing their concerns, he finally had the chance to answer. There's nothing wrong at home, nor do I need assistance. I just caught a cold, which is why I took a few days off. He couldn't mention Si Qingxue's sprained ankle, so he had to take the blame for himself. You took several days off for a cold? Did the instructor approve it? Oh wait, it was Senior C who approved it, right? They mentioned in the last class meeting that you need to get Senior C's consent for leave. And as long as she agrees, the instructor would have no issues. Yes, it was approved quite readily. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Tian and the others quickly diverted the conversation. Let us set the leave aside for now. Su Ming, 2 events occurred while you were away. Su Zai said quietly as Su Ming picked up his clothes from the bed and walked directly to the balcony. What events? He placed the clothes in a basin to soak, planning to wash them after class tomorrow for a more thorough clean. Qingyang University is celebrating its 90th anniversary. Next Friday, an event will be held, and we are currently seeking performances. Are you interested in participating? Su Ziyi approached the balcony door, followed closely by Titan and Zhao Tian. Participating in the school anniversary? Su Ziyi pondered. I don't have any thoughts on it for now. Didn't you just mention 2 matters? What is the other one? Chapter 66. The 90th anniversary celebration, bending down casually to rub a few creases out of his clothes. He also added some laundry detergent. The other matter pertains to Senior Sister C. Recently, a voting link was suddenly posted on the school's internal network. To select the flower of each department and the university flower of Qingyang University. We saw Senior Sister C's name listed yesterday. Each person has 3 votes per day. An official voting begins tomorrow. The class leader S group notified us to refrain from voting for Senior Sister C. Titan murmured, and upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Not voting for Senior Sister C? His tone was one of surprise, gazing at Titan with a look of skepticism, momentarily believing that Titan had misspoken. Su Ming, you heard correctly. Titan meant exactly that. Do not vote for Senior Sister C. Su Ziyi lazily remarked while leaning against the bedside. This was a notice issued by the senior herself. Perhaps she finds it too troublesome. Exchanging a glance with Zhao Tian, they both understood this sentiment. When they were selecting class officers, the same apprehension about the hassle led all 4 of them, including Su Ming, to forego running for election. Fine, if we're not voting for her, who are you all considering? He casually inquired, shaking off the water stains from his hands. In response to Su Ming's question, the 3 exchanged glances, their eyes wide in mutual silence. None of them daring to speak up. What does this mean? Not saying anything means you're planning to abstain? Their silence made Su Ming assume that they intended to forego voting altogether. Not at all. We simply haven't made up our minds yet. To be frank, given Senior Sister C's grace and talent, the title of University Flower is practically assured, and even if we abstain, it may not significantly influence the final outcome. Titan articulated his true thoughts, and Zhao Tian and Su Ziyi shared a similar sentiment. Only Su Ming stifled a smile, surprised by how highly Senior Qi Shui was regarded among their classmates. You just mentioned that the voting starts tomorrow. Let us discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Now, let us make the most of our time and get to bed. We still have 2 classes in the morning. With a light-hearted smile at the others, Su Ming swiftly turned to his bed. He took out his phone and logged into the school's internal network, indeed finding the voting link pinned at the top. However, voting was not yet available. The first candidate listed was Si Qing Shui, with a photo taken from the recent welcoming party. There were several other girls following her, none of whom he recognized. Judging solely by the photographs, Si Qing Shui could easily overshadow the other candidates. With a faint smile curving his lips, he took a screenshot and promptly sent it to Si Qing Shui. After showering and lying in bed, Si Qing Shui retrieved her phone. Upon receiving the image sent by Su Ming, a gentle smile graced her face as she playfully remarked, "Do not cast your vote for me." Undoubtedly, there would be numerous matters to attend to, leaving her little time to manage them all. After 4 years at Qingyang University, she was thoroughly acquainted with the institution's intricacies. With the imminent 90th anniversary celebration, the voting link circulating on the internal network was clearly intended to select performers. I want to vote for you, but the discerning eyes of the public will prevail. Given the current circumstances, it seems you will be the one. Su Ming candidly expressed her thoughts, eliciting a subtle glance from Si Qingshui, whose cherry lips pursed slightly. Unfamiliar with the voting rules, she had not perused the internal network. If it ends up being me, so be it. However, you must not vote for me. I have already informed the class leader that my classmates shall not cast their votes for me. With that, she concluded, I will not converse further. I wish to sleep. The baby is tired. After sending those last 4 words to Su Ming, Si Qingshui carelessly set her phone aside. Lying supine on her bed, she closed her beautiful eyes for a moment before suddenly reopening them. Grasping her phone once more, she typed a new message. I was referring to the 2 babies in my belly. Sleep early. resting her head on one hand while holding the phone with the other. Si Qingshua's two messages elicited an uncontrollable smile from Su Ming. The two babies in her belly? Hee hee, upon reflection, it's not merely two, it's clearly three. Musing silently, he chose not to respond after receiving Si Qingshua's messages. Once the final message was sent, he presumed she had already retired for the night. Before long, the next day arrived. The morning classes proceeded as usual. When noon approached, Si Qingxue accepted Bai Ling's invitation to dine out. Alone, Su Ming could only accompany Titan and a few others to the nearest cafeteria to the teaching building. By the way, Su Ming, are you truly not planning to sign up for the anniversary celebration? The 90th anniversary. It is said that the school is placing great emphasis on this event, and all participating students have a chance to receive rewards. At the mention of rewards, Zhao Tiantian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nevertheless, Su Ming resolutely shook his head. I have no interest. The most important task at hand is to take care of Si Qingxue. Everything else is secondary. Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai, unaware of Su Ming's intentions, exchanged glances filled with regret at his decision not to participate. The voices within the group had been quite fervent recently, all wishing for Su Ming's involvement. It now appeared that their hopes might be dashed. What will you eat? Oh, I seem to recall that my breakfast, lunch, and dinner have all been covered by certain individuals. Supporting his chin with his hand, Su Ming mused aloud. Titan, ever straightforward, immediately raised his hand. It was us three who covered it. I'll treat you for lunch today. What would you like to eat? A simple meal will suffice. How about this? You choose what to eat, and I will do the same. The restaurant was teeming with people, and he could not decide what to eat at that moment. Rather than wrestling with this conundrum alone, it would be more prudent to pass the dilemma to Titan. Titan is treating us to lunch today, and I will take care of dinner tonight. As for Zai, you can treat us to breakfast tomorrow morning. No problem. It would be rather dull to invite Su Ming alone. I will cover breakfast for the three of you tomorrow. I will rise early to pack the food from the restaurant, and then wake you all up. Wow, Zai, you are truly amazing. How fortunate I am to have you as my roommate. Zhao Tiantian exclaimed, grasping Su Zai's arm. The sudden commotion drew the attention of numerous classmates nearby. Their expressions varied. Upon witnessing the affectionate display between the two, several frowned in disapproval. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat, taking a step back to create distance between them. The usually simple-minded Titan also took a couple of steps aside, gazing straight ahead, pretending not to recognize the two. Zhao Tiantian, have you lost your mind? Can you not act so strangely? Su Zai blushed, withdrawing his arm swiftly and following Titan to leave. Only Zhao Tiantian remained behind, chuckling foolishly. After purchasing lunch, the group had nearly finished eating. Just as they were about to rise and head back to their dorm for a brief rest, Su Ming's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen, originating from Qingyang City. Hello? Unsure of who was calling, he answered with curiosity. Good day, may I speak with Mr. Su Ming? This is the Human Resources Department of Qingfeng Entertainment. We have noted your recent performance at Qingyang University, which received a positive response. If you are interested in signing with our company, we would like to arrange a meeting to discuss this further. A woman's voice came through the line. Su Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. He glanced at the incoming number, which he did not recognize. It seemed unlikely that anyone would prank him. Qingfeng Entertainment? A signing company? Chapter 67. Empathy. Yes, a signing company. Successfully signing with our company would greatly benefit your future development. We will provide comprehensive support to ensure your advancement surpasses your current trajectory. If you are interested, we can meet to discuss specific details. After a brief introduction, the caller still sought to arrange a meeting with Su Ming. New artists signed by Qingfeng Entertainment are offered generous terms, and it is rare for anyone to decline. However, this time, she truly miscalculated. After hearing the proposal, Su Ming felt no inclination to accept. He simply expressed his apologies and hung up the phone. Titan and the others, poised to rise, stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Zhao Tiantian could not help but swallow hard, instinctively asking, Su Ming, who just called? Is there a company looking to sign you? Astonishment mingled with a hint of fear as her eyes widened, displaying an expression of utter shock. Such scenarios, where a talent scout discovers someone, typically only unfold in television dramas. She never imagined they would encounter it in reality. It was indeed a call from a company. Casually shrugging her shoulders, Su Ming stood up, preparing to leave after seeing that the others had nearly finished their meals. Zhao Tiantian and her companions were still processing Su Ming's words. It was not until he began to depart that they snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Oh my goodness. Su Ming, this is a tremendous opportunity. How could you simply refuse it? Indeed, Su Ming, chances to become a major star are rare. Are you certain you do not want to seize this? If you truly become a big celebrity, can we not ask for a few more autographs? Titan chuckled, already envisioning the scene of Su Ming as a renowned star. Faced with their relentless chatter, Su Ming felt a pang of headache. Juggling the care of Si Qingxue and attending classes daily, he hardly had the bandwidth to consider signing with any company. Moreover, he harbored no interest in becoming a big celebrity. You are overthinking this. Do you really believe that signing with a company is as wonderful as you imagine? Haha. Every penny you earn will come at a price. Though he had never been involved in the entertainment industry, years of living in the capital had afforded him some insight. The impression of carefree celebrities in the minds of ordinary people often belies the reality of their constrained circumstances. Resolving not to sign with any company, his roommates did not dwell on the matter further. Upon returning to the dormitory, they took a brief rest for over an hour before resuming classes at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the classes concluded at 5, Su Ming asked Titan and Zhao Tiantian to leave first and took out his phone to call Si Qingxue. He intended to wait for her by the teaching building, but was surprised when she instructed him to visit the instructor's office first. At this hour, the instructors were generally off duty, and Su Ming was perplexed as to why Si Qingxue suddenly wanted him there. The caller provided little explanation. With a mixture of doubt and curiosity, he approached the office step by step. Gently knocking on the door, he peered inside. In the distance, Si Qingxue stood gracefully, clad in a cotton long dress and wearing pale pink sneakers. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, exuding a fresh and refined aura even from behind. Opposite her stood two individuals, one male and one female. The woman was exceptionally fashionable, while the man appeared rather ordinary, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that lent him a somewhat effeminate air. Senior C, did you call for me? In the presence of outsiders, concerned about causing unnecessary trouble for Si Qingxue, Su Ming directly addressed her as senior sister. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind, prompting Si Qingxue to turn gracefully. Su Ming, you have arrived. A hint of sweetness lingered in her beautiful eyes, and upon seeing Su Ming, an inexplicable joy filled her heart, particularly during this recent period. It is said that perhaps the child she carries has developed a fondness for Su Ming, allowing her, as a mother, to resonate with those feelings. Whether this is true remains uncertain. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhao Ming, the Human Resources Manager from Qingfeng Entertainment, and this is her assistant. Manager Zhao, this is Su Ming, Si Qingxue introduced simply as she stood before him. Prior to Su Ming's arrival at the office, she had already gleaned the intentions behind their visit to Qingyang University from Zhao Ming. Qingfeng Entertainment had taken note of Su Ming's performance at the welcome party and sought to sign him as an artist for their company. Upon hearing this news, Si Qingxue was quite astonished. However, she realized that since it concerned Su Ming, it was ultimately his decision to make, which is why she had summoned him. Qingfeng Entertainment. Was it you who called me at noon? Su Ming inquired, recalling the phone call he received during lunch. He truly did not expect them to persistently come to the school. Hello, Su Ming. It wasn't me who called you at noon, but one of our employees. I am here now to discuss the details of the contract with you, Zhao Ming explained. Although Qingfeng Entertainment does not compare to the top-ranking entertainment companies in the country, it holds a modest reputation in Qingyang City and excels particularly in the realm of new media. If you are willing to sign, we will certainly provide you with the best conditions. Zhao Ming, as a manager, painted an enticing picture that could easily sway others, yet for Su Ming, her words seemed rather insipid. I apologize, but I truly have no intention of signing a contract. I may have made you both come here for nothing, he stated simply, his tone conveying a resolute finality. Zhao Ming frowned slightly, uncertain. Are you really not considering it? Faced with both of them, Su Ming merely shook his head casually. Displaying such composure left Zhao Ming momentarily at a loss for words. If he had no desire, she could not compel him. Su Ming, here is my business card. You should definitely think it over. If you have any thoughts, feel free to contact me, she said reluctantly, leaving behind a card as she prepared to depart. All right. If I change my mind, I will certainly reach out to you, Su Ming responded cheerfully as he took the card. Chapter 68. Is Qingxue pregnant? After seeing Zhao Ming and her assistant off, Si Qingxue finally turned to face Su Ming once they had distanced themselves. Are you truly not considering it? This is an exceptionally renowned opportunity, she teased, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Her arms casually crossed over her chest, evidently jesting with him. Though unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding Su Ming's family, it was clear from their residence in the capital and the lavish purchases made by his grandmother that they were undoubtedly affluent. Why would Su Ming make such an unwise decision to sign with an entertainment company? Fame. As the saying goes, fame can be a double-edged sword. And there is wisdom in that notion. Manager Zhao, standing beside such a stunning beauty, should have been more focused on her rather than me. If it were me, I would certainly find a way to sign her. With a shift in conversation, Su Ming turned to Si Qingxue, offering a chuckle. Given Si Qingxue's current demeanor, a mere touch of promotion would transform her into a national goddess. In reality, her popularity would far surpass his by 1,000-fold. Zhao Ming seemed utterly oblivious to this. Si Qingxue, however, took Su Ming's playful remarks lightly. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was nearly 6 o'clock, time for dinner. Shall we head home for dinner or grab something to eat outside? Let's return home. The meals there are healthier. Oh, very well. Su Ming suggested returning home. And without a moment's hesitation, Si Qingxue nodded in agreement. They strolled along the internal pathways of the school until they reached the main gate, where, lacking a vehicle, they opted for a taxi home. During the ride, Si Qingxue made a quick call to her mother, Yun Yonglan, to inform her of their return. Upon learning that her daughter and future son-in-law were coming home for dinner, Yun Yonglan, who had already prepared a meal, promptly added 2 more dishes to the menu. Upon their return, they were swiftly ushered to the dining room. Mom, isn't Dad joining us for dinner tonight? Si Qingxue surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the absence of her father, Si Tianli, your father has gone to Yundu. Their essay project at the company requiring his presence. And he probably won't be back until the day after tomorrow. I thought I would be dining alone tonight, she replied, pleasantly surprised by their timely return. As she placed the newly added dishes on the table, Yin Yonglan happily took her seat. Xiao Su, do try these 2 dishes, they are my specialties. How do they suit your palate? Observing Su Ming as he sampled the food, Yin Yonglan couldn't help but inquire softly. With a mouthful of sweet and sour pork, Su Ming nodded enthusiastically, delicious. Auntie, your sweet and sour pork is exquisite. It's far superior to what I've had in restaurants. His exaggerated expression and fervent praise reflected his genuine appreciation for the dish. Under Si Qingxue's astonished gaze, Su Ming eagerly helped himself to more. As long as you enjoy it. Come, Xiao Su, eat plenty. Yin Yonglan felt a swell of joy at his fondness for her cooking. Si Qingxue gently bit her chopsticks. Watching her mother fervently serve food to Su Ming, and before long, the bowl was piled high like a small mountain. Looking down at the bowl before him, Su Ming suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had claimed to enjoy the dish, but it was hardly reasonable for her to fill his bowl to the brim. How could one possibly consume all of that? Didn't you say it was especially delicious? Go ahead and eat. With so much on your plate, I'll be curious to see how you manage to finish it, Si Qingxue teased, her face radiant with a smile, her beautiful eyes gleaming with mischief. Yun Yonglan sat across the table, fully aware of her daughter's words. Before Su Ming could voice any objections, she, as the mother-in-law, felt a twinge of displeasure. Oh, you silly girl, if you can't finish it, then so be it. It's still better than not eating at all. The effort your mother put into making this food certainly deserves some appreciation. Her husband had been right. Su Ming was a good lad. Not only sensible, but also able to bring emotional value to the family. Regardless of whether the dishes were particularly delectable, the important thing was that Su Ming liked them. And this filled Yin Yonglan with immense satisfaction. She couldn't help but urge him to eat more. With the future mother-in-law as support, the embarrassment on Su Ming's face was quickly replaced with a sense of pride. He cast a disdainful glance at Si Qingxue, his heart already bursting with joy. Conversely, Si Qingxue, chopsticks in hand, wore an expression of conflict. Mom, am I really your biological daughter? She questioned. No, you silly girl. You were picked out of a trash can by your father and me, her mother jested. Si Qingxue's cherry-red lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth, as she stared blankly at her mother. However, Yun Yonglan seemed oblivious to her daughter's gaze and continued to instruct Su Ming. Little Su, eat as much as you can from your bowl. There are plenty of other dishes to try, so start with those. Okay, thank you, Aunt Yun, Su Ming replied. Silly child, how many times must I say it? We are family now. If you're polite with Aunt Yun again, I might truly become upset. She feigned a displeased expression while effortlessly pushing several distant dishes towards Su Ming. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. Si Qingxue was left to sulk, taking small bites of her own food. She had never anticipated her mother could show such favoritism. Yet, reflecting on her grandmother and aunt's behavior during their recent visit to the capital, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Their bias was truly unreasonable and glaringly evident. After a simple meal lasting around 10 minutes, Si Qingxue set down her chopsticks. Su Ming still had about a third of his food remaining. He genuinely found himself unable to finish it. Noticing Si Qingxue had put down her chopsticks, he followed suit. Are you full? I can't shake the feeling you haven't eaten much. Are you feeling unwell? During what was ostensibly a dinner, Si Qingxue scarcely touched her food, even divvying up more than half of her rice to him. As adults, and with 2 small lives nestled within her, such a meager portion could hardly sustain the nutrition required for 3. Although she felt no discomfort, her appetite was notably absent. My dear daughter, is the food unappealing to you? Perhaps I should prepare a bowl of pig's trotter soup? Yin Yanglan had almost finished her meal when she noticed both Su Ming and Si Qingxue had set down their utensils, prompting her to rise. What she did not anticipate was that Si Qingxue, who typically relished pig's trotter soup, would suddenly cover her mouth and hastily rise from her seat. In the next moment, she pulled out her chair and rushed towards the restroom. Qingxue, what on earth is wrong with this child? In her anxiety, Yin Yanglan hurriedly followed Si Qingxue to the bathroom's entrance. Listening to the retching sounds from within, her brow instinctively furrowed. Xiao Su, what has happened to Qingxue? Although she was acutely aware that Si Qingxue's reaction was a symptom of morning sickness, Su Ming felt too apprehensive to respond directly, opting instead to feign ignorance and shake his head. Being a seasoned mother, Yin Yanglan could easily discern whether Su Ming was being truthful. You and Auntie, speak honestly. Is Qingxue pregnant? Chapter 69. It has nothing to do with Su Ming. Yin Yanglan's words struck Su Ming like a thunderclap. Standing beside her, he felt a jolt of anxiety. Despite his inner strength, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Xiao Su, come here with Aunt Yin. Su Ming remained silent, but Yin Yanglan's intuition had already begun to form a conclusion. She had suspected it more than once before. Su Ming's reaction only served to confirm her suspicions. Her precious daughter was indeed with child. Turning away, Yin Yanglan made her way out, and Su Ming cast a glance at the restroom before hastily following her instructions. Now that the situation had unfolded, all he could do was sincerely apologize. He hoped that Yin Yanglan might show mercy considering the 2 babies in Si Qingxue's belly and spare him from a grave fate. He approached the sofa in silence. Once Yin Yanglan sat down, Su Ming could only remain standing, paralyzed by the fear of overstepping without her invitation. Stop dawdling, sit down. Cautiously, he took a seat, feeling far more nervous than during his first visit to her home. Xiao Su, Aunt Yun's guess was correct. Qingxue is truly pregnant, isn't she? While she was 99% certain, Yin Yanglan could not resist the urge to seek affirmation from Su Ming. It seemed that only through his confirmation could she fully accept the reality of her daughter's pregnancy. Yes, Aunt Yun, I take full responsibility for this matter. It is not Qingxue's fault. I made the mistake, and I am at your mercy regarding how you choose to handle it. Please extend a modicum of leniency towards her. Direct any ire you have at me. I assure you, I will not retaliate or complain. As Su Ming spoke a series of words, Yin Yanglan felt a mix of comfort and a tinge of exasperation. Lifting the water cup before her, she chuckled softly. Indeed, mistakes have been made. But I never stated how to deal with you. There is no need to be so anxious. In truth, your uncle and I had already surmised much of this matter. How long has Qingxue been pregnant? Yin Yanglan refrained from probing further, which left Su Ming feeling unexpectedly elated, almost questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Pregnant. Little Su, you wouldn't be so oblivious as to not know how long Qingxue has been expecting, would you? The tone was slightly irked, revealing her displeasure. Still recovering from the shock, Su Ming stuttered, sensing that his future mother-in-law might misinterpret the situation, and hastily stood up. Aunt Yun, I certainly know. It's not even 3 months yet, just over 2. Over 2 months? You've managed to keep this secret for quite a while. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? What did the doctor say? Is everything still normal? Yin Yanglan asked these questions symbolically, while at that moment, Si Qingxue had just emerged from the restroom. With her long, elegant legs striding towards the sofa, she overheard Su Ming responding to her mother's inquiries with utmost seriousness. Upon realizing the conversation was about the baby in her womb, Si Qingxue froze in place. Su Ming, you've already told my mother? Staring at Su Ming in shock, Si Qingsno bit her lip anxiously. She hadn't prepared herself for this revelation, and now it seemed to come too soon. Qingsno, this isn't my fault. Truly, it's not, Su Ming lamented, gazing at Si Qingsno with a pang of sorrow, feeling utterly wronged. Almost as if he bore the weight of a grave injustice. He had dared not say more. Yet Si Qingsno's reaction was so apparent that it caught Yun Yanglan's discerning eye. Qingsno, what is going on? Little Su, tell me what has happened. Such a significant matter. How long did you intend to keep it hidden? Though the words were serious, the tone was filled with concern, leaving Su Ming feeling somewhat bewildered. It was evident that Aunt Yun had pieced it together on her own, yet it felt as though he had been the one to report it. Mom, I didn't mean to conceal it. I just didn't know how to explain it to you both. It's really my fault. It has nothing to do with Su Ming. It's entirely my oversight, and Su Ming is not at fault. Having been unaware of the earlier conversation between her mother and Su Ming, upon learning that her mother had grasped the truth of her pregnancy, Si Qingsno sought to protect Su Ming by shouldering the responsibility herself. Unprepared for the situation and uncertain how to articulate it, she could only summarize that it was not Su Ming's fault. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a surge of warmth amidst his shock. Yin Yanglan, however, was left both amused and exasperated. You silly girl, how can this have nothing to do with little Su? How did you become pregnant then? Surely, a girl cannot conceive by herself. In a few terse words, Si Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her face tense. As she glanced nervously at Su Ming, she even contemplated whether she could dash forward, seize Su Ming's arm, and flee before anything could unfold. This way, she would have ample time to convince her mother, and Su Ming would be spared from any repercussions. Enough chit-chat, sit beside Xiao Su. I have questions for both of you, Yin Yanglan said, rising to her daughter's side and tugging her wrist to indicate she should sit next to Su Ming. Just as Su Ming had mentioned, Si Qingxue was now pregnant. She dared not utter a single harsh word, let alone scold her. The last thing she wanted was to induce any distress in her daughter, as regret would come too late. Mom, what do you wish to ask? Unconsciously leaning closer to Su Ming, Si Qingxue's hands, gripped tightly due to her overwhelming anxiety, began to turn pale at the knuckles. Yun Yanglan inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her emotions. Did you two spend the recent short holiday at Xiao Su's house? Does Grandma know about the pregnancy? With her two questions posed, Su Ming nodded while Si Qingxue shook her head. Yin Yanglan expressed her confusion. Sensing the oddity in their responses, the two shifted again. Su Ming shook his head, while Si Qingxue began nodding like a chick pecking grain. Oh, you mischievous children, are you trying to tease me? One nods while the other shakes. What is the truth? Mom, it's your fault for asking those two questions. We did visit Su Ming's home during the holiday to see Grandma, but she is unaware of the pregnancy. Given her frail health, we feared that telling her would be too overwhelming. Si Qingxue explained earnestly. Yin Yanglan's mood slightly softened. She could understand this reasoning. Xiao Su, Qingxue, she said sincerely. The baby in your belly belongs not only to the two of you, but to both our families. Especially you. Qingxue, you must take good care of yourself. Sooner or later, Grandma will learn about this. What will you two do when your belly begins to grow? It will be impossible to keep it a secret. Understanding the concerns of both young ones, Yun Yanglan voiced the reality. Should the elderly lady discover the truth, her anger would be inevitable. After all, such a significant matter had been concealed from her for so long. Chapter 72. Mom, do you have any good ideas? Su Ming, still pondering the future mother-in-law dilemma, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Si Qingxue's words. What a predicament! The fury of his future mother-in-law had yet to fully dissipate, and Si Qingxue was already asking her for solutions. Me? Qingxue, what good ideas could I possibly have? The current situation involves not just Grandma Xiao Su, but also your father. He has just returned from Yundu, and suddenly finds himself about to have a grandson. How do you think he will react? With a fleeting glance cast upon Si Qingxue, it was unclear whether it was intentional or incidental. But Yun Yanglan suddenly directed a pitiable gaze towards Su Ming. This unexpected look sent a shiver through Su Ming's heart. Although he had momentarily passed the scrutiny of his mother-in-law, how would he contend with his father-in-law? It was one thing to steal away the cherished daughter whom they had painstakingly raised. It was another to expect them to welcome two more little ones into the fold. If it were Si Tianli, he could empathize. Even in his own place, he would be infuriated. The thought of not dismembering this scoundrel was utterly intolerable. Mom, do you think Dad will be angry? Si Qingxue asked hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Angry? Ha ha ha, my dear girl. Do you think your father has never been upset with you? Just because he doesn't show it doesn't mean he isn't. Yun Yanglan's words elicited no immediate response from Su Ming, but Si Qingxue promptly rose to her feet. In a matter of moments, she stood beside Yun Yanglan. Mom, please help us. Dad listens to you the most. Could you perhaps speak a few kind words on our behalf? I promise Su Ming will be ever dutiful to you. The two little babies in my belly will surely bring you joy. When they grow up, they will buy you the trendiest clothes and take you dancing in the square. Dancing in the square? You little rascal, what do you mean by that? Yun Yanglan replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she sensed something amiss. Qingxue, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. You mentioned two babies in your belly. Slowly rising, she instinctively withdrew her arm from Si Qingxue's grasp. Her gaze fixated on her daughter's midsection, her mouth agape in astonishment. Seated across from the sofa, Su Ming couldn't help but clear his throat upon witnessing his future mother-in-law stand. Ahem, Aunt Yun, I forgot to mention that the babies in Qingxue's belly are twins. We just don't know yet if they are boys or girls. Upon hearing this, Yun Yanglan was taken aback, her excitement barely contained. She resumed her seat on the sofa, grasping Si Qingxue's arm. Qingxue, are there truly two babies? You and little Su haven't deceived your mother, have you? With one small child, she could manage to maintain her composure as a grandmother, but upon learning of two, her emotions unraveled completely. For decades, she had never felt such exhilaration. The prospect of her daughter carrying twins was a monumental joy she had never dared to dream of. Su Ming, why did you tell Mom about this? Si Qingxue pouted slightly, a touch of bashfulness evident. Me? Su Ming pointed to himself, then lamented, Sister. It was you who let it slip first. Yun Yanglan observed the two with keen interest. She was unconcerned about who had divulged the secret. Her only interest lay in the truth of the matter. You two wait. First answer me. Is it true that you are having twins? If not, we should head to the hospital right now for a checkup. Her tone brooked no jest, and she turned to instruct the aunt to arrange for transportation. Upon witnessing the situation, Si Qingxue hastily reached out to grasp her mother's arm, pulling her back. At this hour, the hospital only accepts emergency cases. It is indeed true that she is expecting twins, and there is no deceit in that proclamation. The resolute confirmation from her daughter left Yun Yanglan's heart in a state of tumultuous unrest for an extended moment. After a full minute, she inhaled deeply and declared, Neither of you shall go anywhere. Remain here and wait for me. I will contact your father. With that, she picked up her phone and proceeded towards the living room door. At that moment, Si Tianli was in a meeting in Yundu when he suddenly received a call from his wife. Upon learning of their daughter's pregnancy, he promptly set aside his work, summoned the driver, and hastened towards Qingyang City. The distance from Yundu to Qingyang City is not vast. A drive would take approximately 2 hours. After finishing the call with Si Tianli, Yun Yanglan returned to the sofa, where she resumed her meticulous inquiries with Su Ming and Si Qingxue. It was only after she had completed her questioning that Si Qingxue gently tapped Su Ming with her toe. Confused, Su Ming was uncertain of her intention until Si Qingxue abruptly stood up, saying, Mom, I just remembered that there are matters at school. Su Ming and I must return. Once my father is back, you two should rest early. We won't impose any longer. While speaking, Si Qingxue winked at Su Ming, who, realizing the situation, promptly stood as well. Wait, what business could there possibly be at school this late? Your father will be home shortly. Neither of you is allowed to leave. You must stay here with me. Knowing her daughter's character all too well, Yun Yanglan recognized that Si Qingxue was clearly attempting to escape with Su Ming. Stopped by her mother, Si Qingxue bit her lip, torn between her desires. Mom, there really is something. How about this? You allow Su Ming to leave, and I will stay here with you. Even without the pregnancy, her father's nature would not chastise her, but Su Ming's situation was different. It is only reasonable that he would face consequences for being involved with their daughter. Are you worried that your father will reprimand little Su? Yun Yanglan shot a displeased glance at Si Qingxue, grasping her wrist and guiding her back to sit beside her. Little Su, you should sit as well. She gestured for Su Ming to take a seat. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. When your father returns, I will be here. I assure you, he will not reprimand little Su. Let us all sit together and have a simple conversation. This is a significant matter, and as the head of the family, Your father must be informed. Avoiding it is not a solution, Yun Yonglan earnestly advised. While Su Ming's gaze rested on Si Qingxue, he suddenly found immense wisdom in what Aunt Yun had said. Eventually, they would need to confront the situation. It would be better to address it directly. After all, it is often said that enduring prolonged pain is worse than facing a brief discomfort. Whether one extends their neck or withdraws it, the outcome is the same. Qingxue, perhaps we should wait for your uncle to return? Su Ming cautiously inquired of Si Qingxue, with her wrist firmly grasped by her mother. Si Qingxue hesitated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Time ticked by, and Yun Yonglan remained relentless, continuously inquiring about Si Qingxue's health. She even took the initiative to share her own experiences from her pregnancy. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, as the headlights of a luxury car illuminated the surroundings. A brand-new Mercedes-Benz gradually came to a halt in front of the villa. Si Tianli descended with an imposing demeanor, barely allowing the driver to greet him before hastily striding into the living room. Dressed in a suit and exuding an air of coldness, he sat silently on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Si Qingxue. My daughter, are you truly pregnant? The first thing he did upon sitting was to directly confront Si Qingxue with his inquiry. After receiving the phone call, he had felt increasingly uncomfortable, and the longer he pondered on his way back, the angrier he became. Such a beautiful daughter. Abducted and now pregnant to boot. Si Qingxue remained silent, seated next to her mother. All right, dear husband, I already informed you over the phone, Yun Yonglan interjected. It is indeed true. As Si Qingxue held her tongue, her mother stepped in to clarify. Si Tianli felt his head spinning, irritation evident as he turned to Su Ming. You, how dare you bully Qingxue? I must teach you a lesson today. Glancing around for a suitable weapon, Si Tianli prepared to retrieve a mop from the corner of the living room, but Yun Yonglan intervened just in time. Su Ming maintained his composure, ready for the impending confrontation. In contrast, Si Qingxue's heart raced, anxiety etched across her stunning face, fearing her father might truly reprimand Su Ming. All right, dear husband, please wait. Given the situation, what good would it do to discipline Su Ming? Qingxue is pregnant, and you must consider her well-being. Moreover, the child within her does not wish to witness you punishing their father. Yun Yonglan's words struck a chord with Si Tianli. After much deliberation, he sighed deeply and retook his seat. With her parents settled, Si Qingxue joined Su Ming in sitting across from them. Dad, my mother has already asked all the necessary questions. You two can continue your discussion. We really must return to the school dormitory as the lights are about to be turned off. Si Qingxue reiterated her desire to leave home. Yet Si Tianli and Yun Yonglan were unwilling to let them depart so easily. It is too late. You both will spend the night here. Tomorrow morning, I will have the driver take you to school. His demeanor remained cold, though he was no longer as volatile as before. Dear husband, I believe you should assign a dedicated driver for Qingxue. Pregnancy is quite a burden, especially since she is expecting twins. I must say, her morning sickness has been quite severe. Upon hearing this, Si Tianli's expression suddenly shifted in surprise. Twins? Yes, you were unaware? Our daughter is expecting twins. As soon as the words were spoken, a look of astonishment appeared on Si Tianli's previously indifferent face. Moments later, an unexpected smile graced his features. Su Ming and Si Qingxue exchanged glances, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Twins? My dear, is what your mother said true? Yes, Si Qingxue gently nodded. Si Tianli suddenly leapt to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Twins. 2 little ones. Ha. Little Su, I apologize for my earlier outburst. So, you have had a checkup and confirmed it is indeed twins? Overwhelmed with excitement, Si Tianli found himself somewhat incoherent, seeking further confirmation from the pair. Uncle, it is twins. With this reassurance, the remnants of his earlier irritation dissipated in an instant. Engaging in conversation with Yun Yonglan and the two, his tone was filled with genuine concern. They chatted from 8 in the evening until 10, only parting ways when Si Qingxue began to feel drowsy. Qingxue, you and little Su will sleep in this room tonight. Tomorrow morning, your mother will arrange for someone to take you to school. Pointing towards Si Qingxue's room, Yun Yonglan had an aunt bring over some toiletries, neatly placing them in the bathroom. Mother, what are you doing? Su Ming stated, wishing to return to his own room. Si Qingxue's words elicited a light chuckle from Yun Yonglan. Return to your own room? You're pregnant. Is it necessary to put on such an act for us? Just sleep in the same room. Little Su will be with you and can look after you at night. Get some rest. Little Su, take good care of Qingxue and sleep early. Without granting Su Ming and Si Qingxue the chance to explain, She waved them off and prepared to leave with the aunt. As they reached the stairway, Yin Yonglan suddenly paused, a look of deep contemplation crossing her face. After a moment's hesitation, she patiently turned back. Little Su Qingxue, I have something to remind you of. Well, with her hands gesturing in front of her, Yin Yonglan found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Si Qingxue felt utterly perplexed. Mother, just say what you need to say directly. Why the hesitation? Hee. Then I shall be straightforward. As soon-to-be parents, there are matters you should be aware of. In the initial months of pregnancy, it is imperative to refrain from intimacy. Forcing such actions could adversely affect the baby in your womb. Mother, what are you talking about? She exclaimed, shaking her head in playful exasperation, wishing for a hole to hide in. It's nothing, just a reminder for you to be cautious. I won't disturb you any longer. In her haste to convey her message, Yin Yonglan quickly turned and descended the stairs, patting her chest. Feeling the awkwardness of addressing such matters as an elder to her younger relatives, neither Su Ming nor Si Qingxue anticipated that Yin Yonglan would entrust such a matter to them. Embarrassment washed over him as he scratched his head, while Si Qingxue, her face flushed crimson, dared not meet Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming, you should return to your room to sleep tonight. I will fetch your toiletries. With her head bowed, she entered the room, swiftly retrieving the toiletries that the maid had just arranged. Feeling a twinge of shyness, Si Qingxue had no intention of forcing Su Ming to share her bed. As she turned to return to her own room, her hand grasped the doorknob and she gently pulled it. What's wrong? The door was locked. Locked? Her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ming. Si Qingxue struggled to comprehend the situation. The rooms on the second floor, apart from her own, should not be locked at all. Why, then, was it suddenly secured tonight? What should they do now that the room was locked? Shall I sleep on the sofa in the living room? She suggested, pointing to the spacious sofa downstairs, which seemed ample enough for a comfortable rest. Forget it. Let's just return to my room. I will find you a set of pajamas. It was out of the question to let Su Ming sleep on the sofa. Chapter 72. Enchantingly comical with the adjacent room locked. She had no choice but to bring Su Ming back to her own chamber. Having shared a room previously, she felt a level of trust in him. Oh, fine. She relented, accompanying Si Qingxue back to her room. After rummaging through her belongings, Si Qingxue entered the bathroom to change into her pajamas. When she emerged, she found Su Ming sitting obediently at the edge of the bed. Do you want to take a shower? If so, go ahead. I will find you a set of pajamas. A shower? Sure, I'll go shower, Su Ming replied, nodding at Si Qingxue before entering the bathroom without a backward glance. The bathroom was infused with a delicate fragrance, and to his surprise, he discovered a blue bra on the shelf. Beside it lay a pair of white panties adorned with blue lace. Presumably, these two pieces formed a set, recently changed and yet to be washed. He picked up the garments and glanced around, spotting a slightly larger basin nearby. To avoid soiling the delicate items, he placed them in the basin before proceeding to shower. Meanwhile, Si Qingxue opened her wardrobe to find pajamas for Su Ming. The closet contained only her own sleepwear, which, though modest in design, was still somewhat unsuitable for a man. Fortunately, her tall stature meant that Su Ming could fit into some of her looser attire. After searching, she selected a set of light black pajamas and laid them on the bed. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Su Ming finally emerged from the bathroom, slowly opening the door. I found your pajamas. Hurry and change into it. Is it inappropriate for me to wear your pajamas? Subconsciously, Su Ming picked up 2 sets of sleepwear, a bitter smile adorning his face. At this age, it was his first time wearing women's pajamas, and this particular style suited him remarkably well. The only ones that fit reasonably well were these 2. If you want to wear them, then don't bother. Pointing to the 2 pieces of sleepwear laid out on the bed, Si Qingxue flashed a slight smile and walked into the bathroom without looking back. After finally returning home, she wanted to indulge in a bath. However, not even 10 seconds had passed when a sudden exclamation echoed from the bathroom. Ah, Su Ming. Still grappling with whether to wear the sleepwear or not, Su Ming hurriedly pulled open the bathroom door. At that moment, Si Qingxue stood there, a bit dazed. Her gaze fixated on the 2 garments hanging on the rack, the very ones she had just changed out of. She had intended to wash her undergarments while bathing, but unexpectedly, Su Ming had already washed them. Did you wash this? Her arm trembled slightly as she pointed to the undergarments in front of her. Su Ming could only respond with an awkward smile. Yes. I saw them lying around after you changed, so I thought I'd help you out. I washed them thoroughly. In fact, upon closer inspection, they were quite clean to begin with. He had scrutinized them carefully, noting that they were immaculate, with barely any trace of having been worn. You actually looked closely, pervert. You. Si Qingshue's body quivered slightly. She felt an overwhelming urge to bite Su Ming. She had always washed her intimate garments herself and never imagined he would take it upon himself to wash them, especially those she had just taken off. Annoyed, she hung the clothes on the balcony and, as she returned to the bathroom, deliberately stepped on Su Ming's foot. Ouch! The pain shot through his foot, causing him to inhale sharply. He still had no idea what he had done wrong. After all, he was merely trying to help by washing the clothes. So why was she angry? Clutching his foot at the foot of the bed, he watched as the bathroom door closed. After a moment of calming himself, his gaze fell upon the sleepwear Si Qingxue had prepared. Although they were women's pajamas, as Si Qingxue had said, having something was better than nothing. Seizing the opportunity while she was bathing, Su Ming quickly stripped off his clothes and donned the sleepwear she had set out. He then pulled back the covers and lay down. To his surprise, the pajamas she had chosen were of excellent quality and fit him perfectly. He could even distinctly sense a unique fragrance belonging to Si Qingxue. Lying on the bed, he leisurely browsed the news on his phone. Several minutes later, Si Qingxue emerged from the bathroom after her shower, her hair elegantly arranged behind her and wrapped in a towel. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she had not washed her hair. Oh, have you changed into your pajamas? The pajamas at the foot of the bed had vanished, and Su Ming had already nestled beneath the covers, cocooned tightly within. Yes. Upon hearing of Su Ming's change into pajamas, Si Qingxue couldn't help but smile. Disregarding the nightgown she wore, and approached the bed to tug at the covers. Let me see if they fit you. What is there to see? I just want to take a look. Su Ming stubbornly resisted, while Si Qingxue insisted on having a glance. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the blanket for nearly 10 seconds, ultimately leading to Su Ming conceding. Unable to adhere to conventional tactics, Si Qingxue grasped one side of the blanket while using her other hand to pry his fingers apart, finally catching sight of the pajamas Su Ming wore. Si Qingxue could no longer maintain her composure and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. During her shower, she had envisioned how Su Ming would look in pajamas. Yet reality proved to be quite different from her imaginings, far more alluring and comical than she had anticipated. Ah, miss, you've had your look. Could you let me cover myself now? Wait a moment. As Su Ming sought to pull the covers over himself, Si Qingxue halted him. She turned to retrieve her phone from her bag behind the door. In the face of Su Ming's astonished expression, Si Qingxue showed no signs of hesitation and snapped several photos of him lying on the bed. It was only after she finished taking pictures that Su Ming remembered he should cover himself. However, it was too late. Examining the photos on her phone, Si Qingxue was exceedingly pleased. She had never imagined she could capture such a side of Su Ming. Sister, what is going on? Why are you taking pictures of me? Can you delete them? My glorious image cannot be tarnished by a few snapshots. He lamented dramatically, regretting that he had changed into pajamas. Knowing how unprincipled Si Qingxue could be, now, he was left uncertain about the comfort of sleep, but his image was undeniably lost. Uft! What glorious image! How dare you say that? I will keep the photos for now. Don't worry, dear sister, I won't easily let others see them. With a playful giggle, she stepped closer, her fair and exquisite face beaming with charm, as she reached out to gently caress Su Ming's chin. This gesture, along with her aura, was simply enchanting. After teasing Su Ming, Si Qingxue turned back to the doorway, returning her phone to her bag and promptly turning off the screen. With her phone secured by a password and her album protected by an additional passcode, she felt no worry that Su Ming would attempt to delete the photos in the middle of the night. After all, how could he access her phone? Once everything was tidied up, Si Qingxue picked up a plush toy and placed it between them. She lifted the covers and lay down, revealing only her head. Good night. As Su Ming bid goodnight to Si Qingxue, she effortlessly closed her eyes. Inside the room, he found himself at an impasse with the young lady. Now that they were in bed, he felt compelled to seize this splendid opportunity. Turning around, he set aside a plush toy. Before Si Qingxue could comprehend the situation, Su Ming had already approached her. Their bodies were in close proximity, and the unprepared Si Qingxue trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as her hands instinctively pressed against Su Ming's chest. What are you doing? The doctor specifically said we shouldn't engage in intimacy. Chapter 73. Almost doomed to happiness, thanks to Qi. Believing Su Ming intended to take liberties, Si Qingxue quickly cautioned him. With their bodies so closely entwined, escape was futile. She could only obediently shield herself with her hands. I never suggested intimacy, did I? You're not actually thinking of that, are you? We absolutely cannot be reckless. Especially for the sake of the baby. Su Ming spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Si Qingxue felt both anxious and exasperated. When did she ever express a desire for intimacy? I did not. It was clearly you who wanted it. Ha ha ha. I did not either. Though they had not engaged in intimacy. Su Ming felt an undeniable urge to do something, particularly since she had just taken a photograph of him. As he spoke, his hand naturally found its way to Si Qingxue's slender waist. The sudden presence of a large hand at her delicate waist left her breathless with tension. Her cheeks flushed, her entire body tensed, as a tingling sensation coursed through her. What are you up to? Are you bullying me? Be careful, or I will tell Grandma. She will certainly deal with you. Her voice trembled slightly, and even now, Si Qingxue did not forget to issue a threat. You've threatened to tell? So I might as well take full advantage of the situation. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? His hand slid down her waist, quickly reaching her curvaceous form. With Grandma unable to restrain Su Ming, Si Qingxue shut her eyes and took a deep breath. She had expected him to react with anger, but to Su Ming's surprise, Si Qingxue merely closed her eyes, presenting an exquisite demeanor of surrender. The sight of Si Qingxue in such a state made Su Ming gulp. As a young man, he found himself unable to resist such temptation. Although his body reacted intensely, he endeavored to maintain control. Besides Si Qingxue's pregnancy, a significant part of his restraint stemmed from the clear realization that she was not yet psychologically prepared. Previously, in the hotel, although it had been unintentional on his part, he had indeed caused her distress. He could not afford to harm her again. After a prolonged silence, sensing something amiss, Si Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. You're making me feel breathless, she murmured, her eyes sparkling. Si Qingxue's words startled Su Ming, prompting him to awkwardly retreat. His embarrassed demeanor elicited laughter from Si Qingxue. Her delicate face flushed crimson as Si Qingxue placed one hand on Su Ming's chest, while the other gently guided his arm from her waist to a more appropriate position. It was certainly better to keep it here. Instead of removing his hand, she effortlessly positioned it at her waist. Does this feel more comfortable? Her beautiful eyes blinked earnestly, seeking Su Ming's response. To his surprise, Si Qingxue was not angry. Rather, she took the initiative to move his hand to her waist. Truth be told, though her slender waist lacked fullness, the experience was undeniably far superior to that of her hips. The allure of her graceful waist was striking, and Su Ming found himself regretting his earlier intentions. This was not teasing Si Qingxue. It was a test of his own resolve. What's the matter with you? You wanted to tease me just a moment ago, and now you've gone silent? Pretending not to notice, Si Qingxue gently bit her soft lip, her crescent-shaped eyes exuding an incomprehensible charm. Cough, cough, cough. You were playing with fire. Playing with fire? What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand, he replied, his expression a mix of confusion and a faint smile lingering on his face. Unable to withstand Si Qingxue's temptation any longer, Su Ming's hand instinctively moved upward. Just as he made contact with the softness before him, Si Qingxue suddenly tensed and lifted her leg. As fate would have it, her knee collided directly between his legs. A sharp pain surged through him, causing him to sit up abruptly, drenched in sweat. Covering himself in embarrassment, Su Ming was utterly unprepared for Si Qingxue's unexpected assault. Su Ming, are you all right? I didn't mean to. She quickly sat upright, her fair legs tucked to the side, feeling at a loss beside him. She wanted to reach out to help, but was unsure of what to do. She had genuinely collided with him without any intention of causing harm. Despite her lack of romantic experience, she was well aware of the vulnerability of that area. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. After a brief moment of catching his breath, the pain began to subside, and Su Ming finally felt a sense of relief. Sister, you almost jeopardized your future happiness. What future happiness? The innocent Si Qingxue, taken aback by Su Ming's sudden remark, was momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining her composure, her face flushed slightly as she playfully tapped his arm. How can you joke at a time like this? Are you all right? While the pain had lessened, he remained uncertain about any possible repercussions. How about this? Could you take a look for me? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as Su Ming straightened his posture, sitting face to face with Si Qingxue. How shameless. Such a lecher. I won't look. Her beautiful eyes furtively glanced at an inappropriate area, causing a blush to spread across Si Qingxue's neck. Turning away, she adopted a demeanor of indifference towards Su Ming. Yet, within less than a minute, she turned back. Are you certain you're all right? If not, I could take you to the hospital for an examination. Chapter 74, Nonsense. Though her tone was timid, her face radiated sincerity. For Si Qingxue to utter such words, it was evident she was prepared to escort him to the hospital. Setting aside whether he was genuinely injured or not, he felt too embarrassed to visit a doctor. What would he say when questioned? That he accidentally got kicked while frolicking on the bed? That would surely amuse the physician. The situation wasn't dire. With a bit of rest, he should recover soon. He shook his head in refusal, gradually relaxing his body. Si Qingxue, still uncertain, gently inquired, Really? Of course, it's true. I know my own body better than anyone. He could still vaguely sense waves of discomfort, having often heard others mention the pain of injury. Until now, he hadn't truly understood it. Today, he experienced it in a profound manner. The sensation was so intense that even breathing became a challenge, leaving him to ponder how the ancient palace stewards managed to endure such pain. Confirming that Su Ming was genuinely unscathed, Si Qingxue felt a slight relief within her. Gradually sitting upright, she squatted on the bed before him, her hands clasped around her knees, her fair legs exposed, her expression one of innocence. If he could endure through the night, he should be fine by tomorrow. It seemed that nothing could be accomplished this evening. Perhaps resting early would be wise. He reached out to gently stroke Si Qingxue's delicate face, chuckling softly as he lay down. Upon seeing this, Si Qingxue paused momentarily before slowly lying down beside him. As the pain gradually subsided, Su Ming finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Si Qingxue had risen, surveying the surroundings. The bathroom door swung open, and Si Qingxue emerged, clad in a light white knitted sweater. Her footwear had been replaced with silver boots, indicating she had been up for some time. You're awake? How do you feel? Is it still painful? Upon seeing Su Ming awake, Si Qingxue halted in her tracks, forgetting to close the bathroom door, and instinctively asked, It hurts. Quite a bit. In truth, the pain had long since dissipated, but since Si Qingxue had asked, he felt it appropriate to tease her a little. Still painful? How could it still hurt? A whole night has passed. With a slight furrow of her brow, Si Qingxue's expression darkened. Due to the constraints of the location, she found herself unable to conduct a proper examination on Su Ming. Are you able to get out of bed? If so, let us first have breakfast. Afterward, I shall accompany you to the hospital. The pain has persisted through the night, and it is essential we seek medical attention. Should there be any serious injury, it could lead to dire consequences. Getting up should not be a problem. As for the hospital, it may be best to avoid it. A few days of rest should suffice for recovery, Su Ming replied, his reluctance evident. We certainly cannot go to the hospital. That would only reveal the truth. Slowly rising from the bed, he feigned sluggishness. Observing this, Si Qingxue kindly approached to assist him. The two were just about to exit the room when, unexpectedly, a knock echoed from the door. Si Qingxue opened it to find her mother, Yun Yonglan, along with two aunts, standing in unison at the threshold. Upon learning of her daughter's impending twins, Yun Yonglan and Si Tianli had scarcely slept the previous night. It was not a matter of unwillingness to sleep, but rather an inability to do so. The thought of two adorable little ones arriving soon kept a smile plastered on their faces. In fact, upon returning to their bedroom, Si Tianli had even contemplated indulging in a few drinks, only to be thwarted by Yun Yonglan's intervention. Mother, what brings you here? Si Qingxue inquired, astonished by her mother's appearance so early in the morning. Typically, she would be bustling about in the kitchen or resting on the living room sofa, not at her doorstep with two aunts in tow. Qingxue, how did you and little Su fare last night? Are you adjusting well? Yun Yonglan asked with a warm smile. At the mention of Su Ming, Si Qingxue glanced back, a fleeting look of unease crossing her face. It was fine, I suppose. Mother, is breakfast ready? We are rather hungry. She gently caressed her small belly, adopting a playful tone to divert her mother's attention. After all, Su Ming was still not entirely well, and if her mother detected anything amiss, it would surely lead to an awkward situation. Hungry, are you? You mischievous girl, why didn't you say so sooner? The food has been ready for quite a while. Perhaps my two grandsons are the ones truly in need of sustenance. With a chuckle, Yun Yonglan beamed at the mention of her grandchildren. Just then, Su Ming happened to arrive at the doorway. His sudden appearance startled Si Qingxue, who scrutinized him with watchful eyes. Once assured that he exhibited no abnormalities, she casually draped her arm over her mother Yun Yonglan's. Mother, why was the door to the adjacent bedroom locked last night when it is usually left open? She inquired softly as they prepared to descend the stairs. Locked? Yun Yonglan's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. Was it? Did the bedroom next door actually get locked? Turning her head towards the two aunts. She was certain that she had not locked the bedroom door. Even if it had been locked, it must have been done by the two aunts. Sister Zhao, did you lock the door? No, I didn't. I didn't either. The two aunts exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue suddenly halted, saying, Mom, wait for me a moment. She turned and walked towards the adjacent bedroom door, her delicate hand resting on the doorknob, gently pushing it open. The firmly shut door swung ajar. Standing still, Su Ming's expression was filled with embarrassment. He raised his hand to touch his nose, instinctively leaning to the side. Once the door was closed, Si Qingxue returned to Su Ming's side, her arms crossed elegantly over her chest, exuding an air of cool detachment, remaining silent. After gazing at him for approximately 5 or 6 seconds, she let out a soft huff, turning her back to rejoin her mother. She had genuinely believed that the bedroom door was locked last night, unaware that Su Ming had merely deceived her, all in an effort to share the same room. He had adamantly claimed he would sleep on the sofa in the living room, and she had foolishly believed such nonsense. Daughter, what's the matter? Why do you both seem off? Did you argue last night? Yun Yonglan keenly sensed the subtle tension between her daughter and her future son-in-law, especially in her daughter. Although she appeared somewhat displeased on the surface, she was subtly observing Su Ming, seemingly concerned about something. As for son-in-law Su Ming, it was needless to say. He walked cautiously, glancing around nervously, his demeanor suggesting he was a thief sneaking into the house. Gently shaking her head at her mother, the group took a seat at the dining table. Having scarcely rested the previous night, Si Tianli had risen at 4 in the morning to prepare breakfast. Once Si Qingxue and Yun Yonglan were seated, a lavish breakfast was promptly served. Little Su, come help your uncle with the dishes. Oh, sure. Responding, he turned and followed Si Tianli, within a minute setting the table with all the necessary utensils. Just a simple breakfast. And later your father will personally take you to school. Simple? Uncle, is this what you call simple? Su Ming stared blankly at the bountiful spread before him. Those who knew they were having breakfast would understand, but anyone unaware might think it was a feast. Chapter 75. Shall we check? Besides the essential porridge, there were various classic snacks and vegetarian dishes. It was undoubtedly the most sumptuous breakfast he had ever encountered. Hee, little Su, you have no idea. Your uncle got up around 4 to prepare this. Oh dear, we hardly slept at all last night. Yun Yonglan scooped a bowl of millet porridge and naturally placed it in front of Su Ming. She then served another bowl to her daughter, Si Qingxue. Dad, you got up at 4? Later, Su Ming and I can take a taxi to school. You're so busy. There's no need to make a special trip for us. Qingyang University is not on your way to your company. To undertake the journey of sending them would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, which seems entirely unnecessary. However, today is ample in time. Coincidentally, my father has some matters to attend to at Qingyang University. The excuse he fabricated was rather flimsy. It was evident even to children, let alone Si Qingxue, that he concocted a rather casual reason. Beside him, Yun Yonglan chimed in. Qingxue, Xiao Su, you two should simply comply. Having the driver make a trip to Qingyang University would not take too long. Not only will the driver take you this morning, but he will also return to fetch you in the evening. As for lunch, you are to manage that yourselves, preferably at the school cafeteria for safety's sake. With no way to refuse such generous hospitality, Su Ming's gaze fell upon Si Qingxue. The decision rested upon her. Once she nodded, he would encounter no issues. It turned out that even Si Qingxue found it difficult to decline her parents' kindness. After breakfast, the driver waited outside for some time. As he assisted Si Qingxue into the vehicle, Su Ming was about to open the front passenger door when, unexpectedly, Si Tianli beat him to it, personally opening the door to sit down. Xiao Su, you should sit in the back with Qingxue. Uncle, is that appropriate? It felt somewhat improper for an elder to occupy the front seat while he accompanied Si Qingxue to the back. Not at all. We are all family here. There's no need for such formality. What harm is there in sitting in the front? The vehicle prepared for today was somewhat unsuitable. In a couple of days, he would instruct the driver to switch to a larger business vehicle for more convenience when picking you up for dinner. Si Tianli chuckled, fastening his seatbelt while casually suggesting a change of vehicles. Su Ming could only manage an awkward smile from the back seat, given his father-in-law's demeanor. It was fortunate that Si Qingxue's villa was quite comfortable, Had it been otherwise, he might have considered changing residences. The vehicle commenced its journey towards Qingyang University. Throughout the ride, Si Qingxue remained silent, her gaze fixed outside, clearly unwilling to engage with Su Ming. Evidently, she was still miffed about him locking her room the previous night. With his father-in-law seated in the front, there were certain things he could not express, leaving him to sit in silence. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt outside Qingyang University. What time do your classes conclude? I will come to pick you up. Uncle, I might not be able to return. The dormitory has strict regulations. Every time we go out, we must request leave. And it's rather inconvenient. Su Ming spoke sincerely. This was no mere fabrication. Qingyang University mandated that all students reside on campus, and unless granted leave, one could not stay out past curfew, which could lead to serious consequences. Father, I may not be able to return tonight either. There's no need for you to come for us. I promise to return home every few days. The regulations for the graduate school accommodations aren't quite as stringent. However, the distance from home to school is quite considerable. Even with car pickups, it remains somewhat inconvenient. Both of you children have your reasons. Alas, let us do this. You shall attend your classes first, and we shall discuss the matters of the evening later. Sitting in the passenger seat, Si Tianli did not even exit the vehicle. After addressing Su Ming and the others, he beckoned the driver to depart. As the car gradually receded from view, Su Ming turned around, intending to converse with Si Qingxue, only to find that she hastily walked towards the school without a backward glance, leaving him with nothing but a breathtaking silhouette. Wait for me. He sprinted to catch up with Si Qingxue, offering a sheepish smile. Sister, I was wrong. He had expected her to ignore him, but to his surprise, she did not adhere to the usual script. Suddenly halting in her tracks, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, stumbling slightly before regaining his composure. You were wrong? Then tell me, where did you err? Her probing inquiry left Su Ming somewhat flustered, and he cautiously replied, I intentionally downplayed the importance of locking the door last night. Not important? Then why did you say that? Si Qingxue continued, Tell me, does it still hurt? Her gaze drifted suggestively towards Su Ming's legs, and a charming smile graced her face as she took a step closer. In an instant, Su Ming comprehended that her irritation stemmed from this incident. In the presence of Yun Yanglan and Si Tianli, he felt unable to maintain his facade, having been seen through. I suppose it doesn't hurt as much now. It was still a little painful when I got up. Humph, liar. You must have stopped hurting long ago. Yet you continue to deceive me. Do you want me to examine you? With a playful tone, she suggested, How about this, since the light is good here? Let me check, shall I? Si Qingxue elegantly placed her hands in front of her, her voice soft. Check here? Sister, are you joking? He replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head resolutely. The mere thought of undressing in such a public space was daunting, aside from the embarrassment. He might even be taken away by the police. Tell me the truth. Did you tease me on purpose this morning? Is the pain long gone? Honesty is indeed the best policy, and it was clear that Si Qingxue had surmised the truth. He had little choice but to admit it. You big lecher. How could you tell me you were in pain? Do you know how worried I was? In an instant, her expression shifted from a smile to one of indignation. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of irritation. Extending her delicate hand, she disregarded the passing students around them and pinched Su Ming's waist. Chapter 76. No, ancestor. Little ancestor. Hiss. Even though he had experienced it before, being pinched by Si Qingxue again made Su Ming involuntarily inhale sharply. Sister. Oh no, ancestor, little ancestor. With so many classmates watching, could you possibly spare me some dignity? Under normal circumstances, being pinched by Si Qingxue at my waist would elicit a loud wail from me. However, with so many students passing by, I genuinely felt too embarrassed to cry out. I could only grit my teeth and endure. As her grip gradually eased, a sweet smile graced Si Qingxue's exquisite face. So, will you still deceive your sister in the future? No, I truly won't. Hee hee. Well, that's what you said. If you dare to deceive me again, I shall tell Grandma. Also, have you forgotten? I still have your pictures on my phone. I might just post them on the confession wall. With a playful huff, she happily glided away. I rubbed my waist vigorously. Despite Si Qingxue's slender frame, her grip was undeniable. Wait, the pictures? No, dear ancestor, those cannot be casually posted on the confession wall. I would be utterly mortified. The photo of me lying in bed in women's pajamas must never see the light of day on that wall. That alluring pose would surely elicit laughter from everyone. I would be socially obliterated in an instant. The more anxious I felt, the more delighted Si Qingxue appeared. Even when I pleaded for mercy, she turned her fair neck slightly, feigning indifference. I accompanied her to the graduate school, where I spoke sweetly to her, and thankfully, she temporarily abandoned the idea of posting the photo. Time was fleeting, and after parting ways with Si Qingxue, I hurried to class. Titan and the others had arrived early, and as soon as I walked in, they beckoned me to sit beside them. Guys, why are you here so early? There are still over 10 minutes until class. Did the sun rise from the west today? I pulled out a chair, my face beaming with a smile. These guys were notorious for being tardy. If they arrived early, it was definitely unusual. This is all Titan's fault. That kid wanted to sleep by 9 last night. We were both bored, so we went to bed too. We woke up before 5 this morning and couldn't fall back asleep. After a leisurely breakfast, we finally made our way to class, Suzai explained. While Titan sheepishly scratched his head. I really don't know what happened. I was just extremely tired last night. It might be a lingering effect from staying up all night before. By the way, Su Ming, you didn't come back last night. What were you up to? Don't tell us you were out eating with friends and lost track of time. If they had been awake, they certainly would have called to check on me. The story is quite lengthy and cannot be easily explained. I had urgent matters last night. By the way, didn't we mention voting today? Have you all cast your votes? The conversation veered towards voting in the school's online poll, and Zhao Tiantian and the others instantly perked up. We 3 had yet to cast our votes. However, we had just glanced at the rankings. Can you guess who is in first place? Suzai chuckled, playfully posing a riddle in front of Su Ming. It couldn't possibly be Senior Sister C, could it? Haha, correct. The first place belongs to Senior Sister C, with votes currently just shy of 4,000. The second place barely has 400 votes, a staggering difference of nearly tenfold. Suzai's face lit up with excitement. Upon seeing those numbers, the rest of them were equally astounded. Several classmates who had arrived early were engrossed in discussing this matter. Although each person has 3 votes daily, the vast gap between the first and second places is indeed quite exaggerated. Such a disparity. It seems that everyone's aesthetic tastes are quite similar. Hee hee. Who could argue with that? Senior Sister C even mentioned that we shouldn't vote for her, given the current situation. Does it really matter if our class votes or not? Zhao Tiantian shrugged. Once they entered the classroom, many students were engaged in discussions about this event, and even the class group chat was buzzing with activity. Of course, the so-called class group was merely a private chat group created by the class monitor, with Si Qingxue and Professor Wu not included. Frankly speaking, since the outcome is already determined, we might as well cast our votes for Senior Sister C. I refuse to believe she would actually check. Titan's words made sense. I noticed others in the group shared the same sentiment. We might as well vote for Senior Sister C. All right, I agree. Su Ming, what about you? The 3 felt no objections, and once they decided to allocate all 9 votes to Si Qingxue, turned to Su Ming. They all expressed their voting intentions, but only Su Ming remained silent. Aren't you worried she might really check? Women can be quite vindictive. What if she decides to make our lives difficult later on? Whether she checks or not is uncertain. But given Si Qingxue's character, there's a 99% chance she would. He already had a handle on them. If they were caught in some minor transgression, his stunning photos might end up on the confession wall at any moment. Nonsense. That's unlikely. Besides, this is an event organized by the school, and the announcement clearly states it is fair, just, and open. Following our hearts and voting for Senior Sister C is entirely reasonable. Haha. Zai is right. Su Ming, why are you so timid? Rest assured, I promise you, Senior Sister C will never check. If she does, I will take the fall for you. Zhao Tiantian confidently patted Su Ming on the shoulder. While speaking, she took out her phone, logged into the school intranet, and without hesitation cast all 3 of her votes for Si Qingxue. Titan and Suzai almost immediately followed suit. Su Ming hesitated as he took out his phone, and in a moment of distraction, Zhao Tiantian snatched it away. It is merely a matter of casting a vote. Why hesitate so much? Allow me to assist you. Zhao Tiantian. Even if you wish to raise your hand in refusal, Zhao Tiantian would not grant him the opportunity, repeatedly pressing the voting button 3 times. 3 votes. All cast in favor of Si Qingxue. Ha ha ha, mission accomplished. Such a simple task. The phone is returned to you. As the phone is handed back to Su Ming, the time for class is nearly upon them. The teacher enters with a laptop, officially commencing the lesson. After 2 morning classes and a simple lunch, they continue with their afternoon lessons. During dinner time, Su Ming had originally intended to inquire whether Si Qingxue wished to return home, but upon checking his phone, he discovered she had already sent him a message. She would be dining with Bai Ling that evening, having already contacted her family, instructing Su Ming to eat dinner with his roommates. Su Ming felt a sense of reassurance knowing Si Qingxue was with Bai Ling. After a long-awaited gathering, the four unanimously decided to indulge in a delightful meal. Under Titan's guidance, they arrived at a barbecue stall off campus, feasting until 9 o'clock in the evening. Since they had classes the following day, the group returned to the dormitory and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 77. Blame it on your beauty. They awoke the next morning at 6:30, tidied themselves up, and proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. To Su Ming's surprise, he encountered Si Qingxue and Bai Ling in the dining hall. Bai Ling was dressed in simple casual attire, while Si Qingxue wore a black top paired with loose-fitting trousers. Even in such relaxed clothing, her enviable figure was hard to conceal. Upon noticing Si Qingxue and Bai Ling, they too caught sight of him. Su Ming, aren't you going to greet her? Bai Ling nudged Si Qingxue's arm, indicating she should look forward. The moment Su Ming entered the dining hall, Si Qingxue had already noticed him. She wished to approach and say hello, but Su Ming was accompanied by Titan and others. To avoid unnecessary complications, she chose to pretend she had not seen him. Forget it, let us not greet them. We'll eat over there. Oh, very well. Si Qingxue, wishing to avoid the greeting, did not elaborate on her reasons. And carrying her tray, she followed Bai Ling to a vacant corner seat. After merely casting a glance at herself, Si Qingxue turned and sat down with Bai Ling. Su Ming's expression was somewhat awkward, but he could surmise the reason. It was likely due to Titan and the others being by his side. Su Ming, what would you like for breakfast? There are buns, fried dough sticks, and spicy soup over there. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall fetch it for you. I had promised to treat you to breakfast before. A promise made must be honored. I'll have a bun. I'll have a bun as well. All right then. I shall also have a bun. The three of them unanimously decided to indulge in steamed buns. Suzai strode confidently toward the bun shop, purchasing a dozen buns in one go. Along with that, he conveniently acquired 4 bowls of congee for eggs and 2 plates of cold dishes. In the entire dining hall, such a lavish breakfast arrangement could certainly be deemed extravagant. Many classmates simply came to the cafeteria for a pancake, perhaps accompanied by a bowl of congee. The configuration of 3 buns, 1 egg, 1 bowl of congee, and a serving of cold dishes, as they had, was indeed rare. Ha ha ha, Zai, you are quite generous. Today's breakfast was a delightful experience. Did we not agree that you would treat us? Would I dare to go back on my word? They laughed heartily, exchanging smiles as they leisurely began their meal. After finishing breakfast, they headed to the classroom. The morning was filled with classes, while the afternoon held only one. At noon, an official notification was issued in the class group, stating that there would be a meeting after the last class at 3:30 due to some matters. The notice, personally delivered by Si Qingxue, left even the class monitor puzzled about the sudden meeting. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory for a well-deserved rest. Following the first class of the afternoon, Si Qingxue gracefully entered the classroom. Noticing her, the class monitor intended to inquire about the situation. It's nothing serious, monitor. Please return to your seat, she replied. Oh, all right. Complying with Si Qingxue's request, the class monitor returned to his place, standing beside the podium. A faint smile graced Si Qingxue's face as she addressed the class. Today's unexpected meeting serves to convey a message from the school. As many of you may have heard, we are approaching the school anniversary celebration. The program lineup is still incomplete, and the school encourages everyone to actively sign up for participation. The quality of the performance is secondary. Every student who participates in the anniversary celebration will not only earn extra credits, but will also receive a gift from the school. Outstanding participants may even receive special rewards. If anyone is interested, feel free to approach the teachers in the publicity department to register, or you can come to me, and I will assist you with the registration. After softly sharing this information, a buzz of discussion filled the classroom. Senior, what kind of gifts are being offered? And what are the special rewards? I'm afraid I don't know the specifics. The school only mentioned that there would be gifts and rewards. Beyond that, no one is aware of the details. Si Qingxue shook her head, and the inquiries subsided. Just as they thought this was the only matter at hand, Si Qingxue suddenly raised her hand, signaling for silence. There is another small matter, which is somewhat personal. Recently, there has been a selection activity on the intranet. I previously asked the class monitor to inform everyone not to cast votes for me. I hope you all remember. A touch of embarrassment colored her exquisite features. Feeling that her personal matters might be wasting everyone's time, she felt slightly uncomfortable. We remember, Senior. None of us voted for you. Indeed. We did not cast our votes. In the front row, several girls nodded firmly, indicating they had not cast their votes. Meanwhile, most of the boys in the back, including Su Ming and Titan, hung their heads, exuding an air of guilt. Uncertain about others' voting actions, they were resolute in their own choices. Having voted not only yesterday, but again today, Su Ming, with his head closely pressed against the desk, turned to Titan and whispered, "Do you think Sister C would actually check her phones?" "Impossible. She would never," Titan replied. Zhao Tiantian, still fervently assuring everyone, suddenly caught Sister C Qingshue's gaze, which naturally landed on Su Ming. "Since everyone claims not to have voted, I shall conduct a sampling check," she stated, feigning nonchalance. She casually scanned the attendance sheet before looking up and softly calling out, "Su Ming, let me see your voting interface." The clarity of her voice resonated in Titan and the others' ears, striking like thunder, particularly for Zhao Tiantian, who had just been confidently asserting that Sister C Qingxue would not inspect, found herself abruptly contradicted. "Aren't you three supposed to cover for me? Why the silence now?" Feeling the awkwardness, he slowly rose, giving Zhao Tiantian a nudge, but she seemed unresponsive. "Ahem. Sister C, please spare the inspection. I confess, I voted for you," he said with a humble demeanor, seriousness etched on his face. "You are quite honest," Sister C Qingxue remarked, her elegant presence accompanied by her fingers gently tapping on the desk. "I had no choice. After observing for a while, the disparity between you and the others was too vast. I truly could not bring myself to vote for anyone else. It's not our fault, if there's blame. It lies in your unparalleled beauty and excellence." With a flourish of flattery, Su Ming unabashedly sang her praises, while Titan and Su Zai below enthusiastically gave him thumbs up. Chapter 78. Recognition. Sister C Qingxue had not anticipated that Su Ming could utter such heartfelt compliments before so many. Leaning delicately against the desk, she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "I'm not as wonderful as you claim," she replied. "All right, sit down. I merely inquired about the voting. Everyone should vote according to their own will. That concludes today's meeting. You may disperse." Having spoken softly, Sister C Qingxue left the classroom without a backward glance. And at the moment she exited, a noticeable blush adorned her cheeks. As her figure vanished from the doorway, the classmates turned in unison to gaze at Su Ming. The class monitor wasted no time in raising his hand, giving Su Ming a thumbs up. "Su Ming, you are incredible. Haha, you truly are something else." The flattery you delivered was simply sublime. Zhao Tiantian raised his gaze towards Su Ming, and Titan and Su Zai mirrored his expression. They were all taken aback by Su Ming's boldness in confronting senior Sister C, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was quite receptive to his words. "Haha, didn't you say you were going to back me up? Is your head buried in your pants for that purpose?" Su Ming's frustration grew as he reflected on the situation. He had confidently promised to support him, yet now he was hiding in silence, not daring to utter a word. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, Zhao Tiantian awkwardly scratched his head, while Titan and Su Zai exchanged glances, clearly enjoying the spectacle. They had no intention of intervening. If Su Ming chose to pursue the matter, it would be Zhao Tiantian who bore the brunt of it, not them. "Hee, Su Ming, given your recent audacious behavior, there's really no need for me to back you up, right?" As Zhao Tiantian spoke, he playfully nudged Su Ming with his shoulder. This shameless act left Su Ming momentarily speechless, and even Titan and Su Zai couldn't help but click their tongues in disbelief. Just as Su Ming was about to have a serious conversation with Zhao Tiantian, his phone suddenly chimed with a text message. Upon reading it, his expression turned peculiar. "Su Ming, what's wrong? It's not that senior Sister C is coming to settle scores with you, is it?" Titan's comment was surprisingly accurate, as the message indeed came from C Qingxue, instructing Su Ming to wait at the school gate. Whether it was to confront him or not remained uncertain. Quickly tucking his phone back into his pocket, he remarked, "I have something to attend to. I'll be back later tonight," and exited the classroom without further explanation. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Zhao Tiantian was momentarily bewildered, murmuring, "What is going on? Is he really letting me off the hook?" His tone of incredulity drew exasperated looks from Titan and Su Zai. Titan, in particular, suddenly patted Zhao Tiantian's shoulder, grinning foolishly. "If I were Su Ming, I certainly wouldn't let you off so easily." TSK, infuriating. Indeed, I feel the same. Titan and Su Zai chimed in, leisurely making their way out of the classroom. Zhao Tiantian, witnessing their nonchalance, felt a surge of indignation. It was clear that the decision had been made collectively by the three of them, and he had merely boasted a little. How could all the responsibility be shifted onto him? Titan, Zai, wait for me. Leaving the teaching building, he strolled towards the school gate, expecting Si Qingxue to be waiting there. Upon arriving, Su Ming turned to survey the surroundings, but to his surprise, there was no sign of her. Strange. Isn't she here yet? Just as he pondered this, his phone chimed once more. Upon glancing at his phone, he found yet another message from Si Qingxue. The content strikingly simple, consisting of merely 3 words, West Gate. Currently, he was situated at the East Gate of the university, while the gate she referred to was the West Gate. To traverse from his location to the West Gate, he would have to cross the entirety of Qingyang University. Surely, she was not jesting. Such a distance. His expression contorted with bewilderment and displeasure. Even with a brisk jog, reaching the West Gate would take no less than 10 minutes. The fact that Si Qingxue had not forewarned him was clearly intentional. Dingling. Just as Su Ming was striding purposefully towards the West Gate, Si Qingxue's call came through. Hello? Where are you? Her melodious voice was laced with a hint of joy, as though she had encountered something delightful. Unless mistaken, Su Ming was the protagonist of Si Qingxue's academic journey. I'm heading to the West Gate. Oh, my parents and I are waiting for you here. We've been waiting for 10 minutes. You better hurry. Her voice was elegant, and without allowing Su Ming to respond, she abruptly ended the call. Parents? Aunt Yun. What brings them here? Stunned, he quickened his pace. His future in-laws had already been waiting for him for over 10 minutes, and he dared not delay further. With haste, he covered the distance of 10 minutes in just 8, arriving at the West Gate. In the distance, a brand new and familiar Mercedes was parked by the roadside. Su Ming approached swiftly, and there was Si Qingxue seated in the back, her poise graceful. Upon spotting Su Ming, she smiled sweetly and waved. You've arrived. Please, get in the car. Opening the door, Su Ming stole a glance at Si Qingxue before taking his seat leisurely. It was only then that he noticed the driver was none other than Si Tianli, with Yun Yonglan occupying the passenger seat. Uncle, Aunt Yun. Both of them widened their eyes, and before Su Ming could finish his greeting, Yun Yonglan interrupted. Little Su, your uncle and I have something to take you both out for. We'll have dinner outside. It won't hinder your return to school for rest. Oh, all right. Responding briefly, Su Ming cast a glance at Si Qingxue and, once the vehicle started moving, whispered in a tone barely audible to anyone else. Where are we going? At this, Si Qingxue shifted her elegantly crossed legs closer to him, shaking her head earnestly. She had only just received a call from her mother, Yun Yonglan, instructing her to bring Su Ming to the West Gate of the school. As for the specifics of their destination, little had been divulged over the phone, and she had refrained from inquiring further once in the car. You don't know either? Si Qingxue was equally in the dark, leaving Su Ming utterly perplexed. Less than 3 minutes after departing the West Gate, Si Tianli suddenly turned the car around, entering a rather upscale residential community. Shengshi, Guayufu. Mom and Dad. What are we doing here? Sitting up straight, Si Qingxue rested one hand on the back of the driver's seat and could not help but inquire of her parents. The Shengshi Guiwei residence nearby is undoubtedly considered a luxurious community. This was her first time visiting, and she was unaware of her parents' intentions. Qingxue, your father believes that our home is too far from your school, making daily meals inconvenient. Therefore, we bought a property nearby. For the time being, your father and I will reside here to enjoy the pleasures of a spacious apartment while also caring for you. The reason we brought you and Sue over is simply to familiarize you with the premises. Chapter 79. Sweet words. You bought a property here just to get acquainted with the neighborhood? Mom and Dad. Si Qingxue's little cherry lips parted in astonishment as she gently grasped Su Ming's arm. She truly did not expect her parents to so readily purchase a flat here specifically to look after her. My dear daughter, don't be so excited. Your father and I have discussed this matter and found no issues. The location is quite proximate to the city center, making it convenient for outings. Once your little one arrives, your parents will move back, leaving this apartment for you and Sue. As Yun Yonglan spoke, Si Qingxue and Su Ming were momentarily at a loss for words. The deal was sealed. The house was purchased. What more could they say? The vehicle soon parked in the underground garage. Su Ming and Si Qingxue followed Si Tianli and Yun Yonglan as they exited the car. Honey, which building are we going to? Yun Yonglan inquired softly while looking at the signpost. Upon hearing this, Si Tianli abruptly halted. You don't remember? Me? What should I remember? Haven't you been the one coordinating with the agent all along? Their banter elicited exasperated expressions from Si Qingxue and Su Ming, who stood behind them. Mom and Dad, you haven't forgotten where your own property is, have you? If this gets out, people will surely laugh. Of course I remember. Let me call and ask your father. Si Tianli pulled out his phone and dialed the agent. Upon inquiring about the building and unit number, the agent was equally baffled. After years in real estate, encountering a client who forgot which floor their purchased property was on was unprecedented. The paperwork clearly states Building 3, Unit 3, 8th floor. Haha. Let's go this way. After confirming the precise location of the property with the agent, Si Tianli led Su Ming and Si Qingxue toward Building 3, Unit 3. The community was upscale, featuring a one-elevator per unit system. Ascending to the 8th floor, upon stepping inside, Su Ming and Si Qingxue surveyed their surroundings. Uncle, how spacious is this place? It must be at least over 200 square meters, right? The apartment was exquisitely decorated. Although the living room could not rival that of a villa, it was certainly ample. Judging from the living area, this residence must exceed 200 square meters in size. 280 square meters. It comprises 5 rooms. And the living experience should be quite pleasant. The renovation was completed over 5 years ago, and I have had professionals assess it. So there is no need to worry about formaldehyde issues. Qingxue, your mother and I plan to spend the night here. Would you like to join us? Si Tianli stood in place, his gaze naturally falling upon his daughter. His eagerness to purchase this house stemmed from his desire for his daughter and the 2 little grandsons she carried within her. Father, I do not wish to sleep here tonight. I am quite comfortable at school. Furthermore, I have difficulty adjusting to new beds, and I surely would not rest well here. She shook her head firmly, feeling that the school was far more comfortable, despite the tiring stairs. However, with Bailing as a roommate, she could chat at night and avoid boredom. Husband, let it be. If Qingxue prefers to stay at school, then let her stay there. Yun Yonglan stood beside Si Tianli, and after speaking, she stepped forward to face Si Qingxue. It is acceptable not to stay here, but we must agree that you and Xiaosu must come home for dinner every day. Breakfast can be managed at school, but lunch and dinner must be enjoyed at home. Is that agreeable? Yun Yonglan first looked at Si Qingxue, and then subtly shifted her gaze to Su Ming. Under the watchful eye of his mother-in-law, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Aunt Yun, I have no objections. Just seek Qingxue's consent. His words conveyed an earnest desire to appease. Very well. As long as you do not find it bothersome, we will return home for dinner every day. Si Qingxue brushed her hair back, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. After all, the distance was minimal. Returning home for lunch and dinner was entirely feasible. If her mother did not mind cooking, what could they possibly say? Ha. All right. This matter is settled for now. Come, let us dine out tonight. Si Tianli waved his hand grandly, leading the 3 of them away. They found a nearby restaurant, and during the meal, he meticulously instructed the waiter not to include any ingredients with cooling properties, such as hawthorn or anything that invigorates the blood. After the waiter noted the requests for the kitchen, they enjoyed a splendid dinner. Once satiated, Si Tianli personally escorted Su Ming and Si Qingxue back to the school entrance. He waited until they turned to enter the school gate before the car slowly departed. Did you do that on purpose during the meeting today? In front of the whole class? As they walked side by side, Si Qingxue suddenly inquired about the events of the meeting. Faced with her question, Su Ming did not respond immediately, but maintained a gentle smile. Why are you silent? She pressed. What should I say? Are you asking if it was intentional? I am not certain if it was deliberate. I only know that I spoke the truth. His expression was earnest, and as their gazes locked, Si Qingxue's beautiful eyes shyly averted. Do not assume that your sweet words will lead to my forgiveness. After softly uttering this, she abruptly shifted the subject. Mom and Dad are already aware of the pregnancy. What do you intend to do about Grandma and Aunt? As she strolled forward, Si Qingxue spoke leisurely, inadvertently casting a glance at Su Ming. She had been contemplating this matter during dinner, with her parents now informed. A weight had been lifted from her heart. The next crucial step was how to convey the news to Grandma and Aunt. As for Aunt, it would be easier. This Friday marks Grandpa's Memorial Day, and I plan to return home and inform her about the pregnancy. Regarding Grandma, I believe Aunt could help devise a strategy. Su Ming shared his thoughts, and after some reflection, Si Qingxue felt it was a reasonable plan. I will accompany you back this Friday. You wish to return with me? Indeed, Grandma has been messaging me lately, wanting me to find time to visit. She misses me. Upon mentioning Grandma, A twinge of concern arose in Si Qingshua's heart. Miss you? Has it only been a short while since I left? What of it? Grandma genuinely misses me, and I long for her as well. Her voice was soft, like the tinkling of bells, as she observed Su Ming's expression. Are you not planning to take me with you? It's fine if you don't want to take me. I shall simply call Grandma. What would you say in your call? Su Ming paused, taken aback. Of course, I would inform her that you are not taking me back. Though it appeared a light-hearted remark, the implications were substantial enough to cause him distress. If the elderly lady were to discover that he was not bringing his precious granddaughter-in-law home, he would surely face her wrath. Sister, such words cannot be carelessly spoken. Who said I wouldn't take you back? I have never claimed that. He immediately denied it, for it was a matter of utmost importance. You just implied that. That was not my intention. I have never expressed reluctance to take you home. Then, by your words, you are indeed willing to take me back? Her beautiful eyes sparkled as her long eyelashes fluttered, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Would I dare not take you? If I were to go alone, would Aunt even allow me entry? With Grandma's nature, she would surely insist on having me. With a look of grievance and indignation aimed at Si Qingxue, he felt wronged, yet she was exceedingly joyful. As they walked forward, they soon arrived at the dormitory. After seeing Si Qingxue safely back to her room, Su Ming turned to leave. In the following days, the online voting at Qingyang University surged with enthusiasm. However, the identity of the frontrunner had already been determined 2 days prior. It was Si Qingxue. In just 2 days, her votes eclipsed those of the second contender by a staggering margin. Was there still any doubt? Before long, Thursday arrived, and at 5 in the afternoon, the online voting officially concluded. After tallying the results, the latest vote count was swiftly announced. In just a few short days, Si Qingxue amassed over 100,000 votes on her own, a figure that dwarfed the combined votes of all the other students, which barely amounted to a third of her total. It was a resounding triumph. While her performance at the welcome party undoubtedly contributed to this outcome, the crux of her success lay in her inherent qualities. First place. I had no doubt that the results would be so predictable. After class, a few students leisurely settled into chairs in front of the school dormitory. Zhao Tiantian, with a lollipop nestled in her mouth, leaned slightly to one side. Given the school's modest population, Si Senior's ability to garner such a vast number of votes suggests that a staggering 80% of the student body cast their votes in her favor. How utterly astonishing! Su Zai exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. The trio engaged in animated discussion, exchanging thoughts and opinions, while Su Ming busily organized his belongings. With Friday approaching, he needed to prepare to accompany Si Qingxue back to the capital. Su Ming, are you heading home this Friday? After a few exchanges, Titan suddenly turned, resting half his body on the chair as he looked towards Su Ming. His large frame sprawled across the backrest, creating a rather precarious impression. Yes, I need to return home for some matters. Su Ming replied. Are you all going home this weekend? Hee, Zai, I bet you won't be going back, right? Su Zai placed her clothes on the bed, aware that her home was quite far from Qingyang City, making it unlikely for her to reach home even by the end of the weekend. I certainly won't be going back. Titan and Tian, will you two be returning? If not, perhaps we could venture out for a few days? Su Zai suggested. The moment the idea was floated, Titan and Zhao Tiantian's eyes lit up. Sounds great. Where shall we go? How about the capital? It's not too far from Qingyang City, and a train ride would take just a few hours. Titan's suggestion to head to the capital was met with immediate agreement from Zhao Tiantian and Su Zai. The capital, with its vibrant atmosphere, surely held many enjoyable attractions. Su Ming, since you're returning to the capital, would you care to join us? Oh, I didn't anticipate that these three would suddenly wish to visit the capital. But I must accompany Si Qingxue back. He thought to himself, worried that if they discovered his connection with Si Qingxue, it would spell trouble. I'll hitch a ride back. So I can't join you. That's all right. We'll take the train. You attend to your family matters first, and if you have time, give us a call. Su Zai said cheerfully as the trio began to discuss the specific itinerary for their trip to the capital. The following morning, after 2 classes, around noon, Su Ming prepared to take Si Qingxue back to the capital. Upon arriving at the school gate, he was surprised to find Yun Yanglan there as well. Yun Auntie. You Su. I heard from Qingxue that you're heading to the capital. Come over to my house for lunch first, and after dinner, I'll have someone drive you both to your destination. In passing, I brought some gifts to take back for your grandmother and aunt. This morning, I learned that the 2 children are returning to the capital, so I hurriedly bought some presents and asked the housekeeper to prepare lunch. After all, It is only fitting that we enjoy a meal before departing. Auntie, you provided quite a few gifts last time. Perhaps we should forego it this time? Dear child, how could we possibly do that? Gifts are an expression of sentiment. Your grandmother is not merely your elder. She is also an elder to your aunt. It is entirely appropriate for the younger generation to present gifts to their elders. Yun Yonglan's words left him momentarily speechless, while Si Qingxue stifled a laugh beside him. All right, no more standing around. Let us return home together. We should have lunch early so that you can head back sooner. Taking Si Qingxue's hand, Yun Yonglan turned. And seeing this, Su Ming had no choice but to quicken his pace to catch up. They strolled along the roadside and soon entered the community. Upon returning home, the two housekeepers had already prepared lunch. At the moment he picked up his chopsticks, Yun Yonglan suddenly recalled something and looked up at his daughter beside him. Qingxue, are you about to go for your first checkup? How does Monday sound? Let me schedule a doctor for you in advance. Mom, we have always had our checkups at the First People's Hospital of Qingyang. You need not arrange a doctor specifically. We can simply register as usual. Given the current healthcare conditions, even larger hospitals offer guarantees. Moreover, the First People's Hospital of Qingyang is the best in the entire city, as you surely know. Very well. You can register, but I must mention one thing in advance. When you go for your checkup, I need to accompany you. I am somewhat uneasy about the two of you going alone for the first time. As first-time parents, you have no experience whatsoever. While I may not know everything, my past experiences certainly surpass yours. Si Qingxue did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Su Ming. That's fine, Auntie, you can join us. With you there, Qingxue will feel more at ease. Ha, little Su is such a thoughtful child. Come now, let us eat. Chapter 81. A bit plump, the two children agreed to let her accompany them to the hospital, which delighted Yun Yonglan. She urged them to eat quickly. After lunch concluded, they rested for a brief moment. Outside, the car was ready, with Si Tianli's personal driver on hand to take them to the capital. Mom, what about Dad's driver? What will he do? Silly girl, your father can drive. He will return on his own. Focus on going to the capital with little Su. Once you arrive, please send my regards to your grandmother. Now, hop in the car. As he spoke, he did not forget to assist Si Qingxue in opening the car door. Once she settled in, Yun Yonglan turned her gaze back to Su Ming. Xiao Su, take good care of Qingxue. When you return, be sure to inform Auntie in advance. I will prepare a meal for you. Please ensure your safety on the road. Her repeated admonitions stemmed from a deep concern for her daughter's well-being. Su Ming fully understood his future mother-in-law's apprehension and readily agreed before also entering the vehicle. The car slowly began to pull away, and Yun Yonglan stood rooted to the spot, watching until the vehicle was completely out of sight before heading home. Upon learning that her future granddaughter-in-law and grandson were returning, the grandmother was filled with excitement. She had tidied the house meticulously, even taking the initiative to prepare dinner in the kitchen. In recent years, she had seldom stepped foot in the kitchen. Such enthusiasm for cooking was a rare occurrence for her in recent times. Mother, it has been ages since I last savored your cooking. Tonight, I suppose I am fortunate to enjoy it thanks to Qingxue, Song Jingwa said while assisting with the vegetables. Her joy evident. Her affection for Si Qingxue rivaled that of her own mother. Such an intelligent, considerate, and beautiful girl was truly beloved by all. You used to eat all the time, you little rascal. You always picked and chose, unlike Qingxue, who is much easier to please. The elder woman cast a knowing glance at her daughter before lifting the lid of the clay pot to inspect. The pork trotters had been simmering for over an hour, and it seemed they would require at least another hour to become tender and fall off the bone. It seems Su Mei is returning to the country soon. She called me last night specifically to inquire about Qingxue. Did you tell her? The grandmother's casual remark prompted Song Jingwa to shake her head vehemently. No. She spoke to me a couple of days ago, but did not inquire about Su Ming. I didn't mention anything either. You didn't tell her. And I didn't say anything either, Song Jingwa mumbled, a familiar figure suddenly surfacing in her mind. Just then, Lin Qingju walked in, carrying 2 plates. Mom, I brought the plates you needed. Where should I put them? He had not even received a response about where to place the plates when he felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up, he realized his mother-in-law and wife were both staring intently at him. Feeling uneasy, Lin Qingju took a step back. Honey, may I ask you something? Su Mei is coming back. Are you aware of this? Su Mei? Is she returning? He quickly shook his head. Not thinking twice, he genuinely had no knowledge of his sister-in-law's return. She returned, having learned about Su Ming's new relationship. Neither my mother nor I had mentioned it. And Su Ming and Qing Shui were unlikely to bring it up with Su Mei. Was it you who said something? No, I certainly did not. Are you absolutely sure? A brow arched, her tone tinged with skepticism. In that case, I shall call Su Mei to clarify who informed her. As she spoke, Song Jinghua took out her phone to call Song Su Mei. Observing this, Lin Qingju quickly stepped forward to restrain her arm, simultaneously offering a sheepish smile. Darling, Su Mei is still abroad. It's nighttime there. If you call now, you would disturb her rest. Perhaps it's best not to. The matter of Su Ming's new relationship was inadvertently revealed by him, and should his wife, Song Jinghua, make that call, the entire truth would certainly come to light. Not calling is an option, but you must tell me the truth. Did you let it slip? No. I swear, I truly did not inform Su Mei. You didn't tell Su Mei? Then to whom did you disclose this? I merely mentioned it to my brother-in-law. His voice dwindling as Lin Qingju inched closer to his mother-in-law. Sensing the situation turning awry, he sought refuge behind her. Qingju, it truly was you who spoke of it. Your mouth is simply reckless. Although she feigned reproach, she instinctively shielded Lin Qingju. She understood her son-in-law's temperament well. When facing her daughter, he was bound to receive scolding, just as it had been when he first began dating. After decades of storms and trials, she had grown accustomed to her role as a mother-in-law. If Su Mei knows, so be it. It was bound to happen eventually. Since she hasn't returned this year, it's a fine opportunity for a family gathering. With just a few words, the matter was settled. Song Jinghua said little more, and Lin Qingju's anxious heart finally found solace. Setting off at noon, they arrived at the villa district by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Upon stopping at home, Qing Shui and Su Ming alighted from the vehicle. Hearing the commotion, Grandma hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. So much so that Song Jinghua could not keep pace with the elderly woman's quick steps. Mom, what are you doing? Slow down. Don't trip. The grandmother, in her 70s or 80s, moved with the speed of a sprinter. Flustered, she rushed out, spotting Su Ming and Qing Shui carrying items from the car. Girl, why are you bringing so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to bring anything? Anxiously, she approached Qing Shui, taking 2 gifts from her hands, while Uncle Quan quickly took them from her. Grandma, these are from my mom. She asked me to send her regards. With a sweet smile, Qing Shui affectionately linked her arm with her grandmother's. The tender gesture elicited a broad smile from the elderly woman. Oh dear, the last time your uncle returned, he brought us quite a number of gifts. And this time he has brought even more. Your aunt lacks for nothing, and your grandmother has even more to offer. There is simply no way to consume it all. Come, you must be weary from your journey. Let us return to the house where your grandmother will offer you a seat. Su Ming, you should join us as well. Unlike the last occasion, this time the elder took notice of her eldest grandson, which filled Su Ming with a sense of warmth and gratitude. After safely delivering the 2 to the capital, the driver turned the vehicle around to head back to Qingyang City. He would return to collect them when they were ready to depart on Sunday. Grandmother, how have you been feeling lately? I heard over the phone that you seemed a bit unwell. During their last 2 phone conversations, it was evident that her voice lacked the vitality it once had. It's nothing serious, just a bit of heatiness. My throat feels uncomfortable, perhaps due to not resting well at night. I'm feeling much better now. Upon reaching the sofa, grandmother pulled Qing Shui to sit beside her. My dear, you seem to have gained a bit of weight during these few days away. You appear more spirited than before, and your complexion is more radiant. As she spoke, grandmother gently touched the back of Qing Shui's hand. The sensation was just as she remembered, yet for some reason, she felt that the girl had indeed put on a little weight. Grandmother's remarks left Qing Shui at a loss for words. As the months progressed, her belly would naturally become more pronounced. At just 3 months along, it would be obvious to anyone by the time she reached 5 or 6 months that she was expecting. Grandmother, you should praise me for Qing Shui's weight gain. It's said that one's appetite flourishes when in the company of someone they adore. A hearty appetite leads to increased consumption, and thus, weight gain. Su Ming picked up an orange, peeled it, and promptly offered it to Qing Shui. She took the orange from him, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. Although she was aware that Su Ming was attempting to defend her, hearing those words still made her feel warm. The way her grandson openly displayed affection brought joy to grandmother. And look, Su Ming, it seems you have gained a bit of weight as well. The power of love is indeed extraordinary, she mused, nodding her head in agreement, while Qing Shui, blushing, lowered her gaze in silence. Not one to excel at deceit. Especially in the presence of grandmother, Su Ming knew that the elder, having lived for so many years, possessed a keen insight. Any slip could reveal the truth. What are you and your grandmother discussing that brings such joy to her? Aunt Song Jinghua approached with a platter of fruit, placing it in front of Si Qingxue. Qingxue, come and enjoy some fruit. Thank you, Aunt. Not at all, Aunt Song replied with a chuckle as she settled beside Su Ming. The reason for grandmother's happiness is not merely in the conversation, but primarily because of Qingxue. Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur with this sentiment. Aunt's gaze was resolute, and Su Ming spoke with great conviction. It was precisely due to the arrival of the granddaughter-in-law that the elder was filled with such joy. Generally, while she might smile, she would not exhibit such exuberance. After engaging in conversation on the sofa for over 10 minutes, the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon. Su Ming's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he cast a glance at Aunt Song Jinghua, then turned his gaze toward his grandmother. Today marks the anniversary of grandfather's passing. I wish to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, a silence enveloped the room, prompting Aunt Song Jinghua to interject. Let us do so tomorrow morning. Your grandmother intends to visit the old residence and offer incense for your grandfather. Earlier in the day, we had already visited the cemetery for a memorial. Grandfather's spirit tablet remains enshrined at home, and tomorrow morning, the elder plans to return to the ancestral home, making it a fitting occasion to offer incense. We shall go to the old residence in the morning, and since there is still time this afternoon, I shall make a trip to the cemetery. With dinner still some time away, I will return promptly. It is only right for a grandson to honor his grandfather's memory on such a day. Nevertheless, I wish to accompany you. As Su Ming stood to leave, Si Qingxue suddenly rose as well. Qingxue, you should stay at home. Let Uncle Quan take Su Ming. He will be back shortly, grandmother urged, gently pulling Si Qingxue's wrist to encourage her to sit down. Grandmother, I wish to go along, she insisted, her determination surpassing even Su Ming's. Grandmother's heart warmed slightly at this, and she too stood up. Su Ming, know that your grandfather, in the afterlife, would be immensely pleased to see you with such an outstanding girl as Qingxue. Very well, I shall accompany you both. With grandmother agreeing to go, Aunt Song Jinghua promptly instructed Uncle Quan to prepare the vehicle. Just then, Uncle Lin Qingzhu emerged, observing the gathering with confusion. He quickly approached his wife, Aunt Song Jinghua. What is happening? Where are you all headed? Grandmother and Si Qingxue held hands, with Su Ming following closely behind. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingzhu assumed something significant had transpired. Mother intends to take Su Ming and Qingxue to pay respects to father. Oh, did we not go this morning? He inquired. We did. But Su Ming has yet to go, Aunt Song Jinghua explained, and Lin Qingzhu nodded instinctively. That is true. Su Ming should indeed honor his grandfather. In that case, I shall join you, he declared, following the group out of the villa's living room. Outside, Uncle Quan had already prepared the vehicle, and Aunt, grandmother, and Si Qingxue entered the car in succession. Su Ming and Uncle Lin Qingzhu followed suit. As the vehicle began to move, grandmother remained silent. The departure of her grandfather has left her in a perpetual state of melancholy, even after all these years. Each mention of him evokes an irresistible wave of nostalgia. The cemetery is not located in the suburbs, but rather in the city, approximately a 20-minute drive to the destination. Initially mistaken for a mere burial ground, it reveals itself to be a grand mausoleum. Upon seeing the large characters at the entrance, a profound tranquility envelopes her. This vast expanse of the mausoleum stands tall amidst the vibrant life surrounding it. In fact, the property prices closer to the mausoleum are even more exorbitant than those situated farther away. Qingxue, your grandfather was a researcher. In those times, life was not easy. He was 10 years older than your grandmother and toiled throughout his life, appearing older than his 70-plus years, resembling a man in his 90s. Even in his final moments, he was preoccupied with the unfinished research that lingered in his thoughts. Your grandmother, a businesswoman, may not have understood those matters. Yet she recognized that some values transcend monetary worth. As they walk hand in hand, Grandma and Si Qingxue engage in conversation. Although it seems like a dialogue with Si Qingxue, it resembles more of an introspective discourse. Su Ming, Song Jinghua, and Lin Qingzhu follow silently behind, attentively absorbing every word spoken by the elder. Chapter 83, Pursuit. They finally arrive at the cemetery, where Grandma comes to a halt. Above the gravestone hangs a black and white photograph of an elderly man, his face gentle and amiable, Su Ming's grandfather. An array of flowers adorns the grave. Su Ming approaches and kneels, gently bowing 3 times. Seeing this, Si Qingxue mimics the gesture, but Grandma gently pulls her back, advising, "Silly girl, a simple bow will suffice." Si Qingxue respectfully bows 3 times toward her grandfather's gravestone. After paying their respects, the group returns to the villa. On the way back, Grandma's spirits are noticeably brighter than when they arrived. She holds Si Qingxue's hand and continuously mentions their plans to visit the old house tomorrow. The journey takes about half an hour due to the evening rush hour before they finally reach home. After a brief rest, several aunts bring the dishes to the dining table, and under Grandma's guidance, Su Ming and Si Qingxue take their seats. Su Ming, upon returning from the old house tomorrow afternoon, take Qingxue to visit your aunt. It has been quite a while. Have you forgotten where she lives? Song Jinghua remarks as she picks up her chopsticks, ready to serve herself. Aunt, that statement is a bit exaggerated. It's only been a short while. I could hardly forget her location. Su Ming responds, Grandma, how about we go to Aunt's for dinner tomorrow night? I can take Qingxue along to visit. It would be a perfect opportunity to discuss my pregnancy. I wonder how Aunt will react upon hearing the news. Very well. You two young folks decide. And Grandma will follow your lead. The elder expresses no objections. It has been some time since she visited her daughter's home, and taking this opportunity to see her is quite agreeable. The atmosphere during dinner was remarkably harmonious. After the meal, Grandma led Si Qingxue to the sofa for a chat. Following the slicing of a platter of fruit, Auntie joined them. In the dining room, Su Ming was detained by his uncle Lin Qingju, who discreetly glanced at the few individuals seated on the sofa, his expression slightly taut. Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss? Coughing lightly into his hand, Lin Qingju's exaggerated display left Su Ming momentarily speechless. Initially, none of the ladies, Auntie and Grandma, had noticed them, but at his uncle's cough, all 3 turned their gazes toward the dining area. What are you two doing in the dining room? Come sit here for a while. Su Ming, keep your grandmother company. Song Jinghua beckoned to Su Ming before turning away. Casting a glance at the living room sofa, Su Ming hesitated, quickly whispering to Lin Qingju, Uncle, do you have something to say to me? Indeed, Lin Qingju nodded without hesitation. Then please, do share. In a matter of moments, the issue was clear. Under the scrutiny of his nephew, Lin Qingju inhaled deeply, unable to restrain himself. When do you intend to inform your aunt about Qingxue's pregnancy? Don't blame your uncle for not reminding you. This matter cannot remain hidden forever. Your proactive admission and her discovering it herself will yield entirely different outcomes. His voice was barely above a whisper, and he frequently glanced afar, anxious that the conversation might inadvertently reach his wife's ears. If Song Jinghua learned of his concealment regarding such a significant matter, he might find himself in dire straits at home. I understand. Uncle, to be candid, I plan to come clean with Annie tomorrow at your home. Su Ming's earnest declaration sparked a glimmer of surprise in Lin Qingju's eyes. Really? Of course. I wouldn't jest about something so serious. Once I inform Auntie, you will no longer need to keep this secret. You can rest easy, right? With a cheerful demeanor, Su Ming lightly patted Lin Qingju's shoulder and confidently made his way to the living room sofa. Grandma, Auntie, and Qingxue, what are you all discussing that seems so delightful? He inquired from a distance, while Lin Qingju stood momentarily in shock, his expression an odd mixture of disbelief and amusement. You little rascal, how audacious! How dare you pat your uncle's shoulder? He muttered to himself before hastily following Su Ming to the sofa. Su Ming, can you guess what your grandmother, aunt, and I have been discussing? Si Qingxue, sitting quietly, lifted her head slowly, her delicate features blooming with a smile as sweet as spring flowers. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she had discovered something amusing. Grandma's lips curled into a gentle, benevolent smile, yet she remained silent. Auntie mirrored her demeanor, simply smiling at the scene before her, equally reticent. The performance of Si Qingxue caused a sudden jolt in Su Ming's heart, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Grandma, you and my aunt aren't discussing my embarrassing moments again, are you? A hint of bitterness crept onto his lips. At least show me some consideration in front of Qingxue. Su Ming, you have completely misjudged me and your grandmother. We are definitely not talking about your blunders, Qingxue replied. We were actually discussing how you pursued me. In an instant, his earlier bitterness transformed into sheer astonishment. His mouth agape. How could Si Qingxue and his grandmother have a conversation about this? Given the fantastical nature of their first meeting, was it something suitable to share with elders? Little Ming, your grandmother was previously worried that you lacked romance and courage. I never anticipated that you could be so bold. You even dared to enter the women's restroom to pursue Qingxue. His grandmother's earnest praise nearly caused Su Ming to bite his own tongue in disbelief. What on earth? Enter the women's restroom? Su Ming's eyes widened, unblinking, darting from his grandmother back to see Qingxue. Her breathtakingly beautiful face remained adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Undeterred by Su Ming's gaze. What? Su Ming, you didn't actually enter the women's restroom? His aunt, reveling in the drama, observed with delight. Upon hearing this, Su Ming closed his eyes, silently nodding. What else could he say? The initiative was firmly in their hands, and revealing the truth to his grandmother would surely result in his scolding. Oh, foolish child, if you did it for the girl you love, it's understandable. Just be cautious in the future. If someone mistakes you for a pervert and has you arrested, your grandmother would feel too embarrassed to come to your aid. Huh? Su Ming's grandmother chuckled, causing Si Qingxue to laugh so hard she nearly choked. Don't worry, Grandma. I assure you, there was no one in the women's restroom when I went in. Si Qingxue was clearly being mischievous, and yet he felt compelled to play along with her fabrication. A truly frustrating predicament. Qingxue, didn't you just mention that this brat even wrote you love letters? The grandmother, unconvinced, scoffed at the thought that such a poor writer could compose love letters. It was evident she was eager to hear the contents of these so-called letters. And Si Qingxue was fully aware. Love letters? What love letters? Su Ming's throat felt dry, and he was momentarily dazed. He hadn't yet recovered from the ordeal of entering the women's restroom, and now he was being confronted with the subject of love letters. Of course, the sappy love letters you wrote to me. What's wrong? Have you forgotten so quickly? Indeed, once you have me, your affections seem to wane. Even the letters you wrote are forgotten. One hand cradled her cheek, her expression laced with a hint of grievance, and she playfully winked at Su Ming as she spoke. Chapter 84. A good sister unable to bear her granddaughter-in-law suffering even the slightest grievance. The grandmother raised her hand and delivered a playful slap to Su Ming's arm. With a gaze filled with indignation, Su Ming knew that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation soon, his grandmother would undoubtedly become angry. Wait, Grandma. Please do not be upset just yet. I haven't forgotten. Truly I haven't, he stammered with an awkward smile. As his grandmother raised her hand, seemingly ready to admonish him, Su Ming quickly reassured her that he had not forgotten. However, he underestimated the playful spirit of Si Qingxue. With a charming countenance and a voice tinged with feigned grievance, she said, If you haven't forgotten, then why don't you recite it for me? Recite? His mind was a blank canvas. How could he possibly recite a love letter on the spot? Under the watchful gaze of several pairs of eyes, he found himself unable to utter a single line. Su Ming, Si Qingxue has asked you to recite a love letter. You wouldn't be too shy, would you? Your aunt and grandmother have been through this themselves. They will not mock you. So go ahead and recite. His usually serious aunt, Song Jinghua, had transformed into an audience member, smiling at Su Ming. Even his uncle, Lin Qingzhu, perked up his ears, eager to hear how his nephew would express his affections. All right, I will recite. He clenched his jaw tightly, recalling the lyrics of popular love songs that had recently captivated the airwaves, pausing with each line. His grandmother and the others listened intently, perhaps unfamiliar with these contemporary melodies. Yet Si Qingxue recognized the truth. What he had just recited was, in fact, the lyrics of a song. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose him. Having played enough, continuing this charade might genuinely lead Su Ming to a breaking point. Finally finishing his recitation of the love letter, he barely had a moment to catch his breath when his uncle suddenly applauded. The unexpected sound startled him. Who would have thought my nephew possessed such literary flair? Quite well written and rhymed, he exclaimed, mistakenly believing Su Ming had crafted his own love letter rather than reciting lyrics. Faced with his uncle's praise, Su Ming could only manage an awkward smile, while Si Qingxue, seated at a distance, struggled to contain her laughter. Were it not for the presence of his grandmother and aunt, she likely would have burst into laughter. Qingxue, aside from writing love letters, what else has this rascal done? Do tell Grandma about it. The curiosity within his grandmother swelled immensely, as if a Pandora's box had been opened. Si Qingxue spoke freely, leading Su Ming to listen in stunned silence, ultimately lowering his head in a state of wishing to be unseen and unheard. Their conversation flowed from just past 7 o'clock until 10. It was only when his aunt suggested it was time to rest that his grandmother ceased her chatter with Si Qingxue. Qingxue, do return to rest early. We shall have breakfast at 9 tomorrow morning. After breakfast, accompany Grandma to the old residence. Rising and taking Si Qingshue's hand, his grandmother smiled gently. Pleased that her granddaughter-in-law had come home, her entire afternoon had been filled with joy. Yes, Grandma, you should also rest early. Understood. Su Ming, Si Qingxue back, she instructed. I escorted your grandmother back to her room. My aunt circled around the sofa and approached her, gently supporting the elderly lady as they returned to her quarters. Su Ming and Si Qingxue followed suit toward their respective chambers. As they passed by the door of Si Qingshue's room, Su Ming momentarily paused. Si Qingshuo clearly took notice, her slender fingers resting upon the doorknob, her delicate waist swaying slightly, her radiant face imbued with a tender gaze. With a playful pout, she looked at Su Ming, questioning his halt. Why are you stopping here? Do you wish to share a room with me? The memory of Su Ming's earlier embarrassment flickered in her mind, causing a sweet smile to bloom upon her cheeks. She felt utterly elated. Recalling how he had previously teased her, now, she finally felt vindicated. My little ancestor, may I propose a matter to you? Could you refrain from tormenting me in the future? Little ancestor? Hee, that sounds amusing, but it doesn't quite suit me. How about calling me dear sister instead? With that, she withdrew her fingers from the doorknob, crossed her arms over her chest, and leaned against the door, chuckling mischievously. Dear sister, dear sister, dear sister. She repeated the phrase thrice, emphasizing its importance with an earnestness that was palpable. In a gesture of supplication, he clasped his hands together before her, his demeanor exuding sincerity. Seeing Su Ming address her so formally, Si Qingxue finally nodded in satisfaction, extending her delicate hand to lightly brush across his face. I shall not torment you further. Your sister needs to rest now. You should return to your own room as well. Good night. Having said this with a satisfied smile, she opened the door and stepped inside. Watching her enter, Su Ming closed his eyes and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Clearly, the young lady had been intentional in her teasing tonight. It was likely that she still harbored a grudge from their earlier encounter. After turning back to his own room, he took a warm shower and lay down, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Before long, morning arrived. Grandmother had mentioned that breakfast would be served at 9. Yet Si Qingxue had already risen and prepared everything by 7. Stepping out of her room, she found only her uncle, Lin Qingzhao, in the living room, with no sign of her grandmother or aunt. Good morning, uncle. Surprised, Lin Qingzhao slowly rose with a teacup in hand. Qingxue, you're up. Yes, uncle. Where have grandmother and aunt gone? It was already 7 in the morning, and she found it hard to believe that they were still in bed. Their absence from the living room suggested they might have stepped out. Your aunt has taken your grandmother out for a stroll. They will return shortly. It seems Su Ming hasn't awakened yet. Perhaps you could rouse him? If you prepare, we might even have breakfast earlier. Normally, breakfast at home was served at 8. Intended to allow Si Qingxue some extra rest, which was why they had adjusted it to 9. If both of them were to rise, it would indeed be feasible to serve breakfast at 8. Wake Su Ming? Certainly, I shall do so right away. Lin Qingzhu suggested that she wake Su Ming. And without a moment's hesitation, Si Qingxue agreed. Just as she approached the door, prepared to push it open, it fortuitously swung ajar, revealing Su Ming, who had just emerged from his room. Qingxue, what brings you here? Si Qingxue stood still in the doorway, while the freshly groomed Su Ming remained oblivious to the situation. My uncle asked me to wake you. Breakfast is ready. Oh, I'm already up. Let us go together. With a simple acknowledgement, Su Ming turned, raising his hand to pat his thigh, only to inadvertently collide with Si Qingxue, who had just turned as well. Their arms brushed, and his palm landed unexpectedly on her pert backside, producing a crisp sound. The sudden sensation startled Su Ming. He had merely intended to slap his thigh, yet in a moment of misjudgment, he had struck her behind. The sharp sound, coupled with the fiery sting on her rear, left Si Qingxue momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that, so early in the day, Su Ming would dare to behave in such a manner towards her. Just the previous night, he had affectionately referred to her as good sister, and now he was being so forward. Chapter 85. A pleasant encounter. Qingxue. Oh no, I mean good sister. I truly did not mean to. He stammered, pointing at her posterior, unsure whether it was the proximity or his flustered state, but his finger inadvertently poked her again. Already somewhat agitated, the second unexpected touch to her sensitive area caused Si Qingxue's face to flush a deep crimson. Su Ming, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Her teeth clenched, Si Qingxue's eyes brimmed with indignation, her desire to bite him palpable. No, I would never dare. Although the sensation is rather nice. I truly did not intend it. How about this? You strike me back, and I will let you hit me 10 times, he suggested, turning to urge Si Qingxue to retaliate. Who would want to hit you? I'm not striking you. Then what do you propose we do? He pressed, hoping for a resolution. Once Grandma returns, I will tell her you hit me. Humph. My uncle instructed me to wake you, so hurry up and get ready for breakfast. With a huff, Si Qingxue turned away, not looking back. Su Ming stood there, raising a hand to his forehead. Oh dear, please don't. I might lose my life. If you tell Grandma that I struck you, she will surely devour me whole. The two of them made their way to the living room, where neither Grandma nor Aunt had yet returned. After savoring a few sips of tea, Lin Qingju looked up at Su Ming and Si Qingxue. Qingxue, Su Ming. You two lovebirds, take a seat. It's morning, have some warm water. He picked up the kettle and poured each of them a cup of warm water. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Soon, your grandmother and aunt will return, and we shall partake in our meal. Lin Qingzhao chuckled softly, lowering his head to savor his tea. Su Ming sat beside Si Qingxue, hesitating to speak, constrained by the presence of his uncle seated nearby. Before long, grandmother and aunt returned from outside. Si Qingxue stood to assist her grandmother in taking her seat, initially expecting her sister to immediately voice a complaint, only to be surprised that she did not mention the matter at all. It appeared that her earlier actions at the door were merely a playful scare. Child, come. Let us have breakfast, the grandmother said, leading Si Qingxue to the dining room. After Song Jinghua rose, she turned to Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan, prepare the vehicle. Have the arrangements at the old residence been made? Rest assured, it has all been taken care of, he replied. Very well, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Quan. Nodding at him, Song Jinghua followed into the dining room. The breakfast was rather simple, and after consuming a modest amount, they wasted no time and proceeded to the car with the grandmother. Due to the limited space within the vehicle, Su Ming had to ride in the front seat alongside Uncle Quan. The old residence was situated in the heart of the capital, not far away. Yet the traffic was notoriously congested. The brief journey of mere minutes stretched into a half-hour ordeal. Qingxue, we have arrived. Let us alight, the grandmother murmured, gazing out at the scenery, allowing Si Qingxue to assist her in descending from the car. Before them stood an antique-style Sihiyuan, its grand entrance imposing and the surrounding architecture steeped in history, exuding a palpable sense of age. Numerous elderly residents lingered nearby, cohabitating in remarkable harmony. Grandmother, is this the old residence? Si Qingxue inquired, her arm linked with her grandmother's, her heart brimming with curiosity. It was her first visit to a Sihiyuan in the capital, and while those depicted in dramas appeared rather modest in size, the one before her was undeniably majestic, particularly the robust wooden door that evoked an inexplicable sense of gravitas. Standing before it, one could distinctly feel the weight of history. Yes, child, this is the old residence. Your grandfather and I lived here. After his passing, I moved to our current home. Though I no longer reside here, I return annually to tidy up and reminisce. Come, let us enter. After offering a brief explanation to Si Qingxue, the elderly lady slowly made her way into the old residence with her granddaughter's support. Su Ming and the others closely followed. This place had once been his home as well, yet his visits had dwindled since he started school. Upon entering through the main gate, one was greeted by a screen wall, beyond which lay an expansive courtyard. The main house stood directly ahead, flanked by the east and west wing rooms. Mother, allow me to take you to offer incense to Father. Let the others handle the cleaning for now. What do you think? Song Jinghua approached, and upon hearing her words, the grandmother nodded in agreement. The few individuals behind Uncle Quan cautiously began to tidy up the old residence, while Su Ming and the others followed their grandmother, circumventing the main house to reach the ancestral hall. Within the hall, offerings were made to the several ancestors of the Su family, including the tablet of Su Ming's grandfather. After burning incense for the ancestors, the grandmother privately lit a stick of incense for her husband. Following a simple lunch at the old residence, in the afternoon, Song Jinghua arranged a special car to take Su Ming and Si Qingxue to her home. Though the layout was similarly a flat, it was evident that her aunt's decor was notably more minimalist. Despite the simplicity of the design, the property prices here were exorbitant. Si Qingxue sat on the sofa chatting with her grandmother, while Su Ming rose to approach his aunt. Aunt, I would like to discuss something with you. Discuss something with me? Song Jinghua responded with confusion, but followed Su Ming to a quieter corner. Mom, you and Qingxue continue your conversation. I will check on something. Lin Qingju stood up immediately after, Si Qingxue, biting her lip, had already guessed what Su Ming sought from his aunt and felt a twinge of anxiety. Following his aunt to the guest room, before he could speak, his uncle Lin Qingzhu approached. Darling, what brings you here? Su Ming wants to discuss something with me. Perhaps you could step aside for a moment? Ignoring his wife's gesture, Lin Qingzhu stood by Su Ming's side. Song Jinghua remained puzzled, while Su Ming awkwardly scratched his head. Su Ming, what do you wish to discuss with your aunt? Speak plainly. Why the hesitation? Are you facing difficulties at school? Su Ming hesitated, which only heightened Song Jinghua's impatience. A strong-willed woman like her could hardly tolerate such reluctance. If you're too shy to speak, your uncle can convey it for you. Or shall I explain? Lin Qingzhu, ever serious, leaned in to assist, sensing Su Ming's reticence. Honey, what do you know? What is going on between you two? Her gaze flitted between Su Ming and Lin Qingzhu. Just say it. What monumental issue has you so entangled? Indeed, it was a monumental issue, one that, for their family, was of utmost significance. Lin Qingzhu asserted confidently, prompting Song Jinghua to ponder for a good 10 seconds. Little Ming, could it be that Qingxue is pregnant? After much contemplation, the only matter his husband could deem worthy of such gravity was this. As soon as Song Jinghua voiced her suspicion, both Lin Qingzhu and Su Ming were taken aback, astonished that she could deduce the truth with so few clues. Dear, I must say, you are impressive. To have guessed that. Ha ha ha, Lin Qingzhu chuckled. Giving her a thumbs up, Su Ming remained silent, his silence tantamount to acquiescence. Song Jinghua looked eagerly at the two, but in the next moment, the world darkened before her eyes, and her body swayed unsteadily. Fortunately, Su Ming was quick-witted and swiftly grasped his aunt's arm, while Lin Qingzhu naturally positioned himself beside Song Jinghua. My dear, you aren't about to faint, are you? Aunt, are you all right? Considering that their grandmother might be too agitated to accept the reality, he intended to first discuss the matter with his aunt. He truly did not anticipate that she would be equally overwhelmed. I am fine. One hand supported her husband, Lin Qingzhu, while the other pressed against her chest as she took a deep breath to ease her anxious heart. Su Ming, let me confirm with you once more. Is Qing Snow truly pregnant? You wouldn't jest about such a matter, would you? I must stress that this is not a subject for frivolity. It is imperative to speak the truth. Concerned that Su Ming might be teasing her, she emphasized the gravity of the situation before awaiting his affirmative response. The Su family had only one heir, Su Ming. If Si Qing Snow was indeed expecting, she would be the sole progeny of the next generation. Although she and her sister bore their mother's surname, they were still daughters of the Su family, and it had never crossed her mind that the family lineage would cease with Su Ming. Aunt, I assure you, this matter is absolutely true. The reason I did not inform grandmother is that I worried about her fragile heart and high blood pressure. If she were to become overly excited, it could lead to complications requiring a trip to the hospital. Su Ming earnestly expressed his inner concerns, and Song Jinghua gradually regained her composure. You are indeed correct. We must deliberate carefully on this issue. How long has Qing Snow been pregnant? Have you visited the hospital for a checkup? At this moment, her foremost worry was not whether their grandmother was informed, but rather Si Qing Snow's well-being. As a woman who had given birth herself, she fully understood the challenges of pregnancy. Observing Si Qing Snow's current state, it seemed she was still in the early stages of pregnancy, as her abdomen would be visible otherwise. 3 months. 3 months. Such a duration? You rascal, why have you only now informed the family about Qing Snow's pregnancy? What were you thinking? Upon hearing that she had been pregnant for 3 months, Song Jinghua felt a surge of anger. To wait 3 months before notifying the family was audacious indeed. With no experience in raising children, what would happen if they were careless and harmed the baby? Hey, my dear, calm down please. Is this really the time for such turmoil? What you should be doing now is to promptly take Qing Snow for a checkup to ensure her health, or devise a way to inform the elder. Lin Qingzhu grasped Song Jinghua's wrist, managing to soothe her. Aunt, uncle, Qing Snow and I have already been to the hospital. The doctor confirmed that her health is excellent. Upon our return to Qingyang City, we will attend the 3rd-month prenatal checkup. There should be no issues. With meticulous care and patience, a sense of relief visibly washed over Song Jinghua's face, largely thanks to her uncle's timely intervention. Had it not been for him, she might have truly faced a beating. Returning to Qingyang City for a medical examination? Surely, the healthcare facilities in the capital must be superior to those in Qingyang City. Have Qingshua's parents been made aware of this matter? When do you intend to inform them? Song Jinghua rapidly threw several inquiries at Su Ming, who promptly clarified. Aunt, Qingshua's parents are already aware. This trip back to Qingyang City for the examination is accompanied by her mother, so there's no need for concern. What? What? With wide eyes, Song Jinghua was taken aback, and Lin Qingzhu trembled in response. Qingshua's parents know? Su Ming, you have informed them? Lin Qingzhu gulped. Having been entirely unaware of this development, he had assumed that Su Ming intended to first notify his aunt before she would lead him to atone for his misdeeds. Well, Qingshua's parents figured it out, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Observing this, Lin Qingzhu decisively released his wife's wrist and hastily approached Su Ming for a thorough inspection. Uncle, what are you doing? Su Ming felt uneasy as Lin Qingzhu began to scrutinize him. How strange. It seems you bear no injuries at all. Your in-laws are aware that Qingxue is pregnant, and they did not strike you? Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Qingzhu was filled with disbelief. Speak plainly, did you get beaten? Your legs are fine, right? If so, take a few steps for me. He grasped Su Ming's arm, insisting that he walk a few paces. With a wry smile, Su Ming extricated his arm and helplessly explained, Uncle, I am perfectly fine. They did not strike me. My legs are in good condition. This is all thanks to Qingxue. Had she not shielded me, I might have indeed faced a beating. Reflecting on that moment now filled him with trepidation. He wondered if perhaps an excess of adrenaline had emboldened him to confess so readily. You brat, you deserve a beating. If they want to hit you, I certainly will. Look at the trouble you've caused. Qingxue has followed you and has suffered immensely. While his aunt expressed her anger, she dared not raise her voice too much. Unable to contain her frustration, she seized Su Ming's ear. Aunt! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Su Ming yelped, his head tilting in surprise as she suddenly grasped his ear. Even now, she enjoyed tugging at his ears, despite his age. You little rascal, listen to me. Tomorrow, you and Qingxue will return to Qingyang City, and I will accompany you. I shall take you to apologize to her parents. Chapter 87. How does it feel to have your ear tugged? Aunt, could you please release my ear? With his ear being pinched, he found it difficult to focus on answering her questions. Perhaps the intensity of his cries was too great. As both his grandmother and Si Qingxue, who were chatting in the living room, simultaneously looked up, all eyes turned toward the direction of the bedroom. Your aunt's temperament is simply too fiery. Surely, Su Ming has made another blunder. Come, my dear, accompany your grandmother to take a look. As the grandmother prepared to rise, Si Qingxue quickly extended her hand to assist the elderly lady. The elderly and the young approached the television, only to stumble upon Song Jinghua grasping Su Ming's ear and chastising him, while Lin Qingzhu stood by, anxious yet powerless to intervene. This scene had long ceased to astonish the grandmother, while Si Qingxue wore an adorably perplexed expression. In the next moment, a smile graced her face. Jinghua, what are you two up to? She exclaimed. Oh dear, is there nothing that can be discussed calmly without resorting to force? Come now, let go. With the grandmother's sudden arrival, her words prompted Song Jinghua to promptly release Su Ming's ear, while she discreetly cleared her throat. Observing this, Su Ming quickly understood his aunt's intent and stepped back a pace. It was best to leave the fabrications and explanations to his aunt. He certainly did not want to endure any more ear-tugging. Mom, this boy is constantly causing trouble at school. He doesn't study properly, and I've no choice but to discipline him, Song Jinghua remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ming beside Lin Qingzhu. With the conversation having reached this point, he dared not hesitate and promptly echoed his aunt's sentiments. Grandmother, it's not that I intended to be late. It was just a few instances. Late. The grandmother furrowed her brow. You were mischievous in middle school, and now that you're in university, you still haven't mended your ways. No wonder your aunt is upset. Jinghua, the reprimand has been given. In my view, let us consider this matter settled for now. Qingxue and I have been chatting on the sofa for quite some time, and we are rather hungry. Let us prepare dinner together. Child, do you still remember the dishes we discussed earlier? The grandmother took on the role of chef, asking Si Qingxue to assist her. Feeling a bit hungry from their earlier conversation about dinner, Si Qingxue quickly replied, Yes, of course. Grandmother, I'll help you. Our Qingxue truly understands. Unlike certain troublesome boys who only know how to cause mischief. With a mix of praise and reprimand, the grandmother shot a playful glare at Su Ming as she departed, leaving him utterly taken aback. Upon entering the kitchen, they found the ingredients somewhat lacking, prompting Lin Qingzhu to volunteer to go buy groceries. Su Ming initially intended to follow his uncle to the supermarket, but before he could move, his aunt had already pulled him to the vegetable washing station. You wash the vegetables. All right, he replied, picking up a few stalks of greens and pretentiously pretending to prepare them, placing them into the washing basin. Si Qingxue stood beside him, her delicate hands peeling garlic with utmost concentration. How does it feel to have your ear tugged? She teased, giggling. I should have taken a picture just now. As she peeled the garlic, her sparkling eyes glanced at Su Ming with a gentle smile. Another photo? Sister, could we perhaps negotiate the matter of taking unflattering photographs? While he is not particularly concerned about the unseemly images, he fears that if the spirited Si Qingxue were to become upset, she might unwittingly post those embarrassing photos on the school's confession wall. That simply cannot happen. If you provoke my ire, I shall wield the unflattering photos as leverage. This is my bargaining chip. After saying this with a haughty air, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Ming, exuding a captivating charm akin to a mischievous sprite. She discarded the garlic skins into the waste bin and approached her grandmother with several cloves of garlic in hand, showing no intention of continuing her conversation with Su Ming. Her aunt was busy preparing bowls and plates, occasionally casting glances at Si Qingxue. Ever since learning about her niece-in-law's pregnancy, she could not help but steal furtive looks at her belly. Although the family's ingredients were somewhat limited, they had the basics of vegetables and meat. With her uncle still out shopping for groceries, her grandmother seized the opportunity to prepare whatever could be made. Qingxue, do you know how to cook? Me? Upon hearing her grandmother's question, Si Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively shook her head. While she excelled academically and possessed various talents, cooking was not one of them. Despite her father, Si Tianli, having a passion for culinary arts, she herself had little aptitude in this area. Throughout her life, she had only prepared simple dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes, and even those were rather lackluster in flavor. When I was your age, I knew nothing either. It was only after I had your aunts that I began to learn how to cook. The dishes I can prepare are rather limited. Would you like to learn? If you wish to learn, I can teach you. It's all quite simple. Although she was not a professional chef and could not whip up gourmet dishes, she assured Si Qingxue that when it came to home-cooked meals, she was more than capable. Cooking. Yes, Grandma, I would love to learn from you, and I promise to study diligently. Upon hearing her granddaughter's willingness to learn, her grandmother's spirits lifted immensely. Given the limited ingredients, she decided to first teach her how to make sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Here, let us start with 2 pieces of tenderloin, her grandmother said as she carefully cut the meat, with Si Qingxue trying to mimic her actions closely. Following the steps meticulously, when it came time to fry the tenderloin, Si Qingxue's pieces slightly burned due to improper oil temperature. Fortunately, with her grandmother's adept intervention, there were no significant issues in the end. Once the tenderloin was cut, the next step involved preparing the sauce. My dear, this sauce is crucial. Her grandmother took out a small porcelain bowl, and Si Qingxue promptly followed suit. After successfully stir-frying the sweet and sour pork, she eagerly tasted a bite with chopsticks and was immensely delighted. It's simply delicious. Grandma, am I not particularly talented to make something so tasty on my very first attempt? She beamed as she tugged at her grandmother's arm, who, in turn, showered her with praise without hesitation, exclaiming, Indeed, our Qingxue is the brightest of them all. Next, let us prepare a spicy chicken dish. We only have 1 chicken at home, so the 2 of us, grandmother and grandchild, will share it equally. Upon hearing that my mother intends to make spicy chicken with my sister-in-law, Song Jinghua quickly intervened. Mom, let's skip the spicy chicken. Human memory is finite, and you just taught Light Snow how to make sweet and sour pork. She still needs to practice and digest that. One cannot overreach. Let's wait a while before teaching her this. Spicy chicken is a dish that is bold and fiery. The oil, smoke, and spicy aroma can be overwhelming during cooking. Given that Si Qingxue is pregnant, how can she endure such intense flavors? She had wanted to remind everyone when the pork was being fried. Su Ming, the kitchen is cramped. Take Light Snow out to the living room to rest for a while. I will stay here and help your grandmother with the cooking. With a knowing glance towards Su Ming, who had just finished washing the vegetables, he wiped his hands with a paper towel and approached Si Qingxue. Light Snow, let us step outside. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, okay. Grandmother, Aunt, I will step out for a moment. Gently responding, Si Qingxue set down what she was holding and followed Su Ming out of the kitchen. Chapter 88. A small request stepping gracefully into the living room. Si Qingxue paused and did not immediately sit down on the sofa. Observing this, Su Ming stood beside the sofa as well. Her delicate cherry-like lips parted slightly, resembling a tender flower poised to release its fragrance. However, for some reason, her words faltered on the verge of being spoken. Raising a hand to touch her nose, Su Ming's lips curved into a subtle smile. Are you wondering if I told Anne about your pregnancy? You told her? Her brows arched gently like distant mountains, hinting at a flicker of vitality within. Indeed, you truly informed her? Her eyes brimmed with astonishment. From Anne's earlier demeanor, she had not sensed anything amiss. Could there be any doubt? Do you think Aunt tugged my ear for no reason? Speaking of tugging ears, perhaps due to a conditioned reflex, she suddenly felt her ears warm and somewhat uncomfortable. Su Ming raised a hand to touch his own ear, while Si Qingxue stepped forward slowly. Just as he was unsure of her intentions, she unexpectedly pinched his other ear. In terms of strength, despite her slender frame, Si Qingxue's grip was no less powerful than Aunt Songjing was. Caught off guard, he almost let out a cry. It actually feels rather pleasant. After a prolonged tug, she even added, Sister, was there really a need to test this? If you want to try, why not pinch your own ear instead of using me as a subject? The clear reflex he had displayed earlier intensified under Si Qingxue's playful antics. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? As darkness enveloped him, Su Ming forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Ancestor, could you please listen to the words you utter? He decided to put the matter on hold for the time being. What did you tell Anne about your pregnancy? Did she say anything? Of course she did, came the reply. She mentioned that she would accompany us to Qingyang City tomorrow, intending to present an apology to your parents. Upon hearing this, Si Qingxue trembled slightly, her heart racing as she quickly grasped Su Ming's arm. Anne is going to meet my parents in Qingyang City? Is that even feasible? She has no preparation at all. And as for home, well, that's another matter entirely. Why don't you send Aunt Yin a text now, just to give her a heads up? Su Ming suggested. Given Aunt's nature, once she has expressed her intention, she will undoubtedly follow through. After Su Ming spoke, Si Qingxue turned to retrieve her bag from behind the door. Initially, she planned to send a text, but reconsidered, opting for a phone call instead for clarity. I'll step out to call my mother. You stay here and wait patiently. If Grandma inquires about me, you can fabricate some excuse. As she spoke, Si Qingxue opened the door and entered the elevator, with Su Ming standing still for a moment before following her out. Inside the elevator, Si Qingxue stared vacantly at Su Ming. What are you doing here with me? To keep you company, he replied. It's better to accompany you than to remain at home concocting excuses. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator door slid open. Exiting the building, Si Qingxue took out her phone to make the call, while Su Ming stood quietly beside her. In just a couple of minutes, Si Qingxue hung up, releasing a soft sigh of relief. What did Aunt Yin say? She said it's no problem. Tonight, she wants you to confirm. If we are indeed going tomorrow, she will book the hotel and restaurant in the morning. Is Aunt going to Qingyang City to discuss something else? Something else? Su Ming was puzzled by her inquiry. Apart from the child, he could not fathom what other matters could possibly arise. Well, Si Qingxue said, her hands tightly clasped together, her voice softening. Perhaps something regarding an engagement. Aunt's trip to Qingyang City could very well signify the formal meeting of both families, and amidst their discussions, they might indeed broach the subject of marriage. I truly had no idea about that. Why don't you inquire with Aunt tonight? Me? Ask her. Si Qingxue pointed to herself, then decisively shook her head. She was too fearful to confront her aunt after learning that she was already aware of her pregnancy, let alone broach such a topic. You should ask. If you do, I might be inclined to grant you a small request. Anything reasonable, of course, she added, her eyes sparkling as she held her bag in one hand and rested the other on her arm, deliberately leaning slightly forward as she spoke to Su Ming. Her lips, as luscious and inviting as ripe cherries, were temptingly soft, nearly brushing against Su Ming's face. The slight upward curve of her mouth hinted at a playful mischief, an undeniable and blatant allure. With prior experience, he should have been able to maintain his composure. However, after a mere 2 seconds, he ultimately overestimated his self-control. For Si Qingxue's charm was indeed extraordinary. Why are you blushing? Her breath, fragrant like orchids, enveloped him as she spoke, making Su Ming acutely aware of her presence. Who is blushing? Oh, perhaps I misread the situation. You still haven't answered me. Shall I go and inquire? All right, I shall ask. You promised to fulfill my request. Do not go back on your word. He, of course. But remember, you must not go overboard. Otherwise, the request shall not count. With a soft whisper, A fragrant breeze caressed her cheek as Si Qingxue glided past Su Ming and returned to the elevator.